Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for next part. Chapter 89. The two of them were so surprised that they were so surprised. You are actually Chen Chuan. Grandma Nu was shocked. She couldn't believe that the arrogant man with a stern face in front of her was actually the one who had been making a lot of noise recently, as rumored by the outside world. The evil man who openly killed the celestial dragons. He actually came to Nine Snake Island? What is his purpose here? While thinking in her heart, suddenly, it seemed as if she thought of something. Grandma Nu's face changed drastically. She quickly pulled the Empress aside. She whispered seriously, "Hancock, how could you get involved with such a guy? Killed the evil man of the celestial dragons. He is wanted by the world government with a reward of 3 billion. Such a lunatic. Now he actually appears on Nine Snake Island. What if the world government investigates him thoroughly? This will be a huge disaster for their entire Amazon Lily Kingdom. No, Chen Chuan must be sent away." Granny Nu was determined in her heart. However, after hearing Granny Nu's words, the queen raised her eyebrows and showed a trace of displeasure on her pretty face. "Chen Chuan, he is my fiancé, of course he will be on Nine Snake Island," the queen said righteously. "Fiancé?" Hearing this, Granny Nu was stunned. What's going on? In the past, the Queen Hancock, who hated men the most. Now, she actually admitted that Chen Chuan in front of her was her fiancé? This was really beyond Granny Nu's expectations. "Hancock, do you know what you are talking about? He is." Seeing the Empress's determined face, just as Granny Nu on the side was about to persuade her, she was interrupted by the Empress. "How dare you? Granny Nu! I am the Emperor of Nine Snake Island. It is not your turn to decide my affairs." The Empress frowned, and a trace of anger appeared on her pretty face. Although Granny Nu was of a higher generation, she usually respected Granny Nu. But now, the other party dared to scold Chen Chuan in front of her. Not good. Even want to separate the two of them. This is unacceptable to the Empress. "Hancock, what are you thinking about? Do you know how much disaster your action will bring to Nine Snake Island? What if the world government blames you and issues a demon-killing order? Under the actions of the Navy Admiral, even you can't protect Nine Snake Island." Nu Granny looked like she was disappointed with him. She knew how terrifying the strength of the Navy Admiral was. Nu Granny didn't want to believe it. With Chen Chuan's strength, even if he could defeat a Navy Admiral. But what about facing 2 or 3 at the same time? He would definitely flee in embarrassment. Such a person. For their Nine Snake Island, it is simply a time bomb. It will take the lives of all the people in their Amazon Lily Kingdom at any time. Hearing what Nu Granny said, the queen's face turned dark and she was about to speak. But Chen Chuan, who was standing beside her, waved and interrupted her. Looking at Nu Granny in front of her, Chen Chuan looked calm and said in a light tone, "The Admiral will not come." While whispering softly, Chen Chuan's tone was full of confidence. At this time, after hearing Chen Chuan's words, the old face of the Nu Granny opposite showed a hint of sarcasm. "Young man, don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength. Do you think you are the 4 emperors of the New World? If 2 admirals of the Navy are dispatched at the same time, even you will have to run away with your head in your arms." There was no politeness in the words of the Nu Granny. In her opinion, although Chen Chuan is quite powerful, but he is still too young. He is arrogant and doesn't take anyone seriously. Such a person will be sanctioned sooner or later. Hearing this, Chen Chuan couldn't help laughing. Obviously, it has been less than a day since the war at the top. In the war at the top, what happened has not spread all over the world. Or maybe the Navy headquarters deliberately concealed the war report. At this moment, about the series of explosions caused by Chen Chuan in the war on the top, the Nu Granny in front of her obviously didn't know yet. That's why she was so opposed when she saw Empress Hancock and Chen Chuan mixed together. Shaking her head lightly, Chen Chuan was too lazy to explain to Nu Granny. This kind of thing, sooner or later. Things. At this time, the empress beside her spoke again. New mother-in-law, in the war at the top, I have given up my status as a 7 warlords of the sea. Stand on Chen Chuan's side and break with the navy. I have regained my wanted status. You, no need to say anything more. The words of the empress directly shocked new mother-in-law and froze in place. The pupils contracted violently. The next second, new mother-in-law looked ugly and pointed at the empress with the snake-shaped crutch in her hand. She murmured in disbelief. Do you know how much effort it took to get your status as a 7 warlords of the sea? Now, you are so willful. Abandoned the status of the 7 warlords of the sea for this man. After saying a few words in a row. Seeing that the empress still had an arrogant attitude. After a long time, new mother-in-law finally sighed heavily. Hancock, you will regret your decision in the end. Shaked his head. After taking a deep look at the empress and Chen Chuan, new granny turned away with a look of disappointment. After new granny left, the empress moved lightly. Quickly came to Chen Chuan, still looking at him with shy affection. Seeing this, Chen Chuan couldn't help laughing. Too late, next time. He was disturbed at a critical moment again, and he lost interest in that aspect. Thinking in a deep voice, Chen Chuan suddenly thought of something. Clapping his hands, Chen Chuan's face showed a rare excitement. I almost forgot the most important thing. Whispering softly, after asking the empress for a separate room, gently pinched the empress's pretty nose. Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all, and turned around and left without looking back. Compared to dealing with the empress, Chen Chuan now has something more important to do. Looking at Chen Chuan's resolute back, the empress bit her red lips tightly, and a trace of mist appeared in her beautiful eyes. Standing there blankly, the empress held a silk scarf in her hand, with a face full of resentment. He actually said he was too tired. Could this be the legendary affair? The empress was in tears, and a trace of deep frustration appeared on her pretty face. No, I have to work hard and perform better in front of Chen Chuan. I must firmly grasp his heart. This is the thought. The empress clenched her jade hands and headed in the direction where Chen Chuan left, secretly cheering herself up. On the other side, after leaving the empress, mother-in-law Nu also returned to her room. Thinking that the empress chose to stand with Chen Chuan and completely broke with the navy and the world government, Granny Nu felt a headache. Although the empress is powerful and has the potential to become a king, but her character is too willful. Once she decides on something, even if you use the 9-headed dragon to pull her, it is impossible to change her mind. I really don't know what that kid named Chen Chuan did to Hancock. Sighing repeatedly. And just at this moment, on the newspaper rack nearby, Granny Nu saw the latest report just sent in by her female warriors. The latest report on the war on the top. It's been less than a day. Morgan's is still so fast. With a slight exclamation, Granny Nu picked up the latest newspaper on the table. However, the next second, when Granny Nu saw the title above, the whole person suddenly became uncalm. Chapter 90. The new emperor ascended the throne, and the 5th emperor of the sea descended. Seeing this title, Granny Nu was shocked. How many years have passed? The 4 emperors have a strong system of checks and balances in the new world. Is it interrupted today? Looking at such an exaggerated title, Granny Nu then looked below the title. What Granny Nu saw was a cruel and sad huge battle scene. Looking at the scene, it seems to be at the port of Marineford. On the ice surface, on the square, there are densely packed corpses, broken limbs, and debris everywhere, and corpses everywhere. It looks particularly desolate. War has always been cruel and merciless. Especially such a large-scale battle on the top. Even more so. With a sigh, Granny Nu continued to look down. However, when her eyes moved to the center, a very familiar cold-looking man in purple suddenly appeared in front of her. Chen Chuan, a 3 billion bounty for assassinating the celestial dragons. Defeated Admiral Akainu and caused chaos in Impel Down. And at the critical moment of the war on the top, led his men into the battlefield. Openly declared war on the world government first. Defeated the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye my hawk. Became the world's greatest swordsman. And then fought 2 admirals of the headquarters at the same time with his own strength. And seriously injured 1 dying person. Fighting with the legendary navy hero Garp and being invincible. At the end of the war, he killed the mysterious spy organization in seconds. CP leader. Seriously injured the tyrant, Blackbeard Marshal Teach. All these actions have increased Chen Chuan's threat to the world government. Therefore, the world government has issued another order. The bounty for Chen Chuan has been increased to 4.758 billion baileys. Known as the strongest man in the world, the first person under Whitebeard. And he is also known as the 5th Emperor of the Sea. Threat level to the world government. White medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star, white medium star. Looking at the report about Chen Chuan above, Granny Nu was completely stunned. The old eyes shrank and tightened in an instant. Due to excessive surprise. The wrinkles on Granny Nu's face were shaking. Holding the newspaper tightly with both hands. Started to shake uncontrollably. At this moment, Granny Nu finally understood. What kind of storm did the man who was with Empress Hancock before cause? What kind of man is this? With a snap. A big slap hit her face. A trace of extreme regret flashed across Granny Nu's face. No, I must make Hancock and Chen Chuan have a good relationship. As long as Chen Chuan stays here, this island will be extremely safe. This is the thought. Granny Nu threw away the snake-shaped crutch. Her legs and feet were no longer sprained. And she hurried to the queen's bedroom. At the same time, all over the world, every corner received the latest reports from the war on the top. Especially when they saw the content above. Everyone was not calm. The new emperor ascended the throne, the 5th emperor came. The extremely evil criminal with a bounty of 4.758 billion, killed the admiral of the navy in seconds. The world's #1 swordsman moved. Various headlines full of gimmicks and influence. Arousing people's curiosity all the time. All of a sudden, the whole new world has a new sea emperor. All the swordsmen in the world also have a new goal. The second half of the Grand Line, the New World. Dress Rosa, inside the kingdom. Doflamingo, sitting on a luxurious chair. Staring at the newspaper in his hand. He let out a weird laugh. Fo. It's really interesting. The 4 emperors structure has been rewritten, and new shocks are about to emerge. What will this world become? I'm really looking forward to it. Kragana Island. On the island where Hawkeye lives. A green algae-headed swordsman. Was waving his sword vigorously. He was fighting desperately with a group of baboons holding weapons in front of him. The sword energy reverberated, bringing ripples. After a moment. When Zoro beat all the baboons away. He fell to the ground helplessly. At this time, the ghost Princess Perona, who was standing by, threw the latest report of the war on the top in Zoro's face with a proud face. The latter rolled his eyes and raised the newspaper. However, when Zoro saw the report clearly, he was stunned on the ground. His eyes turned white, and Zoro's forehead. Sweat was pouring down. His face was full of disbelief. Hawkeye, actually lost. And, that guy turned out to be Cake Island, Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Looking at the newspaper in her hand, a strange smile appeared on her ferocious face. There was saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth. Katakuri. Wano Country, Onigashima. On the island. A man with a strong and tall figure, with 2 horns on his head and muscles bulging. A tall man with many tattoos on his body was staring at the report in his hand. In his eyes, a trace of extreme fighting spirit broke out. Chen Chuan? I wonder who is stronger and weaker than Kaido, the strongest creature in my world. At the same time, when the outside world was in turmoil and caused countless shocks. The protagonist in the newspaper, Chen Chuan. At this moment, he was staying in a luxurious room on 9 Snake Island with peace of mind. As for the changes in the outside world, Chen Chuan naturally didn't know. sit cross-legged quietly on the soft silk quilt. A gleam of light flashed in his red eyes. After confirming that there was no one else around the room, Chen Chuan's face rarely showed a trace of excitement and expectation. Is it finally about to begin? Several consecutive battles have made Chen Chuan shine in the war at the top. In addition, through the video phone Mushi in Buggy's hand, he has also become famous all over the world. And now, regarding the improvement of his fusion progress and the bonus of reputation points. In Chen Chuan's heart, he has long been eager to find out. I wonder how much fusion progress the system will increase this time. Whispering softly. Regarding the fusion progress this time, Chen Chuan is very curious. In the consecutive wars at the top, several major battles, Chen Chuan's fusion progress will definitely increase again. Chen Chuan remembers that. It seems that it has reached 85% last time. This time, it is not impossible to reach 100%. And reputation points? I don't know how much more it will increase. What should I exchange this time? Try to calm down the excitement. Chen Chuan's mind moved. System, open the personal panel. The deep voice fell lightly. The next second, a transparent blue light curtain appeared in front of Chen Chuan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 100% fusion progress. Ding! The first fusion has been completed, and the next stage is about to start. Chapter 91. The host is about to receive a reward. Congratulations to the host for reaching 100% fusion progress. Ding! The first fusion has been completed, and the next stage is about to begin. Ding! The system reward has been issued. Would the host like to claim it immediately? As soon as Chen Chuan opened the system panel, the continuous sound of the mechanical system prompts suddenly appeared in the depths of Chen Chuan's mind. Looking at the light blue light curtain in front of him, Chen Chuan's face showed a trace of joy. It's not easy, I finally reached 100%. Although it has been less than half a month since the first fusion panel was unlocked. But the things Chen Chuan has experienced and the number of battles are indeed quite a lot. First, he killed the celestial dragons. This triggered the world government to issue a demon-killing order, and the Navy's highest combat power, the Admiral, was hunting him down. Then Chen Chuan defeated Admiral Akainu. He successfully won great attention from all over the world. Then, Chen Chuan did not stop at all. After recovering from his injuries, he rushed to Impel Down without stopping. First, he made a big fuss in Impel Down and messed it up. Then, he had a complete carnival in the war at the top. He caused various explosions in succession. He defeated Hawkeye, killed the Admiral in seconds, and killed the spy. All these actions made Chen Chuan's reputation completely resound throughout the sea. All over the world, Chen Chuan's name has been known. In this way, it is not surprising that Chen Chuan's fusion progress has reached 100%. He tried to calm down his excitement. He looked at the system options that popped up in front of him. Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all. Said lightly, "System, receive it immediately." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first panel fusion, and reward a different world shuttle scroll. Ding! In view of the current plane, reward an SSS battleship. Note, can fly, hide, enter the sea, attack. Ding! Reward 1 lottery in the heavens. Ding! Reward reputation points, 50,000 points. Looking at the several light blue system windows that suddenly popped up, Chen Chuan's face was ecstatic. He didn't expect that. After the panel fusion was completed this time, the system actually rewarded him with so many good things at once. Different World Shuttle Scroll, SSS Class Super Battleship. The number of lottery in the heavens, and the 50,000 reputation points that Chen Chuan valued most. A full 50,000 reputation points, how many good things can be exchanged? You know, before Chen Chuan killed the Celestial Dragons, defeat the Admiral of the Navy, he caused such a big commotion, but he only got 20,000 reputation points. And now, the system gave 50,000 points at once. The difference was immediately apparent. The wool grows on the sheep. The sudden voice of the system made Chen Chuan's face darken. Well said, I will pretend I didn't hear it this time, and you are not allowed to say it next time. He rolled his eyes fiercely at the system. After secretly complaining about the system in his heart, Chen Chuan looked eagerly and scanned his rewards. In the storage box column of the personal panel, Chen Chuan saw several previous rewards. World Shuttle Scroll, as the name suggests, it can open the space-time gate according to the host's thoughts. When the host passes through the gate, he can go directly to another plane. It's actually a prop for shuttling planes. No wonder it's called the All Heavens and All Worlds system. It turns out that it not only contains rewards from all heavens and all worlds, but also allows you to shuttle back and forth in the planes of the heavens. At this moment, Chen Chuan was shocked by the function of the system again. I thought I would stay in the pirate plane for the rest of my life. I didn't expect there would be such a prop. In this way, isn't it possible for Chen Chuan to shuttle back and forth in various planes in the future? Even returning to the original blue planet is not impossible. This is a good thing. Praising in his heart, Chen Chuan continued to look at another prop. In the world of pirates, ships are indispensable. A good battleship is even more important. And now, looking at the system introduction in front of him, Chen Chuan's expression was shocked again. SSS Class Super Battleship. It integrates attack, defense, practical and other functions into one. It can be said that this is a top-level battleship tailored for Chen Chuan by the system. The appearance is luxurious, and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. The attack and defense power of this battleship. It can completely crush all the ships in the pirate world. According to the introduction on the system, this SSS class battleship, with one blow, it is enough to rival the full force of the Admiral of the Navy, or even the 4 Emperors. It is so powerful that it can even overturn a small island. Not only that, it is also top-notch in terms of defense. The whole body is made of special metal. Ordinary artillery attacks are completely ineffective against it. Its function is the best in the world. Chen Chuan guessed that even the extremely mysterious ancient weapon Pluto in the legend. I'm afraid it's just like that. However, the role of this battleship is far more than that. Putting aside ordinary sailing, this battleship can even continue to move on land. Not only that, even going up to the sky is not impossible. It perfectly interprets what it means. Go up to the sky, hide in the ground, and go down to the sea. 3 in 1, omnipotent. In this regard, Chen Chuan could only silently give a thumbs up. To say, awesome. After understanding the basic functions of the SSS class battleship, since it is still in the Empress's bedroom, Chen Chuan did not release it to test its effect. Only wait until the future, and observe it carefully. At the same time, after sorting out these 2 rewards, Chen Chuan fixed his sight on the other 2 interface options. 1 draw for the characters of the heavens. System Mall rewards. Looking at these 2 options on the system panel, a trace of emotion flashed across Chen Chuan's face. Thinking back to half a month ago, he was still a low-level pariah whose hands and feet were broken by the Tianlong people and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. And now, with the help of the system, Chen Chuan has been reborn. Not only did he get his revenge, he even had the power of an emperor, stood at the top of the world, and received the attention of everyone in the world. And all this was due to that day. He successfully extracted the character template of Wu Liuqi. Name, Chen Chuan. Age, 17. System, System of all heavens and worlds. Fusion character, Wu Liuqi. Completed. Current fusion progress, 100%. Completed. Control strength, 3 color domineering, advanced stage, domineering color entanglement, ghost shadow core, ghost shadow species. Number of draws remaining, 1. Looking at the familiar transparent light curtain in front of him, a trace of emotion and expectation appeared on Chen Chuan's face. Everything starts over again. But what remains unchanged is that no matter what happens to him, Chen Chuan, he will eventually stand at the top of this world. Took a deep breath. Chen Chuan's face was calm. But his words revealed a firmness. System, extract the character panel for me. Chapter 92. The first time, the last time, the last time. With Chen Chuan's order. In front of him, a blue light screen popped up instantly. Extraction begins. As the light screen keeps passing, one picture after another begins to flash in front of Chen Chuan. A black suit, white hair, and eye mask. With a cynical expression on his face, he flashed by like a handsome man from a comic book. Another picture flashed out. It was a wandering warrior holding a long sword, with a resolute face and a sad atmosphere. The bleak back reveals endless desolation. It was as if there was an unknown story hidden in him. And this was far from over. The scene was still changing rapidly. A gentle man with yellow hair and the word 4th generation printed on his cloak, dressed like a ninja. He flashed past Chen Chuan's eyes quickly. Another handsome man with a heavy ruler on his back and a charming fire lotus on his chest. Time passed slowly. Finally. In Chen Chuan's nervous eyes. The speed of the scene transformation began to slow down, until it was completely frozen there. He was a tall man wearing red layered armor, with his hands crossed on his chest. He had a head full of long hair and was unruly. He exuded an extremely domineering aura all over his body. But what shocked people the most was his eyes. In a pair of red pupils. It seemed as if some mysterious patterns were engraved. Just one glance, it seems to make people deeply immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Have you seen my heyday? Do you want to dance too? Just a grain of sand, not half as good as me. This is me, Uchiha Madara, the power of God. A series of domineering and contemptuous words suddenly appeared in Chen Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, successfully extracting the Uchiha Madara panel. Accompanied by the system prompt sound, looking at the man who finally froze on the screen in front of him. A hint of surprise appeared on Chen Chuan's face. It turned out to be Madara, whispered softly. For Uchiha Madara. Chen Chuan naturally knew. As the most popular villain in Naruto, Uchiha Madara's charm is unmatched. In the original anime plot. At the time of the Fourth Ninja World War. Madara once single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of ninjas. He moved freely in the ninjas and killed them all. He crushed the strongest 5 kage of the time with his absolute strength. He overwhelmed the joint attack of the late Naruto and Sasuke. Especially at the end, Madara became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. He entered the Six-Path Sage mode. He was directly invincible and swept everything. If he hadn't been forced to go offline later, Chen Chuan really couldn't figure it out. Who else could defeat Uchiha Madara? And now, looking at the domineering man in the picture in front of him, Chen Chuan's face was filled with joy. With the power of Uchiha Madara, even in the pirate world full of strong men, he is also the top existence. What's more, Chen Chuan had already merged the Wu Liuqi panel. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Chuan said loudly, "System, merge the character panel for me." Ding! Uchiha Madara panel is being merged. Accompanied by the system's prompt voice. The next second, an extremely subtle and strange feeling instantly emerged on Chen Chuan's body. The purple clothes on his body began to fall off layer by layer. Instead, he was wearing a black tights with red layered armor hanging on the outside. His unruly hair was also slowly growing longer, until it reached the waist. At the same time, although Chen Chuan's handsome appearance did not change, but his expression and temperament have undergone a huge change invisibly. The original coldness and ruthlessness disappeared. Instead, a domineering, arrogant, and ambitious look appeared on Chen Chuan's face. Not only that, even Chen Chuan's original red pupils have changed a little. In his eyes, a strange black pattern like a rune, quietly imprinted in Chen Chuan's eyes, making his whole person become strange and mysterious. After the panel was integrated, at this moment, Chen Chuan, wearing red armor, with a magic knife 1,000 blades on his waist, with a head of unruly long hair, he exudes an extremely domineering temperament. Feeling the comfortable power coming from his body, Chen Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised. He is indeed the invincible man. After integrating Uchiha Madara's panel, Chen Chuan felt that the power in his body seemed to have increased again invisibly. Not only that, he felt it carefully. Chen Chuan soon felt a trace of extremely warm energy in the center of his lower abdomen. He felt a trace of extremely warm energy breath, swimming in the middle of his abdomen. With a thought, Chen Chuan slowly controlled the energy. Flow it in the palm of his hand. Is this chakra? Feeling the wonderful touch coming from the palm of his hand, Chen Chuan murmured. Although the Uchiha Madara panel was integrated. But apart from some basic physical skills, other powerful moves require chakra to activate. For example, fire style, great fire extinguishing, Susanoo, and the various abilities of the Mangekyo Sharinan. Often the amount of chakra in a ninja's body is different. It also determines the upper limit of this ninja's strength. Therefore, the content of chakra is extremely important. Silently felt it. After a moment, Chen Chuan already understood. These chakras that appeared out of thin air in his abdomen are converted according to the strength of his body. In other words, the amount of chakra in Chen Chuan's body is closely related to his physical strength. And after his chakra is consumed, just adjust your physical strength and you can recover as before. After sorting out these, Chen Chuan put the matter of the fusion panel aside. Although I really want to try some ninjutsu after fusing with Uchiha Madara, Gundam Susanoo, fire style, wood style, and so on. But obviously, this time and place are not suitable. One Susanoo can directly destroy the Empress's bedroom. I couldn't help but sigh. Chen Chuan's face was full of regret. I can only wait until tomorrow. Whispering softly. When Chen Chuan merged the Uchiha Madara panel, he suddenly thought of something. Raised his eyebrows, Chen Chuan thought about it. I almost forgot. Opening the personal panel instantly, Chen Chuan's sight quickly slid down. Soon, he found the reputation mall on the lower floor. I almost forgot to use the reputation points that the system just gave me. What should I exchange this time? While thinking about this, Chen Chuan said lightly. System, open the reputation mall. Ding. Opening the reputation mall. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting 30,000 reputation points. Ding. The reward has been automatically added to the host account. The sound of the system upgrade was heard again. Chen Chuan's eyes lit up. Another 30,000 reputation points were given. You know, in the big gift package reward just now, Chen Chuan got 50,000 reputation points at once. And now, he got another 30,000 reputation points. In this way, the total is 80,000 reputation points. Getting such generous rewards in succession, Chen Chuan can't handle it all at once. Is this the feeling of getting rich overnight? It's really cool. Chen Chuan's face was ecstatic. With so many reputation points, it means that Chen Chuan will be able to exchange for more powerful props. It also means that his strength will be upgraded to a higher level again. With full of joy and expectation, Chen Chuan slid quickly, and the various world planes in front of him kept flashing. Looking for props suitable for him. Fantasy plane. Pirate plane. Naruto plane. The planes of various worlds flashed by, and Chen Chuan was dazzled by the various props. However, this time Chen Chuan has also determined the target. In the previous battles in the City of Advancement and the War on the Top, Chen Chuan has realized his attack method is a bit too simple. The powerful attack only has the move of domineering color entanglement. As for some of the attack methods attached to the magic sword Thousand Blades, it is okay to use it to deal with some small fish. When encountering a real top powerhouse, such as the Navy hero Garp, it is not enough. The attack after the broken blade breaks. Even Garp's iron block can't be broken. Therefore, Chen Chuan decided to exchange some powerful attack methods in the mall. Powerful attack, plus his latest fusion of Uchiha Madara's task panel. Chen Chuan soon thought of a man who almost kicked out the finale of Naruto with one kick. Quickly freeze the world plane in the reputation mall at the Naruto plane. Chen Chuan's eyes quickly swept down. Naruto plane. Flying Thunder God technique, price, 10,000 reputation points. Rakery, price, 8,000 reputation points. Seduction technique, price, 3,000 reputation points. Seeing that there was no ninjutsu he needed, Chen Chuan slid his finger across the light curtain. Continue to search downwards. After sliding for a while. Finally, Chen Chuan found what he needed at the bottom of the Naruto plane. Morning is a peacock and day is a tiger. When the elephant comes out at dusk, the night kai dances. Night kai, Naruto plane physical technique, price, 20,000 reputation points. Chapter 93. The first time, the second time. Hawkeye, in the anime Naruto, the representative of Taijutsu, Might Guy. He once fought in the Fourth Ninja World War. Fighting against supervillains. The powerful Taijutsu used by Uchiha Madara. The strongest attack released at the cost of his life. Directly kicked Uchiha Madara in the Six Paths mode. Half to death. Half of his body was smashed. If Might Guy hadn't aimed at the vitals, he might have really kicked Madara to death. And this was also jokingly called by fans. The man who almost kicked out the finale. Even as arrogant as Madara. Also said that famous saying in the battle. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the strongest. Thinking of the powerful attack power displayed by Night Kai. Chen Chuan's heart cannot help but feel a burst of excitement and expectation. Such a powerful attacking physical technique. The power generated by its attack is definitely not less than the explosive method of Overlord color entanglement. And what shocked Chen Chuan the most was, unlike the traditional Night Kai, which consumes a life after using it once, the Night Kai exchanged by the system has eliminated its weaknesses. In other words, this is an enhanced version of Night Kai. When Chen Chuan uses Night Kai, it does not burn his life and blood, but only consumes a lot of his physical strength. Therefore, when Chen Chuan's body is strong enough, he can even use Night Kai continuously. This thought, Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all. A trace of determination appeared on his face. System, I want to exchange for Hawkeye. Ding, 20,000 reputation points will be consumed soon. Is the host sure to buy it? Sure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Naruto Taijutsu Hawkeye. The reward has been automatically generated. Accompanied by the system's prompt sound. The next second. Buzz. A strange wave sounded. Then Chen Chuan felt that there seemed to be more information in the depths of his mind. At the same time, on Chen Chuan's personal panel, there was also a line of small words in the column of mastering abilities. Hawkeye, mastered. Feeling the changes in his body. Looking at the ability column on the system panel. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Chen Chuan's face. Although it cost 20,000 reputation points. But being able to get the powerful attack method of Hawkeye, it is definitely worth it. Whispering softly. Looking at the remaining 60,000 reputation points on the personal panel. Chen Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised. With so many reputation points, you have to use them well. With a slight change in expression, Chen Chuan continued to focus on the reputation mall and began to carefully select. Time passed slowly. Soon, a night passed quietly. The night will eventually dissipate. And the light will fill the entire sky again. The next morning, the sky was slightly bright. After adjusting his state, Chen Chuan walked out of the room early. Different from the previous dress. The previous purple clothes and cold expression disappeared. Instead, he was wearing a red layered armor and had long hair at his waist. There was an extremely domineering and confident look on his face. It seemed that everything in the world was not taken seriously by him. At the same time, as soon as Chen Chuan stepped out of the door, he saw a beautiful woman wearing a red cheongsam with a curvy figure. She was leaning against his door. She was breathing softly and taking a nap. Her proud figure was in full view. Her chest was slightly undulating, and her snow-white and slender legs were tightly wrapped in the cheongsam, revealing an extremely seductive breath. The person who came was the pirate queen, Boa Hancock. After hearing the noise, the queen stretched her body lazily. She gently rubbed her sleepy eyes. After seeing Chen Chuan's face clearly, a beautiful smile suddenly bloomed on the queen's face. There were stars in her beautiful eyes. Chen Chuan, you're awake. Good morning, Hancock. Looking at the beauty, Chen Chuan smiled and greeted her. He didn't expect that the Empress would get up so early. She came to wait outside his door. Hearing this, the Empress at the door was delighted. While responding to Chen Chuan with a smile, she quickly took out a basket beside her. A small box with extremely exquisite packaging. After opening it quickly, it was handed to Chen Chuan. Dear, this is the breakfast I made for you personally, with a total of 4 flavors. Try it quickly, how does it taste? The Empress whispered softly, with an expectant look on her face. Hearing the words of the Empress. Feeling her sincere and gentle eyes. Looking at the delicious food in front of him that was emitting steaming hot air. A trace of warmth flowed out of Chen Chuan's heart. Hancock, thank you. Speaking softly, Chen Chuan hugged the Empress in his arms. Looking at the Empress's beautiful face with tenderness, and then gently kissed her smooth forehead. After the outside world is stable, I will give you a grand wedding. The voice was not loud, but full of determination. The Empress who was held in his arms. After hearing Chen Chuan's words, her delicate body was startled. A blush immediately appeared on her pretty face. With her face flushed, the Empress couldn't even speak clearly when she thought of what Chen Chuan had just said. Wedding, wedding. The Empress' face flushed, and her voice trembled slightly. Yes, wedding. Hancock, I want to marry you as my wife. This is what I promised you before I participated in the war on the top. Chen Chuan's face was soft, looking at the beautiful face of the Empress. Narrating softly. From the bold declaration of love at the beginning. Then in the war on the top, he stood up. Standing firmly by his side. Standing on the opposite side of the Navy and the world government. All kinds of touching behaviors. For Chen Chuan, a pure and beautiful boy who was deceived and beaten in an online love, it was a critical hit. Directly hit the softest part of Chen Chuan's heart. Already knew the Empress's intention. At this moment, facing the world's most beautiful woman, the pirate Empress, Chen Chuan did not hesitate in his heart and made a solemn promise to her. He wanted to marry the Empress, Boa Hancock. Hearing Chen Chuan's words, looking at the firm tone and attitude on Chen Chuan's face, the Empress' pupils widened and she covered her lips tightly with her jade hands. The corners of her eyes could not help but turn red. Could it be? Could it be that this is the so-called proposal in the legend? It was no longer a simple fantasy. At this moment, the Empress's body suddenly softened. Ah! After making an alluring gasp, the Empress' face flushed. She fell from Chen Chuan's arms powerlessly and sat on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan was stunned. Ah, this! What is going on? Could it be too exciting? Chen Chuan, who was a little confused about the situation, silently looked at the Empress lying on the ground. When he saw the other party's blushing face and the intense and delicate panting, Chen Chuan's expression was stunned, and he immediately reacted. It seems that proposing marriage is still a little too exciting for the Empress. For a moment, the Empress was a little too excited. Shrugging helplessly, Chen Chuan also said that he could understand. After all, the Empress is the kind of imaginative little girl who can be happy all day long just by Chen Chuan calling her name. At this moment, Chen Chuan suddenly told her. It's no wonder that she can't bear the explosive news that he will marry her in the future. Gently rubbed the Empress's little head. After Chen Chuan looked at the Empress gently, he turned around and left. Instead of staying here and continuing to stimulate her, Chen Chuan felt that it would be better for him to leave temporarily. Give the Empress some time to let her slow down. Chen Chuan now has some important things to do, such as trying out his new abilities. Chapter 94. After a while, Chen Chuan came to a dense forest under the mountain. Deep in the dense forest, Chen Chuan walked on the grass with a slow pace, restraining his breath. In the world of pirates, in addition to some powerful warriors of various races, there are also many animals of various colors, which are also very powerful. For example, the Lord of Elephants. With a casual blow, he can even directly smash the island and kill one of the 3 disasters with a bounty of 1 billion. The King of Ships Drought Jack. Not only that, in the world of pirates, in addition to the extremely rich species of animals, even ordinary plants and animals are surprisingly large. Look, when Chen Chuan was driving in the deep forest of Nine Snake Island, when he came to a dark space, there was a bunch of extremely strange flowers behind him. A man-eating giant flower with a terrifying face like a human face. It opened its bloody mouth and suddenly attacked Chen Chuan from the right rear. Whoosh! The flower bouquet swayed, baring its teeth and claws. Extremely terrifying. However, facing these, Chen Chuan naturally didn't take them seriously. The corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Chen Chuan's figure turned suddenly. Looking at the man-eating giant flower that was biting at him, Chen Chuan put his hands in front of him. Quickly seal. Then he took a breath and his cheeks bulged. Then he spit it out with a bang. Fire escape. Extinguish the fire. The blazing flames burst out of Chen Chuan's mouth. The flames were fierce and reached a height of 100 feet. The blazing temperature seemed to burn everything in the air. Facing the 10-meter-high man-eating giant flower, Chen Chuan's fireball burned directly on it. The terrifying high temperature rushed straight up. The burning man-eating giant flower's roots swayed and danced constantly. It was just a blink of an eye. Under Chen Chuan's fire escape, the man-eating giant flower and the many vegetation behind it, all were burned clean by Chen Chuan. Only a pile of black ashes remained on the ground. The power seems to be good. He nodded with satisfaction and tested the power of the fireball. Chen Chuan continued to move towards the depths of the dense forest. He still has many new abilities that need to be verified. And the ferocious animals on this island are his best experimental subjects at present. As Chen Chuan's back gradually walked away. A moment later, from the depths of the dense forest, there were shrill howls one after another. Time passed in a flash. After testing all the new abilities, it was already noon. Looking at the giant beast corpse that had turned into pieces on the ground in front of him, Chen Chuan stroked his chin and nodded with satisfaction. The strength has improved a lot. Whispered softly. Let alone the Hawkeye and the complete Xuanwu exchanged yesterday. This time, the other abilities obtained by integrating the Uchiha Madara panel. Chen Chuan also experimented with them all. For example, ninjutsu fire release, instant body technique, and some abilities of the Mangekyo Sharinan. Hawkeye was because the strength of the island was too weak. When Chen Chuan was covered in blood-red steam, the terrifying momentum gushed out, shaking the ground under his feet to pieces. Those ordinary ferocious beasts. It couldn't even resist, and was crushed alive by Chen Chuan's pressure. Chen Chuan didn't even need to kick it. As for the complete Xuanwu, Chen Chuan's fusion progress is not enough now. It can't be summoned yet. It can only summon a full skeleton. As for the flesh and skin, it has to wait until the fusion progress is improved again. He sighed slightly in his heart, and a trace of regret flashed across his mind. Feeling the time, Chen Chuan got up and returned to the Nine Snake Village. The Nine Snake Village is located on the top of the highest mountain on the Nine Snake Island. The location is unique. It's very good. And now, less than half a minute later, Chen Chuan returned to the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the Nine Snake Village. Walked towards the direction of the Queen's bedroom. Along the way, the female warriors on the island saw Chen Chuan. They all showed a trace of curious observation. Is that the man that Lady Snake brought back? So handsome. Didn't he say he was wearing purple clothes? How did he change into red armor? Why do I feel like he's changed? Even his hair has changed. It's not right. I just saw him at Lady Snake's place last night. How come? Hey, I heard that this man is famous in the outside world. But what about the 4 emperors? What? Is it true? Tell me quickly. Feeling the discussions of many female warriors along the way, Chen Chuan shook his head, and then his mind moved. He disappeared directly on the spot. Where is that man? He was just here. Chen Chuan just came back outside the Empress's bedroom. He saw the Empress on the side running towards him with a happy face. With her eyes full of hearts, she held Chen Chuan's arm intimately. She quickly handed the latest report on the side to Chen Chuan. Dear look, this is the latest report on the war on the top. Almost all of it is about you. Do you know what people call you outside now? They all call you the new emperor. The top emperor among assassins. The Empress spoke repeatedly, happy for Chen Chuan from the bottom of her heart. Chen Chuan's fame is known all over the world. As Chen Chuan's woman, the Empress is naturally proud. After all, no little girl would want her man to be a world-famous top strongman. After taking the newspaper from the Empress, Chen Chuan quickly glanced at the content above. Nodding lightly. The new emperor ascends the throne, the fifth emperor on the sea? Not bad. All these reports were within Chen Chuan's expectations. Several major incidents that shocked the world were triggered in succession. Plus, he had previously killed the celestial dragons and defeated the admiral of the navy. All these added up. It would be strange if he did not increase the bounty and became one of the 4 emperors. Put down the newspaper in his hand. At this time, the Empress opened her red lips. Another important news to Chen Chuan. That is, the former world's #1 swordsman, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Hawkeye my hawk, came to the daughter island. And he also told the purpose of his trip. That is, to join Chen Chuan's army. Hawkeye he is here. Hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. A hint of joy appeared on his face. Although he had invited Hawkeye during the war at the top, it was just a verbal discussion. The other party did not give a specific answer, but just said to consider it. Therefore, when Chen Chuan learned that Hawkeye was coming, willing to join his team, he was naturally very happy. After all, Hawkeye's strength is there. The world's #1 swordsman. The combat power is not lower than that of the Admiral of the Navy. His joining is definitely a huge help for Chen Chuan. Chen Chuan's face was happy. Just when Chen Chuan was about to go to the other side of the island to meet Hawkeye, he saw that the Empress had a deep face. Then he said again, this time, not only Hawkeye came, but another person also came here. Who? Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Doflamingo. In addition, he claimed, to represent the position of the celestial dragons. Chapter 95. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Marineford, which had just experienced the Battle of Marineford, has now become a ruin. The huge naval headquarters was also blown to pieces. The post-war casualties statistics and facility reconstruction are also being carried out non-stop. Town center. In a relatively intact attic. Some senior generals and commanders of the naval headquarters are sitting together, carrying out post-war statistics and future plans. Marshal Zhang Guo, who is covered in bandages. At this moment, he is sitting at the top with a serious face. Next to him, sitting there were the Navy hero, Garp, former Navy Admiral Zephyr, and the Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru. And the Admirals Kizaru and Borsellino, who were leaning on a chair with a lazy look on their faces. Then he looked down. There were some Navy Vice Admirals with bandages all over their bodies. He glanced at the people below indifferently. At this time, one of the middle-aged men with bandages on his body. He slowly stood up with a report in his hand. With a very heavy voice, he reported to the warring states above. Report to the Marshal, the casualties of our army in this war on the top have been settled overnight. It has been fully investigated. Speak. Warring State's face was gloomy. Yes. The casualties of our army in the war on the top are as follows. First of all, Admiral Aokiji was seriously injured and his left leg was broken. He is still being rescued. Admiral Akainu has consumed too much energy and is still in a coma. In addition, all the vice admirals of the giant have been killed. The rest of the vice admirals, including Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider, Vice Admiral Dalmazia, etc. also died heroically in the war on the top. The middle-aged man who announced the statistics. When he said this, his face turned extremely ugly. The war on the top. Almost half of the backbone of their Navy headquarters was lost. Even some of the remaining vice admirals, such as Flying Squirrel, Stoloberry, etc., were also seriously injured. I am afraid that they will not be able to recover in a short time. It can be said that after this war on the top, their navy directly lost half of its combat effectiveness. Go on. Marshal Zhang Guo, who was sitting in the upper seat, after hearing the report from the middle-aged man, although he tried his best to control himself, his tightly locked brows and slightly pursed lips still exposed his true thoughts. Zhang Guo slowly closed his eyes. Continue to listen to the report from the middle-aged man. In addition, in this war, our army has 36,511 dead, 18,537 missing, and more than 10,000 seriously injured. In addition, our naval headquarters has been completely destroyed, 36 warships damaged, and artillery destroyed. Okay, just report the casualties clearly. The rest is not important. Zhang Guo suddenly spoke up, interrupting the middle-aged man. In the war, the loss of talent is the most important. What's more, these fallen sailors are elite sailors mobilized from all over the world. Losing so many elite talents at one time. As a naval marshal, how can Zhang Guo not feel heartbroken? Strategic materials can be remade, but people can't. After the people below finished the report, Zhang Guo frowned, and after a long time, a trace of regret and sigh appeared on his face. Our army suffered heavy losses in this war. Notify the people below, after verifying the list, send a death notice letter to the family members. At the same time, compensation and pension. In addition, those missing people must also be searched and rescued with all their strength, and absolutely no opportunity can be missed. After issuing several orders in succession, Zhang Guo slumped heavily in his chair. There were so many changes in the war on the top, resulting in a large number of casualties among the Navy personnel. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, naturally, he should bear the main responsibility. This time, not only did their Navy fail to execute Roger's bloodline Fire Fist Ace, even the dying Whitebeard was not spared. And they lost many naval elites. Their navy was defeated. Zhang Guo frowned in thought. At this time, the generals below, when they heard that their navy suffered such heavy losses, even some of the backbone forces, the lieutenant generals of the headquarters also died heroically. Thinking of this, one of them was a middle-aged man wearing a metal cap and a thick bandage on his neck. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he stood up and spoke. Marshal, we have suffered such a serious loss. Are we going to let those evil pirates go? Just let them return to the New World and continue to do evil. If that's the case, then wouldn't the deaths of these lost brothers be meaningless? Marshal, I suggest taking advantage of Whitebeard's serious injury. Led by Admiral Zifa and Vice Admiral Garp, lead us directly to the New World and rush to Whitebeard's territory. Catch the entire Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop. Revenge for our dead brothers. A middle-aged man wearing a metal hat and a bandage around his neck. His name is Gyuskjo. He is also a Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters and has a good relationship with Doberman who died in the battle. He is under Admiral Akainu. He is a true fighter. At this moment, driven by Gyuskjo's words, several other senior generals, they all stood up and responded to Gyuskjo's point of view. Marshal, please give the order. Let the brothers go to the New World, encircle and suppress the Whitebeard pirates, and take the heads of Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. Marshal, please avenge the lost Navy brothers. Marshal, please give the order. One after another, impassioned calls for battle resounded in this small attic. In their opinion, as a navy, they were severely hit by a group of pirates, and even the headquarters was destroyed, and lost so many brothers. On the other hand, the pirates can almost be regarded as a great victory. This is unacceptable to them. They all threatened to lead the team to the New World to encircle and suppress the Whitebeard pirates. The impassioned and noisy calls for battle resounded in the ears of Sengoku. After raising his palm to stop everyone from talking, Zhang Guo glanced at Garp, who was not far away and had a livid face. Zhang Guo couldn't help but spit out bitter water in his heart. These guys, one or two of them really have no vision at all. Putting aside the fact that their navy had just suffered such a heavy blow. Let Garp lead the team to the New World to encircle Ace? And take the head of Fire Fist Ace? Isn't this nonsense? What if Garp is in a bad mood during the journey, and gets angry? Directly take off the navy skin on his body. At that time, you, the Navy Vice Admirals who actively asked for the battle. Can you come back safely? It's still an unknown. Sighed faintly, saying that you need to reorganize after the war. After everyone withdrew. Glancing at Garp, who had a calm face. Zhang Guo sighed heavily. Then, he picked up the Den Mushi on the table and dialed a number. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Gosa. Navy Supreme Command Room. An old man with straight white hair, bulging muscles, and a particularly strong figure. Sitting on a chair, correcting the documents in his hand. At this time, bulu bulu bulu. The Den Mushi on the table suddenly jumped up. The old man raised his eyebrows. Picked up the Den Mushi and said in a deep voice, Moshi Moshi, this is Steel Bone Kong. Chapter 96. On the other side, Daughter Island, the other side of the island. Chen Chuan, led by the queen and a group of Amazon female warriors, soon came here from the Nine Snake Village. On a pirate ship on the coast of the island. As soon as Chen Chuan arrived, Rayleigh, Barrett, Lao Shat and others who had been waiting early on the side came out to greet him. However, what surprised them was that today, Chen Chuan actually changed his outfit for the first time. No longer the previous purple and black shirt. Instead, he changed into a red battle armor, and even his hair seemed to have changed a lot. Boss, why do I feel like you've become a different person? Lao Shat, who was wearing a black robe, and Crocodile, who was standing beside him, raised his eyebrows and said. The first time he met Chen Chuan, including Chen Chuan who was killing people in the war at the top. The feeling he gave him was cold and arrogant. He rarely spoke, more like a sharp sword that wrapped the cold light in his body and could be released at any time. But now, when he saw Chen Chuan at a glance, the feeling brought by him, it made Lao Sha's heart tremble. No longer restrained and sharp, but more like outward domineering. Coupled with Chen Chuan's contemptuous look, it seemed that nothing in the world was taken seriously by him. The whole person released an extremely domineering aura. Can a person really change so much in just one night? Boss, what exactly did he experience? Crocodile whispered softly. Hearing Lao Sha's words, Chen Chuan did not answer him. Just revealing a mysterious smile. Seeing this, Pluto Rayleigh on the side. On the old and cold face, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. In terms of eyesight, Rayleigh, who has lived for decades, naturally sees farther than Lao Shat and others. Everyone has his own secrets. Chen Chuan is even more so. They only need to know that Chen Chuan's strength has become stronger. That's enough. They don't need to ask about the rest. Quietly passing through the crowd, soon. Chen Chuan was near the coast, near the parked pirate ship. Found the man with eyes as sharp as an eagle. Hawkeye my hawk. At this moment, he was sitting cross-legged on his exclusive rowing boat. A calm face. After seeing Chen Chuan's figure, Hawkeye slowly stood up. The figure jumped down and jumped directly in front of Chen Chuan. Feeling the domineering aura of Chen Chuan, Hawkeye raised his eyebrows. Why did he feel that Chen Chuan's strength had become stronger again? Monster. This guy is simply a monster. His mind moved. Hawkeye sighed in his heart, and then strode forward. Came to Chen Chuan and whispered to him. During the war on the top, I said I would give you an answer. Now, I'm here. Hawkeye's expression was cold and he spoke lightly. In the war on the top, he was defeated by Chen Chuan. Even the title of the world's #1 swordsman was taken away by him. As proud as Hawkeye is, he will not give up. So he promised Chen Chuan that he would give him an answer after the war. In fact, it was just to observe. Can Chen Chuan get out of the predicament in such a powerful formation of the navy? And Chen Chuan's performance was really beyond his expectations. He crushed the admiral with his absolute strength. He can even fight against the navy hero Garp. He is evenly matched with him. His subsequent actions can be said to be unique. He completely shocked the world. And this is why Hawkeye came to join Chen Chuan's organization. He saw it with his own eyes. How far can the man in front of him go? He wants to follow Chen Chuan's footsteps and defeat him. Feeling the fierce fighting spirit in Hawkeye's eyes, Chen Chuan couldn't help but laugh. Why do you feel that these people he has worked so hard to recruit are all traitors? Barrett joined in order to defeat himself, and now Hawkeye is the same. Only Lao Sha was suppressed by him with force. But, looking at his appearance now, it seems that he joined in order to follow something. This is the thought. Chen Chuan was even more speechless. After thinking for a moment, Chen Chuan raised a curve at the corner of his mouth and said to. He stretched out his hand to Hawkeye in front of him. Welcome to join. In addition, I welcome your challenge at any time. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye on the opposite side also stretched out his right hand directly. He shook it tightly with Chen Chuan. With Hawkeye joining, Chen Chuan's forces have expanded again. And at this moment, an extremely rampant and weird laugh suddenly emerged from the pirate ship not far away. I didn't expect that Hawkeye, who has a lonely and arrogant personality, would join others. It really surprised me. Dressed in a red flamingo and wearing moccasins, Doflamingo, wearing red sunglasses, slowly walked out from the deck. Facing Chen Chuan and others, he laughed wildly. Believe it or not, I can sink you into the sea right now. Glancing at Doflamingo, Chen Chuan said in a flat voice. Although Doflamingo's ambition and strategy are very strong, he can be regarded as a hero. But his strength is not enough in front of Chen Chuan. He can kill him in seconds. And now, it's not just Chen Chuan. There are so many top masters standing here. Chen Chuan can't figure out how this guy dares to be so arrogant. Hearing this, after hearing what Chen Chuan said, Doflamingo smiled. He jumped on the sail. He looked at Chen Chuan cautiously. What a crazy guy. Chen Chuan, the new emperor of the sea, I came here with some advice from the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons are willing to make concessions. We will no longer hold you responsible for killing Charlos, and now we want to recruit you to be their CP leader. All the people behind you can join us. In the future, you will have the same power as the celestial dragons. What do you think? Doflamingo's words. Everyone was shocked. Is the other party bowing to Chen Chuan? When did the arrogant celestial dragons choose to bow? This was beyond everyone's expectations. Not only did the other party not hold Chen Chuan responsible for killing the celestial dragons, but they also gave him the same power as the celestial dragons. No matter how you look at it, it's unlikely. Chen Chuan, be careful of a trap. Rayleigh on the side reminded softly. Chen Chuan remained silent. The pirate queen on the side also stared at Chen Chuan's back with her beautiful eyes. She wanted to know his next response. However, the next second, Chen Chuan's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, Chen Chuan actually came directly behind Doflamingo. He grabbed Doflamingo's neck with one hand and lifted him up. Chen Chuan's eyes were cold, containing a strong murderous intent. Next time, use your brain when talking to me. Chapter 97. The two of them were so close that they had to fight. Next time you talk to me, remember to use your brain. Chen Chuan pinched Doflamingo's neck and exerted a little force. Under the terrifying force, Doflamingo's face turned blue. With both hands struggling, Mingo wanted to throw out the silk thread to resist. But Chen Chuan restrained his arm with his backhand. Then he threw it heavily and smashed it directly to the ground. There was a loud bang. A deep pit was smashed out of the ground. Looking at Doflamingo lying in the deep pit, Chen Chuan's heart flashed a trace of disdain. This guy actually represents the will of the celestial dragons. To persuade me to join the world government? Ridiculous. Chen Chuan has no interest in the boring rights of the celestial dragons. A bunch of ugly stupid pigs. Now he has only one goal. That is to bring down those damn bastard celestial dragons. The world is under the control of those guys. Chaos. Facing those celestial dragons, even if he stands on the side of the Empress, Chen Chuan will kill them one by one. The Empress behind him, after seeing Chen Chuan knock Minga away, directly rejected his invitation. A smile flashed across her pretty face. Looking at Chen Chuan's figure, in her beautiful eyes, a different light quietly appeared. Equal rights with the celestial dragons. The world government wants to win over Chen Chuan. Even offered such an attractive reward. It is simply a disguised way to let Chen Chuan join the celestial dragons and become a member of the world's aristocracy. Such a reward, I believe many people can't refuse it. Although in the world of pirates, everyone hates those ugly celestial dragons. But if you are given a chance to become a celestial dragon, who would refuse it? Looking down from a high position, Doflamingo, who was coughing constantly in the deep pit. A trace of confusion flashed across Chen Chuan's face. A guy like you would choose to become a running dog of the celestial dragons. For Doflamingo, his true identity is a celestial dragon. Chen Chuan naturally knows it. But Chen Chuan remembered. When Doflamingo killed his father with his own hands. When he returned to Marijoa with his father's head, trying to restore his identity as a celestial dragon. But he was rejected and humiliated by those celestial dragons. The young Minga once vowed to destroy the world controlled by the celestial dragons with his own hands. But now, cough, cough. Minga, who fell to the ground, coughed violently a few times. Looking at the people who surrounded him. And Chen Chuan, who was looking down at him from above in the air. Minga couldn't help but spit out some bitterness in his heart. What a crazy guy. Is it too early to do it now? Doflamingo stood up and said to Chen Chuan. Hearing this, a trace of confusion flashed across Chen Chuan's face. Become a running dog of the celestial dragons? Don't underestimate my ambition. My goal is just to mess up this world. As for the celestial dragons and the world government, maybe I used to be eager for it. But now, I want to see with my own eyes what the future world will look like. Doflamingo actually stood up after saying this. Walking with an extremely arrogant pace. He came directly to Chen Chuan. Then he lowered his proud head. Let me see the transformation of this world together. Doflamingo, with an evil smile on his face. With a hint of madness, he said to Chen Chuan in a deep voice. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. This guy actually wants to join me. He murmured in his heart. Doflamingo's tricky operation also made Chen Chuan unable to do it. He represented the will of the celestial dragons of the world government a second ago. He invited Chen Chuan to join the world government. Now his attitude has changed, and he actually wants to choose to join Chen Chuan's army. This change is too fast. As if he felt the doubts in Chen Chuan's heart. Doflamingo's mouth corners raised a little arc. I made up what I told you about the world government. If you kill the celestial dragons, the world government will not let you go so easily. I said that just to verify your true opinion of the celestial dragons. After all, there are not many people in this world who can make me, Doflamingo, surrender. Doflamingo's words. Let Chen Chuan react. It turns out that this guy is a fool. He actually came up with this method to trap Chen Chuan. But what surprised Doflamingo was that Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all. He directly rejected his proposal. Become a celestial dragon and have equal rights with him. This kind of temptation is not something that everyone can bear. And now, after sorting out everything, Chen Chuan looked at Doflamingo in front of him. A trace of indifference flashed across his face. He said coldly, "Are you so sure that I will accept you? You must know. With Chen Chuan's current influence and the super combat power he showed in the war at the top. When he comes to the new world. At that time, there will be no telling how many powerful top pirates will want to join Chen Chuan's army. Is Doflamingo so confident? Hearing this, Doflamingo on the opposite side flashed a faint smile on his face. You will definitely agree with me, because under my command, there is the largest underground information network in the New World, and control of a variety of black industries. Most importantly, I have received the latest news. Someone among the 4 emperors has begun to notice you. I believe that it will be called on you soon. Doflamingo's continuous words echoed in everyone's ears. Hearing the other party's words, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy seemed to understand his needs before coming. Know what he lacks most now. Chen Chuan wants to enter the New World. Gain a foothold in the New World. In addition to strong strength, necessary information and intelligence are also extremely important. The entire New World is undercurrent. Various changes are happening every day, especially the 4 emperors entrenched in one side. It is even more necessary to pay close attention at all times. And these are what Chen Chuan lacks at present. He pondered for a moment. Looking at Chen Chuan waved his hand indifferently at Doflamingo, who looked arrogant in front of him. He agreed to his request. Although he could establish his own intelligence organization in the New World, Chen Chuan would take a lot of time. Now, there was a ready-made one in front of him. Chen Chuan would rather take it. Besides, Doflamingo's strength was not bad. In addition, he had been in the New World for so many years. It was enough to create favorable conditions for his coming. After a while, Doflamingo officially joined Chen Chuan's team. Since then, Chen Chuan's subordinates. With one more member, the team has grown a bit. Chapter 98. The newcomer, the younger brother, is also a newcomer. On the other side, with the joining of Doflamingo, Chen Chuan's forces have become increasingly powerful, enough to dominate the New World. With his current members, even if you look at the New World, it is a powerful force that can sweep everything. The right arm of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh. The descendant of the Devil, Douglas Barrett. The former world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. One of the former 7 warlords of the sea, Old Sand, Crocodile, and Sky Yasha, Don Quixote Doflamingo. And the world's #1 beauty standing next to Chen Chuan, Boa Hancock. Any one of these people. In the New World. They are all powerful enough to stir up a storm. But now, they are gathered together. They jointly choose to join Chen Chuan's army and support Chen Chuan as the king. Looking at the endless vast sea in front of him, Chen Chuan walked to the coast calmly. After estimating the distance and size, Chen Chuan silently thought in his heart, the next second. A super luxurious battleship that is nearly a kilometer long and 100 meters high, made of platinum metal. It appeared in front of everyone. Huh? This is a battleship. Did you make it? Boss, such a big battleship, how did you turn it into it in a flash? Such a battleship is more luxurious than any I have ever seen before. Even my buggy is not 1/10 of it. The huge battleship suddenly appeared on the coast. While causing waves to surge, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. It was not because of the battleship itself, but because Chen Chuan's move of changing the ship out of thin air attracted everyone's curiosity. Obviously, Chen Chuan hidden strange means that they could not imagine. And now, he ignored everyone's size. The corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Under the leadership of Chen Chuan, everyone stepped onto Chen Chuan's SSS-class battleship. On the other side, on an island somewhere in the New World, the 2 pirate forces took out their weapons one after another. Just when they were about to fight a bloody battle, the next second, accompanied by a loud bang, it exploded. A man with bulging muscles, extremely strong and tall, and horns on his head, fell from the sky and landed directly on this island. The huge explosion resounded through the sky, bringing up layers of thick smoke, blocking everyone's vision. Wait for the smoke to dissipate. The 2 pirates below could see the face of the person in front of them. That guy is. One of them narrowed his eyes. Alas, I failed again. It seems that even a fall from a height of 10,000 meters can't kill me. The tall and strong man in the center of the deep pit. He twisted his neck and made a crackling sound. There was a trace of regret in his words. Since I can't die from the fall, let's have some fun. The strong figure suddenly spoke. At this time, the two forces that were stunned by the sudden arrival of the man. At this moment, they finally recognized the identity of the visitor. The pupils of his eyes suddenly widened and contracted violently. Even the palms holding the weapons were shaking unconsciously. 4 emperors. Kaido. The leading pirate leader lost his voice. They were just some pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million. How could they have seen such a strong man? However, as soon as he finished speaking, he regretted it. Just because the 4 emperors Kaido in front of him gradually shifted his gaze to him. Kaido held a mace in his hand, his eyes glowing red. He walked slowly towards the man. Seeing this, the leading man was horrified. He murmured. Shouldn't the 4 emperors Kaido of the New World stay on his ghost island? How could he appear at the border of the New World? Before the man finished speaking, a dark iron rod was swung towards his face. After a moment, the 2 pirate forces that were fighting fiercely before now only had the last person left. After pinching the last pirate to death, Kaido's face showed a look of satisfaction. He picked up a latest report that was scattered in the battle from the ground. Looking at the cold man on the newspaper. Kaido is extremely. A hint of smile appeared on the fierce face with bloodstains of the enemy. In his eyes, a strong fighting spirit flashed. New Emperor? The strongest person under Whitebeard. Chen Chuan. I, Kaido, am here. Let me see if you are qualified enough. The grim words fell lightly. The next second, accompanied by a deafening roar of dragon roar, Kaido's body suddenly expanded, and then turned into a 1,000-meter-long eastern blue dragon. The dragon roared and soared up. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the clouds and swayed towards the sky farther away. On the other side, in the sea area of Whitebeard's territory in the New World. On a huge pirate ship. One of the rooms. While surrounded by many pirates, there were also many people carrying medical boxes from time to time. The doctor wearing a mask kept running back and forth in the room. Quick! Quick! Make sure to suppress Dad's injury. Stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. Dad has vomited a lot of blood again. Blood transfusion, blood transfusion. Damn it, Dad's condition is getting worse. Dad! The voices kept ringing. Everyone was anxiously surrounding Whitebeard, busy. Obviously, these people were all trying to rescue the seriously injured Whitebeard. And the many doctors brought from the pirate group under his command. At this moment, everyone worked together. Just to save Whitebeard's life from the god of death. The strongest man in the world at this moment, the 4 emperors Whitebeard. His body was full of trachea and bandages. While lying on the bed and constantly transfusing blood, Whitebeard's vital signs had dropped to the extreme. If not for careful feeling, I'm afraid it's hard to detect Whitebeard's breath. Things are much more serious than they thought. Before the Battle of Marineford, Whitebeard needed to be on 4 drips and take medicine to prolong his life. During the Battle of Marineford, not only did his old injuries and chronic diseases for many years break out, while consuming a lot of physical strength, he also fought with many strong men such as Akainu, Sengoku, and Zephyr. He suffered many more injuries. His injuries worsened, just a few hours ago. Everyone was on the way back. Whitebeard's old injuries broke out. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, and the whole person fell to the ground. His breath dropped sharply. At this moment, Whitebeard seemed to be exhausted and dying. At the same time, outside the room, Ace and a group of captains and cotters also anxiously wandered back and forth at the door of the room. They also looked inside from time to time, anxiously worried about Whitebeard's condition. At this time, Marco, the captain of the first squadron and the ship's doctor, walked out of Whitebeard's room. Seeing Marco, Ace and others hurried forward to ask. Marco, what happened to Dad? Ace asked hurriedly. Dad is in a very bad condition. I'm afraid he won't make it tonight. With a gloomy face and a hint of sadness, Marco gritted his teeth. As the ship's doctor, at this moment, he couldn't save his closest people. Marco's mood was extremely uncomfortable and complicated. Hearing this, Ace was stunned. He knelt down on the deck helplessly. His hands were shaking violently, and Ace held his head tightly with a guilty look. He kept apologizing. "I'm sorry, Marco, it's all my willfulness that hurt Dad, Jaws." Ace looked painful and fell into deep self-blame. Seeing this, Marco sighed slightly. Came to Ace's side. Patted Ace's shoulder gently. Said in a deep voice, "Ace, don't blame yourself. If possible, Dad doesn't want to see you like this. Now all we can do is pray that Dad can survive." Marco stared at the sea in the distance, his face mourning. At this time, inside the room, a man dressed as a doctor suddenly rushed out the door. Shouted loudly, "Marco, Ace! Dad is awake and wants to see you." Chapter 99. The next morning, a piece of explosive news quickly spread throughout the pirate world. The newspaper spread quickly all over the world through the seagulls under Morgans. When people on various islands picked up the latest newspapers on the ground, they waited for them to see the contents clearly. Everyone's eyes froze. This, unexpectedly. On the other side, Chen Chuan and his party, who had explored all areas of the SSS-class battleship, returned to the daughter island after a night. At the same time, the latest newspapers in the world scattered on the ground also attracted everyone's attention. After picking up a newspaper and glancing at the contents on it, Chen Chuan's brows furrowed suddenly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Because there was a piece of heavy news on the newspaper. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors. Edward Newgate was seriously injured due to the outbreak of his old illness in the war on the top. After a day and a night of full rescue, he died of his injuries. Not only that, before his death, Whitebeard also issued the last captain's order to the Whitebeard pirates. That is, after his death, the captain of the 2nd Division, Fire Fist Ace, became the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates. The vice-captain and ship doctor, Phoenix Marco, assist him to manage the Whitebeard pirates together. As soon as this news came out, it shocked everyone around Chen Chuan again. "Whitebeard, he is dead." Crocodile was full of disbelief. Doflamingo on the side. After hearing the news, a strange tone appeared on his usually arrogant face. "Will that terrible old monster die? It's really rare." Barrett also said in a deep voice. "Give the entire Whitebeard pirates to Roger's bloodline. That guy is really generous to his old rival. Hand over the Whitebeard pirates to Fire Fist Ace." Whitebeard's move is to make way for Fire Fist Ace. It seems that he wants to make Fire Fist Ace the king. Hawkeye was silent about this and did not speak. Rayleigh beside him frowned when he heard this. Randomly came to Chen Chuan slowly and asked, "Is the news accurate?" After hearing this, he carefully scanned the contents of the newspaper. Chen Chuan took a deep breath and nodded lightly. In the newspaper, there were clear photos of the Whitebeard pirates' captains and cotters paying their respects. Marco, Ace, Vista, and others were all in tears, kneeling on the deck together. It seemed that they were kneeling down to a room on the ship. And Whitebeard's body was probably there. As for the news that Fire Fist Ace became the new Whitebeard pirates' captain, it was announced to the outside world by Marco himself. Put the newspaper together. Chen Chuan's face, a trace of emotion flashed across his face. "I didn't expect that after surviving the war at the top, Whitebeard would suffer from an old illness and die. It's not easy to get these photos. Morgan's paparazzi photography skills have reached the pinnacle. He deserves to be called the king of news." On the other side, after hearing what Chen Chuan said, Rayleigh took the newspaper from Chen Chuan. After reading the content clearly, although he was reluctant to believe it, he couldn't help but sigh heavily in the end. A trace of sadness appeared on his face. "Have a good journey, Whitebeard." As great pirates of the same era, they were also old rivals decades ago. Seeing his old friend leave, Rayleigh couldn't help but feel a little sad. And now, with the death of the 4 emperors Whitebeard, the entire new world will be disrupted again. The situation will become turbulent again. As the most powerful Whitebeard pirates among the 4 emperors, after losing Whitebeard's protection, the other 3-4 emperors, leaving aside Red Hair Shanks, the other 2, 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom will also covet Whitebeard's territory. While the younger generation has not grown up yet, they will definitely devour Whitebeard's territory. A big war will break out between the two sides. Boss. The old man Whitebeard is dead, and the new world will be in complete chaos soon. Isn't it the best time for us to enter the new world now? Seeing Chen Chuan thinking silently. At this time, Doflamingo on the side stepped forward and proposed. With their current strength, as long as they pour into the new world, they will surely cause a shock. Heroes emerge in troubled times. Now is definitely the best time. After hearing this, after a brief thought, Chen Chuan also nodded, and finally agreed with Doflamingo's suggestion. After all, his goal is to change this chaotic world, overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons. And now, in order to achieve this goal, the first step is to enter the new world. Reorganize those 4 emperors and pirates who have been entrenched for a long time. Waving to everyone and determining the next goal, Chen Chuan asked everyone to get ready. Then he asked Rayleigh and his party to come to their SSS-class battleship first and wait. He was going to bid the last farewell to the Empress. As the ruler of Nine Snake Island, the Emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, the people on the island still need the protection of the Empress. If the Empress follows Chen Chuan into the new world, with the power of Sandasonia and Maragorod, it is difficult to guarantee the safety of the daughter island. In this world where pirates are rampant, if there is no absolute power to protect it, an island full of women, the end is imaginable. And now, after Rayleigh and others boarded the warship, there were no extra words. Chen Chuan took a step forward, took the Empress's hand and took her body into his arms. On his face full of domineering aura, a rare touch of tenderness was revealed. Chen Chuan lowered his head slightly, and whispered in the Empress' ear. Don't worry, I will be back soon. When I reign in the new world, it will be the day for you and me to get married. Hearing this, the Empress was startled. A deep blush appeared on her pretty face. She hummed softly. Then she nodded very obediently. As Chen Chuan turned and left, the Empress stared at Chen Chuan's departing back, although her beautiful eyes were full of reluctance. But she still didn't say much. She just stood there quietly, watching. As Chen Chuan boarded the ship, the warship started. After waving to the Empress and others and saying their final goodbyes, Chen Chuan then took Rayleigh, Barrett, Crocodile and others marched towards the new world. At the same time, on the other side, in Marineford, the Navy headquarters, the news of the death of the 4 emperors Whitebeard also reached the Navy headquarters. When the news came, there was laughter and celebration in the Navy headquarters. In the war at the top, when Whitebeard was dying, he was rescued by Red Hair Shanks. It was enough to make them angry. And now, after learning that Whitebeard died of serious injuries, for their navy, this is definitely the best news. On the other side, in a rebuilt office, Sengoku and Garp looked at the report on Whitebeard's death on the table. They couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. A legendary pirate as strong as Whitebeard. In the end, he died of serious injuries due to the outbreak of old injuries. Ending his legendary life in this way is inevitably a pity. Chapter 100. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Chen Chuan and his party were advancing rapidly in the Calm Belt. Although they were located in the Calm Belt, with the power of Chen Chuan's SSS-class battleship, all difficulties will be solved. With the rapid power of the super battleship, Chen Chuan and others quickly crossed the Calm Belt and arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. There are only 2 ways to enter the New World. One is to go directly from the Red Earth continent, the Holy Land of Mary Joa. Get the permission of the world government and abandon the ship to pass. But it is obvious that Chen Chuan does not intend to go to war with the world government completely now. So, there is only another way in front of him. Come to the Sabayati archipelago and dive to 10,000 meters below, passing by Fishman Island, and successfully reaching the New World. And now, looking at the soap bubble island formed by countless big trees in front of them, Chen Chuan and Rayleigh couldn't help but recall a little. Finally back again. Whispered softly. After a brief gaze, Chen Chuan did not choose to stay too long. They still have to continue to move towards the new world. And just when Chen Chuan's mind moved, he was about to control the warship to dive. A huge figure fell from the sky. But suddenly, it landed on the Sabayati archipelago. A violent roar suddenly sounded, and the dust splashed all over blocked everyone's vision. Seeing this, Chen Chuan on the warship narrowed his eyes slightly. While taking a closer look, Rayleigh and others beside him also murmured, "It seems that some incredible guy has come to our door." When the smoke cleared, a tall man with horns on his head, explosive muscles all over his body. A fierce man holding a huge black mace appeared in front of everyone. The man who came was the strongest creature in the world. The Four Emperors Kaido. "Finally! I found you, Chen Chuan." A trace of boiling fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and Kaido stared at the distance. Chen Chuan stood proudly on the deck of the battleship. He aimed the mace at him, and a strong and domineering aura burst out from his body. "Kaido, isn't he in the new world? How come he's here?" From what he said, it seems he's waiting for the boss here. Is it a challenge from the Four Emperors? I wonder if Chen Chuan can handle it. Seeing Kaido's figure, everyone was inevitably surprised. Doflamingo on the battleship, after seeing Kaido's figure, his mouth corners raised. His face showed a hint of excitement. Is he here so soon? A battle between two emperors. It's really interesting. At the same time, the Four Emperors Kaido descended on the Sabayati archipelago, causing a huge commotion. Naturally, it also attracted the attention of many people on the Sabayati archipelago. When they saw the Four Emperors Kaido holding a mace and a ferocious face, everyone's eyes were suddenly shocked. In the intense panic, some of the small pirates who were close to them even had their legs weakened. They collapsed on the spot. Kaido. He's here. It's over, we're dead now. The Four Emperors of the New World, the strongest creatures in the world, a man who can even destroy an island with one stick. Everyone was horrified and cried out in shock. There was no way, the name of the Four Emperors Kaido was too scary. He had failed to commit suicide many times and was known as the strongest creature in the world. Even the navy couldn't do anything about him. How strong is Kaido? No one knows. And now, with the news that the Four Emperors Kaido came to the Sabayati archipelago, it was quickly conveyed to the entire island. The stationed navy on the island. After hearing the news, Vice Admiral Carls of the branch rolled his eyes. He was almost scared to death. First, the evildoers who killed the celestial dragons, and now the Four Emperors. What on earth happened on this island? He complained repeatedly in his heart. Carls quickly took out the Den Mushi and asked his superiors for support. On the other side, looking at Kaido who suddenly appeared in front of him with a face full of fighting spirit, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. A little interest surged in his heart. Four Emperors. This was his first time fighting. Although he had fought against the three admirals of the navy, he was facing the real Four Emperors of the New World. Chen Chuan indeed fought with him for the first time. He glanced at Kaido holding a black stick. He looked at a group of ordinary residents who had been frightened and fell to the ground on the Sabayati archipelago. If we fight here, I'm afraid this island will be affected. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Chen Chuan stared at Kaido and said lightly, "If you want to fight, come on." As soon as the voice fell, Chen Chuan touched the deck with his toes. Then, he floated in the air. He kept stepping towards the distance. Seeing this scene, Kaido's eyes turned cold. He shouted loudly, "Where are you going?" Accompanied by a dragon roar, Kaido turned his body directly into a 1,000-meter-long Eastern Azure Dragon. He soared up and chased Chen Chuan in the distance. He saw the figures of the two people leaving quickly. Rayleigh and his companions on the battleship also hurriedly controlled the battleship to chase after the two men. After a short time, Chen Chuan kept walking sideways in the air, stepping tens of thousands of meters. Standing high under the forest, he soon found an abandoned island. With a thought, Chen Chuan's body fell lightly. And the next second after Chen Chuan fell, a loud explosion suddenly sounded behind him, and Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, also chased after him. Landing on the ground, Kaido stared in front of him. Chen Chuan, with a calm face, laughed. Whitebeard, the old ghost, is dead. Now I am the man closest to the Pirate King. As for you, you are just a fledgling kid. Now let me see if you, a kid, are qualified to become the 5th emperor. The words kept falling. After learning the news of Whitebeard's death, Kaido was shocked. For so many years, that guy has always been the man he fears the most. He is the biggest obstacle to his advancement into One Piece. And now, with his death, the remaining Whitebeard pirates are leaderless and have no power to resist. Kaido is one step closer to achieving his goal. How can he not be excited? Waves of powerful aura kept surging from Kaido's body. The momentum was so great that even the surrounding waves burst and rose out of thin air. With a thought, dark armed color auras shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, they covered Kaido's body and the mace in his hand. His already hard body was like a mobile fortress at this moment. Without waiting for Chen Chuan to respond, Kaido held the mace in his hand and stomped his foot on the ground. As the earth shattered, under the huge force, even a deep footprint was left on the ground. Assisted by the reverse thrust, Kaido's tall figure burst out with a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body. He rushed towards Chen Chuan at a rapid speed. The distance was just a blink of an eye, and it was gone in a flash. Kaido got close to Chen Chuan and hit him on the head. The terrifying force poured down, and even the air seemed unable to bear it. There were a series of shattering sounds. Feeling the terrifying breath coming directly at him, Chen Chuan's eyes turned cold. With a thought, he quickly formed a seal with his hands. In an instant, Chen Chuan's body teleported directly into the sky. Kaido's attack missed, and he slammed heavily onto the ground. In an instant, the earth shattered, and deep cracks appeared. The huge force shook the surrounding sea water to explode. Seeing that the attack failed, Kaido looked up. However, what greeted him was a pair of scarlet pupils with strange patterns like the god of death. Have you seen the power of God? Chapter 101. The cold and overbearing words came out of Chen Chuan's mouth. He looked down at Kaido from a high position. A ray of red light suddenly bloomed in Chen Chuan's strange red eyes. There seemed to be lines running in his pupils. The next second, the Mangekyo Sharinon, which was transformed after the fusion of Uchiha Madara's panel, quietly started. The aura around him began to be enriched and powerful. Chen Chuan's eyes turned cold and floated in the air. He quickly formed a seal with both hands and placed it in front of him. The chakra energy in the center of his lower abdomen surged crazily. Chen Chuan's cheeks bulged high. Fire escape! Great fire extinguishing! A cold shout sounded. In the blink of an eye, a huge stream of extremely hot flames suddenly burst out from Chen Chuan's mouth. The range was so large that Kaido's entire body was covered. The blazing flames, continuously burning in the air, bringing up bursts of white smoke. Seeing this scene, Kaido's face froze. He didn't expect that Chen Chuan could actually spit fire from his mouth. Looking at the huge flames falling from the sky, Kaido held the mace, bit his teeth, and swung it heavily at the flames. He raised his hand and greeted it. Boom! The moment the two attacks collided, in the air, a violent roar immediately broke out. The flames spread and continued to spread around. The hot breath burned all the animals and plants along the way. After taking Chen Chuan's fire escape attack, although Kaido's figure was a little embarrassed, with his abnormal defensive physique, he was not hurt at all. You are quite strong, kid. This is worth my effort to come to you. Kaido shook the huge mace in his hand and spoke in a deep voice. In the previous first fight, both of them were testing each other and did not use their full strength. And now, looking at Chen Chuan floating in the air not far away, Kaido's heart emerged with a great interest. Holding the mace with his right hand, he exerted a little force. A trace of boiling fighting spirit appeared on Kaido's face. The real battle has just begun. As soon as the words fell, at the moment when the flames dissipated, Kaido held the mace in his hand, and stepped on the ground with all his strength, rushing towards Chen Chuan again. Seeing Kaido attacking again, Chen Chuan's face suddenly turned cold. This guy has a really bad temper. He started fighting as soon as he disagreed with something. His face sank, and his mind moved. The magic knife Kinran hanging on Chen Chuan's waist made a clanging sound. With a whoosh, it came out of the sheath, floating beside Chen Chuan out of thin air. A burst of cold light burst out from his red eyes. Chen Chuan held the magic knife Kinran tightly, and rushed towards Kaido as well. The knife and the stick collided. There was a series of crisp metal collision sounds. A big battle was going on this abandoned island. On the other side, while the two were fighting, following closely behind, Rayleigh and his party also followed here in their warships. Looking at the smoke and dust not far in front of him, on the island with constant roars, Lao Shat on the side hurriedly said, "It should be there, Mr. Rayleigh." Nodding, Rayleigh drove the warship quickly. Soon, it was 1,000 meters away from the island. Observed the two people fighting fiercely on the island. Rumble, rumble. Bang. 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 Explosions and collisions sounded one after another. Rayleigh and others were in the distance, watching quietly. "Mr. Rayleigh, do you think the boss can defeat Kaido?" Crocodile asked hesitantly. After all, the opponent is the four emperors of the New World. He is also the man who is known as the strongest creature in the world. Although Chen Chuan is very powerful and can crush the Admiral of the Navy, but when facing such a strong enemy, Lao Sha still couldn't help but feel worried. Hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes narrowed slightly. "Don't worry, that kid has never let us down." While everyone was nervously paying attention, on the other side of the island, Morgans, the News King, heard a glimpse of the news. After searching for news all over the world, he also came to a location 1,000 meters away from the island. Observing carefully, there was a constant roar on the island. When Morgans saw the second battle on the island, after seeing the clear face of the person, Morgan's heart jumped. His face showed a trace of extreme excitement. "That guy is indeed the Four Emperors Kaido." "That's right. As for the other person, it seems to be the newly enthroned fifth emperor, Chen Chuan." Because Chen Chuan changed his armor and his hair grew a lot, Morgans didn't recognize Chen Chuan for a while. And now, after confirming the identities of the two, Morgan's face was full of excitement. "Great! The battle of the two emperors. No matter who wins or loses, tomorrow's headlines will be mine, Morgans. I, Morgans, am destined to be the king of news." Morgans laughed and took out a pen and paper to record. He even raised the camera in front of his chest and kept shooting. At the same time, on the island, the battle between Chen Chuan and Kaido continued. There was no fancy at all. Chen Chuan and Kaido, one with a knife and the other with a mace. Both of them looked fierce, and they were fighting each other. Every attack of the two could produce a violent movement. Even the ground under their feet, it seemed to be shaking constantly. Bang! After another extremely fierce blast, the figures of the two were both uneasy, and they all shot backwards. After stabilizing their bodies, while Kaido was panting, he looked at Chen Chuan who was standing proudly not far away. "Kid, your strength is very good, but if that's all, it's not enough." After countless fierce battles, Kaido had a first judgment on Chen Chuan's strength. The attack power is strong, and the speed is extremely fast. Coupled with the scorching flames and instantaneous techniques from time to time, it really brought Kaido a lot of trouble. Under the heavy attacks, Chen Chuan was not injured. Instead, even his shirt was shattered by the opponent's slash. A trace of sharpness flashed in his huge eyes. Holding a mace, Kaido said in a deep voice to Chen Chuan who was standing far away. "Just being strong is not enough. In this world, only domineering is above everything. Kid, watch this next move carefully." While talking non-stop, from Kaido's body, an extreme dark red spiritual energy suddenly emerged. The terrifying aura enveloped half of the island in an instant. Kaido suddenly raised his eyes, and blood suddenly appeared in his eyes. The next second, the sky was covered with thunder clouds. As the climate turned, dense and thick dark red lightning It fell down with a bang and landed accurately on the huge mace in Kaido's hand. In an instant, Kaido's aura all increased by 1 degree in an instant. Thunder, gossip. Chapter 102. The dark red overlord lightning energy entangled crazily. After a short period of charging, Kaido used his famous skill, Thunder Bagua, on Chen Chuan. Looking at the black mace that was whistling and seemed to shatter the space, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes and a trace of solemnity flashed across his face. Facing such an attack, even he couldn't ignore it completely. After all, it was a full-strength attack from the 4 emperors. Its power was so strong that it should not be underestimated. Chen Chuan remembered that in the original work, Luffy, the Straw Hat Boy, who had been training for 2.5 years. When he first met the 4 emperors Kaido, he was so ignorant that he provoked him. He even threatened to become the Pirate King. Then he was taught a lesson by Kaido's Thunder Bagua. He even played that classic scene. "Boy, what kind of king do you want to be?" Thinking can't help but return to the present. Chen Chuan's mouth slightly raised an arc. "The king's color entanglement. You are not the only one who can do it." While muttering in his mouth, Chen Chuan's red eyes suddenly burst into a cold light. As his mind moved, a terrifying dark red energy also gushed out of his body. In the air, thunder suddenly appeared. The next second, thunder and lightning also roared towards the magic knife Kinrin in Chen Chuan's hand. Zi, zi, zi. The electric light made a series of sizzling sounds. Under the shining light, the cold light emitted by the demonic blade Thousand Blades is becoming more and more fierce. Seeing this scene, Kaido, the 4 emperors holding the mace, flashed a trace of doubt on his face. "Little devil, you can also be entangled with the Overlord's haki." Kaido was a little unbelievable. The Overlord's haki is not something that everyone can master. There are not many people in the whole sea who can master this powerful method. And now, there are no more words. Facing Kaido's thunderous bagua with the Overlord's haki entanglement, Chen Chuan also responded to it. The dark purple blade light floated on the tip of the demonic blade. Chen Chuan stepped forward and faced Kaido's powerful attack. He went straight up. Boom boom. In an instant, in the sky, the clouds exploded. A huge roar suddenly exploded, even if it was thousands of meters away. Rayleigh and his party were also deafened by the roar. The powerful energy fluctuations spread violently in all directions. The earth and the ocean were directly shattered by this terrifying energy collision. The sea water surged. Even the island under the feet of Chen Chuan and Kaido seemed to unconsciously drop a few points. The energy dissipated, bringing a strong storm. What a terrifying energy! Is this the battle between the emperor-level strongmen? The boss is really strong. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take Kaido's stick. Crocodile, 1,000 meters away, saw this scene. While using the sand shield to resist, a look of horror appeared on his face. Although he was already shocked by Chen Chuan's strength. But at this moment, after seeing Chen Chuan fight with the 4 emperors Kaido again, he could deeply feel it. How strong are these 2 people? They are not from the same plane at all. Is this the 4 emperors of the New World? It seems that I am still a long way from becoming the Pirate King. At this time, Barrett on the battleship was also full of emotion. After being imprisoned in Impel Down for decades, the changes in the strength of the outside world have changed a lot. In the past, he only had the Pirate King, Roger, as his opponent. He never took anyone else seriously. And now, the continuous melee between Chen Chuan and Kaido. But he couldn't help but ponder for a long time in his heart. Is this the top collision on the sea? It's really interesting. Doflamingo squatted on the edge of the boat and laughed loudly. Hawkeye was still silent, but the shock in his eyes was no less. As for Buggy, who was further behind, he covered his face tightly. His body was torn apart by fear. The New World is too scary. I want to go back to my Orange Island. On the other side, while everyone was watching nervously, Morgans, who was hiding in the dark, was also affected by this energy. His body shook violently. Morgans. Although I wanted to take a close-up photo. But due to the danger, I could only retreat backwards. Damn it, my high-definition photo. At the same time, Chen Chuan and Kaido were on the island. The collision between them was still not over. Dark red and purple black. The two energies covered half of the island and rushed towards each other fiercely. Chen Chuan and Kaido were at the center of the energy. Feeling the powerful force transmitted from their arms through the weapons in their hands, both of them were shocked. The palm holding the magic knife Kunran felt slightly sour. The strong energy storm came straight from the face. At this moment, Chen Chuan was very suspicious. That Straw Hat Boy, how did Luffy defeat the powerful monster Kaido? High attack, high body, plus his extremely perverted defense. And the top 3 color domineering. Chen Chuan couldn't figure out how Luffy, a little Kunba who had practiced for 2.5 years, could knock Kaido into the lava with just a few punches. He sighed slightly and complained in his heart. Chen Chuan tightly grasped the magic sword Kunran, and all the strength in his body poured into it. While Chen Chuan was shocked. The 4 emperors opposite Chen Chuan, Kaido, the beast. He was even more anxious in his heart. This kid, the tyrant, is so skilled. If this goes on, I will lose. While his heart was shocked, Kaido's palm could hardly hold the mace. He didn't expect it. Chen Chuan's strength was so terrifying. With a ferocious face, Kaido's pupils moved quickly. While his body was trying hard. His steps were uncontrollably sliding slowly towards the back. Boom! Feeling Kaido's lack of stamina. Chen Chuan gritted his teeth slightly, opened his mouth and spurted out another blazing flame. The huge burning stream of fire rushed straight to Kaido's face. Seeing this, Kaido panicked. He subconsciously wanted to turn his head to avoid it, but Chen Chuan in front of him caught the opportunity. The chakra in his abdomen was running wildly. Using the instant body technique, Chen Chuan dodged. He teleported directly behind Kaido. Kaido missed his attack and staggered. Chen Chuan behind him had already condensed a sharp tyrant again. He quickly slashed at Kaido's back. Feeling the huge sense of crisis coming from behind, Kaido, the beast, was shocked. The green scales behind him suddenly appeared. Then, before Kaido could transform into a beast all over his body, Chen Chuan's attack had already arrived. Bang! Swish! The sound of the sword slashing through the flesh rang out. Under the intense pain, 4 emperors Kaido let out a painful wail, and his huge body was directly slashed by Chen Chuan. Cut into the dense forest and waste rocks, bringing a series of huge roars. Chapter 103. The sound of the explosion suddenly rang out. Boom boom! A huge explosion suddenly sounded. Chen Chuan teleported directly behind Kaido. A terrifying slash with the domineering color entangled in the sword was swung out, and even a strong man like the 4 emperors Kaido was slashed away. His body turned over one after another. Kaido couldn't even control his own body, and kept rolling backwards. After crashing into several giant trees in succession, it hit a hard rock. Kaido's body stopped at this point. On the other side, Rayleigh and his group on the battleship, thousands of meters away. They saw Chen Chuan knock the 4 emperors Kaido away with one sword. Everyone's faces were also shocked and excited at the same time. What was shocking was that the 4 emperors Kaido was actually knocked away. After just a few rounds of fighting, Chen Chuan used his extremely strange body movements. Moved behind Kaido. While he couldn't react, directly cut him off with a knife. The boss's movement speed is so fast, I didn't even see how he came behind Kaido in an instant. Indeed, I didn't even see his feet move. The whole person seemed to be teleported out of thin air. The boss's strength seems to have become stronger again. Seeing this scene, Lao Shat and others sighed again. As for the teleportation technique used by Chen Chuan, they naturally didn't know. This was the instant body ninjutsu used by Chen Chuan after integrating Uchiha Madara's panel and using the chakra energy in his body. Unlike Trafalgar Law's room space, where objects are exchanged, this is real teleportation. Even the speed of light can't keep up with Chen Chuan. Although Chen Chuan now, due to the coordination progress of the fusion panel, can't move quickly over a large range and long distance, But in this kind of single-player battle, it often has unexpected effects. For example, in the battle with Kaido just now, when the stalemate, Chen Chuan used this ninjutsu and teleported directly behind Kaido, slashed a powerful blow to his back. Even the Four Emperors Kaido, who has extremely rich combat experience, couldn't react in the first time. And now, he stared quietly at the place where Kaido finally fell. Seeing that there was no movement in the ruins, Chen Chuan frowned slightly, and a trace of doubt flashed across his face. Although he was hit hard by the tyrant from behind, but with Kaido's abnormal body and defensive ability, it's impossible that he would be seriously injured. A ray of light flashed in his red eyes. Chen Chuan's eyes were fixed on Kaido's direction. He didn't think that the other party would fall down. At the same time, on the battleship, there was no movement in the direction where Kaido fell. Behind Rayleigh, God Buggy's brows were stretched, and a trace of great joy appeared on his funny face. Great, the leader won. The strength of the Four Emperors Kaido is just so-so, and he was defeated so easily. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes condensed slightly. He shook his head lightly. Little guy, don't underestimate the Four Emperors of the New World, who can ascend to the throne among thousands of pirates. Each of them is an unimaginably powerful monster. And just as Rayleigh's voice fell, the next second, a loud roar suddenly rang out from the entire island. That sound was like a cow, but not a cow, but extremely low and full of majesty. On the surrounding islands and in the sea, all living creatures, after hearing this low roar, all of them moved quickly and unconsciously. In a panic, some even knelt down directly in the direction of Kaido. Such a scene! It was like kneeling down to the king of creatures. This sound seems to be a dragon's roar. Rayleigh and others looked tense. On the other side of the island, Chen Chuan, who was staring at Kaido's direction, felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Fish fruit fantasy beast species blue dragon form, is this your strongest form? Whimsing softly. Chen Chuan, who knew Kaido's ability well, naturally knew what Kaido was doing now. With the small island under his feet shaking constantly, the sound of a deep dragon roar continued to sound. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, a huge, long, 1,000-meter-long huge creature rose up. The terrifying momentum pressed the surrounding sea surface down. Flying in the clouds, flying and entwining. Soon, a four-clawed blue dragon with horns on its head, green face and fangs, dragon whiskers rising, and its body constantly entwining and moving, floating in the air, appeared in front of everyone. That guy is Kaido. Is this the fruit ability of the Four Emperors Kaido? He can actually turn himself into a blue dragon. Is it an animal-type mythical beast species? Kaido is really. After seeing the Four Emperors Kaido who transformed his body into a blue dragon, Rayleigh and his party on the battleship were shocked. As for the Four Emperors, even they only knew that each of them was extremely powerful. But what the specific abilities were, even these big pirates didn't know much. Animal-type mythical beasts. If this continues, it won't work. Rayleigh looked at the Azure Dragon Kaido standing in mid-air, ready to attack Chen Chuan at any time. A trace of worry emerged on the old and cold face. Animal type has always been known for its defense and recovery. What's more, it is an extremely rare mythical beast in the legend. Add to that Kaido's strong body. How strong is his defense? Can Chen Chuan really defeat him? While everyone was watching nervously, on the other side of the island, News King Morgans. The corners of his mouth were almost grinning to the back of his ears. He wrote frantically with a pen and paper in his hand, and took photos from time to time. Great! Azure Dragon form! Is this the true strength of the Four Emperors Kaido? I'm really too excited. Morgans, will definitely make the headlines tomorrow. Fifth Emperor Chen Chuan, how are you going to deal with this? At the same time, on the island, Chen Chuan looked at the Azure Dragon Kaido floating in the air, with terrifying power. A slight arc appeared at the corner of Chen Chuan's mouth. Then he took a deep breath. He had already silently thought about the next countermeasures in his heart. In the air, Kaido, who had turned into a blue dragon, stared at Chen Chuan below with his huge dragon eyes. Feeling the intense stinging sensation from his back, Kaido couldn't help but roar in a low voice. Even though Chen Chuan used the fruit ability in time, he still didn't have the domineering entanglement from behind. Grow dragon scales and go to resist. But it was still injured by Chen Chuan's slash, and a piece of dragon scales was cut off. And now, looking at Chen Chuan who was still calm in front of him, Kaido's face was cold and he shouted fiercely. Little devil, it is your blessing to die under my hot breath. As soon as the voice fell, a ray of hot fire flashed in Kaido's dragon eyes. The dragon's mouth opened. The surrounding air kept gathering towards Kaido's mouth. The hot flame breath energy quickly condensed in Kaido's mouth. After a short period of accumulation, the next second, Kaido's dragon mouth, a stream of fire spewed out. The firelight illuminated the entire island in an instant. A powerful flame that was extremely terrifying rushed towards Chen Chuan's position. Chapter 104. The hot breath rushed to his face. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all, and a gleam of light burst out from his red eyes. He quickly formed a seal between his hands and stood in front of him. Fire escape! Extinguish the fire! With a low shout, the chakra in his body flowed. The same extremely hot flame wave was spit out from Chen Chuan's mouth. Boom! When the two flames collided, a series of dull burning sounds immediately burst out in the air. Under the collision of the flames, the terrifying residual fire began to spread and spread all around. The earth and trees were burned into deep pits one after another. Not only that, affected by the flames, even the seawater around the island was evaporated, and white steam rose up. On the warship 1,000 meters away, the two men fought again. Rayleigh and others all looked tense. A duel between flames. I wonder who will win the final victory between the boss and the four emperors Kaido. At the same time, on the island, as the last breath of heat from his mouth was blocked by Chen Chuan's fire escape, a trace of extreme anger emerged on Kaido's ferocious face. Waving the huge dragon tail, it slammed towards Chen Chuan's head. The powerful dragon tail whistled away. The air along the way was squeezed and exploded by the terrifying force, making a sound. Feeling the terrifying dragon tail whistling overhead, there was no panic on Chen Chuan's face. With his eyes fixed, Chen Chuan went straight up with the magic knife in hand. Boom! Crack! 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 A terrifying explosion suddenly sounded. Under the slap of Kaido's dragon tail in the form of a blue dragon, the moment the two collided, Chen Chuan held the magic knife in his hand, his face froze. While resisting with all his might, the ground under Chen Chuan's feet was the first to be unable to withstand this huge force and shattered inch by inch. As his body continued to sink on the ground, a bottomless and terrifying gully was slowly appearing. At the same time, after a brief stalemate, under Kaido's terrifying force, Chen Chuan's figure was directly slapped into the gully on the ground. Completely disappeared. After retracting the dragon tail and twisting his body, looking at Chen Chuan who was slapped into the gully by himself and disappeared on the spot, Kaido's face showed a hint of excitement, and he laughed at the gully. You ignorant brat, dare to fight me in the form of Azure Dragon? Go to the sea! Kaido laughed loudly and let out a series of deafening dragon roars. It was clearly heard throughout the island. On the other side, Rayleigh and his party on the battleship thousands of meters away. When they saw Chen Chuan being blasted into a deep pit by Kaido, everyone's face changed suddenly, and some couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Chen Chuan, who had just slashed Kaido away with a knife. At this moment, they had only fought for 2 rounds. He was slapped into the ground by Azure Dragon Kaido's tail. What's going on? The battle situation changed a little too quickly in a short period of time. Chen Chuan. After hearing Kaido's words, Rayleigh couldn't help but show a trace of worry on his face. Looking at the direction where Chen Chuan fell, Rayleigh's eyes were tightly focused and a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Chen Chuan should be able to dodge the attack just now. But, why? Rayleigh was a little puzzled. Kaido's dragon tail slap seemed extremely fierce, but in fact, the speed of the slap was not very fast. With Chen Chuan's strength, he could have directly dodged it with his own speed advantage. But what Rayleigh didn't understand was that Chen Chuan chose to directly resist it with the magic knife. He was puzzled and thought about it. Seeing that the Azure Dragon Kaido was about to spit dragon breath in the direction where Chen Chuan fell again, Rayleigh's face suddenly changed, and he was about to move forward to support. But he was surprised to find that, from the deep ravine where Chen Chuan fell before, strange blue light was constantly flashing and shining upwards. As the light scattered, in the surprised eyes of everyone, an extremely domineering voice suddenly came from the deepest part of the ravine. Today, I will use Susanoo to kill Azure Dragon. The cold Buddha's words without any emotion, falling coldly. The next second, a huge phantom with a height of hundreds of meters and a blue flame rising around it rose out of thin air and appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, Chen Chuan's figure also appeared in the body of Susanoo, suspended quietly in the air. With an indifferent look, he stared at Qinglong Kaido as if he was staring at a piece of garbage. It's so big. What the hell is that thing? I don't know, it's a method I've never seen before. What happened to the boss? The sudden appearance of a blue phantom figure hundreds of meters high. It also made Lao Shat and others shrink their pupils, and they were inevitably a little surprised. And at this moment, Chen Chuan, who was in Susanoo's body, looked indifferent. He said lightly, "It's not over yet." Chen Chuan clenched his fist and shouted in a low voice, "Stop!" As Chen Chuan's words fell indifferently. Then, including Qinglong Kaido, everyone was shocked. The huge Susanoo on Chen Chuan's body, which was 100 meters high, suddenly changed again. The body continued to solidify and sharpen. In the blink of an eye, Susanoo was covered with a hard armor. The huge red eyes flashed a trace of blood red. Without any emotion, Chen Chuan stood at the center of the eyebrows of the complete Susanoo. A face of indifference. And the Susanoo under his feet has also changed into a warrior wearing armor, wings on his back, holding a long sword, and emitting light blue terrifying flames all over his body. This is the complete form, Susanoo. After being slapped into the ravine by Kaido's dragon power, almost half of the chakra in the body was consumed. Chen Chuan successfully summoned it out. Although it is not yet possible, it is exactly the same as the one summoned by Uchiha Madara in the Fourth Ninja World War. But it is already very close. It is enough to deal with the current Azure Dragon Kaido. With Chen Chuan's mind moving, the perfect Susanoo under his feet directly drew out the sword at his waist. Not only that, as Chen Chuan threw out the magic sword thousand blades at his waist, the magic sword shattered in midair and transformed at the same time. On each piece of the magic sword, the same rich and extremely light blue energy was emitted. The broken blades were quickly connected. In the blink of an eye, it was transformed into a huge and slender magic sword again. And the perfect Susanoo under Chen Chuan's feet was tightly held in his hand. Holding two swords and carrying two wings on his back, the perfect Susanoo, standing in front of Azure Dragon Kaido with a domineering face. The overwhelming murderous intent rushed into the sky, as if it was about to strike a fatal blow in the next second. And now, after seeing the huge Susanoo summoned out of thin air by Chen Chuan, in Kaido's huge dragon eyes, a rare look of shock was revealed. At this moment, the Four Emperors Kaido has been deeply shocked by Chen Chuan's series of powerful methods. First, he spit out flames, teleported, and was entangled in the domineering color. Then, in front of him, this huge blue warrior phantom summoned out of thin air. A bitterness appeared at the corner of Kaido's mouth. A trace of doubt inevitably arose in his heart. How strong is this guy? Chapter 105. The 100-meter-tall Susanoo held two swords and looked at the Four Emperors Azure Dragon Kaido with dignity. Chen Chuan stood between the eyebrows of the perfect Susanoo. He also looked indifferent. This was the first time he summoned Susanoo. "It feels really good to drive a Gundam," whispered softly. Chen Chuan's mind moved, and the Susanoo under his feet also moved in an instant. Susanoo moved and took a step forward. The ground under his feet was shaking constantly. A gleam of light flashed in his red eyes. Chen Chuan controlled Susanoo, and the dazzling blade light completely illuminated the entire island. Facing the Azure Dragon Kaido, who was over 1,000 meters long. Susanoo, draw your sword and cut it. Zi. 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 A series of dazzling light blue flames burst out from the scabbard in Susanoo's hand, and Susanoo slashed at Azure Dragon Kaido with one sword. Rumble. A huge roar resounded throughout the sky. Susanoo slashed horizontally, and the huge light blue blade light whizzed away. The terrifying energy kept spreading around, and just a trace of breath that escaped cut the surrounding trees. The air kept making sounds. This attack seemed to split the entire island. Rayleigh and his group, thousands of meters away. Seeing Chen Chuan controlling Susanoo, it was like a god descending and slashing with a sword. Everyone was stunned. What on earth is this? This blade must be at least 100 meters long. What a terrifying blade! Even the four emperors Kaido may not be able to resist it. Too strong. The leader's strength has once again refreshed my cognition. Seeing Chen Chuan show such a strong power. Barrett and Hawkeye, who had joined the organization with Chen Chuan as their target and wanted to challenge him in the future. Deep in their hearts, they all unconsciously felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Is this guy really someone that humans can defeat? At the same time, on the island. Looking at the terrifying blade that Susanoo under Chen Chuan's feet slashed towards him. Even Kaido, who had already pulled up his defense. Seeing this scene, a touch of extreme horror appeared on the ferocious dragon hole. The blade whistled and disappeared in a flash. Facing such a blade, Kaido did not dare to hesitate at all. His heart sank, and Kaido roared angrily. Then, the dragon's mouth grew larger, and the air around him began to gather and entangle around his mouth. After a short period of accumulation, Kaido opened his mouth and spit violently. Countless sharp, huge green blades slashed towards Chen Chuan's Susanoo, and went straight to meet it. A distance of 100 meters, in the blink of an eye. The blades of the two collided in mid-air. Dang! Squeak! 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 When the blades collided, a violent sound immediately broke out. The cold blade shone, emitting endless sharpness. Under Chen Chuan's blue blade that was 100 meters high, the sharp blade spit out of Kaido's mouth was obviously so vulnerable at this moment. At the moment when the two collided, Kaido's blade had no resistance at all. After making a series of crisp sounds, it was directly shattered and dissipated. On the other hand, Chen Chuan's huge sword light was still as powerful as ever. He once again slashed towards Kaido with great force. Seeing this, Kaido's face rarely showed a trace of panic. After taking a deep breath, the dragon's mouth opened wide, and another stream of hot flame dragon breath rushed towards Chen Chuan's sword light. Hiss! 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 The hot flame burned madly and blasted towards the sword light. Facing such a sword light, even Kaido, who is as strong as the four emperors, did not dare to directly resist it with his body. The flames and sword light raged. Each consumed their own energy. Finally, under Kaido's continuous spitting, the huge light blue sharp sword light that was 100 meters long finally slowed down its forward speed, and even its size changed. Seeing this scene, Kaido was overjoyed. The flames in his mouth roared out again, trying to completely block the blade. However, at this moment, Chen Chuan, who was standing at the center of Susanoo's brows, folded his fists across his chest and raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no change in his expression. Your ability is not small, then. How can you resist the second sword, Kaido? The extremely calm words fell lightly. The next second, in Kaido's extremely horrified eyes, the Susanoo under Chen Chuan's feet drew the sword again and swung it out. Buzz! Along with the other energy fluctuations and the boiling sound of flames, a huge sword light of the same size as before, even more powerful, slashed towards Kaido's direction. Seeing this scene, Kaido's huge dragon eyes shrank violently. There was no way to resist at all. He could only watch his huge dragon body being flashed by the sharp blue sword light. Bang! Scrape! The sound of the flesh being torn suddenly resounded on the battlefield. Chen Chuan's huge sword light slashed firmly on Kaido's dragon body. In an instant, blood fell like a river. The severe pain in the body rushed straight to Kaido's head. In the shocked eyes of everyone, Kaido's huge dragon body was chopped and flew out by Chen Chuan. After the plants and low mountains on the small island behind him collapsed, Kaido's body was directly chopped into the sea behind him, while bringing up a huge wave. The sea water nearby was dyed red by Kaido's body. The blood was like a mountain river, reflecting in everyone's eyes. And Kaido's previous blue dragon form was also directly lifted at this moment, transformed into a human form. The four emperors. Kaido was completely defeated by Chen Chuan's Susanoo. Seeing Kaido fall into the sea, life or death is unknown. Rayleigh and his group, who were thousands of meters away, were also completely boiling. When the boss defeated the four emperors, it's really too powerful. If it were me, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a body left. Is this the true strength of the leader? If it were him, he might really be able to change the world. Chen Chuan, he seems to have become stronger again. On the other side, the news King Morgans was shaken and couldn't stand steadily. After seeing Chen Chuan cut Kaido flying, first there was a brief shock, and then there was a strong excitement. Great! Great! This is the feeling I want. I wonder what kind of expression people will have when they see this news tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 106. At the same time, seeing Kaido being shot down into the deep sea by himself and no longer moving, Chen Chuan also released from the Susanoo state. The huge blue shadow disappeared, and Chen Chuan slowly landed. After gently patting his dirty sleeves, after a brief thought, Chen Chuan's mind moved. His body instantly disappeared from the spot. In a blink of an eye, he came to the place where Kaido fell. Quietly stepping on the sea, looking at the area under his feet that had been dyed blood red. Chen Chuan's eyes condensed slightly, and his red pupils lit up slightly. After determining the direction, Chen Chuan pointed his finger downward, and the next second, an extremely sturdy figure was fished out of the sea by Chen Chuan. He threw Kaido's body directly onto the previous island. As he moved, Chen Chuan looked down at the four emperors Kaido. And Kaido is indeed the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. After enduring the terrifying blow of Chen Chuan's Susanoo head-on, Kaido's dragon body was not cut in half, but was beaten back to human form. A terrifying and deep scar was left on his waist. Blood was dripping, extremely creepy. At this moment, Chen Chuan had no expression on his face. He looked down at the four emperors Kaido, whose breath was a little weak but whose consciousness was still there. He said indifferently, "What king do you want to be? You, bastard, cough cough." Hearing this, Kaido's face was choked, and another mouthful of blood spurted out. Why did he feel that this sentence was so familiar? Shouldn't this be his line? Gritting his teeth, he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Kaido felt extremely aggrieved. Since he became one of the four emperors, he had never suffered such injuries and humiliation. The huge pain from his waist made him a little confused, and his face twisted unconsciously. Looking back at the past, even if he personally delivered himself to the door and let the navy execute him, jumping from a height of 10,000 meters, he had never suffered such pain. Unexpectedly, he was defeated by Chen Chuan in front of him today. He took a breath unconsciously. A trace of determination appeared on Kaido's face. Kill if you want to kill, stop talking nonsense. As one of the four emperors, the emperor of the sea who reigns over the sea, begging for mercy from his opponent, Kaido would never do that. With his temperament, he would never succumb to others even if he died. Looking at the angry and fearless four emperors Kaido in front of him, Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. As one of the four emperors, Kaido's combat power is definitely extremely strong. Located at the peak of the entire ocean, even Chen Chuan spent a lot of effort to fight against him. Even the amount of chakra in his body was almost exhausted. It would be a pity to kill such a strong man. It would be great if I could use him for my own benefit. Stroking his chin, just as Chen Chuan was thinking about how to bring Kaido into his team. But he faintly heard the anxious shouts of Rayleigh and others in the distance. Puzzled, Chen Chuan was about to turn around and look. But in the next second, a pair of wings on his back, about several meters long, a tall black shadow with a black body like a pterosaur grabbed Chen Chuan's head. Feeling the intense sense of crisis coming from above his head, Chen Chuan's face turned cold. With a thought, he controlled the little chakra left in his body and teleported. Then he disappeared from the spot. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, the pterosaur-like man unexpectedly turned his brows and grabbed the seriously injured Kaido on the ground with one claw. After firmly grasping Kaido, then the figure spread out and flew rapidly into the sky. At the same time, Rayleigh and his party also landed on the island in a warship. After seeing that Chen Chuan was not injured, Lao Sha and others were about to set off to chase. But Chen Chuan waved his hand and stopped them directly. Okay, no need to chase. After calling a few people, he looked at the pterosaur and Kaido flying rapidly in the sky. A hint of interest flashed across Chen Chuan's face. King, the leader of the three calamities? That guy actually hid in the clouds from the beginning, which is interesting. In fact, from the beginning of the battle with Kaido, Chen Chuan vaguely felt that there were two other people hiding around him. But when Chen Chuan glanced at one of them and found that it was the News King Morgans, he didn't pay much attention. He thought it was him too. A photographer under his command. Unexpectedly, it was the flame disaster, Jin. After shrugging his shoulders and glancing at everyone, looking at the ruined island in front of him that had been bombed into a mess. The island was already slowly sinking. I believe that it will be completely submerged in the sea soon. No longer thinking about the escaped Kaido and the others, Chen Chuan led Rayleigh and his party, jumped down and jumped onto the battleship. Let's go, it's time to go to the new world. The indifferent words fell gently. With Chen Chuan's thought, the appearance of the battleship under his feet changed again. The entire battleship was wrapped in a layer of transparent film. The next second, it even dived directly into the deep sea. At the same time, on a small island tens of thousands of meters away, two sturdy figures fell here. The two people were the seriously injured Kaido and the head of the three disasters under him, the flame disaster Jin. Kaido, I didn't expect that one day, you would lose too. Staring at Kaido's weak face, Jin's eyes flashed with emotion. From the time Kaido rescued him and the two met, he was shocked by Kaido's powerful strength and did his best to support Kaido as king. So, many years passed. It was the first time he saw Kaido lose, and he lost so thoroughly. Thinking of the cold man in red armor, Jin's face couldn't help but show a serious look. That guy, it seems that he is not injured. While he was more and more surprised at Chen Chuan's strength, Kaido, who looked weak below, spoke. Sorry, Jin, I disappoint you. Hearing this, Jin shook his head and chuckled. What are you talking about? No matter what, you are my most powerful king. After the words fell, Jin helped Kaido up. Then he slowly flew towards the sky farther away. At the same time, while Chen Chuan was preparing to enter the new world, Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Gosa, the Navy's Supreme Command Room. In an extremely spacious office room, two figures sat opposite each other. Are you sure you have thought it through? Zhang Guo, the Navy really needs you. Looking at Zhang Guo, who submitted his resignation application in front of him, the Supreme Commander of the three armies, Gang Gu Kong. He put his fists on his chest and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Zhang Guo, who was sitting opposite, pondered slightly. Then nodded firmly. The defeat in the war at the top caused the Navy to be defeated. As the Navy Admiral, he needs to take full responsibility. In addition, after the war, the world government's approach to the sixth floor of the city also made this Navy veteran, who has been determined to be just for decades, completely chilled. On the other hand, seeing Zhang Guo's firm attitude, Kong sighed softly. Then he said with a serious expression, if you want to resign from the position of Admiral, at least you should be like Garp and teach the young Navy of the new era in the rear. Well, if that's the case, I can accept it. It's not bad to spend the rest of my life like this. Hearing what Sengoku said, Kong couldn't help but sigh heavily. Since the Roger era, the two people who have been rushing to the forefront of the navy are now leaving the outpost. This is big news. Hearing this, Sengoku smiled slightly and said softly. Now the pinnacle of pirates, Newgate, is dead, and the era of pirates is reborn. How can the veterans shine in the navy? The values of justice cannot be surpassed by generations. This is really harsh, said Kong Kong. Compared to these, brother Kong Kong. As for the next admiral of the navy, I would like to recommend Aokiji. Chapter 107. The New World, a certain sea area. On the huge Moby Dick pirate ship, Marco, Vista, and his party were looking at the closed door in front of them with a nervous look. The captain of the fourth team, Flower Sword Vista, looked anxious. After hesitating for a moment, he finally couldn't help but ask Marco next to him. Marco, do you think that kind of thing can really exist? If that's the case, it will break the law of the entire pirate world. Thinking of the words of Whitebeard's father on his deathbed, Vista felt a shock. If it's that guy, maybe it really has a chance to succeed. Marco said in a deep voice. Two devil fruits exist in a person's body at the same time. This kind of thing that breaks the world's common sense may really happen today. At the same time, in another corner of the New World. White Earth Island, Baradigo. The yellow sand flying all over the sky makes it difficult to see anything in front of you. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is located here, in the conference room. A middle-aged man with a green cloak, tattoos on his face and a resolute face is looking at the news report in front of him with a serious face. The pinnacle of pirates, the Four Emperors' Whitebeard has fallen, and the navy has also undergone major changes. The world is changing, and the flame of revolution will be ignited again. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had a glimmer of hope on his face. Beside him, Sabo, wearing goggles and holding a water pipe, was also looking at the newspaper in his hand. After taking a look at the important news above, Sabo set his sights on another newspaper about the war on the top. There were two equally young figures on it. Ace, Luffy, I'm really looking forward to the day when I can meet you. Time passed quietly. And now, it is located 10,000 meters below the deep sea of the Sabayati archipelago. Chen Chuan controlled the battleship to sink rapidly and turned on the power to the maximum. After passing through the emerging currents. Finally, in the endless dark deep sea, a ray of light was seen again. Crossing the deep ravines. Chen Chuan and his party finally arrived at the first stop of the New World, a strange island wrapped in sunshine and beautiful scenery. Standing on the battleship, Chen Chuan and his party also looked at the nearby scenery. Although it is 10,000 meters deep under the sea, there is no endless darkness here but full of sunshine. Various strange marine creatures, either alone or in groups, wander above. The scenery is extremely spectacular. And in the middle of the area, there is an island wrapped in bubbles. After traveling for so long, we are finally going to reach Fishman Island. Looking at the beautiful Fishman Island in front of him, Chen Chuan couldn't help but murmured. Although they had encountered some giant sea kings in the process, under the powerful force of their group, they only revealed a trace of breath. Then those guys fled away in shock. At this moment, the Fishman soldiers patrolling nearby suddenly discovered the figures of Chen Chuan and his group. Stop! Who are you and why did you come to our Fishman Island? Two fishermen soldiers with faces like eels, high protruding lips, and holding tridents. They shouted with a serious face. Fishman Island is hidden in the deep sea, and few humans have set foot on it. Even if some pirates pass by here, they will leave soon. But now, looking at the warships of Chen Chuan and his group, there is no pirate flag sign. They can't help but be alert. These guys might be some evil people who traffic in human beings. Thinking of this, the faces of the two fishermen soldiers became even more angry. In the human auction field outside, the mermaids are extremely popular. Every time, there are many black-hearted criminals who want to sneak into the deep sea to abduct mermaids and sell them outside. In addition to the incident of Princess Otohime, the fishermen on the island have no good feelings towards humans. Seeing the other party's swords drawn and full of resentment, Rayleigh on the side pondered for a while and stepped forward to speak. We have no ill intentions, we are just passing through Fishman Island to the New World. Because of Zioba and Kami, Rayleigh still has a good impression of the fishmen. I don't want to conflict with them. Nonsense, as a pirate, you don't even have a pirate flag. You must be those damned human traffickers too. Hearing Rayleigh's words, the two fishmen soldiers shouted even more fiercely. It looked like they were going to start a fight. Seeing this, Chen Chuan frowned slightly. He took a step forward calmly. With a fierce glare from his red eyes, an extremely overbearing spiritual force instantly impacted the deepest part of the two people's minds. Without any ability to resist, the two patrolling fishmen soldiers. They rolled their eyes and fainted. There's no need to waste time here, let's keep moving forward. As Chen Chuan's voice fell calmly, Rayleigh glanced in the direction of the two and sighed slightly. Then everyone drove the warship and continued to move towards Fishman Island. After a moment's effort, after passing through a layer of bubble film and the deep sea, Chen Chuan and his party successfully landed on Fishman Island. The huge warship fell heavily, bringing up a cloud of dust, while the figures of Chen Chuan and others gradually walked down from the warship. After putting away the warship, Chen Chuan was also surprised by the scene of Fishman Island in front of him. Various seaweed vegetation and beautiful buildings. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a paradise on earth. After not setting foot on it for many years, Fishman Island has changed a lot, Rayleigh said with emotion. Lao Shat, Hawkeye, Ming Ji, and others on the side were not too surprised. As the powerful 7 warlords of the sea in the New World, they had passed by Fishman Island several times. As Chen Chuan and his party landed on Fishman Island, the huge noise caused by the previous landing also caused a commotion. While reporting to the higher authorities, a group of fishermen soldiers also came to Chen Chuan and others. Breaking into Fishman Island privately, this is a big deal. Of course, Chen Chuan and his party cannot be allowed to do whatever they want, and their purpose must be investigated clearly. And now, he is surrounded by everyone. Old Shaklok Dal's eyes are sharp, and dust is flying in his hands. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Chen Chuan. Patting his shoulder, Chen Chuan stepped forward with a calm look. At this time, the leader of the fishman soldiers was a sturdy fishman with a golden trident and blue hair. The eldest prince of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of Fishman Island. The moment Shark Star saw Chen Chuan, the expression on his face was completely frozen. You are actually the 5th Emperor, Chen Chuan. Chapter 108. The King of the Sea, was shocked. A look of extreme shock appeared on Shark Star's face. Perhaps other ordinary fishmen didn't know. But as a prince of the fishmen, he was deeply aware of how terrifying the power of the cold-blooded man in red armor was. This was the Sea Emperor who shone brightly in the war at the top. Who stomped his feet and the whole sea shook. Master Chen Chuan, I wonder why you came to our Fishman Island. Fishman Island is under the jurisdiction of the 4 Emperors. Whitebeard took a deep breath and tried to calm down his frightened heart. While asking, Shark Star also mentioned it. Fishman Island is under the jurisdiction of the 4 Emperors. Whitebeard, and the purpose is to use it to intimidate Chen Chuan. If you want to attack the territory of Fishman Island, you have to think carefully. Upon hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. A hint of indifference appeared on his face. I am not interested in the territory of Fishman Island. I am just passing by here. Lead the way. Chen Chuan's indifferent tone made Shark Star's face startled. However, when he learned that Chen Chuan's purpose was not to capture Fishman Island, he was unconsciously relieved in his heart. After all, with Chen Chuan's powerful strength to top the 5 emperors, now entering the New World will surely set off a bloody storm. If they start with Fishman Island, they won't even have a chance to resist. After settling down in his heart, he thought for a moment. Shark Star gritted his teeth fiercely. Then he came to Chen Chuan with a smile on his face and said very respectfully, Lord Chen Chuan, you have been running around for a day, why don't you rest here for a night so that we can get closer to the landlord, what do you think? Shark Star's words naturally carried his own selfishness. Now, the 4 emperors of the New World, Whitebeard, has fallen. Under the turmoil and panic, all forces are ready to move. They all have a peek at Whitebeard's territory. And now the young generation under the Whitebeard group has not yet grown up completely. With the style of the other 4 emperors, they will never miss the perfect opportunity now. They will definitely take advantage of the chaos to invade Whitebeard's territory. And once that time comes, the entire Fishman Island will fall into a dire situation. It is because of this concern that Shark Star invited Chen Chuan to stay here for a day. It is also to use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the 5th Emperor Chen Chuan. After all, compared to the 4 emperors Big Mom and Kaido, Fishman Island might be better under the jurisdiction of the new Emperor Chen Chuan. Hearing this, Chen Chuan naturally understood the little thought in Shark Star's mind. He glanced at the people around him and pondered for a moment. Okay, it's okay to rest here for a night. The previous battle with the 4 emperors Kaido, plus some turmoil experienced all the way down. It also made Chen Chuan and his party a little tired. What's more, there is no rush to enter the new world. What Chen Chuan cares about is that there is a guy on Fishman Island that he is also very interested in. Mermaid Princess, Shirahoshi. Possessing a stunning appearance that is no less than that of the Pirate Queen. Of course, what Chen Chuan cares about more is her other identity. One of the 3 ancient weapons, Poseidon the Sea King. Possessing the unique ability to control giant sea kings. Although in daily chapters, sea kings have always been knocked away by people to show their weak image of strength. But in front of some truly powerful giant sea kings that are tens of thousands of meters long, even some powerful pirates will feel extremely difficult when facing them. And the most desperate thing is their number. In this island world where pirates are rampant, the influence of sea kings is needless to say. It just so happens that while Shirahoshi is still young, Chen Chuan can go and fool around. After reaching a common goal, Chen Chuan and his party, led by Shark Star, walked towards the Dragon Palace of Fishman Island. While heading to the Dragon Palace, some ordinary residents of Fishman Island around were also attracted by Chen Chuan and his party. Look, those guys seem to be humans. It's really interesting. Tisk tisk, Sel, I love hearing humans begging for mercy. The leader is pretty handsome, but his attitude is a little cold. A charming mermaid in a bikini. Sex, eyes full of charm, licked his tongue. He looked at Chen Chuan curiously. Suddenly, someone recognized Chen Chuan's identity. Wait. That guy. Why is he a little familiar? It seems to be the new 5 emperors who have been making a lot of noise recently, Chen Chuan. What? 5 emperors? What the hell is that? Aren't there only 4 emperors? Did your family just connect to the internet? And 4 emperors? The world outside has already turned upside down. The old emperor fell, and the new emperor ascended the throne. That guy is the Sea Emperor of the new world. As soon as these words came out, the people in the surrounding fish people all took a breath unconsciously, and their faces showed extreme horror. The Emperor of the New World actually came to Fishman Island. What's going on? After knowing Chen Chuan's identity, the fishmen who were watching all took 2 steps back unconsciously. And the fishman Cell, who had previously claimed that he liked to hear the screams of humans, and the charming fish woman, looked at Chen Chuan's back. They didn't even dare to breathe, and their eyes were full of shock. When facing this overlord of the sea, the real strong man in the world, all they could do was to be in awe. And now, as Chen Chuan and others entered the Dragon Palace, soon, the news that the new emperor came to Fishman Island spread throughout the real island. While everyone was shocked, the periphery of the Dragon Palace, even a large group of onlookers who came here to see the new emperor gathered, wanting to see the style of the new emperor. In response to this, Shark Star's approach was to disperse everyone quickly, for fear that he would accidentally annoy Chen Chuan. At the same time, after Chen Chuan and his party entered the vast Dragon Palace, the Lord of the Dragon Palace, Bai Xing's father, Neptune, the king of Fishman Island, also came out to greet him. This is the Emperor of the New World, a terrifying strong man who dared to declare war directly on the world government. Neptune did not dare to slack off. While arranging seats for everyone, he also brought out a lot of delicacies, desserts, and some precious wines. A grand feast. In response, Chen Chuan and his party were not polite and ate with big mouthfuls. Knowing their inner thoughts, Chen Chuan had no objection and just regarded it as a favor. During the banquet, Neptune also saw his old friend Pluto Rayleigh, who took off the black robe. Seeing this, Neptune was shocked again. Even this legendary pirate, the right arm of Pirate King Roger, a top strong man, has joined Chen Chuan's army. This was really beyond his expectations. The awe of Chen Chuan in his heart deepened again. However, while everyone was having a grand feast, on the other side, Mrs. Xiaoli, who had started divination because of the arrival of Chen Chuan and others, saw the divination results in front of her. On her pretty face, there was a rare trace of fear. No. We must ask that kid named Chen Chuan to leave, otherwise the entire Fishman Island will be destroyed because of him. Chapter 109. The banquet was still going on happily inside the Dragon Palace. After drinking for more than 30 minutes, King Neptune of Fishman Island also indirectly explained to Chen Chuan the current difficulties of Fishman Island. With the death of Whitebeard, the other four emperors Big Mom and Kaido of Beasts will definitely devour his territory. And by then, Fishman Island will not be able to escape their hands. Therefore, Neptune hoped that Chen Chuan could protect Fishman Island. Take Fishman Island as his territory. In exchange, King Neptune also stated that as long as the people of Fishman Island were not harmed, they were willing to meet all of Chen Chuan's requests. After nodding and agreeing to Neptune's request, Chen Chuan also told the other party that there was nothing they needed to do on Fishman Island for the time being. Let's talk about it later. Time passed slowly, as it gradually became late at night. After the banquet, under Neptune's arrangement, Chen Chuan and his party also returned to the rooms that had been arranged long ago. After returning to the room, lying on the boat, his red eyes stared at the ceiling. After a moment, Chen Chuan used his observation color to scan the environment around the room. After confirming that there was no one else, he was relieved. System, open the personal panel. The words fell lightly. Since Chen Chuan merged the new character panel, he has not carefully looked at the personal panel. I don't know how much the fusion progress has reached. Ding! Opening the personal panel. Accompanied by the mechanical prompt sound of the system. The next second, a light blue system light screen panel popped up in front of Chen Chuan. Name, Chen Chuan. Age, 17. System, All Heavens and Worlds System. Fusion character, Liuqi, completed. Uchiha Madara. Current fusion progress, 20%. Control ability, 3-color Haki, Advanced Stage, Overlord Color Entanglement, Ghost Shadow Core, Ghost Shadow Species. 8 Gates of Dunjia, Night Kai, Physical Technique, Flying Thunder God Technique. Number of remaining lottery draws, 0. Looking at the familiar light blue personal panel in front of him, Chen Chuan nodded slightly. He focused his attention on the column of the system wall. There were nearly 30,000 reputation points there, originally after exchanging for the physical technique Night Kai. Chen Chuan still had about 60,000 reputation points left. But in order to improve his strength faster, Chen Chuan did not skimp on his reputation points. Later, he exchanged for the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu and the Flying Thunder God Technique again. As for the 8 Gates of Ninjutsu, it is a secret book that greatly stimulates the human body's ultimate potential. It increases the user's speed and strength by several times or even dozens of times. It is also used in conjunction with the Night Kai. Although the system has eliminated its weakness of consuming vitality and converted it into consuming a lot of physical strength. However, the trauma to the body is still not small. Chen Chuan will not use it first unless it is a critical moment. Therefore, in the previous battle with the 4 Emperors Kaido, Chen Chuan only used Susanoo as a means. As for the Flying Thunder God Technique, Chen Chuan finally decided to exchange it after thinking for a while. The reason is because of his own magic sword Thousand Blades. Because the magic knife can be broken and reassembled. Chen Chuan was thinking, if the magic knife is broken into thousands of blades, and then the flying thunder god technique is used, will it produce some unimaginable effects? He quietly watched the remaining 30,000 reputation points in the reputation mall. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chuan did not choose to exchange for new props. The current means and capabilities are enough for him to deal with the current situation. Chen Chuan decided to save up the reputation points first, and then exchange them for a large one at a time, which can greatly improve his combat power. For example, those ancient holy bodies that Chen Chuan has been thinking about for a long time. After thinking about it, Chen Chuan took a look at the fusion progress. Although it is only 20%, it can still be tolerated. After all, it is no longer the unknown name at the beginning. Now Chen Chuan has completely become famous in the world. The fusion progress is naturally no longer as rapid as it was at the beginning. He sighed slightly in his heart and put away the system panel. Chen Chuan stared at the ceiling, thinking about the future. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from outside the room. Who could it be in the middle of the night? Where? Curious, Chen Chuan's eyes lit up, and in an instant, Chen Chuan's body disappeared. At the same time, outside the palace, a mermaid woman with a large and plump figure, but still with enchanting curves, walking in the night, curiously looking at everything around. In those bright but clear eyes, there is a childlike innocence and curiosity, as if she is extremely curious about everything around. Beside her, there is also a shark of the same size, but slightly fat, wearing red clothes, surrounding her. This person is the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, and the little shark Mikaro beside her. And now, accompanied by a fine wave of sound, Chen Chuan's figure has quietly come behind Shirahoshi. You are the mermaid princess, Shirahoshi, right? Chen Chuan suddenly spoke. The sudden sound also scared Bai Xing. Bai Xing, who had sneaked out to play, turned around and said in a panic, "I'm sorry, I'll go back right away." While waving his hands, Bai Xing didn't even dare to raise his head, but lowered his head silently, with tears in the corners of his eyes. "You're still so easy to cry." Chen Chuan sighed slightly. Then he whispered, "I'm not here to catch you back, I just happened to pass by." Hearing this, Bai Xing raised his head gently. When he saw Chen Chuan's face clearly, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "I thought it was my father who found out that I sneaked out." "Hey, wait, you are a human. You should be the group of humans that my father talked about today, very powerful humans." Shirahoshi seemed very excited to see Chen Chuan. Since she grew up, Neptune rarely allowed her to go out and locked her in the palace all day. Not to mention humans, she had only seen them once in her life. That was when she was 6 years old, when her mother was still alive. But that human seemed to be of noble status and very fierce. Looking at Princess Shirahoshi who was looking him up and down, Chen Chuan couldn't help but shake his head lightly. This girl is a pitiful person. She was weak and timid by nature, and she accidentally activated the ability to communicate with sea kings when she was 6 years old. Thus, Neptune realized her true identity. In order to protect Shirahoshi, she could only be strictly prohibited from going out and locked her in the palace all day. With a sigh, Chen Chuan jumped lightly. And actually jumped directly onto Shirahoshi's shoulder. Whispered in her ear, "Do you want to go out and see the world?" Chapter 110. The old man was very happy. "Want to see the outside world?" Chen Chuan's voice was full of temptation. The outside world. Hearing this, Bai Xing's huge and clear eyes were full of yearning. Ever since she cried 8 years ago, her father, King Neptune, strictly forbade her to step out of the palace. Not to mention going to the top, the land world. Bai Xing's eyes were full of light, but then she seemed to think of something. She lowered her head and poked her fingers, and couldn't help sighing. "But my father won't even let me go out of the palace, let alone the outside world. It would be bad if my father found out. And, my father said that the outside world is very dangerous. Especially for us mermaids." Although Shirahoshi also wanted to see the scenery on land. But when she thought of Neptune's repeated warnings to her since she was a child, the dangers of the outside world, Shirahoshi hesitated. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Chen Chuan's mouth slightly raised an arc. Then he straightened his waist, and a hint of pride and domineering appeared on his face. Don't worry, with me here, absolutely no one can hurt you. And we will rush back before dawn, how about it? After speaking carefully, looking at the extremely tangled expression on Shirahashi's innocent face, Chen Chuan felt a little embarrassed in his heart. Why does this feel like coaxing a child? If we look at the current timeline in the original book, Shirahoshi seems to be only 14 years old. At the age of Chen Chuan's 2 lives, Bai Xing can really only be regarded as a little girl. And now, under Chen Chuan's repeated instigation, Bai Xing hesitated for a long time, and finally seemed to muster up the courage, and asked in a somewhat unsteady tone, "Will it really not be discovered by my father?" "Really? Then trouble you." Finally, after Chen Chuan's deception, Bai Xing decided to go with Chen Chuan to see the land. After all, being able to live on land, it has always been her and her mother's dream from beginning to end. Hearing Bai Xing promised herself, Chen Chuan also showed a smile on his face. The first step has been completed. For this one of the 3 ancient weapons, the Sea King, Poseidon, the terrifying power that is said to be enough to destroy the world, Chen Chuan naturally wants to build a good relationship with Bai Xing now. Maybe one day in the future he will need to rely on Bai Xing's power. And now, just as Chen Chuan was about to summon the warship and take Shirahoshi to dive upwards, an extremely obscene voice suddenly sounded from behind Shirahoshi. "Beautiful Princess Shirahoshi, please accept my proposal today." As the person spoke, he threw a bunch of roses mixed with stones towards Shirahoshi. Under the flickering night light, Chen Chuan had already seen the face of the person. It was the extremely disgusting stinky sticky candy in the original book. Vanderdecken 9, who Shirahoshi could not refuse no matter what. Vanderdecken, an ugly fishman with the appearance of a tiger shark and 4 legs. He is also the user of the target fruit, and has the power to throw objects accurately. He once harassed the mermaid princess Shirahoshi for 8 years. And he kept pestering Bai Xing like a dogskin plaster day after day, proposing to her. After being rejected by Bai Xing, he kept throwing stones, axes, and other dangerous objects at her. Bai Xing, who was already timid, also suffered from severe depression because of this. And now, Bai Xing, who looked panicked, also saw the other person's appearance clearly. A trace of strong shock and fear flashed across her pretty face. While her body retreated slightly, Bai Xing seemed to be very afraid of the man in front of her. "Beautiful Princess Bai Xing, I didn't expect you to run out of the palace privately. You don't want your father to know that you sneaked out. Then now, please accept my proposal." Vanderdecken, with a wretched smile on his face, seemed to have already grasped Bai Xing. As for Chen Chuan on the side, he was directly ignored by him. A mere human dared to get so close to his little Bai Xing. When Bai Xing agrees with him, he will chop him with an axe. Vanderdecken will not let go of anyone who wants to get close to Bai Xing. Bai Xing, who was standing aside, heard Vanderdecken's words. A trace of fear flashed across her beautiful face, and she looked nervous. "But," he said to Vanderdecken without hesitation. "Sorry, you're not my type." Shirahashi's voice was not loud, but it accurately hit Vanderdecken's fragile heart. Vanderdecken's eyes turned white, and he almost fainted under the huge emotional fluctuations. "Nanny! No! Princess Shirahoshi, look at how handsome I am! You will definitely fall in love with me deeply." Vanderdecken, while dancing and speaking hurriedly, did not forget to pose. He wanted to attract Shirahashi's attention. However, Shirahoshi shook his head like a rattle, and rejected it more thoroughly. Feeling uncomfortable, Vanderdecken's pointed face showed a hint of madness. "Impossible! Princess, you will definitely accept me." While speaking, Vanderdecken was like crazy, heading towards Shirahashi's huge body. He threw several huge sharp axes in succession. The axes spun rapidly in the air, flew up, and were about to fall on Bai Xing's chest. Seeing that the other party was so angry that he threw axes at him crazily, Bai Xing, who was already timid, had tears in her eyes, and was almost crying out of fear. He didn't dare to look up. "Accept my deep love, princess!" Vanderdecken shouted. However, at this moment, Chen Chuan, who had been watching the show, suddenly made a move. A cold light flashed in his red eyes. Chen Chuan used the instant body technique and teleported directly in front of Bai Xing. When the axe was about to fall on her, Chen Chuan directly grasped all the huge axes in the air with one hand. Then he pinched his palm fiercely, and the next second, several huge sharp axes in the air were crushed by him and scattered all over the ground. "Just gravel, not half as good as me." While speaking, in the horrified eyes of Vanderdecken, Chen Chuan's figure disappeared again, and then instantly appeared in front of Vanderdecken. He didn't give him any chance to resist at all. Chen Chuan grasped Vanderdecken's neck with his big hand. Then he lifted Vanderdecken up with a slight lift. His red eyes were without a trace of emotion, as if he was looking at a piece of trash at the bottom of the pile. "Do you want to dance too?" Chapter 111. The two of them were so busy that they had to dance. "Do you want to dance too?" Chen Chuan pinched Vanderdecken's arm and exerted a little force. Soon, Vanderdecken's face turned ashen. The suffocating feeling that rushed to his head made Vanderdecken wave his arms constantly, and even wanted to throw an axe at Chen Chuan. Then how could Chen Chuan let him succeed? A hint of murderous intent flashed across his red eyes. Chen Chuan's eyes flashed. As if there was some kind of magic in his eyes, Vanderdecken fell into an endless illusion of pain after looking at Chen Chuan's Mangekyo Sharinan. Chen Chuan threw Vanderdecken to the ground, and the latter immediately fell to the ground and kept rolling, wailing in pain, as if he was experiencing something extremely painful in his mind. Bai Xing, who was standing by, saw this scene, and the timid girl was frightened and her face turned pale. She covered her eyes with her hands and dared not look at the scene in front of her. As for Chen Chuan, he listened to Vanderdecken's screams quietly as if he was watching a play. Finally, after a while, Vanderdecken finally couldn't stand the painful experience that kept playing in the depths of his mind, and he screamed. He took out a huge sharp axe from his arms and threw it into the air. The axe spun and turned, and directly and accurately penetrated Vanderdecken's chest. Blood mixed with broken internal organs scattered all over the ground. Falling in a pool of blood, Vanderdecken's eyes flashed brightly before his death. As his eyes gradually turned grey, the corners of his mouth could not help but raise a curve. As if he had been relieved from the pain. After getting rid of Vanderdecken, Chen Chuan gently waved his right hand, and the blood and corpses on the ground were swept away. When Bai Xing reacted, the ground was empty. Looking at the cold man standing proudly in the air in front of him. Although Bai Xing had many doubts in his heart, he swallowed the words that came to his lips, and looked at Chen Chuan with more curiosity. And now, with Vanderdecken being solved, Chen Chuan estimated the time, and with a thought, a majestic warship with an extremely large and luxurious appearance immediately appeared in front of the two of them. Waving his hand slightly, Chen Chuan whispered to Bai Xing, "Let's go, I'll take you to see the outside world." Seeing this, Bai Xing smiled happily, and then carefully followed Chen Chuan onto the battleship. At the same time, on the other side, in a certain sea area, on a pirate ship with a peculiar shape, several figures with strange body proportions were standing on the deck. The leader had purple hair, his hairstyle was like a cross, and a big sword was tucked on his waist. There was a terrifying scar on his face, and a crazy smile on the corner of his mouth. The person who came was the Big Mom Pirates, the 10th son of the 4 emperors Big Mom. One of the 3 generals, the Thousand-Hand Biscuits, Cracker. "Brother Cracker, Mom said that we should come to conquer Fishman Island. Is it really okay?" One of the men with sparse hair, short and thick lower limbs, but surprisingly long upper limbs came to Cracker and asked softly. "Fishman Island has always been the territory of the 4 emperors Whitebeard. Now there are rumors that Whitebeard has fallen, but Whitebeard's former majesty is still there. Now he is ordered to plunder Whitebeard's territory, which inevitably makes him a little flustered. Waste, Whitebeard is dead, and the Whitebeard pirates can't protect themselves now, so how can they have time to care about the islands they protect? Now the 4 emperors Kaido is also taking action. If we don't hurry up, I'm afraid we won't even get soup. Cracker glared at the other party unhappily. Then he ordered the person behind him to continue to speed up and move towards the location of Fishman Island. Soon, Cracker and his party arrived at the sea above Fishman Island. Although the strength of Fishman Island is not strong, the strength of the fishmen in the deep sea will be greatly improved and exploded. Therefore, unless it is absolutely necessary, Cracker does not want to conflict with the fishmen on Fishman Island. After all, there are too many fishmen. All Cracker needs to do is tell them that without the protection of the 4 emperors, the situation of Fishman Island will become extremely dangerous. Those fishmen will obediently offer tribute. Thinking of this, Cracker's face immediately showed a smug smile. And just as when they were about to cover the boat with bubbles and dive towards Fishman Island, suddenly, the waves in front of them were strangely lifted and rolled, and the waves were hundreds of meters high. It seemed that some huge creature was about to emerge from the deep sea. As the boat was shaking, there was no panic on Cracker's face, but a bloodthirsty smile emerged. A mere sea king, in front of my biscuit general, it's not even a scum. Cracker licked his lips, showing a fierce look. At the same time, in the eyes of Cracker and his group, in the dark night, a huge black shadow surfaced. Under the moonlight, Cracker and his group also saw the appearance of the black shadow clearly. They thought it would be a giant sea king. But what they didn't expect was that it was actually a huge battleship that was 1,000 meters long and had an extremely luxurious appearance. This ship is so big. Cracker and others were shocked. On the other side, Chen Chuan took Princess Shirahoshi and stood on the battleship. Soon they rose from the deepest part of Fishman Island to the sky above the uppermost sea. Standing tightly on the battleship, looking at the beautiful scenery around, Shirahoshi's eyes were shining, and she looked around curiously. Is this the scenery on the ocean, and over there is land? Shirahoshi's face was surprised. Just when Chen Chuan was about to take Shirahoshi to the distant island to watch, an untimely shrill voice suddenly came from the other side of the battleship. Nice battleship, eh? Is this a fishman? So big. It looks good. If I give it to Mom, she will definitely like it. The man sneered, as if he had regarded the battleship and Shirahoshi in front of him as his possession. As soon as Chen Chuan turned around and looked, he saw the Big Mom pirate flag on the Cracker pirate ship. The 4 emperors, the pirate flag of Big Mom. That guy is one of the 3 generals, Cracker? Interesting. Chen Chuan murmured curiously. The 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates actually appeared in the sea above Fishman Island. Could it be that they came to recruit Fishman Island? Chen Chuan thought for a moment. At this time, Cracker below brought the pirate ship close to the perimeter of Chen Chuan's warship. Then he jumped directly onto the warship. Coming in front of Chen Chuan, Cracker showed a bloodthirsty face, with a hint of crazy smile, and shouted directly at Chen Chuan, "Boy, from now on, this ship and the fishmen next to it are mine. Now, let me, General Thousand Hands, chop you into 8 pieces." Chapter 112. The enemy was so angry that he was lying on the ground. The arrogant and bloodthirsty words did not take Chen Chuan into consideration at all, as if he had already regarded Chen Chuan as a dead man. Bai Xing, who was standing by, was interrupted by Cracker before he had time to appreciate the scenery on the sea. After hearing Cracker's series of words and the other party's bloodthirsty and fierce look, Bai Xing's face immediately showed a trace of fear. With red eyes, Bai Xing moved his body slightly and hid behind Chen Chuan in fear. Big body, small back. At the same time, Chen Chuan looked at Cracker, who dared to jump directly onto his boat, and a trace of curiosity appeared on his face. Is this guy mentally abnormal? He actually dared to come and plot against Chen Chuan. He must be tired of living. His red eyes flashed, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. Chen Chuan took a slow step forward, staring at the Cracker in front of him expressionlessly. "Weekends actually dare to board my ship." The cold words fell coldly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The next second, Chen Chuan's figure instantly disappeared in front of Cracker. Seeing Chen Chuan disappear, Cracker's face changed. instantly summoned dozens of tall biscuit soldiers holding big knives, all of them guarding him. And while Cracker was looking around with a vigilant look on his face, the next second, the biscuit warriors guarding him exploded at the same time. Boom! 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 A series of explosions suddenly sounded. In Cracker's confused eyes, before he could react, Chen Chuan's figure had quietly come behind him. With a grasp of the void, Chen Chuan's face was fierce. He lifted Cracker with one hand, and then threw him hard on the boat, hitting the hard board heavily. Under the huge impact, Cracker spurted out a mouthful of old blood. The whole person fell on the deck, completely withered. Taking a step forward, Chen Chuan's body came directly in front of Cracker like a ghost. Looking down at him from a high place, as if looking at a low-level ant. Holding the stinging chest tightly. It was at this time that Cracker recognized the true identity of the person in front of him. You are the 5 emperors, Chen Chuan. Cracker's pupils were shocked. He couldn't believe that he had accidentally provoked the 5th pirate in the world who was the most popular and glorious in the war. His luck was really good. He could even run into this. Wasn't this guy in the first half of the Grand Line? How could he suddenly come to the New World Fishman Island? Cracker was puzzled. At this time, after hearing the huge noise on the ship and Cracker's screams, 6 or 7 men and women with strange figures on the accompanying pirate ship also came to the battleship. As soon as they came up, they saw Cracker lying on the ground wailing with a shocked face. One of them hurriedly stepped forward and helped him up. The other few people looked at Chen Chuan in front of them with a vigilant look. You bastard, you dare to attack Big Brother Cracker. Do you know who we are? I am one of the 4 emperors, the 39th son of Big Mom. You dare to attack us? Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the 4 emperors? The man in a pink suit, who claimed to be the 39th son of Big Mom, shouted at Chen Chuan. As the strongest among them, the 3-star General Cracker. At this moment, he was knocked to the ground by the mysterious man in front of him. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and could only bring up Big Mom's name in the hope of shocking the other party. However, this trick may be useful for others, but for Chen Chuan, it's ridiculous. With a slight arc at the corner of his mouth, Chen Chuan's face showed a sarcastic expression. I don't even care about the 4 emperors. The arrogant and domineering words shocked everyone in place. The man who claimed to be an anti was even more stunned, staring at Chen Chuan as if he had eaten shit. Fearing that Chen Chuan would make the next move. Asshole, you guy, don't be so arrogant. Another person heard the words and shouted angrily. He was about to attack Chen Chuan, but was stopped by Cracker who climbed up behind him. Trying to calm down, Cracker limped to Chen Chuan. He said respectfully, Master Chen Chuan, we are blind and disturbed you. I hope you will be magnanimous and give us a way out for Mom's sake. Big Mom pirates will keep your kindness in mind. Cracker is worthy of being one of the 3 generals. Knowing that he is invincible, he begged for mercy directly and mentioned the kindness of the 4 emperors' pirates. It is not common to get a favor from one of the 4 emperors. Of course, it is not certain whether Cracker can represent it. Hearing this, Chen Chuan shook his head after hearing what Cracker said. You broke into my ship and threatened to capture my friends. I can't let you go like this. What do you want? Hearing this, Cracker's eyes narrowed slightly. Knowing that it would not be so easy to get away today. You should be here to occupy Fishman Island, right? Go back and tell Big Mom that Fishman Island will be my Chen Chuan's territory in the future. If you want to take over Fishman Island, ask me, Chen Chuan, if I agree or not. As he spoke calmly, a terrifying dark red energy suddenly burst out from Chen Chuan's body. Under the release of the top-level Overlord Color Overlord, Cracker's eyes turned white due to the direct impact of a terrifying mental energy. The body almost fell down. In a panic, Cracker's face showed extreme fear. At this moment, he could clearly feel how strong Chen Chuan was. This Overlord Color domineering alone is definitely much stronger than his mom. With horror in his heart, Cracker turned around and left with a few people. At this time, Chen Chuan behind him scratched his ears and spoke again. Who allowed you to leave like this? Confused, Cracker was about to speak. But he saw a flash of extremely sharp blade light, which flashed by. The blade light cut, bringing a residual heat. Touching the bloodstains on his face, Cracker's eyes were confused, and he lowered his head to look behind him. You can go back alone, just stay here forever. The cold words fell lightly. After saying this, Chen Chuan didn't even look at Cracker, and waved his right hand. A huge energy aura surged out. It directly lifted Cracker with a broken arm and several corpses under his feet. It landed accurately on the previous pirate ship. Landed on the pirate ship, staring blankly at everything in front of him. Cracker tightly covered the bleeding broken arm, gritted his teeth, and drove the pirate ship away in a panic. After solving all this, Chen Chuan glanced at the frightened Shirahoshi behind him, and showed a smile that was completely different from before. Let's go to that island to take a look. Chapter 113. After the Cracker was blasted out, Chen Chuan and Bai Xing drove the warship and soon arrived at a small island nearby. It is called a small island, but the space is not big, but the scenery is extremely beautiful. Under the moonlight, Chen Chuan took Bai Xing directly to the island. Is this the scenery on land? Looking at the soft night scene in front of her and the vast and calm sea, Bai Xing's eyes widened, revealing a strange light. Being able to live in harmony with humans on land is a long-standing dream of her and her deceased mother. And now, as Bai Xing and Chen Chuan boarded the island, some strange little glowing things around gradually approached Bai Xing and began to circle around her, looking very curious. After seeing the scene in front of her, Bai Xing also showed a trace of curiosity on her face. These are, bugs. After seeing the glowing little things around her, she realized that they were bugs. Bai Xing screamed in fear subconsciously. Chen Chuan, who was standing by, saw this scene, but waved his hand and stepped forward to explain softly, these little guys are called fireflies. They can glow from their abdomens and are very docile bugs. As he spoke, Chen Chuan stretched out a finger. The fireflies around saw this and immediately surrounded her. Seeing this, Bai Xing, who was a little scared before, hesitated for a moment and also stretched out a finger. Surrounded by fireflies, the spotted starlight was shining in the night, mixed with Bai Xing's crisp and pleasant voice, which seemed particularly beautiful. At the same time, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford. The Marine headquarters, which was rebuilt frantically after the war, has taken shape. Marineford is also recovering bit by bit, and the town residents who took refuge earlier are also returning at this moment. At this moment, in a very tight conference room, a sudden roar resounded throughout the room. Vice Admiral Garp's face turned red with anger. He questioned Sengoku in disbelief. Sengoku, you bastard, are you crazy? You actually recruited that guy as the new 7 warlords of the sea. Where do you put Zephyr with such behavior? Don't you know how much damage that guy has caused to Zephyr? Garp's face was extremely angry. For the first time, he felt a little puzzled by his decades-long comrade in front of him. Garp, this is not something I can decide. The world government has agreed to Edward Weeble's call, and our navy is just going through the motions. As for Zephyr, I will explain it to him in person. Zhang Guo covered his forehead tightly, his face a little gloomy. He could have retired in a while, but the government insisted on doing this for him. Wouldn't this cause a conflict between him and Zephyr? Hearing this, Garp sighed heavily. Then he slumped down in a chair, lowered his head slightly, and showed an extremely ugly expression on his face. This, isn't it forcing Zephyr to leave? As comrades in the same period, Garp, warring states, and Zephyr naturally have a very deep relationship. Garp also expressed great sadness for some of the tragedies that happened to Zephyr. Zephyr has always been obsessed with that matter. And now, the world government actually publicly chose to recruit that murderer as a member of the new 7 warlords of the sea. Such behavior was known to Zephyr. Garp simply couldn't imagine how devastated Zephyr would be. On one side was the justice he had been loyal to for his whole life, and on the other side was the murderer who killed his entire family and caused all the tragedies. And now, the government abandoned him for that murderer. How disheartened Zephyr would be! Just when Garp and Sengoku were both silent, a deputy general suddenly rushed to report. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, General Zephyr, he burned his navy coat, robbed a battleship, rushed out of the port, and disappeared. What did you say? Hearing this, Sengoku was shocked and stood up quickly. Garp on the side sighed heavily. With a trace of painful regret on his face, Zeph, you, fool. On the other side, the next morning. After playing for most of the night, Chen Chuan and Bai Xing saw that the time was almost up. Chen Chuan controlled the warship and dived again to the Fishman Island 10,000 meters below. As soon as the two got off the warship, they saw a neat and solemn group of fishermen, soldiers and guards, all surrounding them. The leader was the serious-looking king of Fishman Island, Neptune. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows and guessed Neptune's intention. Probably thought that he would catch Bai Xing's attention. After seeing Neptune, Bai Xing on the side dodged a little, and in a panic, he slowly walked towards Neptune. Bai Xing, without my order, you dare to sneak out of the palace. After carefully looking at Bai Xing from front to back and making sure that Bai Xing was not injured at all, Neptune reprimanded with a serious face. Hearing this, Bai Xing lowered his head, his eyes were a little red, and he dared not speak. With a slight sigh, Neptune ordered his fishman soldiers to take Bai Xing back to the palace. Then he turned to look at Chen Chuan. Lord Chen Chuan, I wonder why you took Bai Xing out in the middle of the night. Knowing that Chen Chuan's strength is extremely terrifying. Therefore, even though Chen Chuan kidnapped Bai Xing, Neptune's inner anger did not show immediately. He should not know Bai Xing's true identity. Neptune murmured in his heart. After all, Bai Xing is one of the ancient weapons, the Sea King, and even his two sons don't know it. And Chen Chuan, a newly rising Sea Emperor, should not know it yet. It's just that I'm free and take her to go shopping. Chen Chuan replied lightly. Hearing this, although Neptune had many doubts in his heart, he could only swallow them. After all, Chen Chuan was the emperor of the sea, and they, the Fishman Island, could not afford to offend him. Fishman Island was still under his protection. While the two were talking, after seeing Chen Chuan, Rayleigh and his party hurried to Chen Chuan's side from the Dragon Palace. And now, after estimating the time, Rayleigh and his party boarded the warship. After refusing Neptune's continued retention, Chen Chuan wanted to drive the warship and leave upwards. At this moment, Shirahoshi, who was behind Neptune, mustered up his courage. Turning his head to Chen Chuan, he said loudly, Mr. Chen Chuan, thank you for letting me see the scenery on land. Will we meet again next time? Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Chen Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised. With a wave of his right hand, a transparent glass bottle containing 7 fireflies fell on Shirahoshi's palm. With a wave of his hand, the warship instantly disappeared from Fishman Island under everyone's tense gaze. Chapter 114. After leaving Fishman Island, Chen Chuan and his party stood on the battleship and made plans for the next step. To enter the new world, the first step is to find an island as the base of the organization. At this time, Doflamingo, who has always had a low sense of presence since Chen Chuan defeated Kaido, suddenly spoke from the back. When we get to the new world, of course we'll go to my territory, boss, go to my Dressrosa, there, you'll be the new king. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Chen Chuan nodded lightly. After all, in the new world, Minga's intelligence network is more complete. Hawkeye has always been a loner. In comparison, Dressrosa is indeed better. In addition, Dressrosa is under the cruel control of Doflamingo, the underground emperor, and the residents of the country are also living in dire straits. Now with the arrival of Chen Chuan, it is time for the suffering of the people to end. Soon, the battleship left Fishman Island and rushed to the sea surface. While raising waves, the battleship floated on the sea surface, which also symbolized that Chen Chuan and others had truly arrived in the new world. The new world was divided by the 4 emperors. And now, with the arrival of Chen Chuan, it will surely cause another shock. Standing on the battleship, everyone drove towards the location of Dressrosa. Half a day passed in a flash. Under the rapid running of the battleship under their feet, Chen Chuan and his party were unimpeded and soon arrived at the outskirts of the sea area of Dressrosa. Dressrosa, the kingdom of toys. Under the control of Doflamingo, many unknown dark transactions are being run. In this regard, as Chen Chuan and his party entered the palace, under Chen Chuan's order. Although Doflamingo was reluctant in his heart, he finally called on his men to restore those humans who had been turned into toys. With the arrival of Chen Chuan, the whole country seemed to have undergone a huge reform. As for King Riku, who was originally forced to step down, after learning the true identity of Chen Chuan and abolishing Doflamingo's dark rule as soon as he came to power. He didn't say anything more and handed the country over to Chen Chuan with confidence. And now, with Chen Chuan's arrival in the New World. As time passed, a latest report about Chen Chuan spread throughout the world again. The day before Chen Chuan entered the New World. On a small island in the waters near the Sabayati archipelago. An unprecedented battle about the 5 emperors Chen Chuan took place. The 4 emperors of the New World, the admiral of the beasts pirates, Kaido, descended on the Sabayati archipelago and fought a fierce battle with the newly promoted 5th emperor Chen Chuan. The battle between the 2 emperors was earth-shattering. The scope was so large that it affected all the nearby sea areas within 1,000 meters. The island where the 2 of them fought was also affected until it finally sank into the sea completely. And in this news report, it was also published for the first time about the battle form of the 4 emperors Kaido, which turned out to be a 1,000-meter-long ferocious blue dragon. Not only that, the 5th emperor Chen Chuan even summoned a light blue giant that was 100 meters high. The powerful means of both sides once again shocked the world. It was too terrifying, it was completely the power to destroy the world. And the final battle result once again shocked the world. The pupils couldn't stop shrinking. The 4 emperors Kaido, defeated. The 5th emperor Chen Chuan reached the top, and the bounty amount was increased again. The bounty reached 5 billion. And he was praised as the strongest man in the world after the death of the 4 emperors Whitebeard. The strongest man in the New World. The most evil man. This report once again made Chen Chuan's name resound throughout the world. The continuous major reports also made the name Chen Chuan completely imprinted in the deepest minds of countless people. At the same time, the Holy Land Marijoa. In a luxurious room, several 5 elders were sitting on chairs, discussing countermeasures. Chen Chuan, the most evil man, has improved so fast. Even the strongest creature in the New World, Kaido, was defeated by him. The bearded 5 elders looked extremely gloomy. It started from the first time Chen Chuan killed the celestial dragon in the Sabayati archipelago. It's probably been less than a month. The strength and identity of that guy have achieved a qualitative leap. Until now, even those guys in the New World were defeated by him. The growth rate of that guy is really too terrifying. Even they felt a chill deep in their hearts. Defeated the old 4 emperors Kaido? Since the death of Whitebeard, that guy has become the new Whitebeard. I'm afraid he doesn't want to be Whitebeard. Saint Geralsha said coldly. Chen Chuan's attitude towards their world government is not as easygoing as Whitebeard. Dare to openly declare it to the world in the war on the top. The guy who declared war on their world government has ambitions that are not just to play some family games in the New World. What's more, that guy is still very young. In time, I'm afraid he will become the next Rox. When the 5 elders heard this, their faces condensed. Thinking of Chen Chuan, I couldn't help but feel a sense of worry in my heart. After a short silence, the bearded 5 elders said in a deep voice, Lord Yumo has already given the order, and the plan over there has been almost prepared, as long as the prophesied devil fruit can be obtained. Everything in the world will be restarted again, and the wait of 100 years will be fulfilled. As for the kid named Chen Chuan, when necessary, we can order the guy in the New World to assist us and besiege him together. After all, it is what he should do with such blood. A series of words, and everyone nodded lightly. Yes, the wait of hundreds of years will finally be completed in this era. Under the leadership of Lord Yumo, the world will finally enter a new era. It's time to let the guys outside see who is in charge of this world. Chapter 115 3 days passed slowly, and Chen Chuan became the king of Dressrosa. While reforming the system, he ordered Doflamingo to find out the movements of the other 4 emperors in the New World. After Cracker returned from a serious injury, the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin was furious and directly declared war on the 5 emperors Chen Chuan. And he will go to Dressrosa in person when necessary. Take off the heads of Chen Chuan and his subordinates. In response, Chen Chuan smiled contemptuously. She didn't take the other party seriously at all. With Big Mom's strength, she might not be as good as the 4 emperors Kaido. Chen Chuan really didn't care. As for the other side, after returning to the New World, the 4 emperors Kaido hid on a Nagashima and there has been no big movement recently. On the other hand, the Red Hair Pirates, Red Hair Shanks, who has always been relatively calm, often come and go in Whitebeard's territory recently, and have met with Marco and other cotters. At the same time, the other force is the Navy headquarters. Admirals Akainu and Aokiji finally woke up from coma after resting for several days. Although Aokiji was seriously injured and had his right leg cut off by Chen Chuan. But relying on his own strong recovery ability and the Navy's highest medical means, his life was not in danger. And with the resignation of Navy Marshal Sengoku, the position of Navy Marshal is temporarily vacant. The seriously injured Akainu and Aokiji agreed to fight in Tokushima in 10 days, and the winner would become the next Admiral of the Navy. In response, Chen Chuan nodded silently, and everything went according to his plan. While the Navy was refilling the vacancies of the 7 warlords of the sea, another major event was announced to everyone in the world again. In order to fill the gap in combat power after the war, the Navy headquarters held a grand conscription ceremony. Some top strongmen will be recruited from all over the world to fill the high-end combat power of the Navy. In response, Chen Chuan's mind once again surged with an interesting idea. That guy seems to be nearby, he muttered. Chen Chuan's mind moved, and he disappeared instantly. Dressrosa, a city under his command. Chen Chuan, wearing a black robe to cover his figure, quickly walked through the city like a ghost. Finally, after searching countless underground casinos, Chen Chuan finally found the person he had been searching for in a somewhat remote casino. In the casino, a blind middle-aged man with a knife on his waist and a burly square face was listening to the dice in front of him nervously. When the dealer said that he had lost again, the blind man immediately crawled on the ground like a deflated football. It's the 13th time, and I lost again. This person is the future Admiral of the Navy, Fujitora Uchiha. But now he has not passed the Navy conscription and joined the Navy to become an Admiral. He is still just a powerful gambler. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan behind him, his pupils turned slightly, and an interesting arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chen Chuan took a few steps forward, and then took out 100,000 baileys from his arms, exchanged them for chips, and bet them all on the big position. Seeing someone betting, the dealer was also delighted. He shouted again, "Buy it and leave it, buy it and leave it." After all the gamblers placed their bets, the dealer opened the betting plate directly with an order. The result was a big one. Chen Chuan also won 100,000 baileys. This guy is lucky, he won 100,000 baileys right away. While handing the chips to Chen Chuan, the dealer deliberately said loudly. Hearing this, looking at the heavy golden baileys in Chen Chuan's hand, the gamblers who were watching immediately aroused the desire to bet again. No, I want to win back all the money I lost before. This time, I will definitely win. Quick, brother, lend me 100,000, and I will pay you back when I win later. The gamblers shouted loudly. At this time, Fujitora behind him rushed to the crowd after hearing such a big noise, curiously listening to everything around him. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, he had a special feeling for a long time. Fujitora still noticed Chen Chuan's position. As the dealer shook the dice, Chen Chuan. A flash of red light flashed in the red eyes. This time, all the 200,000 baileys were directly bet on the small one. Seeing this, some gamblers around him followed suit, some followed Chen Chuan to bet, and some were not satisfied with their luck and did the opposite. Buy it and leave it, the next is the exciting moment. With the big wave of the dealer's hand, the dice in front of them immediately appeared in front of everyone. 2, 1, 3, small. After announcing the result, some people are happy and some are worried. Chen Chuan hit the result again. This time, he directly won 200,000 baileys, a total of 400,000 baileys. This guy is lucky, he has won 2 consecutive games. The dealer said it again. Fujitora on the side heard the words and listened closely to everything in front of him. Although he couldn't see with his eyes, but through his facial expression, he could still feel his extremely nervous expression. This guy, he is really an old gambler. He murmured in his heart. Another round of betting began. This time, Chen Chuan directly bet all 400,000 baileys on the big bet. Seeing this, the gamblers behind him immediately followed Chen Chuan and bet together. Bet all your wealth on the big bet. Seeing this, the smile on the face of the dealer who was shaking the dice became even stronger. Have you bet? If you bet, I will open the market. While the dealer was talking, another gambler couldn't help but bet again. Wait, there's me too. Me, I'll do it too. After a while, finally, when no one bet any more, a hint of obscure arc flashed across the corner of the dealer's mouth, and his right hand holding the gambling table moved gently below. The next second, under the gaze of Chen Chuan's Manjikyo Sharinan, the dice that should have been big were quietly changing. Slowly set to 221, small. Seeing this, Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed, and with a thought, the dice on the gambling table changed back again. A little trick, but it can't be difficult for me. He murmured in his heart. Under the urging of the gamblers, the dealer Lian Liang said, Okay. Okay. Let's open it now. Open. With the dealer's order. In the eyes of everyone nervously, the number under the gambling table was 5, 5, and 6, big. Seeing this scene, the gamblers around him exclaimed. Yeah. It's great. This guy, it's awesome. I won 3 times. Thank you so much, brother. With this trick with you, I finally raised enough money for the bride price to marry Zhen. While everyone exclaimed, the boss of the dealer opposite was almost black in the face. Strange, I've obviously changed my size. He was confused, but he could only swallow it. After exchanging the chips for gold coins, Chen Chuan walked out slowly amid the reluctance of the gamblers. Fujitora, who had been listening nervously for most of the day, smiled, and after feeling Chen Chuan's departure, he hesitated for a moment. He also hurriedly followed. Chapter 116. After a long time, the two of them were very busy. Following Chen Chuan's steps, Fujitora followed him all the way to an alley. Seeing this, Chen Chuan's mouth corners slightly raised, and then turned to look at Fujitora. I'm sorry to block your way. If I'm not mistaken, you should be the new Emperor of the Sea, the new King of Dressrosa, His Majesty Chen Chuan, who has been rumored recently. Fujitora said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows, and a hint of fun flashed across his face. He didn't expect that Fujitora still recognized his true identity despite his intentional cover-up. What's the matter? Chen Chuan said lightly. I wandered all the way to this country in pursuit of justice in my heart. During this period, I have seen all the darkness and evil in this country. When you ascended the throne, I thought the tragedy of this country would worsen again, but the result was beyond my expectation. Fujitora was full of emotion. As the newly enthroned Emperor of the Sea, he was dubbed the extremely evil by the world government. Fujitora smiled, he thought Chen Chuan was also a cruel and vicious black tyrant. The dual controller of power and authority. But since Chen Chuan ascended the throne, he became the new Queen of Dressrosa. Fujitora was surprised to find that this country was gradually getting better, and the previous evil and dark underground transactions were also abolished. Such a change made Fujitora's deep pursuit of the ideals in his heart tremble a little. In Chen Chuan's calm eyes, Fujitora took the knife from his waist and placed it on the ground. With his waist slightly bent, Fujitora slowly lowered his head. I have been searching for the truth deep in my heart, exploring and dreaming of changing this turbid world. Until now, I met you. In order for the justice in my heart to continue, I, Fujitora Uchiha, am here to make a request to you. I hope you can let me join your team, change the world together, and pursue the truth in my heart. Fujitora lowered his head, his voice was extremely low, but his tone contained extreme firmness. Seeing this, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he sighed softly. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Originally, Chen Chuan was still thinking about how to trick Fujitora into coming in. Now, he came to the door directly. A glimmer of light flashed in his red eyes, and Chen Chuan stared at Fujitora in front of him quietly. Fujitora Uchiha is also one of the 3 new admirals of the Navy who joined the army later in the original work. Possessing the powerful ability to control gravity. Super strong 2-color domineering, both are top level, and his swordsmanship is also extremely powerful. Once with a single swing of the sword, controlling gravity directly pulled a meteorite down from space, the strength is extremely terrifying. And now, a strong man with the strength of a general is actually going to take the initiative to join his command. What can Chen Chuan do? Of course, he will accept it all. Originally came to recruit him, now Fujitora took the initiative to ask to join, which saved Chen Chuan a lot of saliva. After nodding lightly and agreeing to Fujitora's request, Chen Chuan took Fujitora and left, and went to the Palace of Dressrosa to meet other members of the organization. The two walked out along the alley. While walking, Fujitora suddenly came forward and asked in a low voice, "That Chen Chief, can you teach me a few tricks of your high skills in the casino?" Chen Chuan, get lost. On the other side, Marineford, Navy Headquarters. The Navy hero Garp personally went down, along with Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of the Navy Headquarters, whose injuries had almost recovered. The two prepared for this world recruitment together. However, although it was 2 people, Garp on the side fell asleep in the chair after eating the donut in his hand. Seeing this, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel beside him could only curl his lips helplessly, not daring to disturb his rest. World recruitment. Recruit top strongmen from all over the world to join the Navy. In this way, to make up for the huge loss of Navy personnel in the war on the top. As for the specific positions of the recruitment, it depends on the specific combat power and some abilities that will be shown in the follow-up. As people from all directions continued to flow towards Marineford, the entire naval headquarters, it became lively. At the same time, in the first half of the Grand Line, in the terrifying 3-dimensional sail area, Gecko Mariah, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea who was directly removed by the world government due to his weak strength during the war on the top, was looking at the darkness ahead with a look of horror. It seemed that there was a creature that he was extremely afraid of. "You bastard, you dare to give Absalom!" Mariah roared angrily. After successfully escaping from Doflamingo during the war on the top, Gecko Mariah fled all the way until he returned here. However, what he didn't expect was that as soon as he came back, he saw his subordinate Cotter, Absalom, the user of the transparent fruit, died on his own territory, with his entire heart being dug out. As Mariah roared in anger, he also attracted a guy in a black robe with a gloomy voice, who rushed towards him. And that guy seemed to be waiting for Mariah's return. Under his repeated attacks, Gecko Mariah, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, had no ability to resist. After a few rounds, he was severely injured by the opponent, and even a few of his fangs fell off. And now, in Mariah's angry and terrified eyes, in the dark night, the black-robed figure flashed. He came directly in front of Mariah, and his dark red dry palm stabbed straight through. He directly inserted into Mariah's chest. After a slight groping, the man pulled out his right hand violently, and actually took out the heart of Gecko Mariah. Severely injured, Mariah struggled to speak, but blood kept falling from the corner of his mouth. The pupils gradually became dilated, and Mariah's body became colder and colder. Then, the black-robed man threw Mariah's body out like garbage with his right hand. He held the blood-red heart still beating in his hand. The black-robed figure actually took it to his mouth and opened his mouth. Under the moonlight, it was like a beast. After making several chilling chewing sounds, he swallowed the heart in his hand clean. After eating the whole heart, the man licked the blood on his hands and mouth with reluctance. The dry face hidden under the black robe showed an extremely satisfied expression. Sure enough, the heart blood of this kind of devil fruit ability user is sweeter. Then who will be the next one? Chapter 117. The two of them met and the two of them met. Inside the royal palace in Dressrosa. With Fujitora joining Chen Chuan, the organization has added another fierce general. Fujitora, who is at his peak, ranks among the best in the organization. Even Pluto Rayleigh may not be his opponent. After a brief meeting, everyone got to know each other better. But Fujitora was not interested in Minga. After all, Minga's brutal rule was completely opposite to the justice in Fujitora's heart. Of course, Doflamingo didn't care about him at all. The two of them looked like they looked down on each other. And now, under Chen Chuan's command, an extremely terrifying force has been condensed. Pluto Rayleigh, Hawkeye my Hawk, Douglas Barrett, Fujitora Ichisho, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Buggy. Except for the last god Buggy, any one of these people is enough to resist thousands of troops. Ranked among the strongest in this world. Soon, we can move towards the final goal soon. Chen Chuan whispered. At this time, Doflamingo's subordinates. The real man, Senior Pick, who was dressed strangely and holding a pacifier, suddenly came to the palace. Senior reported to Chen Chuan above respectfully, King, there is a group of guys claiming to be the Revolutionary Army outside, saying they want to see you. Hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Revolutionary Army? Are those guys finally here? Murmured. At this time, Rayleigh beside him also whispered softly. Chen Chuan, the Revolutionary Army is said to be a powerful organization led by a man named Monkey D. Dragon to overthrow the world government. Their leader, Monkey D. Dragon, is said to be extremely mysterious and powerful. Known as the most vicious criminal in the world. I wonder if that guy has come. Rayleigh's words also attracted everyone's attention. Fujitora said solemnly, during my travels, I heard about the Revolutionary Army. It is a pretty good organization that has saved several countries from the brutal rule of the Black. That guy has another identity. He seems to be the son of the Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. At this time, Lao Sha was silent for a moment and suddenly spoke. Hearing this, Chen Chuan nodded lightly. For that guy, Chen Chuan didn't know much more than them. After all, the man Long was extremely mysterious in the original work. The only time he took action was in Rogue Town, saving Straw Hat Luffy once. How strong he is still unknown. However, a man who can compete with the world government must have reached the level of the four emperors. Or even higher, it is not certain. Let's go out and take a look. He spoke lightly. Under the leadership of Chen Chuan, Rayleigh and his party walked out of the palace in an orderly manner. On the other side, outside the palace, a group of Revolutionary Army cadres led by Long were standing there quietly waiting for Chen Chuan's arrival. Still wearing the iconic outfit, Long, wearing a windbreaker, had a calm face, and people could not see any changes in his expression. And there were several Revolutionary Army cadres around him. The Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army holding a water pipe sabo. The tall commander of the Northern Army, Crocaras, who wore a bird beak mask on his face and had a gloomy and oppressive look in his eyes. As for the other person, he had a unique shape and an extremely exaggerated makeup on his face. It was the Shemale King Ivankov who also showed up in the Battle of Marineford. After the Battle of Marineford, Ivankov said goodbye to Luffy, Ace and others and returned to the Shemale Island. Later, he returned to the Revolutionary Army. And now, seeing Chen Chuan is still not here. Ivankov on the side whispered, Dragon, that guy, is it really reasonable? Will he really agree to join forces with us to deal with the world government together? Having witnessed Chen Chuan's actions in the Battle of Marineford, he deeply knew how terrifying the strength of that cold man was. Being able to fight two admirals alone, his strength has reached the peak of this world. If that guy can really be pulled into the Revolutionary Army, the distance to overthrowing the rule of the world government will be closer. After all, behind Chen Chuan, he is not the only one. Those who are disappointed with this world will eventually be ignited by the flames of revolution. Long's eyes were fixed far away, and he spoke lightly. Hearing this, Ivankov curled his lips and said nothing more. And now, as time slowly passed, soon, Chen Chuan and his party also came here. The leader was naturally Chen Chuan, followed by Rayleigh and his party. At this moment, they all showed their true faces, without covering them with black robes. And this was also tacitly agreed by Chen Chuan. Since they have already ventured into the new world, they naturally cannot hide any more. They need to make their names known throughout the world. Seeing Chen Chuan and his party coming, Long and a group of Revolutionary Army cadres all stood up and came to the opposite side. Ivankov, who was behind him, saw the lineup of Chen Chuan's side. On his face, a look of shock instantly emerged. The right arm of Pirate King Roger, Pluto Silvers, Rayleigh. The former world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. Teniasha da Flamingo, Crocodile. And those two men with very terrifying auras. These terrifying masters who are famous in the sea are actually under the command of 5 emperors Chen Chuan. The faces of the Revolutionary Army were shocked. Even the face of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, showed a rare look of shock. Chen Chuan's power seemed to be a little beyond his imagination. Soon, after the two sides met, Chen Chuan looked at the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and asked directly, "Revolutionary Army, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Hello, Chen Chuan. We, the Revolutionary Army, have also heard about your declaration of war on the world government. This time, I came here on behalf of the Revolutionary Army to invite you, hoping to combine our strengths to overthrow the world government and the brutal rule of the celestial dragons." Without any beating around the bush, Long also stated his intention directly. Since Chen Chuan dared to openly declare war on the world government in the War on the Top, it means that the relationship between the two sides has reached a point where it cannot be reconciled. In addition, Chen Chuan killed the celestial dragons, and the world government will not let Chen Chuan go. So, Long came here and took the initiative to invite Chen Chuan. Hearing this, Chen Chuan stroked his chin and thought for a moment. He responded to Long, "Forget about joining the Revolutionary Army. You just need to know that I, Chen Chuan, will always be consistent with your Revolutionary Army in dealing with the world government. I will bring down those pigs of the celestial dragons sooner or later." The cold words fell indifferently. Chen Chuan has his own power, so he naturally won't choose to join the Revolutionary Army. As for the final world government, Chen Chuan also has his own plans. He will use the power of the Revolutionary Army in the end. It's just that it's not here yet. Chapter 118. After seeing off the Revolutionary Army, Chen Chuan and his party also returned to the palace of Dressrosa. Although he rejected Long's invitation, Chen Chuan did not say it too firmly. Meet on a certain day, ready to take action against the world government. Both forces act together. It is equivalent to an alliance. After returning to the palace, Chen Chuan discussed the next plan with everyone. Chen Chuan's current goal is to unify the entire new world, pacify all the pirate forces and the 4 emperors, and then take action against the world government. Now, Dressrosa has been completely reformed. Next, it was time to go to the territory of the 4 emperors' Big Mam pirates. The new world needs to be unified. The first thing to do is to bring down the 4 emperors who have ruled the new world for many years. The 4 emperors Kaido has been defeated by Chen Chuan. He is not in a hurry for the Onigashima Island, the Samurai Kingdom, and everything in Wano Country. The 3 ancient weapons, the historical text, and the missing blank 100 years of history. All of this is what Chen Chuan needs to explore now. The world government, the world's noble celestial dragons, and the most mysterious world ruler in the entire pirate world, who is hidden behind the 5 elders of the highest power. All of this, Chen Chuan still knows nothing. Their power is far from enough. Whispering softly, Chen Chuan looked into the distance. As if to welcome the rebirth of the kingdom, a rare thunderstorm fell in the kingdom of Dressrosa. Standing in the kingdom, outside the window, looking at the drizzle outside and the flashing lightning in the distant sky, Chen Chuan's eyes suddenly changed, and his face suddenly froze. It seems that there is an incredible guy coming. Chen Chuan suddenly spoke, which also attracted the attention of Fujitora and others, and they all raised their eyes. As the lightning and dark clouds got closer and closer, a man standing in the lightning, with bright electric light flowing all over his body, a white turban on his head, naked upper body, a thunder drum on his back, a golden stick in his hand, and a lazy face was slowly approaching. Who is this guy? The way he appeared is quite special. Doflamingo walked forward with a big stride and a swagger. Old Sand and Crocodile beside him frowned slightly after seeing this man, thinking seriously. This guy, can't he be the one from Sky Island? When I was secretly collecting intelligence from all over the country in Alabasta. Crocodile had heard about the legendary mysterious Golden Land, a place called Sky Island, where there seemed to be a guy who called himself God, the ruler. That man seemed to have the ability to control lightning. And now, looking at the lazy man who was slowly walking towards the palace, bathed in lightning. A hint of surprise also appeared on the face of Lao Shat, who was standing by. How could this guy appear in the new world? As the dark clouds and lightning got closer and closer, Enlil soon came to the top of the kingdom, hovering above the dark clouds, looking at Chen Chuan and others below with an extremely indifferent expression. This god is in the infinite land, ruling everything. I accidentally learned that a new god appeared in the new world. So I came down to see who can be given the title of god. As he spoke, Enlil looked at Chen Chuan. Are you the one who calls yourself god? Hearing Enlil's words, Chen Chuan raised his eyes slightly, and after seeing Enlil's figure clearly, he was also very surprised. Wasn't this guy blasted to the moon by Luffy to call himself a god? How come he suddenly appeared here? Originally, Chen Chuan had planned to take some time to go to the moon to take a look, but now, Enlil has come to him. A weekend is worthy of being called a god. Seeing that Chen Chuan did not answer him, Enlil spoke again indifferently, looking down at Chen Chuan with contempt, and then raised his right index finger slightly, and suddenly a lightning bolt as big as an arm, smashed towards Chen Chuan with great momentum. Thunder roared, lightning whistled. Seeing Enlil's direct attack, Chen Chuan's eyes turned cold, and he was about to respond. At this time, Doflamingo beside him had a ferocious face, and while laughing wildly, Doflamingo took a step forward, controlling the silk thread with 5 fingers, and grabbed the lightning falling from the sky. The silk thread twisted, like the sharpest blade, and collided with the lightning falling from the air. Boom! In an instant, a huge roar suddenly sounded above the palace of Dressrosa. Many residents of the kingdom looked towards the palace in confusion after hearing the noise. At the same time, outside the palace, the silk thread was entangled, and the thunder dissipated. In mid-air, Enlil raised his eyebrows after seeing his lightning being blocked by Doflamingo. With a thought, a powerful lightning as big as a bucket struck Doflamingo again. Seeing this, Doflamingo on the side had a murderous intent and wanted to continue to attack, but was stopped by Chen Chuan beside him. I can't let you continue to make trouble like this. Whispered softly. Chen Chuan looked at the thick lightning that struck from the air, and a gleam of light flashed in his red eyes. The magic knife Kinran on the waist was pulled out instantly. With a single hand swing, a dark red terrifying blade light that was tens of meters long was directly cut out. As the blade light passed, even the air made a series of mournful sounds. The short distance flashed by, and in the air, the blade light collided with the lightning. Without any obstruction. Facing Chen Chuan's terrifying blade light, the lightning released by Enlil had no resistance at all, and was directly split in two, combed and cut off. After defeating the lightning, the blade light was still powerful and continued to bombard Enlil's position. Seeing this scene, Enlil, who was sitting on the dark cloud with a leisurely face before, also showed a touch of surprise on his face. Holding the golden stick and swinging it down, a huge thunder dragon roared out and rushed towards the blade light again. Boom boom boom! Thunder roared, whistling continuously. In mid-air, the attacks of the two collided with each other, and waves of dazzling light flashed continuously. While the thunder dragon dissipated, the energy of the sword released by Chen Chuan was gradually weakening until it completely disappeared. After a brief fight, Anilu looked at Chen Chuan below, and deep in his heart, he couldn't help but become serious. Uchiha, you have some strength. After the words fell, Anilu's heart also had a little more interest. Holding the golden stick and turning it over, Anilu was about to attack Chen Chuan again. But he was surprised to find that Chen Chuan's figure disappeared quietly at some point. His pupils turned, feeling the sudden chill from behind. Anilu was about to turn around. A word that was extremely indifferent suddenly rang in his ears. Have you seen the power of God? Chapter 119. The cold tone resounded in Enel's ears. Feeling the intense sense of crisis coming from behind, Enel's body was filled with lightning, and he instantly distanced himself from Chen Chuan. When did this guy come behind me? Enel's face was full of confusion. With his lightning speed and powerful heart network ability, the so-called advanced observation color, he didn't even catch Chen Chuan's shadow. Is this guy a monster? Enel was shocked. Looking at the man in red armor standing in the air in front of him, Enel's face flashed a trace of severity, and then he waved the golden stick and hit the drum on his right shoulder. He shouted in a low voice, 30 million volts, Thunderbird. As soon as the voice fell, a huge Thunderbird condensed from lightning, flapping its wings with an imposing manner. After making a sharp cry, it quickly attacked Chen Chuan. As the electric light flowed, even the air seemed to be filled with the sound of electricity. Looking at the electric bird that was rushing towards him, there was no panic on Chen Chuan's face. He put his hands together and stood at his mouth. With his cheeks puffed up high, Chen Chuan blew loudly, "Fire escape! Extinguish the great fire!" A huge wave of blazing flames sprayed towards the 10-meter-high fast electric bird. Bang! The moment the two collided, a fierce sound immediately burst out. The flames were surging, and the Thunderbird was wailing. When the two's offensive dissipated, Chen Chuan's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Using the teleportation ninjutsu, Chen Chuan instantly approached Enel. Even if Enel had a heart net, his observation haki couldn't react. After getting close, Chen Chuan raised his dark fist with armed haki high, and then instantly fell on Enel. Bang! 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 A series of dull sounds of flesh suddenly sounded. Under Chen Chuan's iron fist, Enel had no ability to resist at all, and was hit by Chen Chuan's iron fists. Even if the body was elementalized in advance, it was useless. In pain, Enel gritted his teeth, turned his body into electric light, and retreated rapidly to the back. After pulling away from Chen Chuan, Enel's face was already blue and purple. Above his right eye, Chen Chuan directly hit him and created a dark purple eye circle. Anilu, who possesses the top-level natural devil fruit, the thunder fruit. Although the fruit ability is well developed and he has mastered some powerful offensive means, his own physical skills are extremely rubbish. In terms of physical skills, Anilu is even worse than Straw Hat Luffy 2 years ago. Not to mention Chen Chuan. After being approached by Chen Chuan, he can only be beaten. Anilu, who also knows this, has become much more cautious after keeping a distance from Chen Chuan. While waving lightning to attack, whenever Chen Chuan's figure disappears, Anilu will instantly distance himself. He will never give Chen Chuan a chance to get close. However, Chen Chuan smiled indifferently, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. As the chakra energy in his body surged, Chen Chuan's mind moved. His body disappeared instantly, and then moved directly behind Anilu. Flying Thunder God technique, activated instantly. The speed was so fast that Enel didn't even have time to react, and Chen Chuan's dark fist wrapped in domineering power had already landed fiercely on his face. Bang! Under the huge force, Enel's body was directly knocked down from mid-air by Chen Chuan and fell heavily on the ground. The powerful impact force made a deep pit at the foot of the solid palace, bringing up a thick cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh and others who were watching the battle not far away also nodded lightly. The leader's strength is really strong. I was really shocked when I saw it today. Fujitora sighed on the side. He had just joined the organization not long ago, and had only learned about Chen Chuan in news reports before. He didn't know much about Chen Chuan's strength. And now, with Chen Chuan's successive attacks, he was also shocked in his heart. Feeling quite shocked. On the other side, Doflamingo. After seeing Enila being knocked down by Chen Chuan, a trace of mockery could not help but appear on his gloomy face. Stupid guy, dare to call himself a god? How ridiculous! While everyone was discussing. At the same time, Chen Chuan, standing in midair, did not change his expression, quietly staring at the deep pit. With Enel's strength, he would not be defeated so easily. When the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, Enel also climbed out of the deep pit. Although his face was swollen and his posture was a little embarrassed, it did not affect his combat effectiveness. It could only be regarded as some superficial injuries. Feeling the pain from his face, under the humiliation, Enel's face was a little distorted. "You bastard, you dare to let this god suffer this humiliation!" Enel roared, and after getting up angrily, he knocked on the drums on both sides behind him. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon! The cold words roared out. Enel displayed the lightning he created on the drum, and then quickly condensed a huge Thunder Dragon that was 100 meters long. The Thunder Dragon roared and rushed towards Chen Chuan with its fangs and claws bared. The terrifying electric current sizzled, and the 60 million volt lightning seemed to melt everything in the space. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows and faced the terrifying Thunder Dragon that was roaring. Chen Chuan's eyes condensed, and a terrifying and extremely domineering spiritual aura gushed out of his body. Under the effect of the dark red domineering aura, an equally terrifying and deadly sword light condensed in an instant. After a short period of energy gathering, Chen Chuan held the demon knife Thousand Blades, and swung it heavily at Enila with the terrifying sword light wrapped in domineering aura. The sword light cut through, and even the air seemed to be cut. With the clanging sound, the two terrifying offensives collided in an instant. Boom boom boom! The violent rumbling sound continued, and the two forces continued to entangle in mid-air. The sound was so loud that it even spread throughout Dressrosa. Rayleigh and others on the side could not help but sigh in their hearts when they saw that Enel could actually fight with Chen Chuan in succession. This guy is quite strong. He can actually hold on for so long under the leader's command. I'm afraid he is almost at the level of a general. He can be considered a strong man. Just as everyone was discussing, a sudden burst of lightning and explosions came from the air again. Everyone looked up quickly. It turned out that after a moment of stalemate, the powerful Thunder Dragon released by Enel could not withstand Chen Chuan's domineering slash. It was directly cut off on the spot, and the dragon head was broken. The dragon body was also shattered by the splashing energy. Not only that, the dissipated residual energy. It directly bombarded Enel's body, directly knocking him hundreds of meters away. After smashing dozens of buildings in succession, it finally crashed directly into the ruins. There was no movement at all. Chapter 120. The battle was won, and the battle was won. That guy should have been defeated. Even Enel would be proud of taking on the boss head-on with the domineering color. The leader's strength is far beyond that of the general. The words rang out one after another, just when everyone thought that Enel had been defeated by Chen Chuan. A sound came from the ruins in the distance again. Accompanied by a sparse sound of electricity, Enel crawled out of the ruins again. After struggling to straighten his body, Enel's mouth was bleeding, and his face showed a deep unwillingness. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? I have already transformed my body into lightning, why can he still attack me? Enelu, who wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth gently and didn't know the existence of the three-color domineering, was a little dazed by Chen Chuan's beating. With his powerful strength, he had never experienced such a miserable defeat. Except for the rubber boy who was like a cheater at the beginning, Enelu really didn't fear anyone. You guys, you can actually hurt me. How can a weekend who knows nothing understand the power of this god? Speaking of the latter, Enelu's voice became more and more excited. The current on his body surged wildly, and Enelu's body also floated in the air at the same time. As the lightning surged around him, the whole sky seemed to be filled with electricity. Boom! Boom! Squeak! 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 The continuous sound of thunder and electricity resounded throughout the sky of the Dressrosa kingdom. Some residents of the native countries who didn't know what was going on had a trace of doubt on their faces. Today's thunder is really loud. At the same time, above the palace, as Annel's body was constantly filled with lightning and became larger, the current surged, and in the blink of an eye, Annel's body had turned into a lightning giant tens of meters tall. With the current running through his body, Annel at this moment was like the legendary thunder god, with an overwhelming momentum. After transforming his body into the body of the thunder god, Annel looked at Chen Chuan, who was still calm not far away. Feeling the other party's indifference, the anger on God Annel's face became even greater. The loneliness of the infinite earth makes me feel bored. Today I can see a wider world. Now, I want to prove to the world that I am the only true God in this world. The grim words fell heavily. Aiming the palm of the god of thunder at Chen Chuan, Annel roared in a low voice, 200 million volts, thunder. God. Transferring the lightning current in his body to his whole body, facing Chen Chuan who was also floating in the air not far away, the right palm of the god of thunder, Annelu, slapped Chen Chuan's position. The next second, a lightning torrent several meters thick, like a spear, burst towards Chen Chuan. Boom! Squeak! 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 The name of the god of thunder completely resounded in the entire sky of the Dressrosa palace. Thunder roared, electricity flashed, and endless lightning seemed to drown everything in the world. The sky under the dark clouds was now lit up by Annelu's lightning. White light filled the sky. Is this the strongest form of that guy? Really strong? Lao Sha was a little shocked. The name of the thunder god resounds through the sky, that guy is quite powerful. Pluto Rayleigh behind him was also a little shocked by Annel's strength. Although he had never heard of this man's name before, judging from the ability he has shown so far, Annel's strength is definitely enough to climb the ranks of the strong. Calling him the thunder god is not an exaggeration at all. Even Doflamingo, who was a little uncomfortable with Annel's pretentiousness before, couldn't help but mutter in his heart after seeing God Annel release such terrifying lightning. If Chen Chuan was replaced by him, would he be able to withstand the terrifying lightning in front of him? Everyone raised their eyes and watched closely how Chen Chuan would deal with this move. At the same time, Chen Chuan on the other side looked at the terrifying lightning rushing towards him. Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows, and his pupils pondered for a moment. The next second, Chen Chuan's aura suddenly rose, and the blue flame energy around him began to surge wildly on the surface of Chen Chuan's body. At a glance, it seemed that a set of materialized blue flame energy battle suits had been condensed. Blue flame energy. What is the boss going to do? Such a powerful energy fluctuation, I don't think I've ever seen a leader use this move before. Such a terrifying aura. Why do I feel like the aura of the leader has increased dozens of times in an instant? How much power does Chen Chuan have left to use? Everyone saw Chen Chuan's actions and the energy gathered in his body. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Chen Chuan seemed to be using a powerful method that he had never used before. While everyone was nervously watching, the blue energy aura on Chen Chuan's body became more and more intense. 8 Gates of Ninja, one of the forbidden techniques in Naruto, the pinnacle of physical skills. By limiting the various areas of the body, one can increase one's own strength, increase speed and strength exponentially, especially when the last gate, the death gate, is opened. It will also unlock the last restriction at the heart position, thereby achieving a terrifying growth that exceeds the original body by dozens of times. Of course, with such a large growth, the side effects are also extremely huge. Not only will it cause irreparable damage to the body, especially when the user opens the last gate, the death gate, it will burn his own blood and life. Go for or broke. In order to achieve the goal of dying together with the opponent. Of course, Chen Chuan, who has turned on the cheat, will naturally not have these worries. The 8 gates of Dunjia exchanged from the system has been eliminated by the system. Even if Chen Chuan opens the death gate, he will not burn his life. It will only make his body feel extremely tired and painful. And now, the light blue energy flame burning on Chen Chuan's body is the significant feature of Chen Chuan opening the seventh gate, the shock gate. Although it is far from necessary to open the 8 gates of Dunjia to deal with the god in front of him. But since exchanging the 8 gates of Dunjia, Chen Chuan has not found a suitable opponent to experiment with this power, and now Enlil has just delivered himself. The light blue energy flame is boiling violently. At this moment, the lightning light of God Enlil has also killed Chen Chuan in front of him. Hey! What is the boss doing? The attack has reached the face, why doesn't he make a move? Is the leader going to use his physical body to directly resist the guy's lightning and electric flash? This is too ridiculous, Chen Chuan. Seeing that Chen Chuan was so powerful but had no signs of attacking, everyone was inevitably confused and nervous. Such a terrifying lightning. Even Chen Chuan couldn't ignore it directly. How should he deal with it? And at this moment, God Enlil's lightning attack has already arrived. The terrifying lightning, bombarded. Facing the lightning of the Thunder God, which was more terrifying than the previous 60 million volt Thunder Dragon. Under the shocked eyes of everyone. After a short period of accumulation, Chen Chuan, without any fancy moves, raised his arm and punched the terrifying lightning in front of him. Facing such an offensive, Chen Chuan chose to use his physical body to fight the Thunder God. Chapter 121. The dark armament color-covered Chen Chuan's iron fist at this moment seemed to be the strongest weapon in the world. While bringing gusts of wind and energy fluctuations, Chen Chuan chose to meet the lightning spear of God Enlil with his body. Boom! Crack! 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 At the moment when the fist collided with lightning, a powerful energy burst out in the air. As the energy overflowed, the surrounding roof rubble was blown away. After a brief stalemate, under Chen Chuan's iron fist, the lightning energy released by God Enlil was directly broken by Chen Chuan, and then completely dissipated. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Chen Chuan actually used his physical body to confront the terrifying lightning of Enlil in the form of Thunder God. Enlil, the Thunder God in mid-air, looked at Chen Chuan, who had a calm face and a light blue aura and flames all over his body, and suddenly a bad idea came to his mind. Is this guy's strength really that terrifying? He had already released the strongest means of attack, transformed into the body of Thunder God, and controlled the terrifying lightning of 200 million volts, but was still smashed by Chen Chuan's physical punch. This result made Enlil a little unbelievable. While roaring, Enlil controlled several terrifying lightnings of up to 200 million volts in succession, transformed into several thunder dragons, and blasted towards Chen Chuan's position. Seeing this situation, Chen Chuan estimated the time. It's almost time, it's time to end this ridiculous farce. As soon as the voice fell, the next second, Chen Chuan's whole body suddenly burst out with extreme blue energy flames. With the blessing of the seventh gate of the 8 gates, the shock gate, Chen Chuan's strength and speed have been increased dozens of times. A trace of cold light burst out from his red eyes. Facing the terrifying thunder dragon that was roaring, Chen Chuan's face remained unchanged, and he punched out with his domineering iron fist. While smashing a thunder dragon, Chen Chuan's body disappeared in an instant. The next second, he came directly in front of Enlil. This is not a blink of an eye technique, nor is it a flying thunder god. It is a real physical movement speed. Under the blessing of the 8 gates, Chen Chuan's physical speed has reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if Enlil has a heart net, he can't react for a while. And now, after teleporting to Enlil's side, Chen Chuan instantly raised his right hand and punched the air in front of him violently. Zixiang! Yaizu, he shouted. Chen Chuan punched the air, and the air impact fist was firmly imprinted on Enlil's face. Damn it, the shock wave generated by hitting the air. Enlil was about to fight back in pain. But he found that Chen Chuan in the air had disappeared. Then he appeared in another direction on the right side of Enlil, and while the aura around him was surging, he attacked him again. Seeing this scene, Enlil's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to teleport again to distance himself, he was shocked to find that his body seemed to be fixed in this space, and he couldn't escape even if he wanted to elementalize. This. How is this possible? Enel yelled. This was the first time he encountered such a situation. And just when Enel was in panic, Chen Chuan's attack came again. 2 feet. 3 feet. 2 consecutive attacks flashed by, and Chen Chuan's figure was like a ghost, bringing out white light waves in the air, and also landed firmly on Enelu's body. After being hit by the continuous attacks, Enelu finally couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood, and his face became extremely ugly in an instant. His already pale face turned even paler at this moment, without a trace of blood. Free foot! Another low roar sounded. After pulling away, Chen Chuan rushed quickly and hit Enelu's abdomen with another punch. Under this attack, Enelu could no longer bear it. As his body bent forward, another mouthful of blood spurted out, and even the body of the Thunder God was directly removed by Chen Chuan and turned back to normal. Evening Elephant. The 8 gates of Dunjia, the ultimate secret of physical skills, is divided into 5 speeds. Each time the speed is increased, the power will be several times stronger. And now, the air cannon pressure formed by the ultra-high speed punching directly. The Thunder God's body Enelu was fixed in space, making him unable to move. He took 4 attacks from Chen Chuan, and even the Thunder God's body was broken. At this moment, Enelu was like fish on a sticky board, allowing Chen Chuan to slaughter him without any resistance. Now Chen Chuan only needs to use Shi Xiang's 5th speed to completely put an end to Enelu. Seeing this, Rayleigh and others below could not help but sigh. This duel is over. The guy who controls lightning is far from being Chen Chuan's opponent. Chen Chuan seems to have become stronger. The boss is really too powerful. He smashed the lightning attack of 200 million volts with one punch. He is too powerful. Enelu is also strong, but it's a pity that he met the leader. A real monster. While everyone was talking quietly, Enelu in the air also realized it. He lost this duel, and it can even be called a miserable defeat. Chen Chuan's strength far exceeded his imagination. Enelu could clearly feel that the cold man in red armor in front of him did not use his full strength at all. Now, he is about to face death. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Just when Enelu closed his eyes and waited for death, he suddenly found that Chen Chuan in the distance had stopped without knowing it. Didn't give him the final blow. The light blue flame energy on his body gradually dissipated, and after putting away the 8 gates, feeling the slight tingling sensation from all parts of his body, Chen Chuan couldn't help but frown. It seems that the side effects of the 8 gates are still very large. Even if the system has been repaired, it can still make me feel a pain. Chen Chuan sighed and murmured. You know. This is just the side effect of opening the 7th gate. If you open the 8th gate, the death gate, the side effects will be extremely terrifying. After all, in the original book, when Might Guy opened the 8th gate, it was his blood and life that burned. After calming down his breath slightly, as Chen Chuan's evening image was lifted, the weak Enelu had already fallen from mid-air. He fell on the floor in front of the palace. Chen Chuan took a step forward and slowly came to Enelu, who had a pale face and a puzzled look in his eyes. Why don't you kill me? Enelu asked in a puzzled voice. He came to challenge Chen Chuan, but he never thought that he would lose to an enemy other than that rubber boy. This made him extremely angry. While questioning Chen Chuan why he didn't kill him, Chen Chuan on the opposite side raised a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. He said lightly, Enelu, have you heard of the celestial dragons? Chapter 122. The King of the World, the King of the World. Enelu, have you heard of the celestial dragons? Enelu was puzzled by Chen Chuan's words. This guy didn't kill him but asked him if he had heard of any celestial dragons. What was his purpose? I don't know him. Enelu replied honestly. After all, Enelu has been on the Sky Island for many years, calling himself a god, playing standalone games alone. Under the blockade of the outside world, Enelu didn't even know what domineering was. It was normal not to know the existence of celestial dragons. At this time, Chen Chuan on the opposite side spoke again. The celestial dragons, the nobles of the world, are the controllers of this world and a group of people who call themselves gods. Of course, with their power, it is not surprising to call them gods. After hearing Chen Chuan's words, a curious expression immediately appeared on Enilu's face. How strong must the guy who can be called a god by this powerful man who defeated him be? Enilu couldn't help but frown and ponder. Seeing Enilu silent, Chen Chuan's mouth slightly raised a subtle arc, and then continued to say to Enilu, although the world respects the celestial dragons as gods, I don't think so. In my opinion, they are just a group of drunkards and inhumane scum at the bottom of society. My goal is to overthrow their rule one day in the future and pull down the celestial dragons. The world respects them as gods? Then I, Chen Chuan, will kill the gods for them to see. Chen Chuan's words sounded one after another, shocking Enilu for a while. Looking up at Chen Chuan, who stood tall and proud, with an extremely domineering and terrifying aura all around him. Enilu frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, so, why are you telling me this? I believe you will be very interested in dethroning the gods and ascending to the altar. Enilu, join me, and follow me to overturn those stupid pig baskets who claim to be gods. By then, your name of the Thunder God, Enilu, will also be completely resounding throughout the world. It's no longer that small sky island. Chen Chuan spoke indifferently and invited Enilu. After defeating Enilu, it would be a pity to kill him. With Enilu's powerful strength, he has definitely reached the top stage in terms of fruit development. The only shortcoming is the shortcoming in domineering. But these are not a problem for Chen Chuan. With the famous teacher Pluto Rayleigh here, I believe it won't take long for Enel to successfully master the domineering power, and by then, his strength will be raised to a higher level again. Facing such a powerful free combat power, how could Chen Chuan let him escape easily? And now, after hearing Chen Chuan's invitation, Enel's face was stunned at first, and then he lowered his head unconsciously in thought, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. After 2 consecutive defeats, Enel's mentality has also changed a little. The title of God is too heavy. In the past, he was like a frog in a well. Although his strength was good, it was not enough to be a god. The more he saw a wider world, the more he could feel the power of this world. Now that he was defeated by Chen Chuan, instead of returning to the empty, illusory, and lonely infinite land, he might as well follow Chen Chuan's steps and let his name of Thunder God resound through the world again. With a deep sigh, Enilu stood up with all his strength, facing Chen Chuan. Enilu leaned down slightly, and said to Chen Chuan in an extremely respectful tone, from today on, I, Enilu will follow you. I will fight in this world with you in the name of Thunder God. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan also showed a smile on his face. Enilu's successful joining also means that their organization's strength will be improved again. After slightly lifting Enilu's seriously injured body, Chen Chuan called the Pluto Rayleigh who was watching on the side, handed Enilu to him, and said lightly, Rayleigh, that day is getting closer and closer. At present, Enilu is still vague about domineering. I hope you can teach him more in the future and improve his combat effectiveness as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Rayleigh on the side also nodded and took the seriously injured Enilu from Chen Chuan's hands. After doing all this, looking at the increasingly powerful forces, Chen Chuan couldn't help but exhale, staring at the sky in the distance, muttering, next, it's time to conquer the new world. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The impact of the war on the top is extremely huge for pirates, the Navy, and even the whole world. The 4 emperors Whitebeard died in battle, and undercurrents surged on the sea. The number of pirates around the world has increased dramatically, and some powerful pirates who have retired for a long time have returned to the sea, trying to break free from the position of pirate king. The other 4 emperors in the New World are also ready to move, and a little war occurs from time to time. In this way, they slowly erode Whitebeard's territory before his death. And now, compared to the pirates, the Navy also held a world conscription to make up for the Navy's defeat in the war on the top and the huge loss of personnel. In this world conscription, some talented young Navy officers were also recruited, and they will be the middle-level pillars of the future Navy. At the same time, in the naval headquarters of Marineford, the post-war reconstruction has been relatively complete. In a neat meeting room, Sengoku was reading the latest documents in his hand with a serious look. Garp leaned on the chair and threw a piece of senbei into his mouth while saying to Sengoku, "You guy, you are about to resign, why are you still so dedicated?" Hearing this, Sengoku glanced at Garp. His pupils widened. He yelled at Garp, "You bastard, you stole my senbei again." As he said that, Sengoku stepped forward and snatched the senbei in Garp's hand, picked up a piece and ate it in big mouthfuls, and saw that Garp looked depressed while eating. Xuanwu said vaguely, "It seems that there are 2 good guys coming to the world conscription this time. It is estimated that their strength is probably enough to be qualified for the position of the headquarters war." Hearing this, Garp raised his eyebrows and his face showed interest. It is rare to see a navy recruited by the public that can reach the level of admiral. What's more, there are 2 at a time. What are their names? Garp asked. One is Aramaki. It is said that he is a natural system, a Mori fruit ability user, mastering the top 2 color domineering, about 40 years old. As for the other one, Xuanwu hesitated as he said, as if he couldn't believe the content of the report. What's wrong with the other one? Garp asked. The other one seems to be called Field. The specific fruit ability is not known, but he has mastered 3 color domineering, all at the top stage. The most surprising thing is, that guy seems to be only 17 years old. Chapter 123. The old man was very young, and the old man was very young. What? 17 years old? Mastering the top 3 colors of domineering. This time, Garp was really shocked. With such talent and strength, even the current 3 admirals, Sakazuki, Kuzan, and others have never reached such strength at the age of 17. Are you sure it's 17? Garp confirmed again. Yes, that guy said it himself, and the ID shows that he is indeed 17 years old. Xuanwu nodded solemnly. After seeing the introduction in the report, even he, who was quite knowledgeable, was extremely shocked. A person who can cultivate such terrifying strength and master the top 3 colors of domineering at the age of 17. Definitely a genius among geniuses. With such talent, plus his age of only 17, if he is well trained in the future, he can definitely become the backbone of the navy. He is a real existence that can hold up the sky. Even the 5 emperors Chen Chuan, who has been making a lot of noise recently and has been in the limelight in the war on the top, is no more than this. Young people nowadays are like monsters. Garp said with emotion. First it was Chen Chuan, and now there is Field. The 2 are of similar age, and even the strength they show is almost the same, which is really surprising. Garp, you say? Could this kid be the 5 emperors Chen Chuan pretending to be? Suddenly, Xuanwu thought of a possibility and asked Garp. The 2 are of similar age, both have top level 3 color domineering, and have not shown the ability of the devil fruit. Such similar behavior can't help but remind Xuanwu of an idea. Could it be that guy named Chen Chuan, pretending to be here? Want to take this opportunity to sneak into the Navy's headquarters? Hearing this, Garp frowned slightly. It shouldn't be possible. That kid shouldn't be so brave. Besides, why would he sneak into our Navy? Now the government has ordered to catch him all over the world. He ran up by himself, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Garp's words made Xuanwu nod lightly. That's true, but, Garp, the name Field reminds me of a guy many years ago. Are you talking about the Red Earl, Baroric Redfield? Garp pondered for a moment and spoke after hearing this. Yes, that guy, a person who makes my scalp tingle when I think of him now. Xuanwu sighed slightly. Hearing Xuanwu's words, Garp's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of reminiscence. The Lone Red, the Red Count, Baroric Drefeld, was once a powerful pirate who lived in the same era as Roger, Whitebeard, Garp, Golden Lion, Sengoku, and others. Extremely powerful. A super strong man who can be on par with Roger and Whitebeard alone. That guy seems to have been captured by you, right? Sengoku suddenly interrupted Garp's thoughts. Hearing this, Garp waved his hand lightly. When I arrived, that guy had already completely lost his fighting power. In the battle with Cyborg, he and Cyborg seemed to have fought to a draw, and both were exhausted. Xuanwu nodded, then sighed, and continued, although he was captured and imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down for so many years, some time ago, after Chen Chuan made a big fuss in Impel Down. The entire 6th floor was completely destroyed. I don't know how many pirates died in that riot. I heard from the jailers inside that the Red Earl seemed to be dead, but his body was not found. Hearing this, Garp also nodded lightly. If that kind of guy escapes, it will definitely be a huge trouble. Compared to these, Zhang Guo, who do you think is better in the battle between Xuan and Sakaski? At the same time, Punk Hazard Island. Two tall and upright figures stood thousands of meters apart, looking at each other from afar. The cold sea breeze blew past, bringing with it waves of desolation. At this moment, there was no one else on the island. The two people standing on the island, both wearing Navy Justice cloaks, with murderous expressions on their faces, staring at each other seriously. Xuan, the government has agreed to let me be the new Admiral of the Navy, why are you still fighting with me? Akainu's body was emitting a fiery breath of fire, and his body, which had been fully recovered, was. His body burst out with a strong fighting spirit again, and he questioned the man in front of him with a resolute face. On the other side, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy. After recovering from his injuries, he showed a hint of indifference on his face after hearing Akainu's words. Sakaski, the O'Hara incident made me puzzled by the justice you believe in. I don't understand what is absolute and what is evil. You and I have different ideas. I will not give you the position of Marshal. Aokiji changed his previous laziness and said to Sakaski in front of him in a cold voice. During the O'Hara incident, Akainu ordered the bombardment of the refugee ship, which made Aokiji remember it vividly. Whenever he thinks of it, the screams of the refugees seem to still ring in his ears. He, who was originally at odds with Akainu, would never agree to Akainu taking the position of the Navy Marshal. With his absolute justice concept, if he is allowed to ascend to the position of Admiral of the Navy, who knows how many wars will happen and how many people will be sacrificed. Seeing Aokiji change his abnormal attitude, he is extremely determined. Akainu's face can't help but show a hint of coldness. Since the other party wants to stop him, he can only take action. The hot magma rolled and flowed, permeating Akainu's whole body, and the aura around him suddenly rose at the same time. Under the terrifying burning of the magma, the temperature around him increased a lot in an instant. The magma dripped down, and the earth was also burned with small holes. On the other side, seeing Akainu's ability activated, the momentum was amazing. Aokiji was not to be outdone, and a cold and icy breath rushed straight to his forehead. As the cold air rose, the temperature around him also dropped sharply in an instant. Magma and ice covered both sides of the island. The power was so great that it even changed the surrounding temperature and ecological changes. After a brief period of magma energy condensation, Akainu did not hold back at all. Akainu's magma was churning endlessly. The next second, Akainu's right arm turned into a terrifying magma fist several meters tall. Big fire! With a low roar, the magma fist rushed towards Aokiji with great force. Seeing this scene, Aokiji's eyes were cold. The extremely cold icy breath suddenly appeared on his body, and the cold air also condensed on Aokiji's arm. In the blink of an eye, a giant ice bird with a body made of ice crystals and a length of tens of meters suddenly appeared in the air. Exploding pheasant mouth. A low shout was heard. The ice bird cried loudly, spread its wings and flew up, bringing up waves of ice crystals, and went straight to Akainu's terrifying magma fist. Chapter 124. The ice crystal bird cried loudly, and the giant magma fist came roaring. A distance of more than 1,000 meters, in the blink of an eye. Two terrifying attacks that were enough to collapse mountains and burn the sea collided with each other at this moment. Bang! Boom! A violent explosion sounded suddenly, resounding through the sky. At the moment when the two attacks collided, magma and ice consumed each other, and immediately collided to produce streams of boiling steam and gas. The steam boiled, the ice was melting, and the magma was extinguished. Under a stalemate. For a moment, the attacks of Akainu and Aokiji were so fierce that neither of them could do anything to the other. Squeak! Sizzle! Sizzle! As more and more steam boiled out, blocking most of the vision between the two people, and the next second after the previous attack energy dissipated, Akainu attacked again. Magma suddenly emerged from his fists, and the magma rolled down. After a short period of accumulation, Akainu shouted to the sky, "Meteor volcano!" As soon as the voice fell, countless magma giant fists burst out from Akainu's fists towards the sky. The next second, through the clouds and steam, it has turned into a meteorite giant fist burning with lava, and it crackled from the sky towards Aokiji's position. The range is so large that it even directly covers half of the island. Seeing this situation, facing such a large range of AoE range damage, Aokiji's eyes were condensed, his face was solemn, and there was no slackness at all. The cold air surged, and an extremely solid ice shield condensed from ice instantly appeared above Aokiji's body, protecting Aokiji's body tightly underneath. As an admiral of the Navy headquarters, Aokiji knew how strong Akainu was, and even he was not absolutely sure that he could defeat him. Akainu's magma fruit is known as the strongest attack power among the natural devil fruits. His explosion is absolutely terrifying. Once the magma giant fist is touched, it will either be dead or injured. Aokiji, who also knows this, naturally cannot give Akainu a chance to explode. The cold giant shield protected the sky. While blocking Akainu's magma giant fists falling from the sky, it also shocked Aokiji's face. This guy's attacks are too dense, and the power is surprisingly large. He won't be able to hold on for long. He frowned and thought for a while. Aokiji did not retreat but counterattacked, heading towards Akainu at a high speed. With his body moving quickly, in the blink of an eye, Aokiji stepped out of the attack range of the meteor volcano and came to the area above Akainu. The cold air flowed around him, and 4 ice spears condensed in the air around Aokiji in an instant. Under the cold light, the next moment, the 4 spears shot towards Akainu's head and chest. Aokiji also did not hold back. Since the government superiors have agreed to let the two of them decide the ownership of the position of the Navy Marshal by the victory or defeat of this battle, then the two of them will naturally do their best for this. Both of them have reasons not to lose. The ice spear rushed straight to his face. Seeing this scene, Akainu did not panic at all. While using elementalization in advance to avoid damage, he backhanded a magma impact and greeted Aokiji in the face. After a brief trial, on Texas Island, today, 2 admirals of the Navy headquarters, the highest combat power of the Navy headquarters, started a thorough battle at this moment. On the other side, the New World Cake Island, also known as Xuanwu. The pirate group under Big Ma'am, one of the 4 emperors, is located here. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Ma'am's pirate group members are all composed of her children. And the dream of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin is to create a country where all races in the world can live freely. But today, Xuanwu suddenly had an uninvited guest. Also one of the 4 emperors, the 4 emperors Kaido, suddenly descended on Xuanwu, the territory of the 4 emperors Big Mom. Not only that, Kaido did not say a word, but directly went to Big Mom's position. Such behavior inevitably made some people in Xuanwu feel a little horrified. Could it be that the Beast's pirates are going to fight the Big Ma'am pirates? As soon as this news came out, the people of all nations were immediately panicked. The aftermath of the explosion caused by the duel between the 4 emperors was enough to destroy this country. At the same time, while the people of Xuanwu were shocked, a very strong and tall man with 2 horns on his head had slowly come to the location of the 4 emperors Big Ma'am. Looking at the very familiar strong man in front of her, the 4 emperors Big Mom slowly stood up. Beside her were some core members of the pirate group, who were also her children. The first to bear the brunt was her eldest son, Charlotte Pero, a superhuman type, licking fruit ability user, who looked like a guy holding a candy stick, tall and thin, with a long tongue. Following closely was her second son, Charlotte Katakuri, a superhuman type, Mochi fruit ability user, tall, with a scarf on his neck covering the lower half of his face, holding a trident. The momentum around him was particularly amazing. And he was also the strongest person in the Big Ma'am pirates except the 4 emperors Big Mom. The head of the 3 desert stars. Master the 3 colors of Haki. Among them, his observation haki has reached the top stage, which can achieve the level of briefly meeting the future. Behind him, there are several men and women. One of them, wrapped in a broken arm, looked a little pale, showing his old age. It was Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 generals whose arms were cut off by Chen Chuan on Fishman Island. And he seemed to have aged a lot overnight. At this moment, the high-level combat power of the Big Mom pirates are all gathered here. With a serious face, he looked at the tall man in front of him nervously. The arrival of the 4 emperors Kaido doubled their pressure. And now, as Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other, a ray of red light suddenly bloomed in their eyes. "We haven't seen each other for decades, Kaido. I said that if I see you again, I will definitely kill you." Napoleon. Suddenly, Big Mom gave an order. As soon as the voice fell, the pink hat on her head suddenly jumped up, and after responding to the ant, it jumped directly to the ant's right hand and changed into the form of a famous sword. Then, a strange red light flashed in the ant's eyes. The next second, an extremely terrifying spiritual power suddenly emerged from her body. The domineering aura was released with a bang. The range was so large that some people around were shaken and their bodies were a little unstable. "How can anyone come to the door to be killed, right, Linlin?" Kaido said calmly, his expression was not confused. Chapter 125. Seeing this, Kaido did not panic at all. After saying a word, he slowly took out his exclusive weapon from behind and held the mace in his hand. Kaido's momentum suddenly rose, and a terrifying domineering color was released. 2 exclusive powers belonging to the king collided fiercely. Everything in the surrounding room was stirred and splashed. The terrifying domineering color energy overflowed, and the might was so great that it overturned Cracker and others who were watching the battle. Only Katakuri at the front was observing everything in front of him with a serious face. At this time, after a brief collision of domineering colors, both sides put away their domineering aura, and Big Mom raised a curve at the corner of her mouth. "Let me see if you have improved over the years, Kaido." As the voice fell, Big Mom held Napoleon in both hands, and the domineering aura quickly entangled it. Under the gathering of terrifying energy, Big Mom carried Napoleon and slashed at Kaido's figure with a soaring momentum. Seeing this scene, Kaido's face also showed a hint of fighting spirit. Dark red energy suddenly emerged around him, and under the domineering aura, Kaido held the mace and shouted loudly, and then went to meet Big Mom. Thunder! Gossip! As soon as the voice fell, the attacks of the 2 collided instantly. Ding! Buzz! Boom! The moment the 2 weapons collided, a crisp metal collision sound immediately broke out in the air. Waves of terrifying energy continued to spread from the center of the 2's attack to the surroundings. The strong wind was surging, and everything around seemed to be torn apart. In an instant, a dark red lightning bolt struck down, and the powerful force shattered the sky above the entire room. The earth was boiling, and the clouds were turning, and the sky seemed to be cut open. And this was the terrifying blow of the 4 emperors. The real top powerhouse on this sea. As for the children around Big Mom, when Big Mom and Kaido completely let go and fought fiercely, they quickly fled in the distance. The battle between the emperor-level powerhouses was far beyond their ability to participate. Even if they wanted to help, it would be useless. At this time, the collision between Big Mom and Kaido was also coming to an end. The 2 had similar strengths, and both mastered the 3-color top-level domineering. After a short fight, naturally, nothing could be distinguished. Ding! 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 Several fierce metal collisions sounded in succession. After the 2 fought several rounds in the room was in complete chaos and the walls began to crumble. Seeing this scene, another fierce bombardment. Both Big Mom and Kaido jumped up from the room at the same time, fell from the sky, and came to a larger battlefield outside the room. And as they left, the whole room collapsed completely. The 2 of them were full of momentum and stood far away. Without too many words, Big Mom's eyes were sharp, holding Napoleon in both hands and rushing towards Kaido. On the other side, Kaido, the beast, was not timid at all. He also held the mace in both hands and rushed towards Big Mom. At this moment, both of them did not hold back and burst out with the strongest fighting spirit. Ding! Boom! A fierce attack started at this moment, and the scattered energy continued to spread around. A white wave of air floated on the surface of the two people. Because the attack was also wrapped in domineering, with each attack of the two, there would be dark red lightning splashing and boiling in the sky above this area. And then it was slashed down fiercely. Is this the terrifying power of the battle between the two emperors? It's really terrible. The four emperors, the top strong men on this sea, we can only look up to them. The attacks of the two are equally matched, and no one can do anything to anyone. Ma'am, she must defeat Kaido. The huge movement caused by the battle between the two also attracted the attention of everyone on Cake Island. Everyone was watching everything happening in front of them with a nervous look on their faces. After all, many people have never seen a battle of the four emperors level in their entire lives. Katakuri, the leader of the three generals of the desert, stared at the battle in front of him with a serious face, and a hint of red light. In his opinion, although the battle between Big Mom and Kaido was extremely terrifying and powerful, but he did not feel the slightest killing intent. It was more like a competition between old friends who had not seen each other for many years. While Katakuri was thinking on the battlefield, the offensive of the two accelerated again, becoming more and more powerful. After a short stalemate, Big Mom suddenly took back Napoleon, and then punched Kaido in the face. Bang! A dull sound of flesh collision sounded. Under this attack, Kaido retreated and was about to fight back, but suddenly saw the four emperors' Big Mom in front of him shouting and jumping high. The body flipped in the air, and the surrounding energy instantly condensed on her Napoleon, and then threw it heavily towards Kaido's position. Wagyu! Big Mom shouted in the air. A pink-purple blade light several meters long condensed in the air in an instant, and then shot rapidly in the direction of Kaido. As the terrifying energy dissipated, even the surrounding space couldn't help but burst into a burst of shattering sounds. Seeing this scene, Kaido, who had just stabilized his body, a trace of severity flashed across his resolute face, and Kaido shouted, "Thunder! Gossip!" The terrifying mace wrapped with domineering power surged up. Then it accurately collided with Big Mom's blade light, and while a violent fluctuation broke out, Kaido's eyes suddenly raised, his teeth bit down, and his arms exerted force. He actually directly knocked Big Mom's blade light back and rushed towards Big Mom's direction. Seeing that her country of power was broken by Kaido, Big Mom jumped into the air and slashed the blade light that attacked her with a knife, and then her body burst down, while moving forward rapidly. Coming to the top of Kaido's head, Big Mom slashed Kaido in the head. Boom! The terrifying energy invaded this area again. In this situation, after Big Mom and Kaido fought for 2 days and 2 nights, both sides had a lot of physical consumption. While panting slightly, the two of them were still unable to decide the winner. Seeing this, both sides couldn't help but raise a curve at the corners of their mouths. "Kaido, you are becoming more and more manly." Putting away Napoleon, Big Mom said to Kaido, who was not far away in front of her. Kaido, who also put away the mace, said to Big Mom with disdain, "You old woman, you are still as good as before. Haha, tell me, Kaido, what is the purpose of your coming here?" After laughing, Big Mom's eyes suddenly became sharp. The only possibility that allowed Kaido to come to her place was that he encountered something that even he could not accomplish alone. Upon hearing this, a hint of deepness appeared on Kaido's face. After lightly stroking his chest and feeling the faint tingling sensation from above, Kaido said to the ant in a deep voice after a moment of silence. "Lingling, have you heard of the name Chen Chuan?" Chapter 126. After a brief fight, both of them put away their weapons at the same time. Like old friends who had not seen each other for many years, Big Mom and Kaido moved to a luxurious room. While drinking wine, Kaido suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Lingling, have you heard of Chen Chuan?" As Kaido said this, a dark color flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but recall the cold man who shocked him. A terrifying man who completely defeated him. Chen Chuan? Is he the kid who has recently risen and is known as the 5th Emperor? I've heard of him. It seems that the kid has come to the new world now. Some time ago, my 10th son, Cracker, encountered him when he went to recruit Fishman Island. He cut off one of my arms, and several of my sons died in his hands." When Chen Chuan was mentioned, a trace of extreme anger and murderous intent emerged on Big Mom's face. There are not many people who dare to attack her Big Mom pirate group in the entire sea. And this kid named Chen Chuan, who has recently risen, was so cruel that he directly killed several of her descendants and did not take her Big Mom seriously at all. As one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom has never suffered such humiliation. He was preparing to settle accounts with Chen Chuan in a while. Feeling the anger and murderous intent on Big Mom's face, Kaido couldn't help but frown. Shaking his head helplessly, he sighed and said, "If you want to seek revenge on him alone, Lingling, I advise you to give up. That man is not something you can resist alone. Big Mom's strength is almost the same as his own. Even if the 2 of them are completely let go, the strength of the 4 emperors Big Mom may not be as good as Kaido. And now, Kaido himself has been defeated by Chen Chuan. Challenging Chen Chuan with Big Mom's power is undoubtedly going to die. As 2 people who have been on the same boat, with many years of friendship, Kaido will naturally not let Big Mom go to die, and this is also the purpose of his coming here." Seeing Kaido's melancholy look, Big Mom couldn't help laughing and questioned, "Kaido, when did you become so timid? This is not in line with your style." While talking, Big Mom suddenly remembered an explosive news report that happened some time ago. Battle of the 2 Emperors, 4 Emperors Kaido lost to the new Emperor Chen Chuan. Thinking of this, the expression on Big Mom's face suddenly began to condense. "That news, can't it be true, Kaido, you really lost to that kid?" "At first, I thought it was the outside world's excessive publicity of Chen Chuan, and false news spread in order to make a name for himself." At this moment, looking at Kaido's serious and drooping eyes. After Kaido finally nodded lightly, a storm of shock immediately arose in Big Mom's heart. Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was actually defeated by that new kid. This is too. If you want to say how strong the 4 emperors Kaido is, I believe no one knows better than Big Mom. Many years ago, the 2 of them stayed on the same ship. The relationship between the 2 was so deep that Big Mom always regarded Kaido as a younger brother. Even the mythical beast devil fruit on Kaido was given to Kaido by Big Mom. The 2 of them also ascended to the top of the 4 emperors of the sea with their absolute strength. And this state has lasted for many years. Until now, the 4 emperors Kaido was defeated by the newly promoted Chen Chuan. This shocked Big Mom very much. Many parties have the strength to defeat the 4 emperors Kaido, which also means that Big Mom herself is not Chen Chuan's opponent. And now, Kaido on the opposite side saw Big Mom's silent attitude. He suddenly drank a big gulp of the wine in his hand, and said to Big Mom in a serious face, "With that guy's strength and ambition, he will never be satisfied with the 4 emperors. It won't be long before the sea will be in turmoil because of that guy. The final decisive battle is coming. Lingling, are you willing to give the throne of the Pirate King to others like this?" The low words fell lightly. Since the 2 of them ascended to the top of the 4 emperors, although there have been frictions between the 2, it was also because of that incident at the beginning. Now they both have a common enemy, Chen Chuan. In this way, things will be easier. "You mean?" Big Mom also heard Kaido. "You and I will join forces to drive this little devil out. After all obstacles are eliminated, we will have the final battle to decide who will be the Pirate King," Kaido said solemnly. Although he was defeated by Chen Chuan, but he has always taken the Pirate King as his ultimate goal. How could he give up easily at such a last moment? No matter what the result is, he must fight for it. Hearing Kaido's words, he thought of all the reports about Chen Chuan. A trace of deepness flashed in Big Mom's eyes. After a brief moment of thinking, Big Mom raised the wine in her hand high. In front of Kaido, Kaido on the opposite side raised an arc at the corner of his mouth and also handed over the wine glass. "In this case, then our Big Mom pirates and the Beast's pirates are here to formally form an alliance," Big Mom and Kaido said in unison. With the sound of the collision of wine glasses, an unprecedented alliance of 2 emperors was established. The next morning, a piece of news that was enough to shock the world spread all over the world again. Countless seagulls and newspaper boys traveled around the world, spreading the latest shocking news. At the same time, when pirates, navy, and some royal civilians from all over the world. When they saw the content of the newspaper, everyone's eyes showed a trace of extreme horror. The two emperors have formed an alliance, and the world war is coming. This sea is going to change after all. At the same time, Chen Chuan and his party in Dressrosa also received the latest report from the alliance with the Big Mam pirates and the Beasts pirates. Staring at the newspaper in his hand, he spoke in a daze. After reading the content in the newspaper, Lao Shat and others on the side said with some shock, two people who have always been at odds with each other, Big Mam and Kaido, the Beast, have actually formed an alliance. This has shocked the world. It seems that Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, has become much more cautious after losing to the leader. Chen Chuan, what do you think about this? Rayleigh's words made everyone focus their attention on the stern man in red armor in the front. Everyone was quietly waiting for his action. Chapter 127. The two of them were still together, and the two of them were still in the same place. Everyone was quietly waiting for Chen Chuan's next decision. At this time, after Chen Chuan put away the newspaper in his hand, a gleam of light burst out from his red eyes, and a rare trace of boiling fighting spirit appeared on his cold and calm face. The two emperors are forming an alliance. Let me, Chen Chuan, meet you. A deep voice fell lightly. The next second, a strong cold and lonely breath suddenly emerged from Chen Chuan's body. In just a moment, the surrounding Liuqi and others seemed to fall into an ice cave, making them unable to move. Let's go, it's time to let the world see our power. This world will eventually be liberated by me. The words full of pride fell lightly. Then Chen Chuan temporarily handed Dressrosa to Rebecca, and then took Rayleigh and his party directly to the outer waters of the island where Dressrosa was located. He glanced at the people around him lightly. Pluto Rayleigh, Douglas Barrett, the former world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, Fujitora Uchiha, Crocodile, Doflamingo, Clown Buggy, and Enel who just joined a few days ago. In addition to Chen Chuan who was in the lead. Everyone is ready at this moment. Any one of these people, if placed outside, is a great pirate that can shock the world, and every move will change the situation of this sea. And now, these people are gathered here. Formed an extremely terrifying force, following their king, Chen Chuan, to conquer this sea together. After confirming the number of people, Chen Chuan's mind moved, and the SSS-class battleship immediately appeared outside the sea. Let's go, follow me to subvert this world. As soon as the voice fell, Chen Chuan flashed and came to the battleship first. Seeing this scene, Rayleigh and others behind him also jumped towards the battleship with excitement. After staying in Dressrosa for more than a week, they have been looking forward to this day for a long time, that is, now go out with Chen Chuan to explore the world. In the whistling sea breeze, Chen Chuan and his party stood on the deck, looking into the distance. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Chen Chuan said lightly, "Let's go, the target is a Nagashima." On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The news of the alliance between the Big Mam pirates and the Beasts pirates naturally reached them. Sengoku and Garp, one eating donuts and the other eating senbei, were standing outside the sea of Marineford and fishing leisurely. Their days were extremely comfortable. After closing the newspaper in his hand, Garp looked at Sengoku, who was showing off senbei and had some graying temples, and said with a deep face, "Sengoku, Big Mam and Kaido have formed an alliance. What do you think about this? The two sea emperors who rule the New World choose to form an alliance at this time." The situation of the four emperors standing side by side was broken. An unprecedented strong storm will be set off on this sea. After hearing Garp's words, Sengoku showed off a big mouthful of senbei again. After a brief moment of thought, he waved his hand with a look of absence. "Now I am no longer the admiral of the navy, let the young people worry about these things. The celestial dragons have enough to do with the government." Sengoku, who finally stepped down from the post of admiral of the navy, naturally would not worry about the changes on the sea. The actions of the world government after the war have made him completely disappointed. Now Sengoku just wants to spend his old age in peace. He doesn't want to think about anything else. While thinking this way, Sengoku saw his fishing float floating up and down, and rubbed his hands with expectation, saying, "Another big fish is hooked." At the same time, on the other side, Texas Island. The two figures are still fighting. After a short fight, both of them retreated to the back at the same time. The two are the admirals of the headquarters of the Navy, Akainu and Aokiji. In order to compete for the position of Marshal, the two have been fighting here for nearly 9 days. At this time, both of them were exhausted. Standing in the back and gasping for breath, Akainu and Aokiji both had considerable injuries on their bodies. Not only that, because the two powerful and domineering devil fruit ability. Under continuous bombardment, even the climate state of the island under the feet of the two has completely changed into two scenes. A huge change has taken place. Half of it is covered with ice and snow, and the cold air hits the forehead. It is white everywhere. It is difficult to stay here for a moment in the ice and snow. As for the area where Akainu is on the other side, it is red, with magma flames everywhere. The hot breath burns people's bodies and sweats. Some special areas are even magma rolling, even melting the earth. And this is the terrifying power from the world's top powerhouse, the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The battle between Akainu and Aokiji is so powerful that it is enough to change the climate of this area and completely change the ecology of this island. And now, after a short breath, feeling the intense cold and frostbite from the right half of his body, Akainu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Aokiji's strength was beyond his imagination. Aokiji has always been unknown and lazy. His strength is so strong that even if Akainu released all his means, he still couldn't take him down for a while. Until now, it has caused a situation where both sides are hurt. Akainu took a deep breath, and then his body began to slowly accumulate energy. His physical strength was not enough to support him to continue fighting. He wanted to use this last blow to end this duel. The hot magma rolled and Akainu was wrapped in red magma. And his aura was getting stronger and stronger. As for the other side, Aokiji's condition was also not good. The right leg that was cut off by Chen Chuan in the war on the top was condensed from ice and was broken off again by Akainu. Not only that, the right half of Aokiji's body was also burned by Akainu's magma. The cold air flowed down, and wisps of white steam rose. And now, after seeing the terrifying energy that suddenly erupted from Akainu, Aokiji also understood that the opponent was preparing for the final blow. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Controlling the few powers in his body, Aokiji's face suddenly revealed a trace of coldness and chill. With a wave of his right arm, countless extreme ice auras suddenly appeared behind Aokiji, with huge energy and extremely terrifying momentum. After a short period of accumulation, a huge cold light condensed from ice suddenly appeared in front of Aokiji. The cold light stood in the world, covering the sky and the sun. "Aokiji, you shouldn't stop me!" Akainu roared, and then roared out, blasting out the fiery lava fist in his hand. Hell dog! The lava fist ran wildly with endless killing intent. Seeing this scene, Aokiji's face was cold, and a cold current also burst out of his body. "Anyone can sit in the position of marshal, but you, Akainu." The cold words fell lightly. The next second, Aokiji also shot fiercely at Akainu's position. Ice Age. This time, Aokiji was no longer the defense in the war at the top, but transformed into an extreme ice attack. Two terrifying energies that were enough to destroy the island. At this moment, they completely bombarded each other. Chapter 128. The sky was full of smoke, and the sky was full of fire. The terrifying energy that destroyed the world exploded at this moment. One red and one white, the hot magma and the extreme ice kept grinding and entangled with each other. The steam rose and burst until it finally turned into a stream of rich water vapor, covering everything and blocking all the sights on Punk Hazard. As the two energies slowly dissipated, in the white mist of steam, a touch of extreme red light suddenly exploded, accompanied by a dull sound of landing. As the water mist gradually dissipated, the final scene in the center of the battlefield slowly appeared in front of us. Akainu was seen kneeling on one knee on the ground, holding his right arm tightly near his chest. He was panting heavily, and the cold and stinging feeling on his right arm made him frown and almost faint. Obviously, Akainu was seriously injured in the last collision just now. As for the other side, after the collision, Aokiji's figure flew out and fell heavily on the ground. His right leg condensed from ice was also completely shattered by Akainu. Even the right half of his body was burned by magma, revealing a terrifying red color. At this moment, Aokiji collapsed on the ground powerlessly. In the last collision before, he was still half a move behind, and his physical strength was finally exhausted. He was seriously injured by Akainu and defeated on the ground. Now he has no ability to resist at all. With his consciousness dazed. Even though Aokiji still had a strong desire to fight deep in his heart, the pain from the severe injuries and the feeling of powerlessness made him unable to do anything in the end. His head was slightly raised, and then fell heavily again. He covered his chest tightly and slowly moved in front of Aokiji. Seeing Aokiji's last move, Akainu looked solemn, feeling the little breath left in Aokiji's body, and the magma energy in his right fist gathered briefly, just when Akainu was about to give Aokiji the final blow. Akainu's eyes hesitated for a moment, and finally slowly put down his hand. He did not choose to kill him, but saved Aokiji's life. Even if the world government had tacitly agreed that the duel between the two of them could be fatal when necessary. But Akainu did not choose to do so. After all, they were taught by the same teacher, and although their ideas of justice often disagreed, they could be regarded as comrades in arms for many years. With Aokiji's strength as an admiral, Akainu would not kill him. A trace of determination flashed in his majestic pupils. Akainu stared at Aokiji, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and said with a determined face, "I will prove to you that after I become the Admiral of the Navy, the pirates in the world will be afraid of me. The victory of this era belongs to our Navy after all." After taking a deep look at Aokiji, Akainu dragged his seriously injured body and limped away. On the other side, after the final battle between Akainu and Aokiji ended. According to the final result of the battle between the two, the world government finally decided the final owner of the position of the Admiral of the Navy, that is, the Admiral of the Navy, Akainu, and Sakasuke will succeed as the new Admiral of the Navy headquarters. As soon as this news came out, it immediately shocked the world. After all, the position of the Admiral of the Navy is unusual. He is the supreme commander of the ruling Navy headquarters. Now that Akainu has ascended to the throne of the Admiral, the impact is naturally extremely strong. In the post-war medical hospital of the Navy headquarters, after the two fought, the seriously injured and unconscious Aokiji was also rushed back here for rescue. Sengoku and Garp also came to Aokiji's bed to visit him. Seeing that Aokiji had not yet woken up from his coma, Sengoku and Garp came to the outside of the ward, and a deep flash of light flashed in Sengoku's eyes. "Sakasuke is really strong, Kyuzan doesn't blame you for losing." Garp sighed, "I heard that the battle between the two changed the climate of Punk Hazard Island, half ice and half magma. These two guys are really serious." Hearing this, Zhang couldn't help but shook his head. "You know Sakasuke's character. It's rare that he didn't kill Kyuzan. I hope he can lead the Navy to a higher level after he takes the position of Marshal. Okay, now it's time for us veterans to step down." After a deep sigh, Zhang seemed to have unloaded many years of burden, and the whole person seemed to be much more relaxed. Dedicated to the Navy, two old men who have always been at the forefront in all kinds of extremely evil times. At this moment, they can finally take a break. At the same time, when Akainu took office as the new Admiral of the Navy, in a certain sea area in the New World, an extremely large and luxurious high-level battleship with a majestic shape is heading rapidly towards the New World Onigashima. Onigashima, the base camp of Kaido, the four emperors of the New World, is also within the territory of another legendary country, Xuanwu Country. At this moment, Chen Chuan stood on the deck. Looking at the turbulent sea on both sides in front of him, thinking about the next plan in his mind. Big Mam pirates and Beasts pirates have an alliance. Although Chen Chuan is not afraid of their alliance, he will also feel a certain difficulty. In addition, the world government seems to be making some shameful plans. Navy Akina has just taken office, and many signs indicate that this action is not that simple. As for Chen Chuan's action, he chose Kaido's territory on Onigashima instead of Big Mom's Cake Island because he had a plan. After all, Kaido had just formed an alliance with Big Mom, and given the nature of their pirates, there would definitely be a grand banquet. With the help of this time difference, Chen Chuan could go straight to Kaido's base camp and catch him off guard. If possible, it is not impossible to wipe out Wano country near Onigashima. If Chen Chuan remembered correctly, there seemed to be a guy who made him extremely disgusted ruling Wano country. Kurozumai Orokai, mythical beast species, Yamato no Orokai form. The mythical beast species devil fruit was so awesome, but he used it like shit, plus that guy's villain character, shameless, and despicable means. Chen Chuan had been unhappy with him for a long time in his previous life. At this moment, while Kaido was away, it was the best time to kill him. Of course, there was another person Chen Chuan did not forget. That pink caterpillar, who has an adult age but looks like a child, is a nasty little devil who takes advantage of girls everywhere with a wretched face, Kojiki Momonosuke. That guy once made Chen Chuan's heart itch with hatred. And now, the cause and effect of all this will finally come to an end today. Just as Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows and thought inwardly. Old Shaq Crocodile beside him said after observing with a telescope, "Boss, the sea area of Ghost Island is ahead. In addition, about 10 kilometers ahead, there is a pirate ship approaching here." Chapter 129. At the same time, Chen Chuan and his party were rushing towards the Ghost Island. Outside the sea area 10 kilometers away from Chen Chuan, a pirate ship with a mammoth-like appearance and long tusks on the bow was sailing in the sea area. And now, a man with long yellow hair, a steel sheath on his mouth, several meters of sharp tusks, and a fierce face, sitting on the main seat of the pirate ship, was quietly listening to the report from his men. Drought Jack. One of the 3 disasters under the 4 emperors Kaido. Ancient species of the elephant fruit, mammoth form. The bounty is as high as 1 billion berries. He is known for his tough skin and strong body. The pair of tusks several meters long on his mouth are said to have a bounty of 900 million. He is an extremely loyal subordinate of Kaido, the 4 emperors. And now, Jack, who was patrolling near Onigashima under Kaido's orders, heard his subordinates say that through the telescope, he observed an extremely tall and luxurious warship 10 kilometers away. A hint of coldness flashed across Jack's face. "Did you see clearly who was on the warship?" Jack questioned. Hearing this, his men immediately said tremblingly, "Captain Jack, the other side's warship is too tall, and we can't see how many people there are. The only thing that can be confirmed is that there is no pirate flag on the other side's ship. It looks more like a navy warship." "Captain Jack, what do you think, should we hide?" The men whispered and suggested that after all, such a large navy warship, the people sitting on it must not be ordinary people. With their current strength. Hearing the words of the men in front of him, Jack's eyes suddenly became sharp. The aura around him suddenly burst out. Jack stared at the men in front of him, and the bloodshot in his eyes enlarged. He roared and shouted, "Who do you think I am? Pull the ship over!" When Jack gave an order, the men below were terrified when they heard the words, and hurriedly drove the pirate ship towards Chen Chuan's warship. On the other side, on the deck of the warship, Lao Sha looked at the pirate ship approaching, and couldn't help but said in surprise, "Boss, that pirate ship is getting closer and closer, should we shoot it down?" Hearing Lao Sha's words, Chen Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and suddenly an interesting thought came to his mind, why is this scene so familiar, could it be that super brave guy? Thinking like this, Chen Chuan also slowly moved to the front of the deck. Staring at the pirate ship approaching him not far away, a trace of red light suddenly flashed in his red eyes. With just one glance, Chen Chuan saw all the figures on the enemy ship. "It's really that super brave guy, or else he has really good luck." Whispering in a low voice. Just when Chen Chuan was about to order the sinking of Jack's pirate ship, the other party actually got ahead of Chen Chuan and launched an attack first. Boom! 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 Countless black shells rushed towards their warships. Seeing this scene, not only Chen Chuan, but even the usually serious Rayleigh couldn't hold back. Where did this kid come from? He dared to attack us. With our lineup, even if the four emperors Kaido came in person, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. He shook his head lightly, looking at the rapidly approaching shells, which were about to fall on the warships. The two people behind Chen Chuan took a step forward and chose to attack at the same time. Wearing a black loose suit, Fujitora tilted his ears slightly, and after sensing the distance and the size of the shells, he pulled out the sword at his waist slightly. The next second, under the surprised expressions of everyone, an unprecedented sense of gravity pressure. Straight to the heart. Under the blessing of gravity, the shells bombarding from Jack's ship didn't even have time to explode, and they were directly pressed into the sea in an instant, exploding into waves. Hawkeye my hawk on the other side also took action. He pulled out the knife hanging on his chest and then gently slashed at the speeding shells in front of him. Suddenly a cold light flashed. All the shells were split in two, cut in half. They fell into the sea one after another. On the opposite side, the Jack pirates, the younger brother saw that the other side didn't even show his face, and all the shells fired by his own were solved, and his worries became heavier. He hurriedly said to Jack behind him, "Captain Jack, the attack was blocked, and there seem to be a lot of people on the opposite side. How about we?" Before the younger brother finished speaking, Jack greeted him with a big fight in the face. "You bastard, who do you think I am? Pull the boat over to me. I want to kill them myself." Jack was furious. He was the drought disaster Jack who offered a bounty of 1 billion Baileys. How could he be afraid of him? Jack was determined to fight this battle. With an order, Jack's pirate ship increased in speed. It arrived under Chen Chuan's warship in a few steps. While bombarding Chen Chuan's warship with cannonballs, Jack saw that the time was almost right, and jumped onto Chen Chuan's warship with the cannonballs. "A bunch of scum, let me, Uncle Jack, crush you." After a fierce roar, accompanied by the extreme rise of adrenaline, Jack came directly to Chen Chuan's warship with a wild laugh. However, as soon as he landed, Jack's expression changed immediately. "Are you Doflamingo?" Jack recognized Doflamingo as soon as he saw the man in front of him, who was dressed like a flamingo and wearing glasses. The oppressive atmosphere around him immediately made him shrivel up. He looked around and saw the crowd in front of him, which made Jack's pupils shrink suddenly. In great shock, he couldn't help but open his mouth. "Pluto Rayleigh? Hawkeye my hawk! Crocodile, crocodile! Douglas Barrett, and the other two guys with strong auras. Finally, the man in the middle is." Looking at the cold man in the middle, who looked indifferent, domineering, and wearing red armor, Jack's eyes almost popped out. 5 emperors. Chen Chuan. After confirming Chen Chuan's identity, Jack couldn't sit still anymore. While swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Jack's body seemed to be shaking slightly, and deep in his heart he wanted to escape. This guy is a fierce man who even defeated his own captain, the 4 emperors Kaido. And now, I actually faced him alone. Oh, no. It's them. Seeing Jack standing there in a daze. At this time, Rayleigh, who was next to Chen Chuan, raised his eyebrows and spoke. "You kid, are you a cotter under Kaido? Are you here to take our heads?" Rayleigh's words immediately made Jack's expression solidify again. After calming down his beating heart, Jack stared at Chen Chuan in the middle of the crowd with fierce eyes. After a moment, a fierce expression suddenly appeared on his face. "Who do you think I am? I'm Drought Jack." The muscles on his legs bulged violently, and facing Chen Chuan and his group, Jack rushed forward without hesitation. Chapter 130. The next morning, the latest explosive news on the sea spread all over the world. One of the 3 disasters under the 4 emperors Kaido, Drought Disaster Jack challenged all the 5 emperors Chen Chuan alone, but was defeated and died. Although he died, he challenged all the 5 emperors Chen Chuan alone, which can be regarded as a glorious defeat. It is enough to be remembered by the world and let people in the future remember it. When you feel that you are a little reckless, Recall that there was a man who tried to challenge all the 5 emperors Chen Chuan alone. With the news of Jack's death, it also means that Chen Chuan and his party have arrived at the sea area of Ghost Island. On the other hand, the news of Drought Jack's death and Chen Chuan's invasion of Onigashima also reached Kaido and Big Mom on Cake Island. Kaido cried bitterly on the spot when he heard that Jack had died. In grief and anger, he immediately returned to Onigashima and threatened to kill Chen Chuan and others here to avenge Drought Jack. Of course, there was another 4 emperors, Big Mom, with him. They have now formed an alliance. Now that Kaido's Onigashima is in trouble, Big Mom will naturally rush to help. Not only that. Several major generals under Big Mom and her eldest son, Charlotte Perospero and other powerful children under Big Mom also followed Big Mom and Kaido to the direction of Onigashima. This time, the Big Mom pirates can be said to be out in full force. On the other side, while Kaido returned quickly. After resting on the battleship for a night, Chen Chuan and his party have also arrived outside the country of Wano. Yes, it is Wano. After killing Drought Jack in an instant, Chen Chuan and his party directly crossed the Ghost Island and quickly moved towards the samurai kingdom of Wano. And this move also symbolizes that Wano is facing an unprecedented storm. On the battleship, Chen Chuan played with a huge ivory in his hand while looking into the distance. There, a huge country was slowly appearing in front of him. At this time, Crocodile, who was not far away, stepped forward and reported, "Boss, Wano Country is ahead. We can raid this country at any time." Hearing this, Chen Chuan nodded lightly, and then slowly stood up, prepare to land. After responding respectfully, Lao She hesitated for a moment, and suddenly asked, "Boss, why do you want to spread the signs of our whereabouts? Wouldn't it be better to take over the entire Onigashima and Wano country while Kaido is away?" Crocodile expressed his doubts. After all, after they killed the patrolling Drought Jack, they could directly kill Kaido's base camp and those weak generals in seconds. One night is enough. There is no need to expose their own actions and lead Kaido and others to return to defend. Hearing Lao She's words, Chen Chuan's red eyes shone with a gleam of light, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc. Chen Chuan said, "If so, wouldn't it be too boring? Make a noise. It's better to make a bigger noise." Chen Chuan's words made Lao She confused, and he could only follow Chen Chuan helplessly. As for Chen Chuan on the side, his eyes seemed to be filled with endless deep light. He was quietly thinking about something. Since he intended to tell Kaido about his actions, he naturally had his plans. The Beasts Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates formed an alliance. When Kaido returned, the Big Mom Pirates would also go with him. At that time, they would face the Twin Emperor's pirates. Thinking of this, Chen Chuan's face was not panicked at all, but calm and, looking forward to it. This will be a great opportunity, the alliance of the 2 emperors. Fighting the 2 emperors alone, after this battle, my fusion progress will definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, Chen Chuan's face became more expectant. Since defeating the 4 emperors Kaido before entering the New World, Chen Chuan's fusion progress has not increased for a long time. After all, he is now a world-famous man. The fusion template progress is not increasing as fast as it did at the beginning. If you want to increase it quickly, you can only do something unprecedented and shocking enough to shock the world again. For example, pull down 2 4 emperors at the same time. And this is also Chen Chuan's. The real reason for releasing the news of his own actions. He wanted to take this opportunity to greatly improve his fusion progress. At the same time, while Chen Chuan was thinking, Rayleigh in front also came to report, "Chen Chuan, we have arrived in Wano country, we can get off the ship." Nodding, then Chen Chuan led Rayleigh and his party to jump off the warship. After Chen Chuan put away the warship, the party headed towards the center of Wano country. On the other side, after receiving the news, the center of Wano country. Inside a room with extremely luxurious decoration, countless graceful figures are quietly swaying and dancing in the middle. The one at the top is the current lord of Wano country, a shameful person who seeks power and usurps the throne. Purple hair, a large head, holding a beautiful woman in each arm, with the wretched look of a pervert. Black charcoal snake. Animal system mythical beast species, Yamata no Orokai form. He is average in strength, and through some despicable means, he usurped the achievements of the Kojiki clan and became the master of Wano country. He is also the culprit who caused the entire Wano country to fall into brutal rule and suffer in dire straits. He also has some kind of black deal with the four emperors Kaido. He is also engaged in the research of artificial devil fruits behind the scenes. He is a complete despicable villain, and now, after receiving the news that Chen Chuan and his party invaded Onigashima, there is no panic on Kurozumi Orakai's face. After all, Onigashima is still a distance away from Wano country. And the new Sea Emperor, the fifth Emperor Chen Chuan. He has no grudges against him, and the other party has no reason to attack him. He only needs to continue to stay in Wano country and carry out his black rule. As for Chen Chuan, let Kaido worry about it himself. Thinking of this, the smile on the face of the black charcoal snake became more intense. While loudly urging the dancers below, while playing music and dancing, the obscene big hand was also moving wantonly on the body of the woman in his arms. He didn't care about the others below. After playing with the hands for a while, the black charcoal snake smiled obscenely, and lustful light suddenly appeared in his eyes. Just as he stood up with the two beautiful women in his arms, ready to fight. Outside the room, a figure rushed in suddenly. The black charcoal snake was about to get angry, but the figure who rushed in was frightened and hurried. General Snake, the fifth Emperor Chen Chuan brought a team of people to kill us. Chapter 131. The enemy was killed, and the enemy was killed. The fifth Emperor Chen Chuan is here with his men. As soon as these words came out, the black charcoal snake stayed where he was, listening to everything in front of him in disbelief. What did you say? While roaring, the snake threw the charming woman in his arms out, ran to the person who reported it, grabbed his collar, and asked loudly. Isn't the fifth Emperor Chen Chuan on Ghost Island? Why did he run to his own Wano country? While puzzled, after confirming from his subordinates that the person coming was the newly promoted fifth Emperor Chen Chuan, the black charcoal snake's face immediately became flustered. After all, Chen Chuan is a powerful existence who can even defeat the four emperors Kaido. And now, the other party suddenly came to Wano country. What is the reason? After a brief panic, Kurozumi Orokai thought that he had not offended the five emperors Chen Chuan in any way, so he was not so scared. Later, I will give him more benefits. Pirates. Isn't it all about treasure? And Kurozumi Orokai has a lot of money. He has the entire Wano country as a treasury behind him, and the least lacking is treasure. Thinking of this, Kurozumi Orokai calmed down his panic and tidied his clothes. Then he walked towards the outside of the room. On the other side, Chen Chuan and his party quickly arrived at the central area of Wano country. Except for showing some tricks when they just entered the city, Chen Chuan and his party were extremely low-key. But having said that, the sudden appearance of a group of people still attracted the attention of many people. Looking at the crowd of onlookers around, Rayleigh behind Chen Chuan had a slightly condensed look. Rayleigh also found something wrong on the way he had just walked. Chen Chuan, why are these people laughing all the time? Hearing Rayleigh's words, Chen Chuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He naturally knew what the situation was with these civilians who always kept smiling. These guys are all failed experiments of artificial devil fruits. Because of the side effects of the fruit, after being forced to eat artificial devil fruits, these poor civilians not only did not get the power of the devil fruit, but became landlubbers one by one. Not only that, they couldn't even control their smiles. Whether eating, sleeping, or even when their loved ones died. They could only maintain one expression, that is, laughing and laughing wildly. Imagine that when your loved ones were killed in the street, you could only turn into a sarcastic laugh under the extreme grief and tears. In that situation, just thinking about it makes people collapse and angry. Chen Chuan was silent. At this time, Doflamingo behind Rayleigh pondered for a moment, and then introduced to Rayleigh and others that these people became like this because they ate the artificial devil fruit researched by Kaido. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, even with Rayleigh's calm personality, at this moment, a trace of anger flashed across his face. These bastards, aren't they playing with and trampling on human lives? Although the words came from the mouth of a big pirate, the fact is indeed so. The people of Wano country are under the dark rule of Kurozumai Orokai and Kaido. It can be said that they live in dire straits every day. And because it is located in the territory of the four emperors of the New World, and Wano country has been closed for many years, the world government has also abandoned this country long ago. Until now, it has become the miserable scene it is today. Fujitora, who is not good at speaking, can't hold back the sword on his waist at this moment. With the sound of clanging, Fujitora wished he could go to the palace right now and kill the hateful Kurozumai Orokai. He was kind-hearted, especially to the ordinary citizens of the world. He was called Merciful Justice. And now, after learning about the tragic experience of the residents of Wano country, Fujitora's anger had already reached its peak. At the same time, while the group was thinking, suddenly, not far from Chen Chuan and others, Kurozumai Orokai led a group of men and slowly came to Chen Chuan and his group. As soon as Kurozumai Orokai appeared, the surrounding civilians immediately showed a look of horror. Obviously, they were very afraid of the person in front of them. As soon as they met, Kurozumai Orokai had a hypocritical expression on his face. The legendary 5 emperors, finally today. It's a pleasure to meet you. While praising Chen Chuan, Kurozumai Orokai introduced himself to Chen Chuan. I am Kurozumai Orokai, the general of this country, and welcome to Wano country. After the introduction, the black charcoal snake said that he would hold a state banquet for Chen Chuan and his party. While he was still trying to get close to Chen Chuan and others. And from time to time, he casually told Chen Chuan that he had prepared drinks, food, and some beauties for Chen Chuan and others, hoping to win them over. Hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows, his eyes were sharp, and he didn't say anything. As for Rayleigh, Fujitora, and others around him, the coldness in their eyes had already reached the extreme. As long as Chen Chuan gave an order, they killed the snake in front of them. At the same time, just as Chen Chuan's eyes flashed and he was about to make a move, a little girl among the surrounding civilians suddenly stood up and walked straight towards Chen Chuan. The little hand grabbed tightly Chen Chuan's trouser legs. The little girl was about 3 or 4 years old, very thin, and looked a little malnourished, only as tall as Chen Chuan's calves. Her parents, who were kneeling tightly beside her, were even more anxious after seeing the little girl's actions, and their faces showed extreme panic and fear. No, don't! The little girl's mother was about to get up, but was pulled back by the man next to her. In this country, the consequences of offending the black charcoal snake are no less serious than offending the celestial dragons. Or, the black charcoal snake is the celestial dragon of this country. Even worse than that. At this time, the little girl's actions also attracted the attention of Chen Chuan, the black charcoal snake and others. The little girl tightly grabbed Chen Chuan's trouser legs and said timidly, "Big brother, are you a bad person too? Mom said that people who stay with the big bad guy over there are all bad people." While saying this, the little girl pointed at the black charcoal snake beside her, which made the black charcoal snake very angry. He immediately ordered to capture the little girl and her parents and publicly execute them. The person behind her moved violently, and the little girl's body immediately shook in shock. She quickly hid behind Chen Chuan's calf. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan couldn't help but smile warmly, floated down slightly, and gently picked up the little girl beside him. Then he gave a cold order to Rayleigh, Fujitora, and others behind him. "Take action, and don't spare anyone." The cold words fell lightly. Accompanied by the fear and screams of the black charcoal snake and others behind him, Chen Chuan covered the little girl's ears and eyes, and slowly left. Chapter 132. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. With Chen Chuan's order, Fujitora and others behind him immediately started killing Kurozumai Orokai and his men. It was a one-sided massacre. Fujitora drew his sword lightly. Instantly, a terrifying gravity directly pressed Kurozumai Orokai and others to the ground. The powerful gravity ability made them unable to stand up at all. Some subordinates with weak constitutions were directly crushed into pieces by this terrifying gravity, and blood flowed all over the ground. Under this attack, Kurozumai Orokai was also a little angry. "You bastards!" The roar suddenly sounded. The next second, dark red energy flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the body of Kurozumai Orokai began to change rapidly. The body began to grow longer and larger, and the neck began to split, splitting into 7 huge heads like snake heads. Roaring and roaring, it looked extremely ferocious. A mythical beast species, the form of Yamata no Orokai, an extremely rare mythical beast devil fruit, but unfortunately in the hands of Kurozumai Orokai, it was completely destroyed by him. The huge snake head twisted wildly and attacked in the direction of Fujitora. Seeing this, Fujitora flashed his sword, the blade light passed, blood flew everywhere, and a huge snake head was directly cut off by it, and then fell heavily to the ground. Suffering from this pain, Kurozumai Orokai shrank his body and turned to attack the opponent, waving his head to attack in another direction. "There is the area where Enel is. Hey, you dare to attack this god, you are really brave." Enelus chuckled, and his eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. The golden stick in his hand tapped the back drum lightly, and the thunder roared, and a 10-meter-long thunderbird shape appeared. The thunderbird cried sharply, and bursts of piercing arcs sounded, and it rushed towards the position of the black charcoal snake. 30 million volts, Thunderbird! In just a moment, Enelus's Thunderbird bombarded the head of the attacking black charcoal snake. Under the raging thunder and lightning, the head of the attacking black charcoal snake was directly charred by electricity, and even the other snake heads felt a tremor. The feeling of thunder and lightning passing through the body also made the black charcoal snake feel a sense of threat of death. After being bombarded by Enelus, the face of the black charcoal snake became extremely ugly. These guys in front of him are too strong. He is far from being a match for Enelu and the others. He can't beat any one of them. Thinking of this, the already afraid of death Kurozumai Orokai calmed down at this moment. He wanted to escape. Temporarily give Wano Country to these guys in front of him, and wait for Kaido to come back and help him retake Wano Country. With this thought, the remaining snake heads of Kurozumai Orokai swept across. A stream of black mist with a foul smell suddenly seeped out from his surroundings and spread wildly around. After doing this, Kurozumai Orokai's body shrank rapidly. Just when he was about to escape, he was suddenly attacked by Lao Sha behind him. A sandstorm blew away all the black mist. Then he grasped the Kurozumai Orokai, who had returned to human form and wanted to escape, firmly in his hand. "Hey, you guys, have you had enough fun? To deal with such trash, just fight quickly and decisively. The boss is almost gone." He glared at Fujitora and Enelu who were not far away. These guys could have killed the trash in front of them instantly, but they had to waste so much time, which made him a little upset. His eyes condensed, and his killing intent surged. A sand knife appeared in Lao Sha's hand. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and the knife fell. With blood splattering, a huge head soared into the sky and fell accurately into the crowd of onlookers. After doing this, Lao Sha, Rayleigh, Enelu and others hurriedly followed in the direction of Chen Chuan. As for the surrounding onlookers, after seeing the head of Kurozumai Orokai, they were stunned at first, and then burst into shocking cheers, and kowtowed in the direction where Lao Sha and others left to thank them. At the same time, when Chen Chuan and others came to Wano Country and killed Kurozumai Orokai, Kaido, who returned from Cake Island, and the accompanying Big Mom pirates, were also rushing back to Onigashima. On the Big Mom pirate ship, Kaido sat opposite Big Mom, with anxiety on his face, and behind Big Mom were the 3 desert generals headed by Katakuri, as well as Pero and others. They are all powerful warriors with good combat power. And now, Kaido looked at the endless vast sea in the distance, and his heart was even more anxious. Now he is not at the base camp of Ghost Island. Only his subordinates, Flame Disaster Jin, Plague Disaster Quinn, several barbarian tyrants, and the 6 Flying Suns. This kind of strength may be okay against ordinary teams, but it is completely insufficient to face the powerful forces like Chen Chuan. Just one Chen Chuan is enough to kill them all in seconds. Seeing Kaido's anxiety, Big Mom also asked at this time, Kaido, you said that you lost to the 5 emperors Chen Chuan last time. Now tell me about your last battle experience. After all, now we are going to Ghost Island to fight Chen Chuan. Among them, the only one who has fought with Chen Chuan is Kaido. As for Charlotte Cracker, one of the 3 generals on the other side, she was killed in one move. There is absolutely no reference value. Hearing this, Kaido's face also flashed a rare seriousness. After a heavy sigh, he began to narrate the battle in which he lost to Chen Chuan. On the other side, Wano Country. After dealing with Kurozumai Orokai and his group, Chen Chuan sent the little girl back to her parents and waved goodbye to them. Now Chen Chuan has important things to do. Leading Rayleigh, Lao Shat and his group, Chen Chuan soon came to the center of Wano Country, which is the location of the flower capital, which is also the most prosperous area in the entire Wano Country. And now, when Chen Chuan and his group arrived here, Chen Chuan also found an extremely familiar beautiful figure outside the general's mansion of Kurozumai Orokai. Wearing a loose kimono, but still able to outline that graceful body, it is Wano Country's first Warren, Kojiki. At this moment, she is staying in the general's mansion of Kurozumai Orokai, kneeling there. Her other identity is also the daughter of Kojiki Oden, the original owner of Wano Country, Kojiki Hiri. In order to restore the country, Kojiki Hiri has been hiding humiliation for more than 20 years, staying by the side of her father's murderer, Kurozumai Orokai. Seeking the opportunity to restore the country and take revenge. This woman is also a miserable person. Murmured in his heart. Although he sympathized with her, now that Kurozumai Orokai is dead, Chen Chuan and Kojiki Hiri in front of him don't want to have too many intersections. Now he just wants to read the main text of Wano Country's history, and then go to Kaido's Ghost Island by the way. As for other things, Chen Chuan is not interested. His goal is to clean up the new world, and by the way go to the final island of the Grand Line, Raftel, to explore the blank 100-year history of this world, and bring down those damn celestial dragons. Just as Chen Chuan passed Kojiki Hiri, another figure that was somewhat familiar to Chen Chuan slowly walked out from the darkness. Chapter 133. The man who came to see the blue hair and a ferocious face with a murderous look came slowly to Chen Chuan and his party. The man was Kurozumai Orokai's personal bodyguard Kuang Silang. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call him Denjiro now. Denjiro, one of the former 9 red scabbards of Wano Country. Kojiki Oden's family, a very loyal retainer. After Kojiki Oden died tragically at the hands of Kurozumai Orokai, Denjiro locked himself in the hut all day. Thinking of his benefactor being persecuted by the traitor. Endless anger and pain. Denjiro's hatred for Kurozumai Orokai is unimaginable. Until the end, under this endless grief and excessive anger, Denjiro's face will be changed, distorted and extremely hideous. Completely changed into another look. How much hatred can make a person's appearance change? After that, Denjiro appeared in the flower capital again, and he changed his name to Kyoshiro, undercover beside Kurozumai Orokai with a new identity, becoming his most loyal dog. While secretly protecting Kojiki Hiri, he worked for Kurozumai Orokai. Only he himself knows the tolerance in this. And now, Denjiro slowly came to Kojiki Hiri, looking at Chen Chuan and his group in front of him, clenched his teeth. Denjiro's eyes were solemn, and then with a thud, he knelt directly in front of Chen Chuan and others. I have been waiting for this day for more than 20 years. Today I finally got what I wanted. Kurozumai Orokai is dead. I hope that in the battle on Onigashima, the 5 emperors will allow me to contribute my strength and help you defeat the 4 emperors Kaido. After the words fell, Chenjiro lowered his head heavily. Kurozumai Orokai died, but the 4 emperors Kaido, the ultimate backstage behind him, has not fallen yet. And now, the 5 emperors Chen Chuan and his party will definitely have another battle with Kaido in the future. Taking this opportunity, Chen Jiro also wants to contribute his own strength to completely overthrow Kaido. Completely eliminate the hidden dangers of Wano country. Looking at Chen Jiro's body kneeling tightly on the ground, Chen Chuan couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. This guy's loyalty to Odin and his wife is impeccable. Having endured for more than 20 years with his enemy, his extreme anger even changed his face. Although his power might not be needed in the next crusade against Kaido, Chen Chuan finally nodded and agreed with his idea. After seeing Chen Chuan nod in agreement, Denjiro was overjoyed and bowed respectfully again. With a snap of his fingers, another group of figures dressed as samurai appeared in front of Chen Chuan. These people were secretly planning to overthrow the rule of Kurozumai Orokai and restore the country of Wano. Among these people, Chen Chuan also saw some very familiar faces. Several of the 9 red scabbards of Wano country also gathered here quietly at this moment. And they all knelt down in front of Chen Chuan and others. Cat Viper, Inuarashi, Marinajo, and even Kin Iman, Kanjuro and others were among them. All these people are gathered here now. Looking at the people kneeling respectfully below, Chen Chuan glanced at them calmly and noticed one of them, Kanjuro, a white-faced, red-haired man. This guy, unexpectedly appeared here. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chen Chuan had no good feelings towards this kind of traitor who liked to play Mission Impossible games. Who knows if this guy will continue to be loyal to Kaido after the death of Kurozumai Orokai. It would be bad if the information on his side was revealed to Kaido. Thinking of this, Chen Chuan's body disappeared from the spot in an instant, and then in the surprised eyes of everyone, Mr. Chen teleported directly in front of Kanjuro. A terrifying breath gushed out. Chen Chuan directly lifted Kanjuro with one hand, pinched him firmly in his hand, and lifted him up. Seeing Chen Chuan's sudden move, the faces of several people led by Denjiro changed drastically, and they immediately became restless. 5 emperors, what are you doing? Chuanjiro said quickly. Chuanjiro did not make any move. With Chen Chuan's terrifying strength that could defeat the 4 emperors Kaido, even if they attacked together, they could not change anything. What's more, behind Chen Chuan were Rayleigh and his group, which also made it difficult for them to see his strength. The atmosphere on the field suddenly became tense. Chen Chuan exerted a little force on his arm, and Kanjuro's face immediately turned livid. His throat was locked, and Kanjuro couldn't breathe, and his facial expression became distorted. Even Kanjuro himself didn't understand why Chen Chuan in front of him suddenly attacked him. A trace of murderous intent flashed across his red eyes, and a touch of extreme horror suddenly emerged from Chen Chuan's body. He turned his head slightly and looked at Denjiro and his group who were nervous. Chen Chuan said lightly, "You should have known that there was a ghost around you." Chen Chuan's words. Hearing Denjiro, Kin Iman, and others were shocked. The other party actually knew such a thing. With an ugly face, after a brief thought, Denjiro and others turned their eyes to Kanjuro, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. Kanjuro turned out to be. No way, Kanjuro has followed Lord Odin since he was a child, and we once died together with Lord Odin. It can't be him. Kanjuro is a traitor. But he once stopped Kurozumai Orokai's pursuit for me, and almost paid with his life for it. How could it be? When the 9 red scabbards, including Denjiro, saw Chen Chuan saying that Kanjuro was a traitor planted by Kurozumai Orokai, their first reaction was naturally to not believe it. With Kanjuro's loyalty, it is impossible for him to be a pawn arranged by Kurozumai Orokai. A few people wanted to continue talking, but Chen Chuan was a little impatient. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He slammed Kanjuro to the ground, and the huge impact made Kanjuro's face change drastically, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Chuan's eyes were cold, and he said lightly, "Whether you believe it or not is your business. Think about it carefully. If you want to conquer a Nagashima and defeat Kaido, that guy must die." As he said that, Chen Chuan pointed at Kanjuro who was lying on the ground. "Of course, it doesn't matter whether you join or not with your strength. I can handle it myself." After glancing at Denjiro and the others, Chen Chuan left without looking back. For these guys, even if they have already felt the suspicion around them. But they just don't want to believe it. In short, they are deceiving themselves. For these, Chen Chuan doesn't care. That's their business. With Denjiro and the others' strength, even if they join, it won't help much in the final battle, so he just let them go. Watching the figures of Chen Chuan and his group slowly going deeper, Kinnaman and the others looked ugly. After a brief moment of thinking, they finally had to accept the cruel reality that had been hidden deep in their hearts. Chapter 134. The old man was very happy. Wano Country, Flower Capital, Shogun's Mansion. After passing Denjiro, Kinnaman, and others, Chen Chuan headed deeper into the Shogun. Relying on the memories retained from his previous life, Chen Chuan went deeper all the way. After finding the red historical landmark of Wano Country, Chen Chuan led Rayleigh and his party to prepare to move towards the next destination. Now the Kurozumai Orokai of Wano Country has been eliminated. The most urgent task is to go to Onigashima and have the final decisive battle with Kaido and others. With the people of Wano kneeling all the way, Chen Chuan and his party quickly returned and came to the sea area near Wano. With a thought, the SSS-class battleship instantly appeared on the calm sea surface, causing a wave. At the same time, when Chen Chuan and others jumped onto the battleship, a large group of people from Wano had already gathered, and they all knelt down in the direction of Chen Chuan, respectfully thanking their savior. It was Chen Chuan's arrival that saved them and redeemed them from the brutal rule of Kurozumai Orokai. And now, he glanced at the people below. Chen Chuan sighed slightly in his heart, and just as he turned around and was about to leave, a series of anxious shouts suddenly reached the ears of everyone present. "Lord Chen Chuan, please wait." The voice came from far away. It was Kinnaman and Denjiro. However, their expressions were solemn at the moment, and there was a gloomy atmosphere between their brows. There was no Kanjuro around them. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Obviously, Denjiro, Kinnaman and others had already made psychological preparations. As for Kanjuro, perhaps he had been dealt with. On the other side, the ordinary people of Wano Country who knelt down to Chen Chuan and others suddenly changed their expressions after seeing the figures of Kinnaman and others, and they exclaimed with great joy. "Are you, the retainers around Lord Odin? The legendary 9 red scabbards, Lord Kinnaman, Lord Kappa, and Lord Denjiro? Great! All the ministers have appeared together. Now we have hope for the founding of Wano Country. This time, our Wano Country will surely reach its former peak again." Seeing the figures of several people, the residents of Wano Country seemed very excited. After all, after the death of Odin and his wife, these core members, the pillars of Wano Country, and the figures of the 9 heroes also disappeared, and they have not appeared for so many years. At this moment, seeing them again also means that the real liberation of Wano Country is coming. And now, facing the cheers of the people. After greeting them, Kinnaman and others all looked at each other, and then with a bang, they all knelt in front of Chen Chuan and his party, shouting loudly. "Lord Chen Chuan, the matter of the traitor has been dealt with, and we also want to contribute to the liberation of Wano Country. Please take us to Onigashima together and participate in the final battle." The voices of Kinnaman and others were very loud and resounded in everyone's ears. Although the current Black Hand of Wano Country, Kurozumai Orokai, is dead. But the crisis of Wano Country is far from over. The 4 Emperors Kaido has not been defeated yet, and is still at the top of this world, in the territory of Wano Country. As long as Kaido is here, Wano Country will live in darkness forever. With the powerful strength and influence of the 4 Emperors Kaido, he can completely establish one after another Kurozumai Orokai to act as his puppet, rule Wano Country, and provide him with resources continuously. Therefore, if you want to completely liberate Wano Country, you must completely defeat the 4 Emperors Kaido. Now that the 5 Emperors Chen Chuan is carrying his terrifying forces to fight Kaido, facing such a good opportunity, Kinnaman and others naturally don't want to miss it. The perfect moment to crush the 4 Emperors Kaido is right in front of them. And now, after hearing that Kinnaman and others are going to go to Onigashima with Chen Chuan to fight Kaido, the residents of Wano Country who are watching are all angry. The deep-buried fighting spirits of each one have been completely aroused. It is a samurai country, so it is naturally extremely good at martial arts. Now, in order to defend their homes and their country, the ordinary residents of Xuanwu Country also want to sacrifice their lives and contribute their strength. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan felt the indignation of the people at the scene. After a faint glance at Denjiro who was kneeling below. After seeing the firm belief on Qin Yiman and others' faces, Chen Chuan waved his hand and agreed to let Qin Yiman and others board the warship to fight Kaido with him. Although the power of the 9 red scabbards was not strong, it was barely enough to deal with some small cotters under Kaido. As for the other ordinary residents of Xuanwu Country who loudly asked for a fight, Chen Chuan did not continue to pay attention to them. Those guys were too weak and had almost no combat power. In Kaido's pirate group, which was almost full of devil fruit ability users, these people were completely sending themselves to death. There was no need at all. After dealing with all this, in the determined, yearning, and expectant expressions of all the residents of Xuanwu Country, Chen Chuan and his party, together with Denjiro, Qin Yiman and others, drove the warship towards Kaido's base camp. Nagashima marched forward in a mighty manner. Standing on the deck of the battleship, Chen Chuan's red eyes flashed a gleam of light. Looking at the endless calm sea in the distance, Chen Chuan whispered softly, "This time, let me, Chen Chuan, shock the world again." At the same time, on the other side of the Ghost Island, in Kaido's base camp, after learning that Chen Chuan had invaded their territory and might attack their base camp at any time, all members of the Beast Pirates immediately became alert. Now the admiral of the Beast Pirates, Kaido, has not returned. His core cotters, the Flame Disaster Jin, who is the leader of the 3 disasters, is naturally in charge of everything at this moment. In a spacious room, there are 7 or 8 figures of different sizes and shapes sitting around here, and the leader is Jin dressed in a black pterosaur. Below him is the Fat Plague, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar in his mouth, Quinn. As for the forces below, they are the forces under the 3 calamities, the 6 Flying Six. Each of them is impressive. And most of them are ancient species of animals, devil fruit ability users, and their strength is also very good. Everyone gathered here to discuss the next plan. At this time, one of the 6 Flying Six suddenly spoke to Jin. "Brother Jin, Jack is dead, and now Lord Kaido is not here. What should we do if Chen Chuan and the others attack us?" Now that Kaido is not here, Jin, who has always been calm, naturally becomes their backbone. Chapter 135. The old man was very angry. Hearing this, Jin's face was extremely gloomy. After thinking for a moment, Jin said, "Lord Kaido is on his way back, and all the members of the Big Mam Pirates are with him. You don't have to worry, just do your job well. In addition, let all members on the island be mentally prepared to fight at any time. This time, our beast pirates will face an unprecedented crisis." Jin's face flashed a trace of caution, and after a few instructions, he asked them to gather their troops. "I have witnessed Chen Chuan's terrifying combat power with my own eyes." Jin naturally knew how powerful Chen Chuan was. He was a super strong man who could even defeat their king, the 4 emperors Kaido. It was definitely worth their full vigilance. Just as Jin was about to get up, there was a sudden violent commotion and roar outside the room. Upon hearing this, Jin's face suddenly changed. Could it be that the 5 emperors Chen Chuan and his men attacked so quickly? With a somewhat panicked look, Jin's body quickly transformed into the appearance of a toothless pterosaur, with flames rising from his back. With a flap of his wings, Jin flew directly into the air and quickly flew towards the periphery of the room. At the same time, in the sea outside a Nagashima, a huge pirate ship was approaching the shore of a Nagashima. Flying in the air, Jin, with a group of core cotters on the ground, Quinn, the 6 Flying Six and others all approached the pirate ship that suddenly appeared, with serious and deep expressions on their faces. "Wait, that looks like the pirate flag of the 4 emperors Big Mam." At this time, Quinn, who was already ready for battle on the ground, took a close look at the pirate flag flying on the pirate ship and said in a surprised voice, "Big Mam Pirates." Upon hearing this, Jin and the other members of the Beast's Pirates in the sky were stunned, and a look of ecstasy suddenly appeared on their faces. Just as they were about to exclaim, the next second. A blue shadow that was thousands of meters long cut through the sky. After making a terrifying and deafening dragon roar, the figure flashed and descended in front of everyone. When the smoke gradually dissipated, a strong man with a huge mace on his shoulder, dragon horns on his head, and bulging muscles all over his body appeared in front of everyone. It was one of the four emperors, Kaido. Seeing Kaido's tall figure, Flame Disaster Jin and Quinn and others finally let go of their tense hearts at this moment. Facing the five emperors Chen Chuan who may appear at any time and anywhere, Kaido is their backbone. Only under Kaido's leadership can they burst out with endless fighting spirit. And now, as Kaido descended on Ghost Island, another pink rapid light and shadow flashed from the pirate ship, accurately landing beside Kaido, standing side by side with him. It was another four emperors, Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, the two emperors arrived together. On the other side, on the Big Mom pirate ship, the strong men brought by Big Mom, such as the three desert generals and several pink ministers, followed closely and came to Big Mom's side. The core combat power of the Big Mom pirates also completely arrived at this moment. Seeing this scene, Jin, Quinn, and others finally let go of their hanging hearts. Kaido had been defeated by the five emperors Chen Chuan before. If only Kaido came back, it might not be possible to save Onigashima. Now, with the addition of another four emperors Big Mom, the situation is different. Even if Chen Chuan is strong enough to defeat the four emperors, he will definitely not be able to resist the joint attack of four emperors at the same time. The four emperors are already the peak combat power standing on this sea. What's more, there are two at a time. Now, after Kaido, Big Mom and others landed on Onigashima, Kaido's tense expression finally relaxed a little after seeing Jin, Quinn, and others were all safe and sound. He was really afraid that before he returned to Onigashima, Chen Chuan and others would have razed Onigashima to the ground. Looking at Jin, Kaido said, "Jin, didn't Chen Chuan and others attack?" Hearing this, Jin shook his head. He didn't know why Chen Chuan hadn't attacked after such a long time. With the speed at which they defeated Jack, they should have arrived by now. Now it's even slower than Kaido's return. Thinking like this, Jin suddenly thought of himself and said to Kaido in a deep voice, "Since last night, the Den Den Mushi in Wano Country has lost contact. Could Chen Chuan and his team have gone to Wano Country?" Went to Wano Country? Kaido was shocked. You know, the rich resources of Wano Country are absolutely indispensable to their beasts pirates. Kaido has been developing for so long. He has been using the resources of Wano Country to strengthen his beasts pirates. Thinking that Wano Country may have been occupied by Chen Chuan, Kaido's face suddenly became ugly. If Wano Country is transferred to Chen Chuan's hands, it will be difficult to take it back. While Kaido was thinking, a patrolling subordinate from the coast not far away suddenly cried out, and said tremblingly, "Report! Report to the captain, a super battleship appeared on the sea. It's very big. Is it finally coming?" he murmured. Kaido and Big Mom and others in the back were startled. He grabbed the telescope of his subordinates and scanned it. He really saw a huge battleship Phantom slowly heading towards their Ghost Island area in the dark sea fog. When the battleship got closer and closer, the panoramic view of the battleship also appeared in front of everyone. And at this moment, accompanied by a strange energy fluctuation sound. The next second, an energy light cannon with a terrifying aura blasted the Big Mom pirate ship docked on the coast with a swoosh. Rumble. Swish. Under the gathering of terrifying energy, the pirate ship that was tens of meters high was blasted into pieces with one blow. When the fragments on the sea surface were blown up, endless sea water was also brought up. The sea water was roaring and boiling, and even the sea surface in that area seemed to be deeply blown out into a deep pit. It was not until a long time that the sea water gathered again. What a terrifying bombardment! This power is stronger than any shell we have seen before. After seeing the power of this energy, everyone was about to react. But they saw a man wearing red armor, 1,000 blades of magic swords hanging on his waist, long hair dancing in the wind behind him, and a terrifying red energy entangled around him. He looked calm but full of domineering aura and slowly floated in the air. Next, let's dance together. Chapter 136. The dark red energy wave was all over Chen Chuan's body. He clasped his hands together, stepped out of the battleship step by step, stepped on the air, and floated in the air. Just standing there, he showed an extremely domineering and terrifying momentum. That guy is Chen Chuan, the 5 emperors. Big Mam, one of the 4 emperors, immediately showed a strong murderous intent on his ferocious face after seeing Chen Chuan's figure. Just now, Chen Chuan directly attacked and blasted her pirate ship to pieces. In the pirate world, for pirates, the destruction of a pirate ship means something that is self-evident. And now, when Chen Chuan's figure appeared in the air, he burst out with an extremely powerful aura. Obviously, he was ready for the battle. As for the other side, when the people on the Ghost Island saw Chen Chuan's figure, they couldn't help showing surprise on their faces. The 5 emperors, Chen Chuan is here. That guy, what a terrifying aura. The new Sea Emperor has the peak combat power beyond the Admiral and the 4 emperors. This time, it will be the first battle of our 2 emperors since the alliance, and it will also be the strongest battle. The battle between the emperor-level strongmen. We will follow the footsteps of Lord Kaido to the death. Go. Crush the little devil in front of you. Kill him and avenge Captain Jack. While everyone was talking and enthusiastic. After seeing Chen Chuan, Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, couldn't help but think of the cruel scene of his defeat at the hands of Chen Chuan in the Sabayati archipelago a few days ago. The guy in front of him was too powerful. Even in that battle, Kaido himself didn't know whether he had forced Chen Chuan to use his full strength. He only knew that he was seriously injured in that battle. And Chen Chuan, his clothes were slightly dirty. Thinking of this, Kaido suddenly had a bad idea in his heart. He always felt that the result this time would be far beyond the imagination of the world. With an ugly face, after thinking for a moment, Kaido suddenly came back to his senses and shook his head fiercely. Turning his head, he glanced at another 4 emperor beside him, Big Mom, Big Mam. Now, he is not alone. This time, with the old woman here, even if Chen Chuan is strong, he can't face 2 4 emperors at the same time. Thinking of this, Kaido's face eased a lot. Looking at Chen Chuan's figure in the air, his eyes became brighter. At this moment, Chen Chuan stepped into the air and floated in the air. On Ghost Island, Quinn, one of the 3 disasters behind Kaido, couldn't help but speak first. This guy, after killing Brother Jack, dared to come to Ghost Island alone. He is simply impatient to live. Facing 2 4 emperors' pirate groups at the same time, even the dead old man with white beard would not dare to do so. Brother Kaido, let's work together to kill Chen Chuan and use his head to commemorate Brother Jack. Quinn smoked a cigar and said fiercely. In his opinion, Chen Chuan came alone. No matter how powerful he is, he can't face the 2 emperors of his side at the same time. Even a round-robin battle can wear Chen Chuan out. However, after hearing Quinn's words, Chen Chuan, who was floating in the air, raised his eyebrows and raised an interesting arc at the corner of his mouth. There are so many people, is it amazing? He whispered softly. Snap! A crisp snap of fingers suddenly sounded in the air above the calm sea, and the next second, several sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Then, several ghostly figures suddenly rushed out from the huge battleship. Along with Chen Chuan's figure, they completely descended on the Ghost Island. It was a stern-looking old man with white hair, an obvious scar on his right eye, and a sharp sword in his hand. Another man suddenly appeared, with bulging muscles, wearing earmuffs and military uniforms, with an extremely confident look on his face, and a terrifying imperial aura emanating from his body. Carrying the supreme black sword, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, his face was stern, and there was a hint of arrogance between his eyebrows. The whole person was like a cold sword out of its sheath, piercing the eyes. He is a strong man with a sword hanging from his waist. He is blind at the age of 18, but he looks calm as if everything around him is clearly imprinted in his mind. Leaning on the dark clouds, holding a golden stick, his body is sizzling with electricity, emitting terrifying lightning waves, and a lazy young man. Holding a cigar, holding an iron hook in his left hand and a sand knife in his right hand. His face is full of murderous intent. Dressed in a flamingo, wearing sunglasses and moccasins, he has an arrogant expression that is fearless. And finally, the red nose that is torn into pieces, holding various flying knives, and his legs and feet can't stop shaking. Joker. Pluto Rayleigh. Douglas Barrett. Hawkeye my hawk. Fujitora Ichisho. God's Will, Enel. Shaq Crocodile. Da Flamingo. Little. Ugly Buggy. We will always follow the footsteps of leader Chen Chuan and rule the world. While speaking in unison, Rayleigh, Fujitora, and others all kneeled on one knee respectfully behind Chen Chuan, with an incomparable firmness in their eyes. At this moment, they dropped their disguises and announced their true identities to everyone in the world. They will follow their king and completely rule the world. And at this moment, there were several sounds of breaking through the air coming straight at them. Several black shadows landed accurately behind Chen Chuan, kneeling on one knee, with a respectful look on their faces. We, the 9 red scabbards of Xuanwu Country, will follow the footsteps of Master Chen Chuan to the death. At this moment, Denjiro, Qin Iman, and his party came directly behind Chen Chuan and shouted respectfully. The majestic aura of the crowd shook the ordinary pirates on Onigashima and almost fell to the ground. On the other side, Kaido, Big Mom, the 3 calamities and the 3 generals were all shocked when they saw Rayleigh and his party suddenly appearing behind Chen Chuan. This group of people who suddenly appeared were all extremely powerful. Apart from some unfamiliar faces they didn't know, there was only Pluto Rayleigh, the former world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk, and 2 former 7 warlords of the sea. This force was beyond their expectations. These people were definitely not weaker than any of their 4 emperors' pirate groups. At this moment, seeing the calm face of the man in red armor in front of them, and looking at the people behind them exuding a terrifying aura, Kaido and Big Mom realized clearly in their hearts. How powerful is Chen Chuan in front of them? Chapter 137. The 2 of them were so angry that they were shocked. Those powerful guys are actually, all under the command of the 5 emperors Chen Chuan. What a terrifying aura! I feel like any one of these people can kill me instantly. We can't resist it at all. Is this the terrifying power of the 5 emperors Chen Chuan? After seeing Rayleigh and his party, the people of the Twin Emperors pirates were inevitably frightened by the terrifying aura they displayed. And now, with Chen Chuan's figure also descending on the Ghost Island, standing in front of Rayleigh and others, Chen Chuan was covered with dark red powerful energy all over his body, and some of the Twin Emperors who were closer to him were dizzy and confused, and almost couldn't help but collapse to the ground. With his hands folded across his chest, Chen Chuan looked at Kaido and Big Mom in front of him calmly. Chen Chuan said calmly, I am here to change this world. Now, I give you 2 choices, either submit to me and rule this world together, or choose to completely disappear here. The voice was cold, revealing an endless chill. Since Chen Chuan is determined to change this world, the first to bear the brunt of the new world are the strongest 4 emperors. The Beasts Pirates and Big Mom Pirates, who have been doing evil, are Chen Chuan's primary targets. If Kaido and Big Mom choose to surrender to him, it's fine. If they don't want to surrender, then Chen Chuan can only take some necessary measures. After all, the fall of the 2 emperors is definitely an epic news for this world. Hearing Chen Chuan's words, Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other, nodded to each other, and then they suddenly opened their eyes, and a dark red terrifying emperor's breath, like a substance, attacked Chen Chuan. Buzz! Boom! 2 powerful spiritual energies attacked Chen Chuan at the same time. Seeing Kaido and Big Mom attack at the same time, using the domineering color domineering to attack him, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. And a trace of anger also surged in his heart. These 2 guys actually dared to attack him first. With a thought, Chen Chuan's pupils widened. Then, a terrifying spiritual energy far surpassing the 2's domineering color collided with Kaido and Big Mom. Buzz! Boom dash, rumble! A huge roar suddenly sounded, and the energy around stirred and disturbed the air. In an instant, these 3 terrifying domineering colors of domineering color directly enveloped the entire Onigashima. In the sky, dark clouds were dense and thunder was continuous. Under the turbulence of the airflow, the dissipated energy made everyone unable to open their eyes. On the other side of the Twin Emperor's pirate group, some of the weaker members of the group trembled with their legs and their eyes turned white, and then one after another, they fell down like a head-over-heels onion. This is a top-level collision between the emperors of the sea from this sea. Domineering color domineering, the symbol of the emperor. The three of them stunned a group of small fry in just a moment of domineering collision. For this kind of battle between emperor-level strongmen, they don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. While Chen Chuan, Kaido, and Big Mom were using their conqueror's haki to fiercely collide, a figure was quietly hiding in a cloud layer thousands of meters away from a Nagashima. This time, it will definitely be our best chance to reappear. As soon as the voice fell, the black shadow conveyed something to the Den Den Mushi in his hand. And on the other side, thousands of meters away, News King Morgans had already smelled the smell and quietly rushed over. For this century-long battle between top strongmen, how could Morgans be missing? The battle between the three sea emperors, no matter who wins the final victory, the result will shock the whole world. Not only that, Morgans also accurately recorded Rayleigh and others who appeared behind Chen Chuan on his small board. The right arm of the Pirate King, Pluto Rayleigh, the former world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my Hawk, the former 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. This time, it will be another big news. At the same time, on Ghost Island. After a brief collision between Chen Chuan, Kaido, and Big Mom using Conqueror's haki, none of the three could do anything to the other for a while. On the contrary, it was some of the small fish under Kaido and Big Mom, who fell down inadvertently. After all, both sides controlled the top-level domineering color, and domineering alone could not decide anything. After a brief fight, Kaido and Big Mom both roared fiercely, and then each took out their own exclusive weapons from their bodies, and the two pointed their weapons directly at Chen Chuan. A strong fighting spirit broke out from their bodies. "Little guys, charge!" Kaido and Big Mom gave an order. The many crew members behind them, who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time and holding weapons, suddenly roared one by one and rushed towards Chen Chuan and others. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan also revealed a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. The body floated slightly in the air. A huge blue shadow suddenly appeared behind Chen Chuan, with Susanoo on his body. Chen Chuan held the magic sword Kinran in his right hand and swung it. Rayleigh, Barrett, Hawkeye, and others behind him also rushed towards the people who were rushing over. The battle between the three emperor-level strongmen of them started completely at this moment. With Chen Chuan's order, Rayleigh was the first to bear the brunt. Although his hair was grey and he was old, Rayleigh's fighting spirit had not diminished much. He held an ordinary blade and attacked with domineering power. With a slash of the knife, the slash fell and blasted away the members of the beast pirates who rushed over. Then Rayleigh's figure was like a ghost, shuttling back and forth among the crowd, and every time he dodged, he could take away lives. As for the others, they also showed their magical powers. Hawkeye my Hawk, whose attack is both a big move and a flat attack, carries the supreme sword, Black Blade Knight, and swings it out with a green edge that is tens of meters long, slashing fiercely. The blade passed by and immediately cut many pirates in half. Fujitora closed his eyes, and a series of terrifying gravity flashed continuously, crushing many pirates into meat patties. Known as the descendant of the devil, Barrett laughed loudly, and just used his strong body mixed with physical skills to blow away a group of people. Old Sand, with a cigar in his mouth, raised his sword and fell, and the sandstorm flew, blowing away one pirate after another. Anilu, who was sitting on the dark cloud, was not idle either. Holding a golden stick, he released a terrifying thunder beast with tens of millions of volts, and devoured one enemy after another with his fangs and claws. Under the dripping charcoal, the smell of barbecue continued to emerge. Doflamingo, who was laughing crazily, was still controlling the silk thread and playing the game of killing each other. The always timid god Buggy quietly hid behind a huge rock. Although there was a blade slashing at him, it could not cause any harm to him at all, and only brought waves of panicked screams. As for Denjiro, Kin Eman, and others who came later, they also showed their powerful fighting power at this moment. The battle almost showed a one-sided trend. In front of the powerful strength of Rayleigh and many other Cotters, these small fish troops of Kaido were completely slaughtered. Kaido and Big Mom on the side also realized this. Although they were numerous, up to more than 20,000 people. But they could not resist the killing of Rayleigh and others. After a little thought, Kaido and Big Mom quickly ordered their 3 disasters, 3 desert stars, 6 flying suns, barbarian tyrants, and other powerful Cotters to surround Rayleigh and his team. Since their individual strength is not as strong as theirs, they must stop Rayleigh and his team even if they use a large number of people. During this time, as long as Kaido and Big Mom can kill Chen Chuan, then, everything will be much easier. Thinking of this, Kaido and Big Mom looked at each other. Just when they were ready to fight and were ready to surround and kill Chen Chuan not far away, they suddenly found out. Chen Chuan in the air was covered with a strange red light. And his breath kept rising. A terrifying energy that was enough to make them tremble was constantly coming from Chen Chuan. 8 Gates of Ninjutsu. Death Gate, open. Chapter 138. The first time, the second was over. 8 Gates of Dunjia. Death Gate, open. Accompanied by Chen Chuan's roar, the next second. A strange red light with a terrifying aura suddenly appeared all over Chen Chuan's body. The red flames wrapped around his whole body. At this moment, Chen Chuan felt that his physical function seemed to have been developed to the limit. On his forehead, there was a slight sweat oozing out. Chen Chuan clenched his fist emitting red flames, feeling the endless sense of power coming from above, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Now Chen Chuan feels that his body is the most powerful weapon in the world. True empty-handed to catch a white blade. This is not an exaggeration. Slowly gazing at the position of Kaido and Big Mom, Chen Chuan took a deep breath, and then rushed directly towards Kaido and Big Mom. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking through the air, Chen Chuan's figure came in front of Kaido and Big Mom in the blink of an eye. On the other side, Kaido and Big Mom. When they saw that Chen Chuan's body was covered with strange red energy, they instantly prepared for battle. At this moment, they saw Chen Chuan teleported in front of them. Big Mom held Napoleon in her hand, and her chest bulged high. After a short period of energy gathering, Big Mom swung a knife at Chen Chuan in midair. Wagyu! Big Mom roared. Suddenly, a huge pink blade light emerged from the blade of Napoleon, and as Big Mom danced, it slashed towards Chen Chuan in midair. The terrifying blade light cut through the air, even the air was cut. However, facing the powerful attack of the 4 emperors Big Mom, Chen Chuan in midair did not dodge or avoid. When the blade was about to fall on him, Chen Chuan's eyes condensed, and his right fist slightly accumulated power, and then punched fiercely. Bang! Dang! At the moment when the iron fist collided with the blade, a strange metal collision sound was heard in the air. At this moment, Chen Chuan opened the last gate of the 8 gates of Dunjia, the Death Gate. The body's functions were instantly improved by dozens or hundreds of times. After the whole body was wrapped in the armed color domineering, any part of the body was like the hardest weapon in the world, and even the terrifying slash of the 4 emperors Big Mom could not hurt him. Pa! After a brief collision, Chen Chuan's iron fist directly blasted Big Mom's Wagyu into pieces. However, not only did Chen Chuan have a little reaction time, but Kaido on the other side was holding a mace, jumped high, and also smashed towards Chen Chuan's head. Thunderous Bagua, roared. The huge mace wrapped in the domineering color domineering, lightning flowed, red light flashed, carrying the powerful momentum to destroy everything and fell towards Chen Chuan. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan, who was in the air, but his eyes narrowed slightly. The magic knife Kinran on his waist moved in an instant. Without Chen Chuan's control, it was completely automatically protected in front of Chen Chuan. Quickly grasping the magic knife Kinran in his palm, under the operation of the domineering color domineering, Chen Chuan also rushed towards Kaido with a domineering entanglement. Buzz dang! Boom! The 2 attacks wrapped in the domineering color domineering collided with each other at this moment. While causing a huge noise, the terrifying aftermath also blew the surrounding pirates to the ground, and some were even directly stunned. While the bodies of the people around them continued to explode, their eyes were also attracted by the two people who were fighting fiercely in the air. Such a terrifying aura fluctuation, is this the battle between emperor-level strongmen? For such a duel, we are not even qualified to watch it up close. Can Lord Kaido really beat the 5th Emperor Chen Chuan? I remember that the two of them were in. Asshole, don't destroy your prestige, this time we have another 4 emperors, Big Mom is here, the 2 emperors join forces, no one in the world can resist. Lord Kaido and Big Mom will definitely win the final victory. While everyone was talking, the brief confrontation between the two in midair also decided the outcome in an instant. As the humanoid Kaido's body was knocked down by Chen Chuan's punch, it fell into the ruins on the Ghost Island. This scene again caused a burst of exclamations from the crowd. Their 4 emperors Lord Kaido was actually knocked away so quickly. The strength of this 5th Emperor Chen Chuan is so this powerful. However, compared to the exclamations of the crowd below, Chen Chuan, who was in mid-air, had no joy on his face. In human form, Kaido's strength was the weakest among the 3 forms, and after opening the last gate of the 8 gates, his speed and strength increased by dozens or even hundreds of times. It took him no effort to knock Kaido away. And Kaido would not be seriously injured because of this. After all, the 4 emperors Kaido is known as the strongest creature on land, sea and air in the world. Known as an almost invincible existence. And now, in mid-air, when Chen Chuan focused his sight on the position where Kaido fell, the 4 emperors Big Mom not far away threw a few more slashes at Chen Chuan. Clang! 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 Several sounds fell in succession, and when Chen Chuan smashed Big Mom's slashes. However, a trace of ferocity appeared on the ant's face. She waved her hand and said coldly, "Thunder." The voice fell, and the next second, the sky was covered with thunder clouds, and then the ant controlled Zeus to drop a giant purple thunder cloud lightning from the sky, hitting Chen Chuan's head. Hissing. With a hissing sound, the thunder cloud rolled and continued to attack Chen Chuan. Facing the lightning that hit him head-on, Chen Chuan in the air was not afraid. While his hands were forming seals, the chakra in his body surged wildly, fire escape. Great fire extinguishing. With his cheeks bulging high, Chen Chuan blew out a big mouthful of fire. The blazing flames surged and burned the giant lightning in the sky. The moment the two collided, the sky above the entire Ghost Island was instantly illuminated. At the same time, just when the attacks of Chen Chuan and Big Mom were offset. But not far away, in the ruins where Kaido had fallen before, a strong blue body came to Chen Chuan at a high speed. Kaido, who had turned into a dragon man, held a mace, and with the energy surging, he hit Chen Chuan fiercely. Bang! Boom! Unprepared, under the swing of Kaido in the form of a dragon man, Chen Chuan's body was hit straight down, and his whole body fell straight down like a cannonball. With a burst of breaking air, Chen Chuan's body was also hit heavily on the Ghost Island. A huge deep pit was created. Chapter 139. The battle was won, and the battle was over. Kaido in the form of a dragon man rushed straight, and he knocked Chen Chuan down heavily with one stick. The terrifying impact force spread, and it shook the entire Ghost Island a little. The huge movement that broke out on Chen Chuan's side also made Rayleigh and others who were fighting on the other side couldn't help but shift their sights. Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, and took a deep look at the direction where Chen Chuan fell. After seeing that it was Chen Chuan who was shot down, his pupils shrank, and he became a little worried. Suffering such a heavy blow head-on, coupled with the joint attack of 4 emperors at the same time. Can Chen Chuan really handle it? Boss! Damn it, facing the joint attack of 4 emperors, even if the leader is strong, it may be difficult. There are too many of these guys. No. I have to help the leader. Hawkeye, Lao Shat and others saw Chen Chuan being shot into the deep pit, and they couldn't help but feel a little worried. As the emperors of the sea, Kaido and Big Mom have reached the peak of this world. What's more, now they are both attacking at the same time. Besiege Chen Chuan together. Ha ha ha. You ignorant fellow dared to challenge Lord Kaido. Even if he is one of the 5 emperors, it is useless in front of the absolute strength of Lord Kaido and Lord Big Mam. Today, you will pay the price for your arrogance. The majesty of the emperor should not be provoked. At the same time, after knocking Chen Chuan away, Kaido in the form of a dragon suddenly landed in front of Big Mam, panting slightly. It was obvious that the previous fight with Chen Chuan, who had opened the 8 gates, also made him very uncomfortable. And now, Kaido and Big Mam stood side by side, and both focused their eyes on the direction where Chen Chuan fell. Both of them fought Chen Chuan in their strongest form. At the same time, on the other side, while Rayleigh and others were distracted, Katakuri, Jin and others were inspired by the battle situation on Kaido's side, and their fighting spirit soared to the limit. They all burst out in their strongest forms and attacked Rayleigh and his party, although Rayleigh and his party were relatively strong individually. Even Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Fujitora, and others were as powerful as the admirals of the navy, but fortunately, the Twin Emperor's pirates had a large number of people and their cotters were also very capable. The battle did not show a one-sided trend. On the other side, at the center of the battle, in the deep pit that was previously smashed by Chen Chuan, in the eyes of Kaido and Big Mam who were watching closely, there was a trace of red and blue light flashing. Then, an extremely terrifying and domineering aura slowly came from the deepest part. The gravel and rubble were constantly falling off, and the terrifying aura of power began to spread around. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the thunder shadow passed by. The sea surface around was also jumping constantly, and everyone seemed to feel that the ghost island under their feet was shaking uncontrollably. Feeling the changes in the surrounding atmosphere, Kaido and Big Mam were stunned. After looking at each other, a strong sense of uneasiness emerged in the hearts of the two. Especially Kaido, his face was extremely ugly. He remembered that when he fought with Chen Chuan last time, Chen Chuan showed such a huge movement and aura. Then he directly summoned a terrifying blue giant, holding a huge battle blade, and slashed it with one knife. He almost cut him in half. And now, seeing this blue-red light again, Kaido couldn't help but have a shadow in his heart. Be careful, that guy is not that simple. Kaido's dragon eyes were condensed, and the voice just fell. The next second, an extremely terrifying breath of terror gradually came from the crack, and the breath continued to flow, and the blue light became brighter and thicker, until it completely illuminated the entire ghost island. The ghost island, which was already dark and mixed with blood red, was completely exposed to this blue-red light at this moment, until it shone on everyone's face. This aura. It's the boss. The boss, it turns out, won't end so easily. This aura seems to be even stronger than the last time the leader defeated Kaido. Is this our king? He is really powerful. This is just the beginning. Feeling this familiar but increasingly powerful aura, Rayleigh, Lao Shat and others showed excitement on their faces. In their perception, Chen Chuan's aura seemed to be stronger than any time before. And this is Chen Chuan's true strength. Damn, that kid. Ling Ling. Don't take it lightly, just use that move. Kaido's face was extremely solemn. After a low shout and a glance at Big Mam beside him, the two of them waved their weapons in tacit understanding at the same time, and accumulated power at the same time. The terrifying dark red domineering aura condensed and rotated around the two of them at a very fast speed, and gradually became terrifying and solidified. In just a moment, the domineering aura has turned into a substantial energy wave, gathering and entwining around the two of them. Thunder suddenly appeared in the air. This will be their full-strength attack. Old woman, this time we must not give that guy any chance to breathe. Kaido roared. It's rare to see you with this expression, kid. The terrifying energy continued to gather on their weapons, and the dark red energy illuminated half of a Nagashima. Everyone unconsciously stopped what they were doing and looked at them with horror. The four emperors are furious. A combined attack from two top masters, this power is too terrifying. With such power, even the dead world's strongest man, Whitebeard, might not be able to withstand it. Strange, why is the water level higher? no. This island, is sinking. Someone noticed that Kaido and Big Mom's joint attack actually made the entire Onigashima sink. It was so terrifying. Boom. The roar continued. After a short period of convergence, Kaido and Big Mom used a joint attack skill with the thunderous wrath. Hegemony. Accompanied by the two people's common roar. A terrifying energy ball as big as a hill slammed into the crack where Chen Chuan fell. The energy that was enough to destroy everything destroyed all obstacles along the way. Flowers, grass, trees, wood, stones. At this moment, they were as brittle as paper scraps, and anyone who touched them would die. Feeling such a terrifying energy, even the usually steady Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and others could no longer sit still at this moment. They all shouted unconsciously. Chen Chuan! Leader! Boom! Boom! The attack came suddenly. When the dust settled, the terrifying energy directly tore the entire crack apart completely. With this blow, Onigashima became even more shaky, as if it was about to be completely shattered. Looking at the increasingly weak blue-red light, Kaido and Big Mom both breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously. Success. The combined force of the two men. Even if Chen Chuan was strong, he couldn't take it. Just as the two men relaxed, a huge blue-red battle blade that was capable of destroying everything, 100 meters high, suddenly flashed by. The next second. Puff! Two streams of hot blood slashed through the sky. The blade flashed, and Kaido and Big Mom didn't even have time to react, and their bodies were directly cut off by a single blow. One blow blasted thousands of meters away. Then they fell heavily into the 10,000-meter deep ruins. Blood gushed out. The breath of the two men also completely fell to the bottom at this moment, until they completely disappeared. 4 emperors were knocked away. Hey, what is that thing? Hee, is this really something a human can do? That guy is a monster. As Kaido and Big Mom were slashed away by a sword. The next second, a blue giant holding a long sword, 100 meters tall, wearing blue armor and a layer of red energy coat on the outside, appeared in front of everyone. And at the center of the giant's eyebrows. His hands were folded across his chest, his long and unruly hair was blown up in the wind, and his eyebrows were full of contempt and indifference. Susanoo was fully fired, and the last gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu was mixed on the surface, under the blessing of the Death Gate. Chen Chuan was looking down from above, as if overlooking everyone. Looking at the people of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates below, Chen Chuan said coldly, the look of lingering on but refusing to admit defeat is really ugly. Chapter 140. The old man was standing on the ground, and the old man was standing on the ground. Chen Chuan looked down at the pirates from a high place. His indifferent expression was like looking at a corpse, without any emotion. Standing on the eyebrows of Susanoo. Under the blessing of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate, the already extremely powerful Susanoo, at this moment, burst out with a terrifying energy. Just a little breath leaked out, and Katakuri, Flame Disaster Jin and others below felt a little scared. Cold sweat ran down their foreheads, and a fear from the deepest part of their souls surfaced in their hearts. Brother Kaido. Ma'am. How is this possible? After enduring the full-strength attacks of 4 emperors, Chen Chuan was unharmed. At this moment, the people of the 2 emperors' pirate group could not believe what was happening before their eyes. Just now, Chen Chuan was suppressed by Kaido and Big Mom and slammed into the ground. Now, in just a blink of an eye, the situation on the field has reversed. Chen Chuan opened fire at full power, but Kaido and Big Mom were slashed and flew 1,000 meters away. Life or death unknown. This is too terrifying. How strong is Chen Chuan? Being able to knock down 4 emperors with one sword, even the once strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, may not be able to do it. And now, with Kaido and Big Mom being knocked away. The members of the Twin Emperor's pirates on the field looked at Chen Chuan, who stood like a god, holding a sword, with unstoppable shock and fear in their pupils. They have completely lost the will to resist. Even the 4 emperors have been defeated. What ability do they have to resist? At the same time, Chen Chuan, who was in Susanoo, frowned, and there was no joy of victory on his face. The Emperor of the Sea, the 4 Emperors' peak powerhouses, each of them is a monster among monsters, but it is not so easy to be defeated. Muttered to himself. Chen Chuan looked into the distance. Although the powerful slash just now knocked Kaido and Big Mom away, Chen Chuan did not think that they were defeated in this way. As the strongest creatures on land, sea, and air, Kaido and Big Mom, the 4 emperors, have extraordinary defense. They are not so easy to be defeated. As soon as Chen Chuan finished speaking, 1,000 meters away, at the place where Kaido and Big Mom fell before, a loud but angry roar suddenly sounded. The dragon roared, bursting with extreme anger. In the blink of an eye, 1,000-meter-long blue dragon soared in the sky. It was Kaido who had transformed into a blue dragon. Under the rolling clouds, the ferocious dragon mouth bulged high, and then, an extreme flame gushed out of its mouth, like a pillar of fire rushing towards Chen Chuan. Roar! The flames surged, passing along the way, bringing a burst of dazzling flames. Seeing the flames attacking, Chen Chuan's face did not change the slightest expression. With a thought, he controlled the Susanoo in his hand, waved the battle blade in his hand, and swung a sword at the pillar of fire. The sharp sword light flashed. Wherever the blade passed, everything was cut in half. Swish! Buzz! After cutting Kaido's blazing flames in half with one sword, Chen Chuan did not reduce the blade in his hand. With a swish, he swung out 2 more blades in succession, slashing in the direction of Azure Dragon Kaido. The blade light flashed, and the air seemed to be pierced. Looking at Chen Chuan's attack, Kaido did not dare to be negligent at all. The dragon's eyes were wide open, and several huge wind blades were spit out when he opened his mouth. The ant riding on Kaido's head did not stop either. She swung the Napoleon in her hand, and several light blades also came. Rumble! In the air, the attacks of both sides collided with each other. A huge explosion suddenly sounded above a Nagashima. With a huge mushroom cloud, under the shocked eyes of everyone, Chen Chuan's huge body, which was 100 meters high, disappeared in an instant. Chen Chuan controlled Susanoo, developed the power of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate, to the extreme, and successfully covered Susanoo. Flying Thunder God technique, instantly disappeared from the spot. The next second, Chen Chuan's figure has arrived in front of Kaido and Big Mom. How is it possible? How can he teleport with this body size? Kaido and Big Mom looked at Chen Chuan, who was standing in the air and had already come in front of them, and couldn't help but scream in shock. Even Kaido in the form of a blue dragon couldn't be 1,000 meters away in an instant. This is no longer achieved by speed, but a real teleportation. However, while the two were shocked, the next second, Chen Chuan's attack has arrived. Bang! Boom! A knife fell, and a huge roar resounded again on the entire Ghost Island. Under Chen Chuan's huge battle blade, Kaido's huge dragon body and Big Mom fell on Ghost Island together, and the powerful impact made the island tremble a little. After getting up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kaido and Big Mom looked at the godlike figure of Chen Chuan in the air. For the first time, a deep sense of powerlessness emerged in my heart. Extreme explosion, terrifying power, strange speed, plus Chen Chuan's endless methods. At this moment, Kaido and Big Mom finally understood that the guy in front of them was not something they could deal with at all. Since the two of them reached the top of the 4 emperors for so many years, Chen Chuan was the first and only man who made them feel desperate. As Chen Chuan attacked again, under his fierce attack, the scene had already shown a one-sided trend. After Chen Chuan opened Susanoo and the 8 gates of ninjutsu's Death Gate, Kaido and Big Mom were no longer Chen Chuan's opponents, being suppressed from beginning to end. And now, another knife was swung out, and after repelling Big Mom, Chen Chuan backhanded a punch and hit Kaido's huge dragon head. The terrifying power gushed out. In an instant, a large piece of dragon scales on Kaido's forehead was knocked off. Blood gushed out and spilled all over the ground. After beating up Kaido and Big Mom for a long time, Chen Chuan looked at Kaido and Big Mom, who were panting and bleeding, and raised his eyebrows and raised his mouth slightly. Almost, it's time to end it. Murmuring. Chen Chuan put his eyes back on Kaido and Big Mom. I'll ask you one last time, surrender or die. Chen Chuan's voice was very cold, revealing a murderous intent. As the four emperors, the two are very strong. If they can be recruited as subordinates and fight for themselves, it would be great. If the two are unwilling, then they can only be completely wiped out. Stop talking nonsense, it's not certain who will live and who will die. Kaido and the others said coldly at the same time. As the emperors of the sea, they have their own pride. Even if they are not as strong as Chen Chuan, it is impossible to ask them to surrender. In that case, they would rather choose to die. After that, Kaido and Big Mom gathered their strength again and wanted to make a final resistance. Seeing this, Chen Chuan said no more. A hint of coldness appeared in his red pupils, and then Chen Chuan controlled Susanoo and pressed his body down. A terrifying dark red energy began to gather on Chen Chuan's body and wrapped around him. The dark red energy kept surging and condensing, and soon it turned into a dark red dragon head that exuded evil spirits and roared hideously around Chen Chuan. The dragon head seemed to have life and roared to the sky. In an instant, the entire Onigashima seemed to become dim, and a dark red light appeared. The eighth gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the death gate, the complete Susanoo. Combining these two powers together, how powerful will it be? While whispering softly, Chen Chuan controlled Susanoo to press his body down and began to accumulate power continuously. On the other side, Kaido and Big Mom, who were 1,000 meters away, also noticed the horror of Chen Chuan's move, and their faces were filled with an unprecedented solemnity. This may be their last attack. The domineering aura on their bodies surged and gathered desperately. Thunder roared, containing the strongest combined attack of the two people, and it was already charged out. Ba-go! With a loud roar, Kaido and Big Mom used their last swan song, containing the giant tribe's combined attack skills with their full strength. Shooting straight at Chen Chuan. On the other side, Chen Chuan saw the attack coming. The dark red dragon head on the top of his head roared to the sky, and Chen Chuan controlled the complete Susanoo with red light all over his body. He pressed his body down, stepped on the ground fiercely, and his body instantly jumped high. Accompanied by the roar of the dark red ferocious dragon head, Chen Chuan kicked at Kaido and Big Mom. Yekai! A low shout. The Yekai driving the Gundam fell towards the two people. Chapter 141. The enemy was defeated, and the enemy was defeated. Night Guy! Chen Chuan shouted. He used this terrifying blow that was enough to destroy the world. Night Guy, the most powerful physical skill in the Naruto plane. At the last moment of the Fourth Ninja World War, facing Uchiha Madara in the Six-Path Sage mode, which no one could do anything about. The last swan song of Might Guy. With the blessing of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninja, the Death Gate, Might Guy used a move of Night Guy with all his vitality. He even directly smashed half of Madara's body in the Six-Path Sage mode, and severely injured him. Some people say that if Kai's kick at that time had been more accurate, if it had been aimed at Madara's head, then Naruto would have most likely ended there. Although Kai was defeated in the end, his superb physical skills were also recognized by Uchiha Madara. It is no exaggeration to call him the best physical skill in the Naruto world. And now, Chen Chuan, who has integrated the panel of Uchiha Madara, controls the complete Susanoo, and the terrifying red aura of the 8th gate, the Death Gate, is all over his body, and he has used the powerful physical skill of Night Kai. If the real Uchiha Madara saw this, what would he think? The corners of his mouth slightly outlined an arc, and his own aura was still constantly improving. Chen Chuan controlled Susanoo, and the dark red dragon head above his head roared fiercely. As Chen Chuan jumped high, the dragon head roared, and everything turned into powder wherever the terrifying energy passed. All the grass, trees, and boulders along the way seemed so fragile at this moment. Hi, hi! Energy whistled, the wind howled. The aura of the entire Onigashima was completely buried and covered. At this moment, whether it was Rayleigh or Flame Disaster Jin, they all stopped their actions at the same time and fixed their eyes on the air. This attack will determine the final direction of the Battle of Onigashima. On the other side, along with Chen Chuan's Night Kai attack, Kaido and Big Mom's strongest combined attack skills had already condensed out, and they were blasted towards Chen Chuan. The terrifying energy was equally terrifying. After all, it was a joint attack of two four emperors, entangled with the energy of the domineering color domineering. No one in the entire pirate world dared to confront that terrifying power head-on. And now, time is fleeting. The two attacks finally collided completely in mid-air. Buzz. Crack. 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 The imagined huge explosion did not sound. The surrounding sounds first fell into a dead silence, and then, in the eyes of everyone with horror. At the center of the collision, a series of crisp cracking sounds began to resound in the sky. The sky seems to be broken. What exactly is this breath? Is this the contest between the top emperors? This is a terrifying force that can destroy the world. Everyone looked at what was happening in front of them with horror. At the center of the explosion, the air was surging, and the sky was constantly shattered like a mirror, and then quickly reassembled. Then, a black light column that was enough to tear everything apart began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and gradually began to spread to the surroundings. Wherever the black light column passed, trees and gravel were sucked into it. They were completely crushed into powder. Retreat quickly. Seeing the aftermath energy approaching, Rayleigh, who was the first to react, narrowed his eyes, shouted at Hawkeye and others beside him, and quickly retreated to the back. Seeing this scene, Hawkeye, Crocodile, Fujitora, and others were shocked. All retreated quickly. What a crazy bunch of guys. This island is over. Doflamingo, squatting on a member of the Beast's pirates, looked at everything in front of him, and a crazy look appeared on his face. Then he also retreated to the back. At the same time, on the other side, Flame Disaster Jin and Katakuri, each led the remaining members of the pirate group to retreat to the back. While retreating, the two of them kept their eyes on the explosive energy, and their faces were full of worry. Kaido. Ma'am. Although I really want to help. But with the power of the two, even if they came forward to help Kaido and Big Mom, would not bring any effect, on the contrary, it would become a burden to them. At this moment, all they can do is pray. Pray that Kaido and Big Mom can survive this battle. The terrifying black light column is still spreading around, starting from the center of the offensive, and a crack that reaches the deepest part of the island begins to spread continuously. The scattered energy, as if to completely blow up the island. The sea water surged. The entire ghost island began to burst out with a continuous sound of shattering. And some members of the Twin Emperor's pirates who retreated slowly were directly sucked into the black light column, completely crushed into powder, or sucked into the deep sea vortex and completely disappeared. However, this is just the beginning. At this moment, Chen Chuan, who is in the center of the battle, has a cold expression and a trace of seriousness on his eyebrows. Although Kaido and Big Mom had used Baguio to attack him once before. But that time, the two of them were more likely to be beaten into the ruins. They didn't hit him directly. And now, he was hit by Kaido and Big Mom's full force attack head-on. Even with the full form of Susanoo protecting his body, Chen Chuan felt a little pain on his body. The terrifying energy coming towards him seemed to tear him apart. The four emperors are really strong. But, that's it. He whispered softly. Chen Chuan no longer held back. He completely burst out all the energy in his body. Susanoo became more and more solid, and with the blessing of the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate, the power has reached its limit. Boom! The next second, the hegemony that had been competing with it before was completely shattered at this moment. The energy dissipated. At the same time, Chen Chuan's attack was already here. Facing this fatal terrorist attack, Kaido and Big Mom had no other means. At this moment, they suddenly looked at each other. There was no fear or panic on their weather-beaten faces, only deep regret. Hey, Roger! Why did you say those words? The little devils who have made a name for themselves all over the world, we have to deal with these annoying guys. Did you hear me? Roger! Tell me to die again. 1+, it really exists. The next day, the World News reported. The two emperors were defeated. The four emperors Kaido and Big Mom withdrew from the stage of history. The new emperor ascended the throne, and the pirate king may be born. Chapter 142. The next day, a piece of heavy news quickly spread throughout the world. Under the publicity of the news king Morgans, the news that Kaido and Big Mom, two of the four emperors, were defeated quickly spread to every corner of the world through newspapers. As soon as this news came out, both the pirates and the navy were shocked. The handover of the four emperors has not happened for many years. What's more, this time there are two at the same time. In addition to the four emperors Whitebeard who died after the war on the top some time ago, the old generation of the four emperors has almost been completely replaced. Only one red-haired Shanks is left, and he is also the youngest and most mysterious of the four emperors of the older generation. As for how strong he is, no one knows. On the other hand, compared to the sad exit of the four emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, the pirates and the navy made two completely different reactions. The pirates are cheering and celebrating. Just because, after the abdication of the four emperors, even if the fifth emperor Chen Chuan takes the position, there will still be a vacant seat for the four emperors. In this way, all powerful pirates will have a glimpse of this throne. Because, only by ascending the throne of the four emperors, it means that you are one step closer to the title of Pirate King. Or, only by becoming a four emperor, you have the qualification to compete for the final treasure 1+. As for the other side, compared to the excitement and frenzy of the pirates, the headquarters of the navy, the new construction of Marine Ford, in the office of the Admiral of the Navy, the new admiral who took over after the war on the top, Akainu Sakazuki, was looking at the newspaper in his hand. When he saw the latest news on it, his tiger eyes were filled with shock. That guy! How is it possible? Gently stroking the huge scar on his chest, feeling the slight tingling sensation still coming from above, Akainu couldn't believe it. It was less than 3 months, and the man who had severely injured him and almost killed him in the Sabayati archipelago, and then shone in the war on the top. His strength has progressed so terribly. At the same time, facing two of the four emperors' top powerhouses, the strongest creatures on land, sea and air, Kaido, Big Mom, Chen Chuan was able to defeat them both with 1 against 2. This kind of strength has completely surpassed them. Completely reached another level. It is truly at the top of the world. Taking a deep puff of the cigar in his mouth, Akainu stood up and held the newspaper tightly in his hand, and then slapped it on the table. The current situation is urgent. Akainu knows that he can never let Chen Chuan continue to act recklessly like this. The navy will never allow the emergence of a second pirate king. What's more, during the war on the top, Chen Chuan openly announced in front of all people in the world that he would declare war on the world government to compete. And now, no matter what the reason is, Chen Chuan and his party must be eliminated. After taking a deep look at Chen Chuan in the newspaper again, Akainu picked up the Den Den Mushi on the table and dialed it immediately. Moses, this is Akainu. On the other side, in the Navy's rear defense area, Sengoku and Garp were eating donuts and senbei, fishing in an inner bay port. Under their feet were the latest reports about Chen Chuan. Garp, what do you think of this kid Chen Chuan? At this time, Zhang Guo suddenly spoke. Zhang Guo was very impressed by this mysterious guy who shined in the war at the top. He was so young, but he showed super terrifying strength. Until today, he defeated 2 veteran 4 emperors by himself and completely topped the 4 emperors list. Such progress made Zhang Guo ashamed. Sometimes Zhang Guo couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really a human? In his opinion, maybe it would be more appropriate to call Chen Chuan a monster. Chen Chuan? That kid. Ha ha ha, that kid is really good. Sometimes I wonder, if he really overthrows the era of the celestial dragons who have ruled for 800 years, would it be a good result? Garp's eyes were deep, flowing with tears. A different look appeared on his face. Chen Chuan, this guy, is really amazing. Even with his experience of seeing countless people, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion towards Chen Chuan. How great it would be if this kid was in the navy. Hey, Garp, Watch your words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guo's face paused, and then he quickly told Garp to shut up. Although the two have now resigned from their official positions and retreated to the rear. But after all, they are still working for the Navy, for the world government, and for the Celestial Dragons. If the Celestial Dragons knew what Garp said, they might come up with something weird. Ah! You can't say that, then what happened just now doesn't count. Garp scratched his head, with a sincere look on his face. Seeing this, Zhang Guo rolled his eyes at him, but suddenly sighed, and then continued meaningfully, compared to Chen Chuan, there is also a guy among the Navy recruits who is not simple. Hearing this, Garp was about to continue asking questions. But he saw Zhang Guo continue to speak, is there finally a big fish willing to take the bait? At the same time, in the Red Earth continent, the holy land of Marijoa. In a luxurious room. The world's highest power, the five elders are gathering here to discuss the next response measures. As for the news that Chen Chuan defeated Kaido and Big Mom, they have also learned from the newspaper. On the Navy side, the newly promoted Marshal Akainu is also ready and can set off at any time. This extremely evil person can no longer be tolerated to continue to be presumptuous. One of the five elders with curly hair and a big beard. Saint Jakar Lucia said with a serious face. From killing the Celestial Dragons, to defeating the admirals of the Navy, to shining in the war on the top, declaring war on world conquest, etc. Chen Chuan has brought them too many shocks. Until now, Chen Chuan has defeated 2 of the 4 emperors at the same time and reached the top. Such a terrifying growth rate has already made them feel a little scared. We can't let this guy grow anymore. We must kill this villain as soon as possible. Lord Yumo has also issued the final clearance. If Chen Chuan continues to act like this, we Guardians will be punished to the extreme. It's time to put an end to him. Now that things have come to this, Saint Jagarsha and I will go to the New World together to capture Chen Chuan. In addition, when we get there, we will also call that guy. He is a member of the Celestial Dragons. Even if he wants to get rid of him, it will be in vain. His bloodline is hidden there. Now, it's his turn to take action. Chapter 143. The New World is the second half of the Grand Line. Somewhere in the sea, a huge, super battleship covered with silver steel armor is floating on the sea, and right in front of the battleship, the sea is surging, with corpses of different sizes and shapes floating. These corpses are part of the Twin Emperor's pirates. At this moment, 3 days have passed since the Battle of Onigashima. And after that battle, the base camp of the 4 Emperors Kaido, the Onigashima that used to look majestic and imposing, has been completely blown in half. In the battle between Chen Chuan, Kaido, and Big Mom, the entire Onigashima was cut in half by the terrifying aftermath released by them, and the cracks reached the deepest part of the seabed. This island that has existed for countless years has also completely ushered in its end at this moment. On the other side, on the SSS-class super battleship, Chen Chuan led Rayleigh and his party and sat on the deck of the battleship, carefully looking at the calm sea in the distance. Although Chen Chuan did not suffer any substantial damage in the previous battle on Onigashima, but facing the joint attack of 2 4 emperors at the same time, the consumption for Chen Chuan is really not small. Especially after Chen Chuan opened the complete form of Susanoo and the 8 gates of ninja at the same time. It is a big consumption for his body and even his spirit. You know, in the original Naruto, Might Guy opened the 8th gate, the Death Gate, at the cost of burning his life and all his blood. After using the Night Guy, his whole body was shattered and fractured, and he was on the verge of death. If it weren't for the protagonist Naruto who saved his life, Might Guy would have been offline directly after using this move. And now, with the help of the system, although Chen Chuan did not suffer such serious injuries to his body after using the 8 gates of ninjutsu Death Gate and Night Guy, his physical and mental strength were greatly damaged. Now he is really tired. At this time, Crocodile, who went to the bottom to investigate, has returned. He came to Chen Chuan quickly, bowed his head slightly, and said in a very respectful voice, "Boss, we have thoroughly surveyed the Ghost Island. The entire Ghost Island was split into 2 by the explosion. After you defeated Kaido and Big Mom, Some of the members of his pirate group were annihilated by the explosion, while others were killed by us, and more escaped directly. In addition, due to the huge aftermath of the explosion, the treasures accumulated by the beast pirates over the years were also bombed out, but fortunately we found a signpost historical text in the ruins. Speaking of this, Lao Sha's face showed an irrepressible excitement. Perhaps others don't know what this historical text represents, but Lao Sha is very clear. As long as these 4 historical texts are collected, you can get the way to the final island Raftel, and get the great treasure of Pirate King Roger's 1+. Become the second pirate group to accomplish the feat in hundreds of years. Become the second pirate king. And Lao Sha lurked in the kingdom of Alabasta in order to obtain clues about the ancient weapon Pluto so as to create more favorable conditions for himself. Although it was destroyed by the Straw Hat Boy in the end, Lao Sha never gave up. Hearing Lao Sha's words, except for Pluto, Rayleigh and Enel, Barrett and Doflamingo in the back were all stunned. In their eyes, there was a trace of shock and excitement. For them, seizing the great secret treasure and becoming the Pirate King is their ultimate dream. And now, the clues about the final island of Ravrud are right in front of them. And now, Chen Chuan, who is right in front of everyone, has recovered a lot of his energy after 2 days of recuperation. After hearing Lao Sha's words, he saw the red historical text in his hand. Chen Chuan also showed a hint of curiosity. Although he had often heard about the historical text in anime in his previous life, the blank 100 years of history and the final island of Raftel. But Oda kept it a secret. Even Chen Chuan didn't know the true meaning of these historical texts. And in the team, although Rayleigh had promised Chen Chuan that he was willing to tell him everything he knew, Chen Chuan refused. Because he always felt that learning the truth from others was far less real than exploring it himself. Nodding slightly, after taking the red road sign text from Lao Sha, Chen Chuan looked up at Rayleigh, Hawkeye and others behind him. Although he was not very interested in the title of Pirate King. But for the truth of the disappearance of 100 years and the great secret treasure hidden deep in the heart of every fan, Chen Chuan also had to work hard for it. It's time to act. He whispered softly, and once again took a deep look at the broken ghost island. Then at Chen Chuan's order, everyone drove the SSS-class battleship and drove quickly towards somewhere, and that was, the direction of Wanguo. With the defeat of the 4 emperors' Big Mom, Chen Chuan had to go forward for a red road sign historical text there. At the same time, Chen Chuan was on his way to the 10,000 kingdoms. In the first half of the Grand Line, a killing was quietly sweeping every corner here. Daughter Island, Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Queen, Boa Hancock. Looking at the latest newspaper in her hand, looking at the cold man in red armor printed on it. The Queen's pretty face was already flushed. Looking particularly attractive. It's worthy of being the man I like. Chen Chuan has completely made a name for himself in the new world. The Queen's lips were slightly raised, and her beautiful eyes were full of stars. Thinking of Chen Chuan's words before he left. When I come back, I will marry you. After thinking of this, the Queen's jade hand supported her forehead, and her body was almost unable to stand. But after the praise, a trace of worry suddenly appeared on her face. Although Chen Chuan has become famous at the moment, the world government and the celestial dragons will definitely not sit idly by and watch such a big commotion. The scene of Chen Chuan openly declaring war on the world government during the War on the Top is still vivid in our minds. With the background of the celestial dragons ruling the world for 800 years, the Empress couldn't help but worry about Chen Chuan. She sighed slightly on her pretty face, and just when the Empress was frowning, her 2 sisters, Sanda Sonia and Marigorod, suddenly looked urgent and hurried to report. Sister Snake. There is progress in the matter you asked us to investigate. Chapter 144. The 2 of them were very busy, and the 2 of them were very busy. Sister Snake. There is progress in the matter you asked us to investigate. After Sanda Sonia and Marigorod finished speaking respectfully, they stood up and took out a video phone bug from their arms. Then they projected the picture recorded in it. The Empress frowned when she heard the words, and looked at it with a heavy face. On the screen, A blood-red color dyed the whole land red, and blood kept splashing, mixed with several screams of fear and despair. And there, several seriously injured and terrified pirates were constantly retreating to the back. In front of them, it seemed as if there was the most terrifying creature in the world. No. Don't kill me. Why are you doing this? Devil! You are a devil! Crack! Crack! The only response to them was the creepy chewing sound. Wow! The picture stopped abruptly until it was completely frozen. Looking at the blood above, and finally reflecting the back of the person wearing a red and black cloak, the Empress frowned even deeper. She asked her men to investigate the results for half a month. But only a blurred back was obtained, which obviously disappointed the Empress. About this mysterious guy who suddenly appeared in the first half of the Grand Line and slaughtered the ability users. The Empress also wanted to understand the other party's true identity and the real purpose of his doing so. I don't know when it started. More and more ability users were mysteriously killed. Observing the wounds. All the dead had fatal through wounds in their hearts, as if they were stabbed through. Even the hearts inside were missing. Even during the Empress investigation, even Gecko Maria, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea, was killed. The heart was hollowed out. You know, Mariah's strength is not weak. With his ability, he is enough to gain a foothold in the new world. And he, who has such strength, was still tortured to death. This situation forced the Empress to be on guard. After all, there are many devil fruit users on her daughter's island, including her 2 sisters. In order to better protect them, the Empress must find out this murderer lurking nearby. At the same time, while the Empress was busy looking for the murderer, on the other side, the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. After the Battle of Onigashima, Chen Chuan and his party, who defeated the Twin Emperor's pirates, drove an SSS-class battleship towards the 4 Emperors' Big Mom's base camp, Bangkoku. With the extreme speed of the SSS battleship, the journey from Bangkoku to Bangkoku was nearly 2 days, but it took less than half a day. And now, Chen Chuan and his party stood on the periphery of the sea near Bangkoku. Looking at the magical country full of vitality and a hint of fantasy in front of him, a trace of emotion flashed across Chen Chuan's face. Perhaps for Big Ma'am. Her 1+ had already been found, but she had never realized it. With a light sigh, and then under the leadership of Chen Chuan, everyone arrived at the deepest part of Big Mom's palace without any obstruction. In the previous battle of Onigashima, Big Mom brought all the main members of her pirate group to the battlefield of Onigashima. After being defeated by Chen Chuan, some died and some were injured. In addition to some missing and wandering ones, at this moment, the Big Mom pirates in Wonguo have no fighting power to speak of. Even if some small fish want to resist, they are easily dealt with by Lao Shat and others. Soon, after arriving successfully, under the search of Lao Shat and others, the historical signpost text in the hands of Big Ma'am was also obtained by Chen Chuan. So far, Chen Chuan has obtained 2 of the 4 signpost texts. Only the last 2 pieces are missing to get the specific route to the final island Draftal. Next, it's time to explore the last clues, and the youngest and most mysterious guy among the 4 emperors. Red hair Shanks. Whispering softly, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in his pupils. Among the 4 emperors, the one that makes him most curious and admired is the 4 Emperor Shanks. Unlike the powerful and domineering Whitebeard, Shanks's strength is obvious. It has become much more mysterious. After all, in the original work, Shanks rarely took action. The only few times he took action was fighting with Whitebeard and tearing the sky apart. He stopped the 4 Emperors Kaido and arrived safely at the top war, blocking the magma fist of the most powerful General Akainu. Of course, the time near the Sea King does not count. And the red-haired Shanks who possesses the strongest face fruit is also particularly intriguing. Now that he is finally going to face him, Chen Chuan naturally has a little more interest. Rayleigh on the side. After hearing Chen Chuan's whispers and expressions, in his eyes, a gleam of light suddenly appeared. The appearance of red hair unconsciously emerged in his mind. The intern kid back then has now grown into a big pirate who dominates one side. I just don't know which of the two of them can inherit Roger's inheritance will. Looking deeply at Chen Chuan, Rayleigh's eyes were condensed. I don't know what he was thinking. At the same time, when Chen Chuan and his party continued to move towards the next destination. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. The new Navy Admiral Akainu, after receiving the order from the world government, immediately summoned all senior naval generals to hold a crusade meeting. They want to bring the extremely evil criminal to justice. In the meeting room, Akainu sat on the main seat, and standing on the right below him was the wretched Flash Man, the Navy Admiral Kizaru. On the left was a strange face. A face of rebellion, mixed with a hint of wretchedness, full of green hair, wearing sunglasses, a leisurely look. And the look of looking at Akainu, but there was a hint of admiration. And he was the new admiral who was directly admitted as the Navy Admiral through the world recruitment after the War of the Top in order to supplement the Navy's strength Iraqi. Just after joining the Navy, he was directly in the Admiral seat. His strength can be imagined. He must have been recognized by everyone. Looking down, there are the admirals, alternate, Daotu, Shatun and other vice-admirals. There is no doubt that everyone present is powerful. The backbone of the Navy headquarters. And now, under Akainu's preaching, a siege against Chen Chuan and his party has been completely launched. At the same time, somewhere in the New World, on an island, a middle-aged man with red hair and scars on the corners of his eyes, after hanging up the den mushi in his hand, a rare gleam of light burst out from his sharp pupils. The strong men of the old era have left one by one, and the final battle for the competition has begun. The red-haired man murmured, looking at the gun-wielding man smoking beside him. Hey, Baker! It's about time we go grab that. That big secret treasure 1+ that is connected together. Chapter 145. The old man was buried in the river, and the old man was buried in the river. The Grand Line, the White Earth Island of Baldigo. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army are extremely secretive. Even after more than 10 years, the world government's exclusive intelligence agency CP cannot find it. And now, on the island, in a house, the leader of the revolutionaries, Monkey D. Dragon, is carefully checking the map on the table. On the map, there are densely packed red signs and various routes. And next to the map, there is a latest report about Chen Chuan. Dragon, are you sure that the world government is going to take action? Ivankov, one of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army, looked at Long with a serious face and asked. He had also heard about the recent series of huge events caused by Chen Chuan. He also knew that Chen Chuan had already reached a peak in terms of strength and status. And he was definitely the biggest enemy in the fight for the great treasure 1+. And now, this morning, their leader Monkey D. Dragon suddenly told them that the world government had taken action. Facing the anti-Tianlong people, the extremely evil people against the world government. The world government had already issued a final ultimatum to Chen Chuan. While raising Chen Chuan's bounty again, the world government had also joined forces with the Navy and high-level government fighters. They were preparing to implement a heavy elimination plan against Chen Chuan and his party. In this way, the Revolutionary Army naturally could not sit idly by. After smelling a hint of a storm, Monkey D. Dragon gathered a group of Revolutionary Army cadres here. Prepare to deal with the next incident. Now, after having made a plan in mind, Long glanced at several Revolutionary Army cadres below him. Below him was the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, followed by the Commander of the Eastern Army, Balobidi, the Commander of the Western Army, Mori, the Commander of the Northern Army, Karas, etc. The core members of the Revolutionary Army are all here at this moment. Seeing this, Monkey D. Long, who was in the first seat, put the newspaper in his hand on the table. He said with a heavy face, everyone knows more or less about Chen Chuan. He is a person who is desperate about this world government and rebels against it. When we were in Dressrosa Kingdom before, we invited him to join the Revolutionary Army. Although he refused, we can see it. The Dressrosa Kingdom was redeemed because of his arrival. And this is also our ultimate goal. Overthrow the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons. Our goal is to make the people of the world happy and liberated. And now, Chen Chuan and his team are powerful. Resisting the world government can bring happiness to ordinary people. There is no doubt that this person is the best ally we need. At the end, Long took the map that he had studied for a long time and placed it in front of everyone. We got the news from the Dark Layer earlier that the world government has joined forces with the Navy to take action against Chen Chuan and his party. If we want to overthrow the rule of the celestial dragons of the world government faster, we need a stronger force. This time, our revolutionary army needs to be dispatched urgently to rescue Chen Chuan. This rescue will be set at the next destination of Chen Chuan and his party. As he said, Monkey D. Dragon pointed his pen to a red mark intersection on the map. Now, we need to go to the next island. The jurisdiction of the four emperors Red Hair Shanks, the country of giants, Elbaf. At the same time, when the storm was about to come and the forces of all parties were ready to move, the protagonist of the incident, Chen Chuan and his party were riding on an SSS-class battleship, heading towards their next destination. The strong men of the old era gradually withdrew, and the buds of the new era continued to advance. Before heading to his next destination, the territory of Red Hair Shanks, Chen Chuan also went to Xuanwu Country by the way. There, Chen Chuan also got a piece of red historical text. While destroying the remaining forces of Kurozumai Orokai and Kaido, Chen Chuan also completely liberated the ordinary people of Xuanwu Country. They had been enslaved for 20 years. At that moment, they cried with joy. Countless people knelt down, bowing to Chen Chuan. It was this man who brought them hope of life and salvation of life. And now, on the SSS-class battleship, Chen Chuan sat in a luxurious room, which was filled with a lot of fine wine and food. Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Fujitora, and others were drinking to celebrate the victory of the previous victory over the Twin Emperor's pirates. As for Mingo and Enelu on the side, they seemed a little more withdrawn. Doflamingo went up to drink with Crocodile, and as expected, he was rejected and verbally abused by the latter. Even on the same ship, they still bickered from time to time. They were unhappy with each other. In this regard, Chen Chuan could only shrug his shoulders and express his helplessness. After all, they were all great pirates who dominated every corner of the world, and they were usually arrogant. No one indulged anyone. Only when facing Chen Chuan could they put away their pride. Chen Chuan's strength has obviously convinced them completely. And now, when everyone is gathering together, Old Sand Crocodile on the side took a step forward and took out a thick stack of posters from his arms. And on it, there is the latest report on everyone's bounty. Seeing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Although he has reached the current strength and status, Chen Chuan no longer cares about these false names. But as a former Haimai in his previous life, he is still very interested in the wanted bounty order. After all, in some aspects, these are also linked to his strength. The greater the fame and reputation, the faster Chen Chuan's system integration progress will be improved. The stronger the strength will be. And now, as Old Sand took out the bounty orders one by one, everyone also shifted their attention. Boss, in the previous battle on Ghost Island, all the bounties of our members have been greatly increased, and at the same time, the reputation of our Kiinga has completely spread throughout the world. Lao Sha looked a little excited. For pirates, the bounty order also indirectly indicates the prestige of this person. As the bounty increases, their status also increases. After that, Lao Sha read out the bounties one by one. Former member of One Piece, current member of Kiinga, Great Pirate Clown Buggy, bounty, 150 million Baileys. Bakey, me? Zundu fake duo. Buggy was a little confused. I didn't expect that he, the great god Buggy, would have a bounty of hundreds of millions after his fame. Sure enough, his great god Buggy's reputation is the strongest. Wow! The corners of Buggy's mouth were almost grinning to the back of his ears. After giving the boy a blank look, Crocodile continued to announce the next one. Former one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, bounty, 1 billion berries. Former one of the 7 warlords of the sea, crocodile, bounty, 1 billion berries. Seeing this, Doflamingo came to Crocodile and said, Hey, 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 our bounties are the same, do you want to conquer the world with me? Ignoring Crocodile. Crocodile continued to announce the next one. Former member of Roger's Pirates, descendant of the Devil, World Destroyer, Douglas Barrett, bounty, 3.53 billion berries. 3.5 billion? How much was Roger's at the beginning? Barrett raised his head slightly, with a hint of pride on his face. Former world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye my hawk. Bounty, 4.05 billion berries. 4 billion? This guy's bounty is really high. Ming Jie was also a little shocked. And now, Lao Sha continued to announce. Because Enelu and Fujitora did not do any large-scale events, nor did they show their strength. This made their bounties a little low, a little out of place. Fujitora 100 million Baileys, Enelu 300 million Baileys. Such a bounty is obviously not in line with their strength. This made them both very depressed. As for Pluto Rayleigh, no bounty order was issued. After all, for this legendary pirate, the right wrist of Pirate King Roger, the bounty order seemed a little redundant. Soon, it came to Chen Chuan's bounty order. When Lao Sha saw the number on it, his pupils shrank and he swallowed unconsciously. The boss is the boss, it's really scary. After that, Lao Sha loudly announced the bounty in his hand. 4 Emperors Chen Chuan, leader of the 7 Shadow Pavilion, extremely evil, known as the most favorable contender for the next Pirate King, bounty, 5.55 billion Baileys. Chapter 146. The new year is coming, and the new year is coming. What? 5.55 billion Baileys. The leader's bounty is so high, this number seems to have completely surpassed the 4 emperors. Even the previous strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, was only 5 billion. The leader has reached the same level as the Pirate King Roger. Faced with such a terrifying number, everyone talked about it for a while. Regarding Chen Chuan's bounty, it was actually raised to surpass the 4 emperors at one time, reaching the same level as the former Pirate King Roger. This is enough to show how much the world government hates Chen Chuan. After all, the latter killed the celestial dragons and openly declared resistance to the world government. From a certain perspective, Chen Chuan's behavior is no different from that of the Revolutionary Army. And Chen Chuan and his team, relying on their strong strength, are far more threatening to the world government than the Revolutionary Army. After all, everyone present, except Buggy. Each of them is a powerful pirate that makes the world government feel difficult and extremely headache. And now, these people are united by Chen Chuan. Work together. In this way, the world government certainly cannot tolerate them. Chen Chuan also realized this. As the shock he caused became greater and greater, the world government could not continue to let him continue to be presumptuous, and it was time to take action. The mysterious 5 elders, the real ruler of the world, What kind of appearance will these guys appear in the near future? Everything will be revealed one by one as time goes by. On the SSS super battleship. As the bounty storm came to an end, Chen Chuan gave a few instructions and returned to his room. Inside the room, Chen Chuan sat upright on a chair, thinking about everything that had happened recently. From the initial crossing here, binding the system fusion panel, to the revenge killing of the celestial dragons, which attracted the pursuit of the Navy Admiral, to the subsequent riot in the Impel Downs, the war on the top, and the march into the New World. Unconsciously, a lot has happened. And this world has also caused great changes because of Chen Chuan's arrival. To this day, all this still makes Chen Chuan feel like he is in a dream. Everything, started from a system. The corner of his mouth was slightly curved. Chen Chuan's mind moved, and he opened the personal panel of the system. Accompanied by a flash of light that only Chen Chuan could see. A blue light curtain appeared in front of Chen Chuan. Name, Chen Chuan. Age, 17. System, All Heavens and Worlds System. Fusion characters, Liuqi, completed, Uchiha Madara, in progress. Current fusion progress, 60%. Control ability, 3-color Haki, advanced stage, Overlord color entanglement, Ghost core, Ghost type, 8 gates Dungia, Night Kai, physical skills, Flying Thunder God technique. Number of remaining lottery draws, 0. System reputation points, 100,000. Looking at the personal panel that he hadn't seen for a long time, Chen Chuan was a little emotional. Under the continuous battles, Chen Chuan's reputation continued to grow and spread throughout the world. And his Uchiha Madara panel fusion progress has unknowingly reached a new height, 60%. Even the reputation points have increased a lot, reaching 100,000 reputation points. 100,000 reputation points, I can exchange for a lot of good things. Chen Chuan whispered softly, and opened the reputation wall. He glanced at it briefly. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Chuan finally exited the reputation wall. 100,000 reputation points is not too much, but not too little. It is enough to exchange for some products from the Pirate Plane or the Naruto Plane. However, for Chen Chuan now, low-level products are useless to him, and high-level fantasy plane products seem so expensive. For Chen Chuan, who is short of money, it is better to continue to accumulate more and exchange for a big one. Of course, Chen Chuan did not gain nothing. As the progress of Uchiha Madara's character panel fusion continued to improve, Chen Chuan's personal strength was further improved. In addition to the strength of the previous 100% fusion of Wu Liuqi. After opening the complete Susanoo, with the blessing of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, controlling the demonic blade 1000 blades, and matching his own terrifying swordsmanship, Chen Chuan's strength has reached the pinnacle of this world. Already surpassing all the 4 emperors. Even facing the dead world's strongest man, Whitebeard, Chen Chuan is absolutely sure to defeat him. And now, facing the upcoming 4 emperors Red Hair Shanks, Chen Chuan is not under too much pressure. He is confident that he can defeat the opponent. After a brief thought, Chen Chuan continued to study the system. At the same time, on the other side, Elbaf, the land of giants. Under the leadership of Red Hair Shanks, the Red Hair Pirates have arrived at the Island of Giants one step ahead of time. And they will also be here to welcome the upcoming war. Boss, did that guy really destroy the Beast Pirates and Big Mam Pirates alone as reported in the newspaper? The chef Liuqi Lu, holding the meat leg in his hand, had a rare heavy look on his face. After all, with the strength of Chen Chuan and his team, if they are really as strong as published in the newspaper, even if they are known as the most balanced pirate group, they are not opponents at all. The guy who can destroy the 2 emperors' pirate groups at the same time can also bury them in the sea. Who knows, maybe. After responding, Red Hair turned his eyes to the distant sea, and his thoughts were unknown. The deputy captain, Ben Beckman, looked at Red Hair and seemed to have guessed something. For this old partner who has been together for decades. Sometimes, Beckman can know Shank's thoughts with just one look. On the other side, the sniper Jesus Bulletin and other corps cadres are also quietly following Shanks at this moment, revealing incomparable determination in their eyes. So far, they have followed Red Hair through countless battles of all sizes. And step by step to today's status, known as the most balanced 4 emperors pirate group. Now it is the final moment of the battle for the great secret treasure. No matter what the cost, they are willing to do their best to help Red Hair ascend the throne and become king. For this, they will not hesitate to sacrifice their lives. The Red Hair Pirates, which have always been cheerful and humorous, have rarely added a bit of heaviness. And at this moment, accompanied by the sound of 2 huge footsteps, from the giant village, 2 strong giant warriors walked out. They are the 2 leaders of the giant tribe, Donli and Broki. The 2 giant leaders slowly came to the front of Red Hair and said in a very strong voice, "Shanks, those guys you are waiting for, are here." Chapter 147. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. After the battle plan of the newly promoted Admiral Akainu was announced, the Navy also sent out its forces. Led by Admiral Akainu himself. led Admirals Kizaru, Aramaki, Admiral-in-Waiting, Momosabu, Shitan, and other elites of the Navy headquarters, marching towards the giant kingdom of the New World, Albaf Island. Only a few vice admirals were left to guard the Navy headquarters. Of course, Garp and Sengoku, who had retreated to the rear, did not participate in it. The two of them stayed at the Navy headquarters with Vice Admiral Tsuru. And this is why Akainu was relieved to withdraw most of the combat power. Since Garp and Sengoku were unwilling to participate in the encirclement and suppression operation, Akainu followed their wishes and left them to guard Marineford. Although the two had retreated to the rear, they were still members of the Navy after all. On the other hand, Akainu was still very relieved to have the two of them guarding Marineford. After all, there were not many people in the world who dared to attack Marineford under the hands of these two people. And now, under the leadership of Akainu, the elite Navy officers boarded the ship one after another, riding on 3 Navy warships, and headed towards the giant island of the New World, Albaf. Standing on the warship, Akainu looked back at the people behind him. Kizaru and Green Bull were still slacking off. The alternate Admiral Shitan was still as attentive to Daotu as usual, while the others were serious. Everything was going in the direction of Akainu's development. It was just that Akainu couldn't figure it out. When he thought that the target of this encirclement was the arrogant man with an indifferent look and a magic sword in his hand, Akainu always had a bad premonition in his heart. The scene of being defeated by Chen Chuan in the past seemed to be vivid in his mind. Akainu frowned and looked a little ugly. Although the number of elite troops dispatched by the Navy headquarters this time was not as many as in the Battle of Marines, the overall strength was not much different. Let alone the strongest admiral, Akainu himself, who has now been promoted to the Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Admiral Kizaru, plus the new admiral recruited through the World Recruitment, Green Bull, 2 powerful alternate admirals, Momota Sajai and Shitan, and a group of elite troops from the Navy headquarters. Such a lineup can be said to be not much behind the Battle of Marines. Even if facing the 4 Emperors pirates of the New World, Akainu is confident that he can take it down. However, this is exactly what really gives Akainu a headache. The strength of Chen Chuan and his group is not just that of an ordinary 4 Emperors pirate group. Their comprehensive strength has surpassed any of the 4 Emperors pirate groups. The previous Beasts pirate group and the Big Mam pirate group formed an alliance to become a double Emperor pirate group, but they were still destroyed by Chen Chuan and his group. Chen Chuan himself overwhelmed the 2 veteran 4 Emperors, Kaido and Big Mom, with his own strength, and completely defeated the 2. Such a terrifying strength also really shocked Akainu and his group. Looking at the vast and boundless calm sea, Akainu took a deep breath and suppressed the negative factors in his heart. Although that guy is very strong, but this time, we are not fighting alone. Facing such an encirclement, even if he is Chen Chuan, he will be completely destroyed. At the port of Marineford, Sengoku and Garp looked at Akainu and his group, who were getting farther and farther away. Garp yawned deeply. I can finally have a good sleep now. You keep asking me to participate in the operation. Brother Cyborg is really a fool. He still won't let me go even though he has already retreated to the rear. Garp complained repeatedly. Haha, Garp, after all, we are still a member of the Navy now. It is necessary for us to stay and guard Marineford. Zhang Guo said softly. Guard? What is there to guard in Marineford? Are there still some ignorant brats who dare to attack Marineford? Garp looked disdainful. Seeing this, Zhang Guo shook his head involuntarily. Suddenly, a very young figure flashed in his mind. That guy seems to be called Field. On the other side, the giant island, Albaf. As the red-haired man walked out of a room, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, and other core members of the Red Hair Pirates can clearly feel that Shank's aura seems to have changed a lot. The previous hesitation and confusion disappeared. Instead, there was a domineering aura that looked down on everyone and looked down on the heroes. They understood that they were the boss and they were back. The man with the strongest domineering aura returned at this moment. Shank's solemn eyes burst into a gleam of light. After glancing at the members of the Red Hair Pirates, he said in a deep voice, "Brothers, we abandoned our wives and children, pursued our dreams, and sailed for decades. For the legendary great treasure, 1+. For this moment, we have waited for a long time. After this battle, if we win, we will no longer have any obstacles on the road ahead. If we lose, we must withdraw from the stage of competition, and may even pay the price of our lives for it. So, no matter what, we must not lose this battle. As he said this, Shank's eyes condensed, and then he knelt down in front of everyone and bowed deeply. So, please. Seeing this scene, Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, and Liuqi and other core members of the Red Hair Pirates all looked at each other, with a slight arc at the corners of their mouths. Then they all bowed to Shanks. Go all out, even if it means sacrificing your life. At the same time, somewhere in the sea of the New World, a warship is moving forward rapidly. And on the warship, the cloaked leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, is standing on the deck, and behind him are Sabo, Ivankov and other Revolutionary Army cadres. After confirming the aid plan, Dragon led a group of Revolutionary Army cadres towards Elbaf. Because it was uncertain when Chen Chuan would arrive, and the world government and the navy had already taken action, in order not to miss the opportunity, Dragon set off in advance. At this speed, we should be able to reach the giant kingdom tomorrow morning. Sabo came to Dragon's side to report the speed of advancement. Tomorrow morning, try to be faster. As he murmured, a trace of worry flashed in Dragon's eyes. The navy and the world government set out in advance. However, the distance between him and Elbaf is too far, and Long is worried that he will miss the opportunity to fight. If he faces the siege of three forces at the same time, even Chen Chuan and his party will surely fall. I hope it won't be too late. At the same time, with the surging of various forces, Chen Chuan and his party drove the SSS battleship and arrived thousands of miles away from the giant island. At such a distance, at the speed of the super battleship, it takes less than an hour to arrive. After estimating the time, Chen Chuan raised his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly walked out of the room. Standing on both sides of him were Pluto Rayleigh, Fujitora Uchiha, Hawkeye My Hawk, and others. A group of extremely powerful people. After glancing at everyone, Chen Chuan nodded slightly, and then an extreme fighting spirit suddenly burst out from his body, and the aura of the Overlord was covered on the surface. The whole sky seemed to be blown apart. Chen Chuan's momentum was like an emperor descending to the world. All living beings, overlooking everyone. Let's go, Elbaf. Chapter 148. The New World, the Land of Giants, Elbaf. The outer edge of the sea. The Red Hair Pirates, led by their captain Shanks, have already rushed here. Quietly waiting for the arrival of Chen Chuan and his party. And Shanks himself was not stingy. He directly showed his strongest domineering. Buzz. Rumble. The terrifying domineering instantly covered the surface, and lightning and thunder flashed in the air. The dark red electric light kept passing by, making the aura of Shanks' whole body more and more powerful. The boss's domineering aura is still so strong. After all, he is the man with the strongest domineering aura in the world. Hey, boss, be careful to restrain yourself, the newcomer won't be able to bear it. After Jesus Bulletin and Liuqi, who was holding the meat leg, looked at each other, a smile flashed across their faces. In their opinion, Shanks, who has the strongest domineering aura in the world, is also the youngest of the old four emperors and took the shortest time to become a strong four emperors. Whether it is talent or strength, he is the best candidate for the next pirate king. 1+, they must win. Even if the opponent is Chen Chuan, who shocked the world and made a huge noise. It won't work. Black clouds are pressing down on the city and the city is about to be destroyed. At this moment, the outer area of the Elbaf Island is filled with a bleak atmosphere. And the giant members in the previous giant village have also completed the preparations for evacuation under the signal of Shanks and the two giant leaders. After all, in a battle between the four emperors. Between them, the aftermath of an accidental release can kill ordinary giants like them. In this kind of battle, ordinary people are not qualified to participate at all. Even after this battle, whether the giant island can continue to exist is still an unknown. After all, after the Battle of Onigashima, the ending of Onigashima is there. And now, Shanks and his party stood on the outskirts of the sea, waiting quietly. They had already received the news and knew that Chen Chuan and his party were on the sea surface not far away, rushing towards here. And they were ready for the battle. The two leaders of the giant village, Donji and Broly, also came not far behind Red Hair at this moment, watching quietly. They are Shanks' friends. And they also want to witness this great battle. The sea breeze whistled, bringing endless wails. Layer after layer of waves constantly washed the outer reefs of the giant island. Everything seemed particularly quiet. However, the quieter it was, the more extraordinary it seemed. Just as the Red Hair pirates were looking forward to it. The next second, something unexpected happened to everyone. Suddenly, a huge roar sounded in the air, and then everyone looked at it in surprise. A super battleship that was nearly 1,000 meters long and made of special metal with a cold glow suddenly appeared above the Red Hair pirates. Covering the sky and the sun, it was dark. It seemed to submerge the entire Red Hair pirates. Ship? In the sky. Why is his ship flying? Is this the Five Emperors Chen Chuan, the guy who stirred up the world? Even his appearance is so different. The cotters of the Red Hair pirates raised their heads and were shocked by what was happening before their eyes. In their opinion, bringing such a huge ship to the sky might be some special ability of Chen Chuan. After all, in the world of pirates, there are many devil fruit abilities that can float objects in the air, but there are few like Chen Chuan who can lift such a huge warship. Perhaps the former great pirate, Golden Lion, can be counted as one. And now, accompanied by the roar of the warship's engine, everyone held their breath and watched everything that happened next. In the air, the warship suddenly descended. From a height of more than 1,000 meters, it fell with a bang, and the terrifying speed brought a series of whistling sounds. Then it fell accurately into the water. While bringing up waves of huge waves, waves of light footsteps also came at this moment. Quietly and slowly from above into the ears of everyone present. Die! 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 Bundles of footsteps came. On the coast, the splashes of water were bounced away. Shanks' eyes were tightly focused. There was a rare hint of fighting spirit in his pupils. With the endless surge of the aura around him, he also set his sights on the battleship in front of him. Then, in the eyes of all the nervous and expectant eyes, one after another, figures slowly walked out from under the battleship. The first to bear the brunt were the former 7 warlords of the sea, Tien Yasha Doflamingo, and Crocodile. The two walked down one after another. He, there will be fun again next. Sussy Bulita, Shanks. As Crocodile and Minga appeared, Fujitora Ichisho and Enel followed closely. As for these two people, the Red Hair pirates did not recognize many of them. After all, Enelu had been entertaining himself on Sky Island before, and as for Fujitora, he was recruited by Chen Chuan in the kingdom of Dressrosa. The outside world doesn't know much about them. And the strength of the two of them is also underestimated the most. After the two of them, the next to come down was the former world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Hawk. Coming down from the battleship, Hawkeye and Red Hair looked at each other. A smile appeared on Shanks' face, and he smiled and greeted Hawkeye. The two are also old acquaintances, close friends for many years. Before Shanks's arm was broken, the two had competed in swordsmanship many times, and their relationship was extremely close. Now they meet again, but in this occasion, this also makes Hawkeye feel a sense of emotion. Former close friends. Now they are on the opposite side, it is really unpredictable. And now, with Hawkeye standing aside, behind him appeared Shanks' old faces. Douglas Barrett, with explosive muscles, military uniform and headphones on his head. And Pluto Rayleigh, with white hair and sharp eyes. It's that guy. Mr. Rayleigh. Seeing Rayleigh and Barrett, Shanks' face flashed with surprise. What he didn't expect was that Rayleigh and Barrett were also working under Chen Chuan. This shocked him greatly. These were all his old partners, but now they were standing on the opposite side. Shaking his head, Shanks continued to wait and see. A figure that was very familiar to him came out. The red nose dressed as a clown, Buggy the Clown. Bucky, you're here too. Shanks chuckled, these guys were all his old acquaintances. Chen Chuan, this kid, actually recruited all his old acquaintances together to deal with him. This was unexpected for Shanks. On the other hand, God Buggy, who knew what would happen next, rarely quarreled with Shanks. Instead, he lowered his head and pondered for a moment, and then quietly looked back. Because there, a man in red armor, with his hands on his chest, and strange patterns in his red pupils, looked particularly mysterious. And his whole body, even more, exuded a powerful aura of dominating the world. Chen Chuan appeared. Chapter 149. The young man was very happy, and the young man was very happy. Chen Chuan, here he comes. His body was instantly covered with the domineering aura of the king, and the dark red lightning was all over his body, making Chen Chuan, who was already very imposing, look down on everyone like a god. Looking down at everyone. This guy is quite interesting. This kid is not very old, but his appearance is quite special. It should be said that he is very imposing. Is it him who defeated Kaido and Bai Gmam alone? With his small body, it doesn't look like it. The core cotters of the Red Hair Pirates and the two giant tribal leaders behind him, looking at Chen Chuan floating in the air, they couldn't help but discuss in a deep voice. And now, with Chen Chuan's appearance, Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Old Sand, and others on the side all stood behind Chen Chuan consciously, quietly waiting for Chen Chuan's order. Although they are old acquaintances with Red Hair and others, and can even be said to be close friends. But since joining Chen Chuan's organization, everyone has expected that there will be such a situation today. Now they each serve their own masters. At the last moment of the fight for the great secret treasure, they naturally have no reason to give in. And now, Chen Chuan's figure slowly descended in the air and came to Shanks. The two stood facing each other. Chen Chuan did not speak. The red-haired Shanks on the opposite side smiled at each other and said calmly, Sashivuli Dana, Chen Chuan. It's been a while since we parted at the top war. I thought this battle would take some time, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Shanks couldn't help but sigh. After the end of the top war, the Red Hair Pirates had dealt with Chen Chuan and his party. At that time, Shanks expected that with the strength shown by Chen Chuan and the people under his command, it would definitely not be ranked in the first half of the Grand Line. The New World is his final destination. And Shanks had also guessed that, in the near future, Chen Chuan is likely to be his biggest opponent on the road to advancement. The two will eventually meet each other with swords. But I didn't expect that this day would come so soon. He shook his head gently. On the other side, Chen Chuan also nodded to Shanks and said hello. Then he said, Shanks, this day will finally come. Whether it is 1 plus or the truth of the blank 100 years. I think, you will be interested too. Shanks, why don't you join me? I will take you to explore the truth of this world. A sharp light flashed in Chen Chuan's eyes, and he said to Shanks seriously. Whether in the original One Piece or in this real world, Chen Chuan's impression of Shanks is different from Kaido and Big Mom. Chen Chuan is very interested in this guy who is extremely mysterious in both identity and strength. And now, the two are tit for tat. If Shanks can be pulled into his team, it would be great. Hearing this, he heard that Chen Chuan actually wanted to win him over. Shanks couldn't help laughing out loud. Looking at Chen Chuan's extremely serious look, Shanks' face flashed a smile and helplessness. We are not friends now, he murmured. Shanks' eyes suddenly condensed. The aura on his body suddenly became violent. The extremely terrifying domineering aura seemed to have become substantial, gushing out from Shanks' body and spreading to the surroundings. Under the impact of the aura, even the ground under his feet began to crack. A series of cracks passed by, and Shanks' aura reached its peak at this moment. Is this the strongest aura? Chen Chuan murmured softly, even though his own aura was not weak and reached an advanced stage. But in front of Shanks' aura, it still seemed a little low. Just because the other party has the strongest aura in the world. And now, under the impact of the aura on his body. Shank's eyes also became sharp. If you want me to join you, defeat me first. Shanks was eager to fight. The corner of his eye also unconsciously glanced at the companions behind him. Regardless of his own identity, or for the companions behind him and his final dream, Shanks would not allow him to join Chen Chuan's team. Next, seeing Shanks' high fighting spirit, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly, and some interest arose in his heart. He also wanted to see Shanks' true strength. With a thought, Chen Chuan's red pupils suddenly opened. The next second, the same extremely strong domineering aura gushed out. Dark red lightning kept ringing. With the surging breath, it collided with Shanks' domineering aura. Buzz! Rumble! A violent roar suddenly sounded. Under the collision of the two domineering auras, the world became dim in an instant. While the two were competing with each other, the members behind the two had sharp eyes, and the aura around them also completely exploded at this moment. They were ready for the battle. A big battle is about to begin. Rumble! The thunder continued, and the aura condensed. As Chen Chuan and Shanks were full of domineering power, their blades collided with each other. Hawkeye, Rayleigh, and others in the back were not to be outdone. Each found their own opponent, and fought with Ben Beckman, Jesus Bulletin, and others on the opposite side. Without holding back, everyone went all out. For their own goals and dreams. Going all out is what they must do. The battle started. Pluto Rayleigh did not rush to attack, but quietly observed everything in front of him, and there seemed to be a sigh in his deep eyes. Hawkeye vs Vice Captain, Ben Beckman. The latter is also rumored to have the same terrifying strength as the four emperors Shanks. The combat power is extremely strong. Fujitora and Enel fought against Jesus Bulletin and Liuqi Lu. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the previous bounty. Fujitora and Enel did not hold back at all, and with full firepower, they slashed at Jesus and Liuqi, and thundered. The latter is worthy of being called the most balanced four emperors pirate group. Jesus and Liuqi both showed extremely strong strength. Even Fujitora and Enel could not take them down in a short time. The battle is still going on. On the other side, Lao Sha and Ming Jie also found their opponents one after another. Lime Jones, who was wearing a pirate hat and sunglasses, and the bald guy, Bank Punch, who had a hideous scar on his face and a fierce face. As for the monkey pet climbing on Punch's neck, Meng's Hida. He found Buggy. Seeing a monkey attacking, Buggy was about to open his mouth and show his skills. He was hit in the face by a domineering monkey claw containing armed color. Bang! One punch. God, Buggy's eyeballs were almost knocked out. Before he could react. Then there was another set of inhuman monkey boxing, which directly beat God Buggy's nose and eyes, and he even began to doubt his life. This is fucking. A pet monkey of the red hair pirates is so powerful. While using the two-color domineering skillfully, Buggy looked at the other party with disdain, and he even doubted whether this monkey was still holding back. This monkey can't possibly still have the domineering color. God Buggy's nose and eyes were swollen, and he swallowed hard. This is really the most balanced four emperors pirate group. Chapter 150. The two of them were playing together. While Meng's Hida and Buggy were playing, everyone also found their opponents to fight with them. On the other side, the battle maniac Barrett was fighting 1 against 3, suppressing the 3 weakest members of the Red Hair Pirates. And Rayleigh stood aside and did not make a move. Looking quietly at the sky above his head, which was as high as 1,000 meters. There, 2 figures collided with each other. Chen Chuan vs Red Hair. A battle between the top 4 emperors officially started. Seeing in the air. After a brief clash of domineering auras between Chen Chuan and Red Hair, there was no more probing between the two sides, and they directly fought together. The terrifying domineering aura spread out. Facing this so-called youngest and most mysterious 4 emperors, Chen Chuan did not directly activate the 8 gates and the complete Susanoo, but held the magic knife 1,000 blades in his hand, and then slashed at Red Hair. He also wanted to see how strong Red Hair's fighting power was. Buzz! The dark purple blade light flashed across in an instant. The sharp waves of light brought about bursts of whistling sounds, as if to cut through the air. Seeing Chen Chuan's blade light coming, Red Hair Shanks on the other side was not to be outdone. The famous sword in his hand, Griffin, pointed the blade directly at Chen Chuan. The terrifying aura immediately covered the sword body. After a brief period of energy gathering, Red Hair swung his arm and threw the gathered blade light directly at Chen Chuan. Slash! The dark red blade light slashed across, equally terrifying. In midair. In just a blink of an eye, the slashes of Chen Chuan and Red Hair collided with each other. Rumble! A violent roar suddenly sounded. The two blade lights, like two giant dragons, were wrestling with each other, biting and entangled with each other. The blade lights continued to confront each other, bursting out bursts of bright flames. Finally, after a moment, with a bang, as the last trace of energy in the blade lights of both sides was exhausted, the first confrontation between the two was also over. In midair, Chen Chuan and Red Hair stood looking at each other from a distance. Then, the two did not say a word. At the moment when the blade light dissipated, the bodies of the two unexpectedly swooped towards each other at the same time. Unlike Kaido and Big Mom, who both have thick skin and full defense, Red Hair prefers speed and burst. He was holding Griffin, his figure was like a goose, and his speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, the two fought together again. Such a terrifying speed also shocked the people watching below. Even they could only see a residual image passing by, followed by a burst of fire and knife collision sounds. And Chen Chuan, who has completely integrated Wu Liuqi's panel, is even more so. As an assassin, he is extremely fast. In addition to the Blessing of Madara Knight's panel, as well as the Flying Thunder God technique, etc., Chen Chuan is only faster than Red Hair. And now, in mid-air, Chen Chuan and Red Hair completely let go of their hands and feet, holding the famous swords in their hands, and kept swinging at each other. Clang! 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 Boom! One after another, the sound of metal collisions continued to come. And Chen Chuan also fully utilized the strange ability of the demonic knife Thousand Blades. The blade sometimes broke and reorganized, changing continuously. And each broken piece of the blade seemed to have life, under the control of Chen Chuan. It made the red-haired man feel extremely tricky. What a weird knife! The red-haired man frowned. While resisting Chen Chuan, he had to keep guessing the next attack route of the demonic knife Thousand Blades. This was the first time he had seen such a weird knife. Sometimes it split, sometimes it reorganized. It would suddenly shoot towards him like a sharp arrow. All kinds of unpredictable behaviors also made the red-haired man who didn't know the demonic knife Thousand Blades feel quite tricky. Clang! Slash! After another blast, at the moment when the famous knives of both sides collided, the demonic knife Thousand Blades in Chen Chuan's hand shattered. Then, just as the red-haired man was about to try his best to resist the next refraction route, he discovered, the broken blades suddenly turned. Then they quickly bypassed the left side of his broken arm. As if they had eyes. They went straight to his back. The broken blades rushed, revealing a burst of cold light. Seeing this scene, as Red Hair slashed at the broken blade in front of him, his eyes suddenly opened, and a far stronger domineering aura than before gushed out of his body. The terrifying domineering aura has condensed into substance. He changed into the appearance of a sharp sword and attacked the broken blade coming from behind. Clang! Fireworks burst out one after another. After shaking off the broken blade of the magic knife behind him, Red Hair was about to raise his eyes. But he saw in front of him. Chen Chuan's terrifying fist covered with dark red domineering aura had reached his face. The fist wind whistled and rushed straight. Facing the surging fist covered with domineering aura, if he was hit head-on by this punch, even Red Hair would be seriously injured. The attack came with a bang. When it was about to hit Red Hair's face, he saw that there was no panic on Red Hair's face, and his eyes condensed. The domineering spirit swept out again. Then under Chen Chuan's gaze, the red-haired man's body unexpectedly burst out with an incredible speed, and then miraculously avoided his attack range. Seeing that his punch that was sure to hit the air, Chen Chuan was also a little confused. This shouldn't be the case. At this distance, even if the red-haired man could react, he couldn't continue to dodge. But just now, what happened to his sudden acceleration? That speed is almost equivalent to teleportation. Chen Chuan's eyes condensed, and he looked deeply at the red-haired Shanks not far away. It seems that the opponent's methods are far more than he imagined. On the other side, Pluto Rayleigh, who had been watching the battle below. After seeing Shank's previous series of actions, Rayleigh's pupils shrank slightly, and he shook his head unconsciously, sighing, "This kid's mastery of haki has actually reached that stage. His haki is far beyond mine." Standing in the air 1,000 meters away, Shanks looked at Chen Chuan, who was a little puzzled. After a short silence, he immediately spoke to answer his inner doubts. Haki can be said to be a kind of momentum. Each haki has its own top stage, just like armament haki Raya Sakura, conqueror haki entanglement, and observation haki foresee the future. And as the rarest and most powerful of the three colors of haki. In addition to the attack method of conqueror haki entanglement, there is another method of use that very few people know. Conqueror haki crown. Crown. Chen Chuan murmured, a little shocked. He didn't expect that conqueror haki had another way to use it. This ability does not exist even in the anime of the previous life. It should be a means of ability that Oda has not yet announced. Yes, the crown of conqueror's haki. Red Hair continued to explain. Different from the entanglement of conqueror's haki, which covers the weapon or the body with haki to increase the attack power. The crown of conqueror's haki is to inject the haki into the body to strengthen the body. Inject into the body. This is the first time Chen Chuan has heard of it. Yes. Just like just now, I injected the haki into the calf muscle tissue, which strengthened my body and obtained a short burst of speed. Do something that is impossible to do under normal conditions. Of course, this method requires the user to have an extremely precise grasp of the haki. Otherwise, if the total amount of haki injected into the injected part is not controlled well, it will cause damage to your body first. And this ability is not limited to the legs. After the explanation, the red-haired man's eyes condensed. With the domineering aura surging around him, his body instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 151. The red-haired man disappeared instantly. Relying on his strong understanding of domineering, he decided to take the initiative and attack Chen Chuan. The after-image was fleeting. In just a blink of an eye, the red-haired man was in front of Chen Chuan. The griffin in his hand flashed in an instant. A knife wrapped in the domineering color slashed towards Chen Chuan. Buzz! Ding! The knife slashed away the broken blade of the magic knife that Chen Chuan shot over, and then the red-haired man continued to press Chen Chuan with unabated strength. Seeing that the opponent's offensive was in full swing, Chen Chuan frowned. Then he also made his own counter-attack. As soon as he thought about it, the 1,000 blades of the magic knife in his hand shattered, and then under his precise control, each broken blade seemed to have life, wrapped in the dark red domineering aura. The blade continued to grow longer and larger. And after a short period of gathering energy, it slashed in the direction of the red-haired man's attack. Rumble! A huge explosion sounded suddenly. The two extremely strong attacks collided with each other, and the dark red energy aftermath generated was like a wave of air that continued to spread around. Thunder continued in the air. A peak battle between the four emperors officially started. At the same time, when Chen Chuan and the red-haired forces were fighting each other in the sea thousands of meters away, 3 warships were slowly moving towards the giant island. At this time, the patrol soldier on the warship holding the telescope trembled violently, and when he saw the 2 people in the picture clearly, his body suddenly froze. Marshal Akainu. The patrol soldiers hurried to Akainu's office to report. Report. Marshal. We have arrived at the outskirts of the sea area of Giant Island. In addition, the target of this encirclement, Chen Chuan, and his men have all appeared. Now they are fighting fiercely with the red hair pirates. Hearing this, Akainu's face condensed. His expression also became serious. Have you fought together? Pass my order, all soldiers are ready to land on the island at any time, and tell the navigator to slow down the speed of the warship and wait for my order." After issuing a series of orders, Akainu walked out of the room quickly and came to the deck of the warship. Picked up the telescope in the soldier's hand and watched it quickly. And in the picture, on the island thousands of meters away, thunder continued and explosions continued. Through the layers of smoke and dust, Akainu saw there were two red figures fighting rapidly. That was Chen Chuan and Red Hair. Below them, there were two forces from both sides, and they were also fighting fiercely. "Fortunately, we are not too late. Haven't the people from the government appeared yet?" After a rough glance at the battlefield, Akainu did not see anyone from the world government, only the forces of Chen Chuan and the Red Hair pirates. "I think the world government should be hiding in the dark like him, waiting for the two forces to fight to the death, so that they can reap the benefits." And now, accompanied by a rapid telephone bug sound, Akainu's mouth slightly outlined an arc. "Next, just wait quietly." At the same time, while Akainu and his group were slowly moving forward, on the other side of the island, outside the sea, there was also a force, quietly hiding 1,000 meters away, observing the situation of the battle. And they were the Revolutionary Army. With the warships under their feet sprinting at full speed, they finally arrived here in the middle of the war. Observing the sound of fighting on the giant island, Monkey D. Dragon, the ruler of the Revolutionary Army, also found that something was wrong. While observing the situation, Dragon was also preparing for any emergencies that were about to occur. As the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon's IQ is needless to say. He has saved the Revolutionary Army from danger several times. Before this operation, he also made sufficient preparations. Without seeing the forces of the world government and the navy, Dragon would not let his Revolutionary Army act rashly. In Dragon's view, it is not difficult to defeat the Red Hair pirates with the strength of Chen Chuan and his party. It just takes a little time. And what the Revolutionary Army has to do is to deal with the sneak attack of the world government on Chen Chuan and others. After all, it is in his investigation. The true identity of the four emperors' red hair shanks seems to be inextricably linked to the world government. Now all they need to do is wait quietly, waiting for the moment when the world government and the navy take action. They can catch the other party off guard. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. This time, they must be the oriole and give the world government an unimaginable blow. Giant Island, Elbaf. When all forces are hidden in the dark, on the battlefield, the fierce battle between Chen Chuan and Red Hair has completely reached a white-hot stage. The two sides, swords and shadows, cold light suddenly appeared. Each of them has the top domineering aura, and under the blessing of domineering, the attack is extremely terrifying. Every collision between the two brings a huge roar. Although Red Hair's domineering power is even better, and his conqueror Haki has reached the stage of entering the crown, he can always produce unexpected and terrifying explosions. But Chen Chuan, relying on the strangeness of the magic sword Thousand Blades in his hand, is not afraid of the opponent at all. The ever-changing ability also makes Red Hair a little uncomfortable. And now, after another sudden collision, the two separated and stood and looked at each other from a distance. Red Hair Shanks looked at Chen Chuan, who was not far away, with a calm face, and his eyes condensed slightly. He could feel that Chen Chuan seemed to have some tricks up his sleeve. With his terrifying record of being able to fight Kaido and Big Mom alone, he is definitely not just at this level now. After all, Red Hair knows Kaido's strength. That terrifying power and defense, even if he faces him, it is not that simple. And if Chen Chuan only relies on this kind of slash, he can't beat Kaido. Still unwilling to expose, he shook his head gently. A trace of anger flashed in the red-haired man's eyes. As the youngest of the four emperors, this was the first time he was looked down upon. He took a deep breath, and the red-haired man's face suddenly became serious. A trace of red light flashed in his pupils, and the aura of the red-haired man began to increase continuously. A momentum far exceeding the previous one began to spread. Hi! The sudden movement also made Chen Chuan raise his eyebrows, and he became more interested. This guy seemed to be serious. I saw the red-haired man holding a knife with one hand, and dark red lightning continued to gather around him in the air, and the aura of the griffin in his hand became more and more condensed and powerful. Finally, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the red-haired man's eyes condensed, and his right arm swung out violently. A terrifying dark red blade light that was 100 meters long came towards Chen Chuan. God avoid! Chapter 152. The sword was broken, and the sword was broken. God avoid! Red Hair shouted. After gathering the energy of the famous sword griffin in his hand, Shanks swung it at Chen Chuan. The huge dark red blade light, mixed with lightning, came in an instant. Facing Red Hair's move, Chen Chuan's eyes condensed, and his heart became serious. For this skill that is the same as Roger, the Pirate King. Whether it is from the name or the power, it is extremely cool and powerful. Chen Chuan remembers it clearly. In the original work, Pirate King Roger's seemingly casual god's evasion directly blasted Kojiki Odin, who had the power of an emperor at the time and could suppress the young Kaido, away with one sword. Blood spurted out at the same time. There were countless trees and rocks smashed along the way. The power was extremely terrifying. And red-haired Shanks, as an intern on Roger's ship, also learned this skill. And the power was also not cheap. In the anime, the protagonists teamed up to defeat the four emperors Kaido and Big Mom. The bounty has been raised to 3 billion. Eustace Kid, who is extremely powerful and confident, successfully selected his next opponent on the road ahead. It was also the man who cut off his arm from the air without even meeting him before, the four emperors red-haired Shanks. However, just when everyone thought that this would be another great battle, an unexpected scene happened to all One Piece fans. Kid, the great pirate who joined forces with Trafalgar Law and could defeat the four emperors Big Mom, was killed instantly by Red Hair. Together with the Supernova Killer, they were killed instantly by Shanks's sword. The Kid pirates were completely defeated. Their pirate ship was also destroyed by the two giant leaders. It announced that they had completely withdrawn from the stage of competing for the great treasure, One Piece. At that time, Red Hair used this move in front of him. And now, looking at the dark red blade in front of him with a huge momentum and extremely terrifying aura, and the red hair rushing towards him, a gleam of light flashed in Chen Chuan's red pupils. With a thought, he controlled the chakra in his lower abdomen to surge wildly. Open, rest, sheng, injure, do, jing, jing. 7 gates, open, whispered softly. Chen Chuan opened the first 7 gates of the 8 gates in one breath. In an instant, a light blue energy gas wrapped around Chen Chuan's body. As the steam entangled, an extremely powerful energy irrigated the whole body. Chen Chuan could feel that his physical strength had increased several times or even dozens of times at this moment. This is the horror of the 8 gates. Through the dialysis of qi and blood, a powerful force that surpasses oneself is obtained. Seeing that the red-haired attack is coming, Chen Chuan held the magic knife 1000 blades in his right hand. As the muscles bulged high, the domineering aura instantly wrapped around the blade. The breath became stronger and gradually condensed. The dark red energy kept passing, causing the magic knife itself to emit a strange red-purple light. In the air, thunder suddenly appeared. After a brief gathering of energy, Chen Chuan's eyes condensed, and he swung his right hand holding the magic knife 1000 blades violently. Facing the red-haired end god Avoidance who had already attacked, Chen Chuan raised his knife without fear. Boom boom! The distance of more than 1,000 meters passed in an instant. The moment the two attacks touched each other, a violent explosion suddenly sounded that destroyed the world. 2 attacks mixed with super strong domineering. At this moment, they collided with a bang, and the red-purple and dark red colors blended and collided with each other. Strong winds blew, lightning and thunder. Under one blow, the entire giant island seemed to have been buried by this dark red energy. When Chen Chuan and the red-haired people were wrestling with each other, the aftermath of this explosion was still spreading and raging around. The terrifying energy destroyed everything along the way. Flowers, grass, trees, rocks, all destroyed. Such a powerful energy fluctuation also shocked the people on both sides fighting below. While resisting the aftermath, everyone also looked up unconsciously. There. It was the final outcome of this battle. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Boss, can he do it? After the bombardment with the opponent, La Jilu looked at the red-haired man, his face a little worried. Hey, La Jilu, you have to trust the boss. That guy has always been a person worth relying on. Jesus Bulletin's eyes were bright, with a hint of deep meaning. Ever since he abandoned his wife and children, and went to sea with Shanks to pursue his dreams, he has entrusted everything to him. Maybe he is not a good husband or a good father, but he is definitely a good partner. The relationship between him and Shanks is unparalleled, and there is no need to say more about the tacit understanding between the two sides. And now, even if Shanks' opponent is the youngest and most powerful Sea Emperor, Jesus Bulletin can trust him unconditionally. Hearing this, La Jilu wanted to say something else. But looking at the determined expressions of the people around him, he still held back. Now all they can do is trust their leader. Boom! Another huge explosion came from above. Chen Chuan and Red Hair in midair were still venting their strength to each other. Compared to the worries of Liuqi Lu, Jesus Bulletin, and others, on Chen Chuan's side, Lao Shat, Fujitora, and his party seemed much calmer. Having seen Chen Chuan's terrifying strength, they did not think that Red Hair would be Chen Chuan's opponent. After all, Chen Chuan was a terrifying existence that could defeat the four emperors Kaido and Big Mom at the same time. Now he met Red Hair Shanks, who was also at the level of the four emperors. Wouldn't it be easy for Chen Chuan to fight alone? And the fact was indeed as they imagined. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang in the sky, the energy of the two people's bombardment finally ended, and the figure of Red Hair Shanks flew backwards rapidly. In this bombardment and wrestling, Chen Chuan finally had the upper hand. And Red Hair was knocked back and flew out. Boss! Captain! Seeing Shanks flying backwards, Liuqi Lu and others couldn't help but exclaimed. They rushed to Shanks' side to check. The latter waved his hand and indicated that he was fine, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Shanks looked at Chen Chuan in the sky, whose breath was steady and whose clothes were not wrinkled. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and a sigh appeared on his face. He had already lost this battle. Although he had not completely lost his fighting ability, and even the last resort had not been used, why shouldn't the other party be? From the intelligence, Red Hair remembered. Chen Chuan's strongest fighting form seemed to be wrapped in a blue giant. Originally, he wanted to continue to force Chen Chuan to take action. But now it seems that it is completely unnecessary. In the previous bombardment, Red Hair had already seen the gap between himself and Chen Chuan. If it were normal, Red Hair would definitely try his best to fight Chen Chuan, but now, no. Because some guys who shouldn't have come have come. Shaking his head, Red Hair didn't choose to attack again. A trace of emotion and confusion flashed across his face. After a pause, Red Hair seemed to have made up his mind, and looked at Chen Chuan with deep eyes. I lost. Next, it's your time. Chapter 153. The next step is to go back to the beginning. Next, it's your time. Whispering softly, Red Hair put away his saber, Griffin. Seeing this, the members of the Red Hair pirates below also put away their weapons, stopped attacking, and slowly retreated behind Red Hair. Seeing this, Chen Chuan on the opposite side couldn't help but feel a little confused. Although he repelled Red Hair in the previous attack, but it's far from the point of seriously injuring Red Hair and completely losing his fighting power. Now Red Hair and his members suddenly stopped fighting, which made Chen Chuan a little confused. You know, what they are doing now is about the qualification to compete for the last great treasure. At such an important moment, the red-haired man should have fought him to the death. How could he just give up like that? As Rayleigh and his party retreated behind Chen Chuan didn't even have time to think. After a moment of silence, the red-haired Shanks in front of him said, Chen Chuan, what is your real purpose? Shanks looked at Chen Chuan in a deep voice with a trace of confusion on his face. He had also investigated Chen Chuan. During the investigation, he gradually discovered that something was wrong. According to the results of the investigation, Chen Chuan seemed to have been an ordinary person who was unknown before he met the celestial dragons, and he did not show any fighting talent. However, the turning point of the story seemed to appear after Chen Chuan's family met the celestial dragons. His adoptive parents were killed, and he was thrown into the sea by the celestial dragons. Such a tragic experience did not completely defeat the man in front of him. Instead, it made him more and more courageous. Suddenly showing mysterious and powerful strength, killing the celestial dragons, defeating the admirals of the navy, causing a series of extremely evil events that shocked the world. It seems that from the moment Chen Chuan appeared, the fate of this world has changed. Who is this guy? And what is his real purpose? Shanks has thought about this question more than once. Especially when he learned that Chen Chuan defeated the 4 emperors Kaido and Big Mom alone. The hidden sense of uneasiness in his heart jumped more and more. Chen Chuan's appearance seems to change the world. Hearing Shanks' words, Chen Chuan's red eyes flashed a gleam of light, and a subtle change suddenly occurred on his indifferent face. Then, Chen Chuan said in a very calm voice, "Purpose? My purpose is to change this dirty and corrupt world. Of course, by the way, overthrow the damn celestial dragon's rule. From the first time I crossed into this world, whether it was in the anime of the previous life or the actual contact in this life, Chen Chuan's attitude towards the celestial dragons is only a kind of disgust that seems to come from his bones. Even Chen Chuan himself can't understand that feeling. I don't know if it is the will of the original body or something else. Since he crossed into this world, Chen Chuan felt as if he came with a mission. He wants to overthrow the world government and bring down the celestial dragons. This is his ultimate goal." After hearing Chen Chuan's answer, Shanks lowered his head slightly, his eyes sank, and he seemed to be thinking about something in his heart. After a moment, Shanks sighed softly. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said lightly, "Perhaps, this is his final ending." While speaking, Shanks put his eyes on Chen Chuan again and spoke in a deep voice. "Want to know about the origin of the world government?" On the other side, 1,000 meters away in the sea. Seeing that there was no sign of fighting on the giant island for a long time, the patrol soldiers scanned the area with a telescope for a while and then ran to report to Marshal Akainu. After learning the news, Akainu also came to the deck of the battleship. While observing with a telescope, a trace of doubt flashed across his serious face. "Strange, the fight is over so soon." Akainu was a little unbelievable. After all, they were strong men of their level. Once the battle started, it was almost impossible to determine the winner in a short time, unless the difference in strength was extremely terrifying and one side was in a crushing posture. Otherwise, it would not end so easily. It was normal for the direct confrontation between the strong to last for several days and nights. Just like when he and Aokiji fought. Marshal's battle. The two fought for 10 days and 10 nights, until the last bit of strength was exhausted, and then it ended. And now, from the time Chen Chuan fought with Red Hair and others, it has only been less than an hour. What's more, what the two of them are fighting for now is the dream of all pirates. The clue of the last great treasure 1+. The two will definitely do their best. Unless... Suddenly, Akainu thought of a possibility. If you want to end the battle in such a short time, there is only one situation. That is Chen Chuan's strength, directly crushing Red Hair. Thinking of this, Akainu immediately became a little restless. Has that guy's strength become so terrifying? Whispered in a low voice. Akainu gritted his teeth and hurried back to the marshal's room to take out the Den Den Mushi. Towards the conquest of the upper world, Moshi Moshi, this is Akainu. On the other side of the sea of the giant island, the revolutionary army was also watching and waiting. Seeing that there was no movement on the island, Ivankov and his party were also a little anxious, and they all went to Long to ask for instructions on the next action. "Long, what should we do next? The battle seems to be over. Chen Chuan and the others have been silent for a long time. Could they have been captured by the world government? Hearing the discussion of the crowd, a trace of hesitation flashed across Long's face. But his eyes soon became firm again. With Chen Chuan and the others' formation, it won't end so easily. Pass my order, everyone wait in place, no one is allowed to act without orders. Yes. After giving orders to the Revolutionary Army, Long kept his eyes on the island. If it was that guy, it will definitely not end so easily. And on the island. Hearing Shank's words, Chen Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time, the guess in his heart became more and more real. Sure enough, this guy's true identity is a celestial dragon. Almost at the same time as Chen Chuan made up his mind, Shanks also announced his true identity to everyone for the first time. In fact, I am also a celestial dragon. Red Hair's words attracted everyone present. Except Pluto Rayleigh and Ben Beckman. Everyone else was stunned, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, his true identity is actually a celestial dragon. Chapter 154. The truth is, the truth is, the truth is. A celestial dragon. Red Hair actually. Hey, 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 this news is too explosive. The most mysterious of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Shanks, his true identity is actually a celestial dragon. Hey, 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 a celestial dragon. I used to be one too. Shanks. Screaming. Is that bastard's identity so powerful? The words of Shanks revealing his identity startled everyone. Feeling shocked. They didn't expect that Shanks' identity was so mysterious. The world's nobles, celestial dragons. On the other side, not only Lao Shat, Ming Ji, and others were shocked. Observe the expressions of the Red Hair Pirates' cotters carefully. Except for the Vice-Captain Ben Beckman, even the core cotters such as Lajilu and Jesus Bulletin showed an incredible expression on their faces. Obviously, even they didn't know that Shank's true identity was a celestial dragon. Boss. This is actually. How is it possible, boss? His true identity is actually a celestial dragon. For a moment, everyone was shocked by Shank's self-exposure. Of course, there are a few exceptions. Chen Chuan, Pluto Rayleigh, Ben Beckman, and Enel. Chen Chuan was based on intelligence in his previous life, as well as Shank's various face fruit famous scenes. Many Haimai had already deduced that Shank's true identity was likely related to the celestial dragons. Now, he heard Red Hair say it in person. Chen Chuan was not surprised much. As for Rayleigh, his face was calm, and his deep eyes seemed to be recalling something. As for Ben Beckman, it was because of his unusual relationship with Red Hair. He joined the Red Hair Pirates partly because of this. As for Enelu, who looked confused, it was because he had no idea what celestial dragons meant. The only thing he knew was what Chen Chuan had said before, so he hadn't realized it yet. The news that Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was a celestial dragon was explosive. And now, after a slight glance at everyone's expressions, when he saw that Chen Chuan was still calm, as if he had expected this, sighed slightly. Shanks looked at Pluto Rayleigh on the side. Mr. Rayleigh, you should still remember the battle in the Valley of the Gods back then. Seeing Shanks looking at him, Rayleigh sighed heavily. My thoughts seemed to have returned to the epic battle 39 years ago. Battle of the Island of Gods. After a moment of contemplation, Rayleigh slowly spoke of the past. The Island of Gods, where many noble celestial dragons once lived, were no different from ordinary celestial dragons, arrogant and domineering, and did not take the lives of civilians seriously. And one night 39 years ago, the Rox pirates, led by Captain Rox, attacked there. Rox was so powerful that he even approached the world government and hit the celestial dragon's lair. Until the end, Garp, who was still a vice-admiral at the time, and Roger, who had not yet become the pirate king, joined forces to stop Rox and eventually defeated him completely. After that battle, Garp was hailed as a naval hero, and Roger's reputation was completely known throughout the world. Rayleigh's eyes suddenly brightened as he spoke. A slight arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. The scene of conquering the world with Roger at the beginning seemed to be still vivid. In that battle, the celestial dragons on the island of God suffered heavy casualties and were almost killed. After that, in order to prevent such a tragedy from happening again, the celestial dragons all over the world collectively migrated to the Red Earth continent. Afterwards, when counting the spoils, Roger and I found a baby in a treasure chest. As he said that, Rayleigh slowly shifted his gaze to Shanks. Baby. Everyone seemed to have guessed something. Next to the baby, there was a note with Shanks written on it. Figalan Saint Shanks. Rayleigh looked at Shanks deeply. His eyes were full of emotion. Perhaps he had brought up Shanks since he was a baby. In his heart. In the past, Shanks had already treated Shanks as his own son. Mr. Rayleigh, that baby is me. Shanks smiled and suddenly spoke. Although he had asked Roger and Rayleigh about his life experience more than once when he was a child. But no one had ever told him. Until he left Roger's pirate group and Roger surrendered himself. Shanks gradually emerged on this sea and gradually became the youngest of the 4 emperors. Until then, the celestial dragons found him. And told him his true identity. Although Shanks didn't believe it at first, thinking that it was a means for the world government to win him over. But in the face of a series of evidence, he had to admit his celestial dragon identity. At that moment, Shanks was confused and desperate. When he learned his identity, he even began to doubt himself. He was angry that the blood of the celestial dragons flowed in his body. The celestial dragons are in power, killing innocent people indiscriminately, and forcibly collecting heavenly gold. Civilians in all countries of the world are living in dire straits. Red Hair once dreamed of overthrowing the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons. But when he learned his true identity, everything will change. Although the world government promised to restore his celestial dragon identity at any time, Red Hair never thought of doing so. He didn't want to become the person he hated the most. However, the pressure from his identity. The world government always put pressure on him step by step and bound him. Just like this time. After a few words, looking at Chen Chuan in front of him, Shanks continued to speak. I'm not telling you this to show how noble I am. I just want to tell you that I have no choice but to be your enemy. After this, I don't owe the world government anything. In the future, whether you want to overthrow the world government or the celestial dragons, I won't stop you in any way. Of course, maybe my obstruction won't work. After saying that, Shanks showed a kind smile on his face. He had fought with Chen Chuan before, and he had seen it. Even if he played all his cards, he would never be Chen Chuan's opponent, not to mention that everyone under his command was extremely powerful. With a sigh, Shanks turned around and prepared to leave. On the outskirts of the sea area of the giant island, there was a sudden burst of violent roars and whistles. The people of the world government are here. Chapter 155. The world government that has been hiding behind the scenes. At this moment, it appeared. Accompanied by a series of violent roars, the air around in the air was volatile. The space seemed to be spinning and torn apart, and slowly fell with the whistling of the wind. A huge warship with wings on both sides slowly emerged in the air. The sudden sound also made Chen Chuan and his party raise their eyebrows. Everyone looked for the sound and saw it on the flying warship. 2 white-haired old men in suits and leather shoes, but with solemn faces and a hint of murderous intent between their eyebrows. Looking down at everyone from a high position. The slightly old eyes did not hide the disgust for Chen Chuan and others. That kind of look came from a leap of class. In their eyes, Chen Chuan and his group were like the lowest level of garbage, which made them feel sick. Just because they were celestial dragons. They were the nobles of this world, and they had the highest power given by the world government, the 5 elders. At this moment, 2 of the 5 elders were present. The bearded 5 elder saint, Jagarsha Satan, and another 5 elder with glasses and a famous sword in his arms, Zambaran Vinasa Shauro Saint. The 2 were present. Of course, the world government was not the only one dispatched this time. Behind the 2 of them, there was a group of tall soldiers in silver armor. Their bodies were covered tightly, leaving only 2 empty eyes exposed, and they exuded a cold and fierce aura. These people were the direct troops of the 5 elders. At the same time, Following the appearance of the 5 elders, 3 huge naval warships also appeared on the coast of the giant island at this moment. On the warships, there stood a group of tall figures wearing white cloaks of justice. The leader was the new admiral of the navy, Akainu Sakazuki. Behind Akainu, the admirals, Kizaru and Green Bull stood on both sides of Akainu, and looking back were the alternate admirals, Daotu, Shatun, and a group of vice-admirals of the navy headquarters. The troops directly under the 5 elders and the elite navy. At this moment, the 2 forces gathered here. And they had only one purpose, that is, to encircle and suppress the extremely evil people in the world before them, Chen Chuan and his party. 5 elders? Navy? It seems that the world government is still very concerned about me. Whispered softly. After seeing the power of the navy and the world government, Chen Chuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The admirals and elites of the navy came out. On the world government side, the Knights of God appeared, and even 2 of the 5 elders came over. It seems that this time, the world government is determined to wipe out Chen Chuan and his group. A hint of coldness flashed in the red pupils. Before Chen Chuan and others could speak, Saint Jigarsha, one of the 5 elders, turned cold and scolded Shanks on the side. Shanks, you, who have the blood of the celestial dragons flowing in your body, actually chose to be cowardly when facing the extremely evil Chen Chuan. Have you forgotten your identity? Such a cowardly act is simply contrary to your father's identity as the guardian of the Holy Land. After glancing at Shanks, Saint Jigarsha of the 5 elders turned his gaze to Chen Chuan. Are you Chen Chuan? Although they had heard of Chen Chuan's name before, and the various extremely evil events that he had caused, but it was the first time for the 5 elders to see Chen Chuan in person. He is indeed as young as the rumors say. He is quite courageous. He can remain calm when he sees us in such a formation. But unfortunately, you have offended the world government. There is no land in this world where you can survive. Now. A series of words fell. Just as the 5 elders wanted to continue talking, Chen Chuan suddenly interrupted them. Have you said enough? You are so hesitant. You don't think you can defeat me with just you guys? He scratched his ears. Chen Chuan found that these guys in One Piece like to chatter non-stop before the battle. That look, that tone. As if he could already eat me up. This feeling made Chen Chuan very unhappy. It was just a district. There are only a few admirals in the district and 2 old men who are not dead. Chen Chuan doesn't even take them seriously. As soon as the voice fell, seeing that Chen Chuan was not afraid, he interrupted him directly. The 5 elders looked cold and immediately sank. When did anyone dare to talk to them like this? Even the head of a country and the admiral of the navy were polite when facing them. What's more, Chen Chuan, this extremely evil guy. Take a deep breath. The 5 elders set their eyes on red hair and asked in a deep voice, Shanks, now, show your attitude. Although Shanks deliberately did not fight to the death with Chen Chuan before, which made the world government very unhappy. But due to Shanks' identity and strength, the 5 elders still wanted to win him over to their side. After all, the power of the Red Hair Pirates is still extremely powerful. With their participation, the success rate of the encirclement and suppression operation will be greater. Hearing this, Shanks glanced at the 5 elders, and then at Chen Chuan, Rayleigh, Buggy, and others. One side is blood, the other side is friendship. After a long time, Shanks sighed heavily. I won't be your enemy. Shanks murmured, and finally chose not to be the enemy of the world government. After all, that is the root of his blood. On the other side, the 5 elders heard Shanks' answer and were about to smile. They thought Shanks chose to join them and jointly encircle and suppress Chen Chuan. But Shanks continued to say, I will not choose to be the enemy of Chen Chuan and his party. This time, I choose to watch. After Shanks finished speaking, he gave Chen Chuan a helpless look, and then led Buggy and the people of the Red Hair Pirates to slowly retreat to the back. With Buggy's strength, staying here is also a death sentence. Shanks simply took him back to the back. Although Buggy was somewhat resistant at first, he stopped forcing it after Chen Chuan nodded. After all, he really shouldn't stay here with his strength. If he stayed, he would only be a drag. After Shanks and his party left, the main force of the navy also landed on the giant island one after another at this moment, led by Akainu, staring at Chen Chuan and his party with unfriendly eyes. And now, although he was a little unhappy, but after a slight pause, the two five elders looked at Chen Chuan and his party, who were ready for battle at any time with murderous intent on their faces, and finally made a decision in their hearts. With a wave of his hand, he gave an order. Encirclement and Suppression Operation, start. Chapter 156. At this moment, the encirclement and suppression began. With the order of the two five elders, the unprecedented encirclement and suppression launched by the new Emperor Chen Chuan and his party has completely started. Rumble. The two five elders waved their hands, and the Knights of God behind them immediately showed extremely powerful pressure. Holding weapons, the whole body exuded a cold and fierce cold light. The pupils hidden in the armor suddenly turned scarlet. They were like a bloodthirsty beast in a human-shaped leather suit, suddenly bursting out with extremely powerful murderous aura. A group of people rushed towards Chen Chuan and others in a mighty manner. The Knights of God, the most mysterious and powerful guard corps of the world government. Each of them is extremely powerful and remains absolutely loyal to the world government, and I'm. Once, the five elders invited me to join the world government and serve as the leader of one of the Knights of God, but I refused. Seeing the Knights of God behind the two five elders, red-haired Shanks, who had already retreated to the back with Buggy and his party, could not help but murmur in a deep voice, with a trace of caution in his eyes. These guys are not so easy to deal with. It can be said that they are the trump card army of the world government. There are not many such numbers even in the world government, and no more than 50 people at most. Now that 10 people are dispatched at once, it is enough to show the hatred of the world government for Chen Chuan and his party. They must be completely wiped out here. And now, with the dispatch of the Knights of God team, standing under the five elder stars, on the coast, the navy troops, Akainu and his party did not hesitate at all. At Akainu's command, the elite navy followed closely and rushed towards Chen Chuan and his party. Marshal Akainu looked in the direction of Chen Chuan. He gently stroked his chest with his hand, feeling the faint pain on the scar on his chest. The scene of being defeated by Chen Chuan seemed to be still vivid. This time, you evil people must be completely eradicated. Akainu's eyes condensed, and magma seemed to emerge in his pupils, and then he joined the battlefield directly. On the other side, seeing the Knights of God and the elite navy led by Akainu, together fighting towards them, there was no fear in the eyes of Chen Chuan and his party. Today, the light of their Qiying pavilion will shine again all over the world. After this battle, the world government will be afraid of them. Chen Chuan's face was indifferent, revealing a kind of coldness, and a strong murderous intent flashed in his red pupils. As his figure floated high in the air, holding the magic knife Thousand Blades, he pointed directly at the five elders. Kill! The faint words fell coldly. The next second, Pluto Rayleigh, Hawkeye, Fujitora, Barrett, Lao Shat and others below flashed and went directly to the Knights of God and Akainu. A big battle started completely. Bang! Rumble! Violent explosions continued to sound, resounding through the sky. At this moment, the entire giant island was completely shaken by this big melee. The battlefield was unpredictable. In just a glance, the two forces broke out in a violent conflict. Swords and shadows kept passing. Various devil fruit abilities also blossomed at this moment. The entire battlefield seemed to have become a large exhibition, with all kinds of strange abilities emerging one after another. During the battle, Rayleigh and his party also found their opponents. Chen Chuan and the two five elders were standing in mid-air, watching each other. Pluto Rayleigh vs Navy Admiral Kizaru Borsalino. Fujitora Uchiha vs new Navy Admiral Green Bull Aramaki. Hawkeye my Hawk, the former world's #1 swordsman, did not attack immediately. The sharp eyes like an eagle were tightly locked on the Navy Marshal Akainu. This guy's strength is terrifying. As for the murderous Knights of God on the side, Douglas Barrett, who is a descendant of the devil. He directly activated his fruit ability, synthesizing the ground under his feet, and his body became extremely large, and then he punched everyone. The terrifying impact force directly shook the entire giant island violently, and the explosive force was shocking. People. On the other side, Anilou, Crocodile, and Doflamingo also showed extremely strong fighting power. They stopped several elite navy soldiers by themselves. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Although on his side, everyone's strength is good, but facing such a large number of enemies, they still feel a little caught off guard. Barrett fought 7 members of the Knights of God alone. Crocodile, Anilou, and others also fought a large number of elite navy soldiers alone. With such a large number, it took a long time. They were also a little overwhelmed. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan's mind moved and he directly summoned the Ghost Corps. In an instant, countless dark ninjas appeared out of thin air from the ground under their feet, and under their scarlet eyes, they instantly threw themselves into the battlefield. As Chen Chuan's fusion progressed higher and higher, his strength became stronger and stronger. Following closely, the number of ghost soldiers he summoned was also increasing, and the individual strength was becoming stronger. Compared with the batch summoned during the war at the top, the strength is much stronger. It is perfect to use it to deal with these navy. The most important thing is, these ghost soldiers are immortal. With the addition of the ghost army, the pressure on Lao Shat, Anilou, and others was suddenly reduced a lot. It's not that their strength is not enough, it's just that the number of enemies is too large. What's more, these guys are all elites of the Navy headquarters. Each of them is extraordinary, and ordinary soldiers can't compare. On the other side, seeing a large number of black ninjas suddenly appear on the battlefield, the 5 elders couldn't help but turn their eyes to Chen Chuan. It's really as rumored, with strange abilities and endless means. It's time for us to take action. While speaking, the 5 elders looked at each other at the same time, nodded, and then walked out of the battleship directly. Landing on the island, bang! Accompanied by a loud bang and thick smoke, 5 elders also joined the battlefield. And their target was Chen Chuan. Feeling the murderous intent in the eyes of the 5 elders, Chen Chuan couldn't help but have a little interest. For these 5 elders who appeared surprisingly high profile but never showed their strength, Chen Chuan has long wanted to see how strong the highest power in this world is. Coming down, Chen Chuan's red eyes suddenly opened, and the lines in his eyes spun violently. The next second, from Chen Chuan's lower abdomen, chakra began to surge wildly. Accompanied by the crazy surge of light blue gas, Chen Chuan clapped his hands, his cheeks bulged high, and a hot and huge flame gushed out. Fire escape! Great fire extinguishing! The flame gushed in, emitting a terrifying high temperature, and rushed straight towards the 5 elders. On the other side, seeing Chen Chuan's attack coming, the faces of the 5 elders turned cold, and a trace of anger emerged. Accompanied by the dark gas, suddenly appeared beside them, followed by 2 piercing roars that seemed to come from the depths of hell. That kind of sound was as terrifying as a monster. At the same time, as Chen Chuan's flames dissipated, the bodies of the 5 elders have also undergone tremendous changes, and the previous human form has disappeared. Instead, there are 2 huge monsters with hideous faces. One of them has horns, a huge appearance, and high bulging muscles all over his body. He exudes a strong sense of oppression all over his body. It is the previous bearded 5 elders Saint Jagarsha Satan. The other person looks similar to the monster Nururuhayan in the island country legend. The body is half suspended in the air, with a long sword on his waist, exuding a dark purple demonic aura, and he is the previous 5 elders, Zambaran V Nasa Shulang Saint transformed. The 2's ability forms were also exposed to the world for the first time at this moment. Devil Fruit Mythical Beast Uchiha form. Devil Fruit Mythical Beast Nura form. Chapter 157. The fruit of the mythical beast is the fruit of the animal type devil fruit. Like the 4 emperors Kaido, it is the legendary animal type devil fruit that is rarer than the natural type devil fruit. Animal type devil fruit, these 2 old guys That form is extremely powerful even among the mythical beasts. Is this the foundation of the world government? Everyone looked at the 2 5 elders who suddenly transformed and showed the ability of the devil fruit form, and they all exclaimed in amazement. Each of the animal-type devil fruit of the mythical beast is said to be extremely rare. Now, these 2 5 elders actually showed 2 at once. This forced everyone to guess what abilities the remaining 3 5 elders would have. Could it be that they were all mythical beasts? Thinking of this possibility, everyone was even more shocked. And now, as the 2 5 elders showed their strength and transformed into the forms of the ox ghost and the Niururuhian, Chen Chuan, who was floating in the air, also raised his eyebrows. He felt a little surprised. These old guys are really all mythical beasts. Although he had guessed the devil fruit abilities of several 5 elders in his previous life, Chen Chuan was still extremely surprised when he saw it with his own eyes. With a thought, Chen Chuan glanced at the battlefield below. He also decided not to hold back. Facing the huge monster bodies and abnormal defense abilities of the 2 5 elders, Chen Chuan did not hesitate at all. As he clapped his hands together, a strong light blue chakra aura quickly surged from his abdomen. Then, Chen Chuan's aura became more and more solid and powerful. A gleam of light flashed in his red pupils, and the strange stripes in his eyes turned quickly. The next second, a pale blue warrior phantom, 100 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. The phantom had his hands on his chest, a sword on his waist, and a body 100 meters tall exuded an extreme energy coat. At first glance, it looked like a pale blue flame covering the body. With the complete form of Susanoo fully revealed, Chen Chuan stood at the center of Susanoo's eyebrows with his hands on his chest, looking down at everyone with an indifferent look on his face. At this moment, in his eyes, all living beings are like ants. Is this Chen Chuan's strongest form? His aura is amazing. I heard that Kaido and Big Mom were defeated by this form of his. This sense of oppression is so strong. I don't know if I can resist it. Looking at the complete Susanoo form displayed by Chen Chuan in front of them, the red hair pirates cotters who retreated to the back were shocked. Even the leader of the 4 emperors, Red Hair Shanks, stared at Chen Chuan closely. He couldn't stop thinking in his heart, if he faced Chen Chuan in this form, how long can he hold on? When Buggy God beside him saw Chen Chuan's burst of strength, the clown couldn't stop his excitement. He knew that Chen Chuan was going to get serious. Chen Chuan's strength was absolutely unimaginable to them, let alone the 2 5 elders now. Even if all the 5 elders were coming, Buggy God was sure that Chen Chuan could crush them. Chen Chuan's current strength has already completely conquered him. At the same time, as Chen Chuan summoned the Susanoo form, controlling Susanoo, Susanoo's eyes suddenly lit up, and his huge body moved slightly, and even the island under his feet couldn't help but tremble. Under Chen Chuan's control, Susanoo grabbed the sword at his waist. Aim at the 2 5 elders not far away. The next second, the blade swung. Swish! Boom boom! As the blade passed, the whole world immediately burst into a deafening roar. The wind whistled, and the blade flashed away. The huge blue blade light, which was tens of meters long, rushed straight towards the 2 5 elders. The power along the way exploded, and the sound of sonic booms continued. The strong energy ripples and blew away some of the fighting naval elites under the feet. This is too terrifying. Can this terrifying energy really be released by humans? This is the new Emperor Chen Chuan, a powerful existence who defeated the 2 4 emperors together. With this kind of strength, our navy, really? Can we defeat them? Many navy officers were so frightened by the scene that they stood there, at a loss. On the other side, 2 of the 5 elders looked at the huge blade that was coming towards them, and their old faces that had already transformed into monsters showed a rare trace of caution and nervousness. Did this guy start with a big move? This terrifying energy even reminded them of the man at the beginning. The terrifying existence that almost killed all of them, the celestial dragons, and overthrew the world government. Don't hold back, just use the strongest attack. The 2 5 elders looked at each other and roared. The next second, A dark halo suddenly appeared with the roar of thunder and lightning. Two powerful auras began to surge towards the two five elders. The cow ghost form of one of the five elders, Saint Jagarsha Satan. The already strong and sturdy body is still growing, and while the muscles are bulging high, a huge dark mace suddenly appears in his hand. With a powerful swing, the huge battle blade that is coming is met. The other five elders in the form of a sly ghost also has no fear at all. Hesitantly, he drew out the sword from his waist, and also charged his strongest blow. Bang! Buzz! Sizzle! The attacks of both sides collided in mid-air, and in an instant, the sky was dark. There were bursts of whistling sounds. The terrifying breath fluctuations made the onlookers on the ground breathless. And the two five elders who were resisting the huge battle blade head-on felt the huge power and tearing feeling from the weapons in their hands. They seemed to feel that their bodies were shattered inch by inch. Damn it, how could this guy be so strong? Don't be kidding. Can't the two of us withstand his casual attack? The two five elders roared. It seemed that they had not expected that the evil man Chen Chuan in front of them could show such a strong strength. With a casual blow, they could suppress them. Feeling the huge battle light that was constantly approaching them, the two five elders gritted their teeth. Accompanied by a roar like a beast, they directly used all their strength. Crack! 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 A crisp cracking sound came, and the power of the blue battle blade became smaller and smaller until it completely dissipated. Finally, under the full force of the two five elders, they barely resolved Chen Chuan's huge battle light. Hi! Finally! However, just when the two five elders were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the next second, a cold voice sounded again. You performed well, so how will you resist the next knife? Chapter 158. The two elders were shocked, but the two elders were still alive. The words fell calmly. Chen Chuan's calm tone seemed to be describing something that was the most ordinary thing in the world. However, these words reached the ears of the two elders. They turned pale. What, the second knife? Asshole! The two elders' voices had not yet been heard. The next second, a terrifying blade that was sharper and bigger than the previous blade had already descended on their heads. Rumble! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the powerful energy shook the entire giant island and made it tremble. Thick smoke rose and grey fog filled the air. At this moment, everyone's eyes unconsciously raised up and looked in the direction of the two five elders. Their slightly dull eyes revealed a trace of sadness and despair. This is me, Uchiha Madara, with power beyond God. Boom! 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 Explosions came one after another. Chen Chuan stood between the eyebrows of Xuanwu, expressionless, observing quietly. Soon, as the smoke dissipated, the scene at the center of the explosion also appeared in front of everyone. In the center of the battlefield, a huge pit about tens of meters wide suddenly appeared, and the ground under their feet had been penetrated. The appearance of the two five elders was also particularly embarrassed. Even the previous fruit transformation form was cut off by Chen Chuan with a knife. Directly eliminated the ability state. Transformed into human form again. At this moment, the two of them no longer had the arrogant and detached look they had before. They just collapsed in the ruins helplessly, like an old dog, watching helplessly. The expensive suits on their bodies were torn to pieces. The traces of blood continued to flow to the ground around them. The old faces were full of ferocity and anger. It was really too embarrassing. Compared to the physical pain, the humiliation in the hearts of the two five elders at this moment made it even more difficult for them to accept. As the highest authority of the world government, they were already transcendent humans at the top of the world. They had never suffered such humiliation before, being killed instantly and knocked to the ground. Especially the person in front of them was the mortal enemy of their world government. The guy who was known as the most evil. Panting heavily, the eyes of the two five elders were mixed with extreme resentment. If looks could kill, I believe Chen Chuan would have died countless times. On the other side, the Navy elite and Pluto Rayleigh and others. After seeing the two five elders defeated by Chen Chuan with two swords, their faces immediately showed two completely different expressions. On the Navy side, there was a cry of surprise and horror. As the leader of the world government, the five elders' status is even higher than that of the Navy Admiral, Akainu. And then the former showed a powerful mythical beast devil fruit ability. However, what they didn't expect was that the two of them were killed so easily by Chen Chuan. This strength is too vulnerable. For a moment, the morale of the Navy side immediately fell into a trough. Compared with the Navy side, Rayleigh and his party were calm after seeing Chen Chuan show his power, without any sense of surprise. It seemed that in their eyes, Chen Chuan killed two five elders with two swords, which was an extraordinary thing. Don't underestimate our king. Two old guys are not worth our leader's exposure of strength. Chen Chuan is destined to be the top of this world. After this battle, the world government will no longer be able to stop us. The people of Qiying Pavilion have absolute confidence in Chen Chuan. In their eyes, the stronger Chen Chuan, as the leader, is, the more stable their organization will be and the further they can go. And Chen Chuan did it. Boom! Whoosh! On the giant island, the explosion and whistling sound continued. Akainu Sakazuki, who was confronting Hawkeye on the side, saw the light blue warrior standing like a god. As the strongest admiral of the Navy, he actually felt a rare sense of powerlessness in his heart. That guy's strength has become stronger again. From the top war to now, Chen Chuan's strength has improved more than 1 degree. And Akainu himself is very clear about this. Perhaps in the original Chen Chuan, the two of them could still fight back and forth in the Sabayati archipelago, with no clear winner. But now, if I were to fight Chen Chuan, I would be killed instantly. With a heavy sigh, Akainu looked at Chen Chuan closely. He knew in his heart that the Chen Chuan in front of him was no longer someone they could fight against. But if even he, as the Admiral of the Navy, did not dare to attack such an evil person as Chen Chuan, who would protect the safety of the civilians in this world? Thinking of this, Akainu's extinguished blood began to beat again. He is Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy. His goal is to crush all the evil in the world. The rolling magma rushed up and soon covered Akainu's entire body. There seemed to be a flame burning in the tiger's eyes. While everyone was shocked by Chen Chuan's terrifying power, Akainu, the Admiral of the Navy, chose to attack again. Endless magma seemed to melt everything. Akainu's right arm turned into dark red magma, and under the surging, accompanied by a low roar, Akainu's right arm swung out violently. In an instant, a terrifying giant beast composed of magma roared. Then it rushed towards Chen Chuan with its fangs and claws bared. Ming Dog! Without holding back, Akainu's first move was his strongest attack. Facing Chen Chuan, who had defeated him before and was now more powerful. Even though he knew that he was not Chen Chuan's opponent, Akainu still did not choose to retreat. He rushed towards Chen Chuan brazenly. Seeing this scene, he looked at Akainu rushing towards him. Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Maybe you are right, but this battle is not about right or wrong, it's just a difference in position. While whispering, Chen Chuan controlled Xuanwu and drew his sword to dodge. Swish! The battle light flashed, and the huge battle blade collided with Akainu's Hades dog. Rumble! In front of Chen Chuan's powerful strength, even Akainu, who was hailed as the strongest admiral of the navy. But he still couldn't hold on for too long. After just a moment, he was chopped off by a sword. It fell on the sea, and the powerful impact directly penetrated a warship. And Akainu was also seriously injured by this blow. One sword, and Akainu was killed again. At this moment, Chen Chuan was invincible. All the elite naval forces showed a look of despair. They didn't expect that Chen Chuan's strength was so strong. As the five elders and Akainu were defeated one after another, they had already decided to retreat. Seeing this, Chen Chuan's eyes turned cold. What do these guys think of him, Chen Chuan? Come as you please, leave as you please. A murderous intent burst out from the red pupils, just as Chen Chuan controlled Xuanwu and was ready to kill these guys with one knife. An extremely strong sense of oppression suddenly emerged, and then rushed straight to his face. Someone else has arrived. Rumble. The fist wind whistled. The next moment, an old man with exploding muscles and wearing a cloak of justice appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, Chen Chuan's eyes condensed. He murmured in a deep voice, it turned out to be him, Steel Bone Sora. Chapter 159. The old man was so angry that he was so angry. That guy is Cyborg Kong. He's here too. At this moment, looking at the strong old man who suddenly appeared on the battlefield and stopped Chen Chuan's huge battle blade with his own strength, everyone looked up unconsciously. After seeing the Navy's justice cloak behind the other party, the Navy was boiling. It's General Steel. Great, the General is here to save us. The legendary strong man, a man who stood at the top of the world before the Pirate King Roger. How strong is he now? At this moment, seeing the appearance of Cyborg Kong, all the Navy elites were ecstatic, and they shouted as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw. After seeing Chen Chuan's terrifying combat power, they were already desperate. Even their own marshal, Akainu, was killed by the opponent in seconds. How could they have the courage to resist? Now, the sudden appearance of Steel Bone Kong gave them a glimmer of hope again. On the other side, seeing the sudden appearance of Steel Bone Kong, Pluto Rayleigh narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of surprise on his face. Compared with young people such as Crocodile and Doflamingo, he obviously knows much more about Steel Bone Kong than them. This guy is a strong man from the old times. Even the Pirate King Roger can only be regarded as a junior in front of him. Before Roger opened the Great Pirate Era, in that turbulent and chaotic era, Kong Gukong crushed many pirates with his absolute power. As the Admiral of the Navy at that time, even in the Warring States period, Garp could only be regarded as a younger brother in front of him. Now, he has been promoted to the Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. The power in his hands, even compared with the highest power of the Five Elders, is not much lower. And now, Kong Gukong is standing not far from Chen Chuan, protecting the two seriously injured Five Elders behind him. Even Akainu, who was blown away by Chen Chuan's sword, was fished out of the sea by the troops he brought. Kong Gukong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Akainu was not in danger of life. Although he didn't like the temper of this magma kid. But when he knew he couldn't win, Akainu still rushed up without hesitation in the end, which was worthy of his identity as the Admiral of the Navy. Kong Gukong has recognized him. On the other side, seeing that Gang Wukong was protecting everyone behind him, Chen Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly. He was already a little unhappy in his heart. These guys, one after another. It's endless. A gleam of light flashed in his red pupils, and Chen Chuan looked at Gang Wukong in front of him with sharp eyes. Next, is it your turn? The cold words fell lightly. Chen Chuan did not hide the murderous intent in his words at all. Facing the celestial dragons and the world government, he had no idea of mercy. These guys, since they chose to work for the celestial dragons and stood on the opposite side of themselves, then only fighting is the best arrangement. Hearing this, Gang Wukong also raised his beard and clasped his fists across his chest. This kid has a bad temper. After taking a close look at Chen Chuan, Gang Wukong sighed heavily. Young people nowadays are like monsters. Where can we old guys put our faces? It's finally over. Gang Wukong said dimly. Although he is a strong man in the old times, the commander of the three armed forces of the Navy, Army, and Air Force. But he still has a clear positioning of his own strength. With the powerful fighting power displayed by Chen Chuan at present, even at his peak state, he may not be his opponent, let alone now. He is already an old man over 100 years old. Waving his hand, Gang Wukong did not intend to fight with Chen Chuan. Instead, he suddenly said, "Friend Chen Chuan, I think we can sit down and have a good chat, after all. I have nothing to talk about with you." Gang was interrupted by Chen Chuan before he finished speaking. There is no need to negotiate with the world government. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the red pupils. Just as Chen Chuan was controlling Susanoo and preparing to charge for a terrifying attack, Gang Wukong raised his lips slightly and said, "I think we can still have a good talk. After all, I have a story that you might be interested in. Report. For example, pirates, the Empress. Cyborg's words startled Chen Chuan. After a slight pause, even the energy gathered in his hands stopped. However, just when Cyborg thought that Chen Chuan was willing to stop and negotiate with them, the next second, a terrifying energy far exceeding any previous attack began to gather. The terrifying energy continued to gather towards the battle blade in Susanoo's hand. In the dark clouds, dark red lightning continued to hit the sky above the entire giant island, like a doomsday scene. Boom boom! Crack! 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 Such a terrifying scene also made everyone present pale and frightened. Boss, he is angry. Asshole, I have never seen the leader so angry. What did the old man say to him? Quickly retreat. Otherwise, the attack will fall, and even we will be affected. Chen Chuan. Lao Sha and his group felt Chen Chuan's overwhelming emotions, and their faces changed. They retreated backwards one after another. At the same time, in the center of the battlefield, seeing Chen Chuan's emotions suddenly change so much, Gang Gukong's face also flashed a trace of ugliness. He swallowed unconsciously. He was already shocked by Chen Chuan's strength. Wait, wait! Chen Chuan! Wait for me to finish, we didn't hurt the pirate queen. Boom boom! Thunder roared continuously, and Chen Chuan's eyes glowed red. His expression became a little ferocious. As an assassin, emotions are taboo. But as a human, how can there be no emotions? And the pirate queen is the only soft spot in Chen Chuan's heart. The woman who would be shy and smile when she saw him. Chen Chuan would never tolerate anyone to hurt her. The sentence "when I come back, I will marry you" is the promise he made. Now, hearing that the queen might be hurt by the world government, Chen Chuan's mentality is completely out of control. Buzz! If she loses a hair, I will slaughter the entire world government. Cold words fell lightly. As Chen Chuan dissipated the energy that he had gathered, Gang Gukong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the sense of suffocation and death crisis that came over him, it made him tremble all over. Who? Take a deep breath, and a bitterness appeared on Gang Gukong's face. This is the first time he has been threatened like this in his life, especially when the other party is a young boy under 20 years old. Shaking his head, Gang Gukong glanced at the 5 elders behind him. Glanced at Chen Chuan in front of him again. He said, "Friend Chen Chuan, I think it's time to end this battle. Although you want to keep all of us, it's not that easy for our world government." While speaking, Gang Gukong nodded slightly. Suddenly, 20 knights wearing silver armor appeared behind him again. 20 people joined the Knights of God again. Are you threatening me? Chen Chuan's eyes condensed. If he was not worried about the Empress in their hands, let alone these 20 Knights of God, even if there were another 20, Chen Chuan would not frown. No matter how many ants there are, they are just ants after all. Now, tell me the information about Hancock immediately. Chen Chuan obviously lost his patience. I can give you the information, but I want to take all the people away. Steelbone Sora said. Since he is here, he naturally cannot let the 5 elders and others die in Chen Chuan's hands. This encirclement and suppression operation failed. Chen Chuan's strength has far exceeded his expectations. At this moment, perhaps only the world government, the king of the celestial dragons, can suppress Chen Chuan. Okay. After pondering for a moment, Chen Chuan agreed to him. Although 2 of the 5 elders were let go, these guys were like ants in Chen Chuan's eyes, and there was no threat, so he let them go. Anyway, when he attacks the Red Earth continent, all these people will die. Let them survive for 2 days for the time being. Seeing Chen Chuan nod, Gang Gukong also breathed a sigh of relief. After letting the 5 elders and others retreat one by one, looking at Chen Chuan, who still had a cold face in front of him, Gang Gukong took out a video telephone bug from his arms. After opening it, a bloody and smoke-filled picture suddenly appeared in front of Chen Chuan and others. The picture was full of blood and grey fog. Dark red clouds covered half of the sky. It seemed that some screams and cries could be heard faintly from it. The picture looked particularly weird. Just while Chen Chuan was puzzled and continued to watch. The next second, Chen Chuan's calm face suddenly changed, and his eyebrows were tightly twisted together. Because, in the picture, he saw an extremely familiar place. Where is Nine Snake Island? Chapter 160. The old man was so angry that he was about to die. Nine Snake Island. Seeing this scene, the expression on Chen Chuan's face was stunned. A monstrous killing intent suddenly surged from his body, an endless cold light suddenly appeared in his red pupils. Chen Chuan came to Gang Gukong in one encounter. Staring at him with grim eyes, "Are you looking for death?" The huge breath came straight to him, and the terrifying domineering aura of the overlord resounded through the sky. The strong crisis and killing intent that erupted from Chen Chuan at this moment, even when he was fighting with the two five elders before. It has never been so strong. The sky over the entire giant island seemed to change suddenly at this moment. Rayleigh and others on the side, seeing Chen Chuan's loss of composure and the tragic scene on the Nine Snake Island in the picture, immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. With a step, everyone came behind Chen Chuan, facing Kong Gang. Seeing this scene, Kong Gang's heart suddenly jumped, and a trace of cold sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. Facing Chen Chuan, who was full of anger and murderous intent. Even he had no confidence in winning. This guy, his strength is no longer on the same level as them. Chen Chuan, calm down first, we did not make any attacks on the Queen and the Nine Snake Island, and these pictures were also recorded by us unintentionally. Although the Pirate Queen was stripped of the position of the seven warlords of the sea, facing the recent turbulent times, our world government currently has no spare energy to capture the Pirate Queen. There is someone else who caused all this. Kong Gang said in a deep voice. Being threatened by the staring eyes of Chen Chuan and others, this veteran who has been famous for many times also felt uncomfortable. Tell me what you know. Chen Chuan said with cold eyes. Through the picture, Chen Chuan had guessed that the Empress's behavior at this moment must be very bad. With Hancock's temper, as long as she is there, she will never tolerate any bloodshed on the Amazon Lily Island. For those women, they will also give the ultimate protection. And now, in the picture, the Amazon Lily Island is full of blood and corpses can be seen everywhere. All signs indicate that the Empress Hancock may have suffered misfortune. Thinking of the beautiful figure in his memory, Chen Chuan's heart can no longer calm down. Try to suppress the anger and anxiety in his heart. Seeing this, Kong Gang on the opposite side continued to speak. During the time when you conquered the New World, many mysterious and bloody events occurred in the first half of the Grand Line. First, Gecko Moria, one of the former seven warlords of the sea, was brutally murdered. The second is some well-known people on various islands. Whether they are pirates or navy, they were all killed, and these victims all have one characteristic without exception. They are all devil fruit users. Someone is hunting devil fruit users. Or, someone is searching for devil fruit. As soon as these words came out, everyone present immediately felt the seriousness of the matter. Generally speaking, a person can only take one devil fruit in his lifetime. And after the devil fruit user dies, the fruit closest to his body will become the next devil fruit with power. In this way, what is the purpose of those mysterious hunters to obtain devil fruits? All kinds of mysteries shrouded the hearts of Chen Chuan and others. After saying this, Kong Gang sighed slightly, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he glanced at the seriously injured Akainu and the two five elders behind him. This time I came here not to be your enemy, but to the navy. There was a trace of caution in his eyebrows. After Kong Gang told him all the information, Chen Chuan did not make it difficult for him and asked him to take the seriously injured navy away. For these navy trash, Chen Chuan no longer takes them seriously. The most urgent thing is that he has more important things to do. After Kong Gang and others from the navy left. After Chen Chuan received Buggy and other members of the Seven Shadow Pavilion, he directly summoned the SSS-class super battleship, and everyone jumped onto the deck one by one. Chen Chuan nodded slightly to the red-haired group on the island. Then he directly turned on the super battleship to the maximum power, and the terrifying energy moved wantonly. Under the surging sea breeze, a huge vortex condensed at the rear engine of the battleship. With a roar, the warship disappeared, lost in the original place. At this moment, the super battleship is at its maximum power, and it can no longer be said to be sailing on the sea, but it has really left the sea and is flying. Chen Chuan, he wants to return to the first half of the Grand Line. Return to Daughter Island. Hancock. At the same time, after the encirclement of the giant island, Chen Chuan and others left. On the outskirts of Albaf Island, the Revolutionary Army who had been hiding in the back could not help but remain silent. As the war ended, after a long time, one of the Cotters, the Demon King Ivankov, could not help swallowing his saliva and complained, "Long, are you sure that the boy's strength needs our help? With that kind of power, even if there are 2 more admirals of the navy, I believe it will not be enough for him to fight alone. That guy is just like a monster. Too scary." Seeing this, the other Revolutionary Army Cotters also nodded in agreement. Monkey D. Dragon, the leader, was also helpless. He also didn't expect that Chen Chuan and his team were so strong. In this way, the support of his revolutionary army seemed unnecessary. However, through this battle, Long was more certain of one thing. That is, if they want to overthrow the rule of the world government, their revolutionary army must rely on Chen Chuan's power. That guy just now, it must be Kong Gang. The eyes under the bamboo hat stared deeply at the previous position of Chen Chuan and others, facing Kong Gang, the commander of the 3 armies who suddenly appeared, and Chen Chuan who lost his composure. Long couldn't help but have a bad idea in his heart. On the other side, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. After the war on the top, the newly established Marine Headquarters was now full of smoke, and explosions were bombarding one after another. The entire Marineford was also being destroyed at this moment. Such behavior also made everyone ashamed. Someone dared to attack the Marine Headquarters again? When did the Navy Headquarters become so vulnerable? First it was the Golden Lion, then Whitebeard, and now there is another one? As the people were evacuating, they also saw 4 figures bombarding each other in the sky above Marineford, 2 black and 2 white. The 2 white figures were Garp and Sengoku who stayed to guard the Navy Headquarters. As for the other 2, one of them had bulging muscles all over his body and a firm face. The other one, wearing a black and red cloak, had an extremely childish appearance. The 3 colors of domineering came out at the same time, and with a casual wave of his hand, he showed extremely terrifying abilities. That guy turned out to be the Red Earl Bar-Oric Redfield. Chapter 161. The old man was very young, but he was still very young. Damn it, this guy actually appeared again. After a punch and a fight with the Red Count, Garp retreated to the back and stood with Sengoku. His face was extremely ugly. This peak strongman who had ruled the sea before them. Now he is back again. Not only has his appearance become extremely young, but his strength is also far beyond the past, and he has completely reached the peak state. Unexpectedly, he actually sneaked into the Navy Headquarters, and when Akainu and other elite Navy officers were out, he led people to attack Marineford. If Garp and Sengoku hadn't gone out to stop him in time, I believe that Marineford would have been captured at this moment. Such behavior is really bad. Your name is Garp, right? You were a troublemaker in the Navy, but now you have grown into a hero of the Navy. Why, after learning that I have returned, that old bastard cyborg is too scared to come out. The Red Earl stood and looked at him. His appearance was very young, and he looked like a handsome boy of 17 or 18 years old. At this moment, he was holding his fists and looking at Garp in front of him with a playful face. The people who once lived in the old era are now getting old, and their strength is constantly declining. But he is the only one who is getting younger and younger. Even his strength is stronger than before. Such a difference makes the Red Earl feel happy. Humph! You are just a defeated general of Brother Cyborg, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. To deal with you, Brother Cyborg doesn't even need to take action. Facing the ridicule of the Red Earl, Garp's face suddenly darkened. With a low shout, his right arm's iron fist suddenly turned dark. Covered by the top-level armament haki, Garp's right arm instantly became thick and strong with a thought. Black and red arcs surged on his iron fist. The next second, Garp jumped into the air. Fist-bone collision. The iron fist wrapped in the domineering haki, like a meteorite falling, carried an unparalleled terrifying power and slammed towards the position of the Red Earl and the other person. Rumble. The fist wind whistled and the thunder resounded. Before the attack fell, the ground under the feet of the Red Earl was already cracking. Cracks continued to open, and Garp's attack was getting closer and closer. Whoosh! The cloak behind him was blown high by the fist wind. Facing Garp's full-strength attack, even the Red Earl did not dare to slack off. After all, even in the old days, Garp's strength was absolutely at the peak of combat power. And now, the Red Earl took a deep breath, and his eyes turned blood-red in an instant. With his arms spread out, with the cloak behind him. At this moment, the Red Earl in the air was like a huge blood-colored bat, and a bat phantom slowly emerged behind him. The red blood in the sky kept rushing towards the Red Earl. The Red Earl controlled the blood and his body turned quickly, and soon a dark red light column appeared at the center of his eyebrows. The light column became larger and larger, and the energy continued to increase. At the same time, above the Red Earl's head, there was also a dark red lightning lingering. The domineering aura of the Overlord gushed out and accurately wrapped around the blood column. And all this seemed long, but in fact it happened in a flash. Facing Garp's full-strength attack, the Red Earl controlled the blood column above his head and went straight up to meet it. Blood dance. Buzz. Accompanied by a low roar, the attacks of the two collided in mid-air. Boom. The terrifying energy turned into aftermath in an instant and continued to spread around. The two only touched each other for a moment, and the aftermath razed the surrounding buildings to the ground. Even some navy and civilians had retreated far away. But they were still affected by this terrifying energy. While spitting blood, some weak people died directly on the spot. For a while, the sound of painful wails came one after another, and it was endless. Hearing the screams of the people below, Garp, who was still confronting the Red Earl in mid-air, frowned and clenched his teeth. Asshole! Garp's face was extremely ugly. If this continues, before defeating the Red Earl, Marineford will be completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. What's more, there are still many ordinary people who have not evacuated. Thinking of this, Garp's face was ashen. The power in his hands also unconsciously loosened a lot. Feeling the weakening of his power, the corners of the Red Earl's mouth outlined an arc. Holding back for some weak people at the bottom? Only those hypocritical navy who claim to be righteous are willing to do it. The Red Earl's eyes were fierce, and he naturally did not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The power of his whole body poured out. The two energies were still in a stalemate. After Garp lost his strength, the Red Earl took advantage of the victory and used all his strength. Blood rising. The terrifying blood gushed out, and the powerful energy directly pressed Garp's huge iron fist down in one fell swoop. As Garp's body flew backwards, the Red Earl's blood column blasted towards Garp's forehead. Garp. Seeing that Garp was about to be hit on the head by the Red Earl's energy attack, Sengoku, who was watching closely from behind, could no longer sit still. With a loud roar, accompanied by the golden light, Sengoku directly controlled the fruit ability and transformed into the human fruit phantom beast Great Buddha form. With energy light waves condensed in his palm, he slapped it with one palm. Boom! A huge roar suddenly sounded. After blasting away the Red Earl's energy blood column with one palm, Sengoku directly caught Garp's flying body. After falling to the ground. Although Garp's face was a little pale, fortunately he was not seriously injured. He was just affected by the energy wave a little, and he had not completely lost his combat effectiveness. After stabilizing his body, Garp nodded to Sengoku, and then continued to block the Red Earl and the other man. On the other side, seeing that he failed to seriously injure Garp, the Red Earl also showed a trace of regret on his face. If Garp could have been severely injured or even killed just now, then Sengoku alone would not be able to stop him. Looking at Garp and Sengoku who were blocking him again. Red Earl sighed, what a pity. Looking down at Marineford. He sneaked into the Navy headquarters under an assumed name, just to wait for an opportunity to wipe out the entire Navy. I thought it would be a great opportunity for the Navy to encircle and suppress Chen Chuan with all its elite troops. Unexpectedly, Garp, a hero of the Navy, and Sengoku, the former Navy Marshal, did not participate in the action and guarded Marineford. This made Red Earl a little misguided. Forget it, there is such a big commotion here, and the reinforcements of the Navy should be coming soon. It will not be captured for a while. It seems that we can only start from another place. Red Earl murmured, and glanced at Garp and Sengoku again. Then he waved his cape, and the whole person suddenly turned into countless blood-red bats and dissipated in the air. Seeing the Red Earl leave, Garp wanted to stop him, but was stopped by Xuanwu. At this moment, the most important thing is to rescue the wounded in Marineford. What's more, Garp was slightly injured in the previous bombardment. Looking around, looking at Marineford, which was bombed into ruins again, Xuanwu sighed helplessly. This newly built headquarters was destroyed again. Chapter 162. The Great Journey of the Great Route, the New World. A super battleship is advancing at an absolutely terrifying speed. The strong air waves pressed the seawater along the way to both sides, and the powerful energy frightened the Sea Kings who dared not approach. Facing the SSS-class battleship with full firepower, some people who eat melons dared only watch from afar. With such a strong aura, it must be that some big figure in the New World has been dispatched. On the other side, on the SSS-class battleship. Inside the room, Chen Chuan and his party were sitting upright on chairs. The atmosphere at this moment seemed particularly depressing. Although Chen Chuan did not show much emotion on the surface, his tightly clenched palms revealed the true situation in his heart. At this moment, he was far from being as calm as he appeared. Facing the fall of Daughter Island and the disappearance of the Empress. This arrogant sea overlord who defeated the 4 emperors finally had a little fluctuation in his heart. The Empress, Boa Hancock. It can be regarded as Chen Chuan's only weakness in this world. Now, she is missing. This caused Chen Chuan's heart to be extremely uneasy at this moment. He urgently wanted to find the trace of the Empress. Rayleigh and his group on the side also saw Chen Chuan's loss of composure at this moment. He quickly comforted him, "Chen Chuan, calm down. Since the world government did not find Hancock's body before, it proves that she has not been killed. The most urgent task is to rush to Daughter Island and investigate the situation." Rayleigh frowned tightly. He was quite close to Daughter Island, and after hearing about what happened to Daughter Island, he was also extremely shocked and sad. But at the same time, he quickly thought about the identity of the enemy in his mind. Since it was not done by the world government, then there are not many people in the whole sea who can attack the Pirate Queen, one of the former 7 warlords of the sea. After the 4 emperors were eliminated, there were only a few people who were hiding. After hearing the comfort of everyone, Chen Chuan on the side gradually calmed down. The most urgent task is to confirm Hancock's safety and find out the mastermind behind the scenes. Thinking of this, Chen Chuan immediately ordered Lao Shad to drive the battleship to the maximum horsepower and go straight to Daughter Island. On the other side, the Navy headquarters. Not long after the Red Earl and his party left, Sengoku and Garp were counting the casualties of the Navy. In the distant sea, warships are speeding towards Marineford. Reinforcements? But it seems they are a little late. Hey, didn't those guys go to encircle that kid Chen Chuan? How come they are back so soon? Garp had some doubts on his face. The warship in front of him was the one that had been led by Marshal Akina not long ago, and assembled the vast majority of the Navy's elite. They went to encircle the new King Chen Chuan. However, it has only been a short time, and they have rushed back. Could it be that the encirclement mission was successful? Not necessarily. Zhang Guo narrowed his eyes slightly, and after a careful observation, his pupils suddenly contracted. His lips opened slightly, and then he sighed heavily. Garp, it seems that the kid named Chen Chuan has completely exceeded our estimates. The Navy lost. Garp was also shocked. His eyes were deep, and I don't know what he was thinking. As the warships got closer and closer, the scene above also appeared clearly in front of the two people. The leader, a white-haired old man, was extremely strong and wearing a cloak of justice. He was the commander of the 3 armies, Kong Gang. Behind him, there were a group of elite navy soldiers with bandages and serious injuries. And as one person was carried down, Garp and Sengoku raised their eyebrows. Because the one who was carried down was the admiral of the navy, Akainu. Is this kid Sakazuki beaten like this again? He is really dedicated. Sengoku and Garp muttered in their hearts. This guy has become the admiral of the navy, and he is always on the front line. He is really dedicated. As Akainu was carried off the field for treatment. Behind him, the new Admiral Green Bull was also seriously injured. In the battle with Fujitora, both of them showed very strong fighting power. Facing Fujitora's strange gravity attack, he also didn't get any advantage from it. As for Daotu and Shitun, the 2 deputy admirals and a group of naval elites, they were also seriously injured. It seems that this time, our navy. Another big loss. Zhang Guo sighed, looking at some of the bodies being carried away. Zhang Guo's heart was inevitably a little sad. These are all the elites of the navy headquarters. They died just like that. And just as Zhang Guo and the other 2 were sighing, they saw a tall and thin figure in a yellow suit with a wretched expression slowly walking down from the warship. Kawawa, I finally survived. That kid named Chen Chuan is really too scary. Admiral Kizaru, while walking down the deck, kept patting his chest with an extremely scared expression. Sengoku and Garp saw that the boy was spotless. Their faces immediately darkened. Others were seriously injured or slightly injured, and the human marshal Akainu was directly knocked unconscious. Your clothes are not torn, and your whole body looks like new. If I hadn't seen you set out with them, I would have thought you just came back from a vacation. Borsellino, you little bastard, are you slacking off again? Zhang Guo's face turned pale and he scolded. This little bastard, so many elite navy soldiers have sacrificed. As a navy admiral, he dared to slack off. Before Zhang Guo finished speaking, Garp, who was standing next to him, had already hit him with his iron fist as big as a sandbag. This little bastard, he is lazy. Swish! The body turned into light particles, and Kizaru's elementalization directly avoided the iron fist. Mr. Garp, it's really scary. Seeing that Kizaru dared to hide, Garp wanted to continue to punch him. At this time, Steel Bone Kong on the side spoke. Zhang Guo, Garp, let's talk about business first. After stopping Garp, Steel Bone glanced at Marineford, which had been destroyed into ruins. He said, even you 2 didn't leave them behind. Brother Steel Bone, that guy is back. Red Earl Bar Auric Redfield. Hearing this, Kong's pupils shrank. He was very familiar with this guy. In the previous battle, when he was still the admiral of the navy, he had fought with him, although he was defeated in the end. But the extremely weak Red Earl after the battle was also detained by Garp, who came to the 6th city of Impel Down. Unexpectedly, this guy has escaped again now. Not only that, he has become younger, and his strength seems to have improved a lot. Garp's face was heavy. The other party has returned to youth, and his strength has increased again. This situation is extremely rare. Did you use the power of the fruit? Kong murmured, and it was obvious that he had a certain understanding of the Red Earl's ability. Have you investigated the cause of this riot? King continued to ask. The Red Earl has been hiding in our navy headquarters. After most of the navy's elite went on a mission 2 days ago, he led a group of people to attack the headquarters. Balotelli, Douglas, Carliot and other devil fruit users were attacked. They seem to target users with special abilities, Zhang Guo said slowly. Target users with special abilities, Steel Bone muttered thoughtfully. Could it be that the incident on Daughter Island was also done by them? Things seem to be getting interesting. Chapter 163. The sun is shining, and the sky is shining. Amazon Lily, Daughter Island. This island, located in the doldrums of the Grand Line, is full of rich resources and women. Once under the rule of the Pirate Empress, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, it lived an isolated life. It was like a paradise on earth. However, not long ago, all this changed. Die. 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 Boom. Wang. Accompanied by the huge roar of the SSS-class battleship, it slowly fell, after a rapid attack against the clock. Chen Chuan and his party finally returned here again. And it has only been about a month since Chen Chuan and his party set out from here last time. 1 month passed in a flash. In the meantime, too much has happened. Now, stepping on the daughter island. The dilapidated and bleak scene in front of him made Chen Chuan frown. The uneasiness in his heart also surfaced again. The trees and vegetation are severely damaged, and there are still a lot of bloodstains on the ground that have not dried up. Obviously, there was a fierce battle here before. Rayleigh murmured after scanning the surrounding scene. With such a scene, it seems that the Navy is not lying. The video recording is real, and the daughter island is really in crisis. Seeing this scene, after leaving Lao Shat and Hawkeye to search and survey nearby, Chen Chuan did not waste any more time and took the rest of the group directly to the Queen's bedroom on the top of the mountain. Now he is eager to know the safety of the Queen. After a moment, Chen Chuan and his group have already rushed to the top of the mountain. Compared with the degree of destruction of vegetation outside the daughter island, the Empress's bedroom was more severely destroyed. With the walls broken, this place was almost razed to the ground. The magnificent palace of the past has long disappeared. Obviously, the battle that took place here before was far beyond the imagination of others. Leader. Here. At this time, Fujitora, who went to search in front, seemed to have discovered something and shouted to Chen Chuan. Hearing this, Chen Chuan hurried over. The picture that came into his eyes made Chen Chuan's heart ache. In front of him were several female warriors from the daughter island who had turned into mummies. There were no wounds on their bodies, their pupils were dilated, and they died with their eyes open. Looking at their expressions, they should have experienced some kind of shock before they died. Fujitora said in a deep voice. Angry. They were sucked out of anger. At this time, Rayleigh spoke. From the miserable state of the mummies, Rayleigh seemed to know something. Died by being sucked alive. This terrifying way of death, when spoken from Rayleigh's mouth, made the people present somewhat confused. I already know who the murderer is. After a moment of silence, Rayleigh suddenly spoke. He said slowly to Chen Chuan, Chen Chuan, have you heard of the Red Count? Hearing this, Chen Chuan raised his eyebrows. In fact, just now, after seeing the miserable state of several mummies, he had already associated a creature in his mind. It sucked people's blood to turn them into mummies, and sucked the vitality of others. This scene easily reminded Chen Chuan of it, vampires. Chen Chuan didn't know whether there was a species of vampires in the pirate world. But there was a strong man from the old times who had been hiding and whose strength was far greater than his fame, and Chen Chuan knew it. Looking at Rayleigh, Chen Chuan nodded. If it was the Red Count guy, things would be bad. After all, that guy's trajectory is very mysterious. Even Chen Chuan couldn't remember where he would hide. With a heavy sigh, the murderous intent in Chen Chuan's eyes unconsciously deepened a bit at this moment. No matter who it is, from the moment he dared to attack the Empress, he has been on his must-kill list. As a matter of urgency, he needs to hurry up to determine the location of the Empress. I believe the Navy will have clues. He murmured. At this time, Hawkeye and Anilu, who were responsible for searching for survivors on the island, got the news. In a dead tree cave, Chen Chuan saw a familiar figure. A white-haired old lady holding a snake-shaped cane. Grandma Nu. Seeing this person, Chen Chuan's pupils widened. His emotions seemed extremely excited, and his body instantly came to Grandma Nu. He hurriedly asked, Grandma Nu, why are you alone, where is Hancock? When he saw those female warriors before. After seeing the corpse, Chen Chuan's heart was already in a state of extreme despair. At this moment, after seeing Granny Nu, the extinguished fire in Chen Chuan's heart was shining again. Since Granny Nu was here, then the situation of the Empress had an answer. After seeing Chen Chuan, Granny Nu's old face gradually showed a slight fluctuation from the initial numbness. Until the end, the wrinkles on her face were trembling. Chen Chuan, you are really back. Granny Nu's face was extremely excited, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw, and she tightly grasped Chen Chuan's hand, as if she was afraid that he would run away in the next second. "It's me, I'm back." Chen Chuan also responded quickly. Obviously, Granny Nu suffered great fear and fluctuations in her heart. After taking another look at Rayleigh beside Chen Chuan, Granny Nu finally spoke and described the scenes she had seen before. It turned out that it was just 10 days ago. The Empress, who had been secretly investigating the first half of the Grand Line and had recently seen frequent bloodthirsty cases, suddenly discovered that her sister Sanda Sonia had disappeared. And near the waters of their daughter island, there were often many inexplicable ships. These guys were neither navy nor pirate flags. They always wandered around the daughter island. You know, the daughter island is located in the doldrums, and there are many powerful sea kings around it. All kinds of strange scenes also made the Empress and others feel bad. And just when the Empress was thinking about finding Sanda Sonia, she took everyone to hide for a while. Late at night, a group of people suddenly attacked the daughter island. A dozen humans in white suits attacked here. They were powerful, and the female warriors on the daughter island were not their opponents at all. For a while, there were heavy casualties. And with the Empress's power, even if she was defeated, it would not be a problem to escape from these guys. However, at the critical moment, a guy in a red robe suddenly appeared, and defeated the Empress completely in just 3 moves. And they did not kill her, but took the Empress and other female warriors back. As for Granny Nu, she fell into a cave and was protected by local wild animals, so she was barely caught. After hiding for several days, she came out to find food today. She was accidentally found by Fujitora and others. After listening to Granny Nu's description, Chen Chuan couldn't help but think a lot in his heart. Since the other party did not take the Empress' life, then everything is still in time. At least the Empress is not worried about her life now. More than a dozen extraordinary white-clothed men, and the last powerful red-robed strongman. Granny Nu's narration made Chen Chuan look at Rayleigh, and both of them remembered the group of organizations they met before they first met the Empress in the Sabayati archipelago. The leader of them, also wearing white clothes, was extremely powerful. He had invited Chen Chuan to join them, but was rejected by Chen Chuan. Now think about it, could these guys be the same group as those guys back then? After a moment of contemplation, just as Chen Chuan was thinking about how to find their hiding place, Granny Nu beside him suddenly thought of something. By the way, those guys are wearing extremely strange masks, and on one of them's waist, I seem to see a black token engraved with 0. Hearing this, Chen Chuan paused. Mask, 0. Could it be CP0? Chapter 164. The thought in his heart became more and more real. Chen Chuan felt that there seemed to be a huge mystery shrouding him. The secret of this mystery is very likely unknown even to the Navy. In any case, it is necessary to go to the Navy. All this has an end after all. Since the 5 elders and the Knights of God have been dispatched to the world government, it is time for the guy hiding behind the scenes to show up. While murmuring, Chen Chuan quickly determined the next target. After pacifying Grandma Nu, he took her back to the previous site. And Chen Chuan also arranged for Lao Shat and Buggy to stay and take care of it. After all, Chen Chuan and his team were going to the Navy headquarters next. Bringing new Granny along would be a burden. So let Crocodile stay to protect her. After everything was settled, Chen Chuan led Rayleigh, Hawkeye and his party to the coast of Daughter Island quickly. With a thought, he summoned the SSS-class super battleship. Chen Chuan was the first to board the battleship, followed by the others. Accompanied by a rapid energy rushing into the sky. The SSS-class battleship was running at full speed, moving rapidly towards Marineford. Looking at the endless sea, Chen Chuan's eyes were like torches. This time, I must put an end to all this. On the other side, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Steelbone Sora, Sengoku, Garp and Crane Granny were meeting in a secret room. Discussing the real purpose of the Red Count's raid on Marineford and hunting for Devil Fruit ability users. Brother Steelbone, the Red Earl is an extremely dangerous person. If he continues to be allowed to roam free, I don't know how many people will die in this sea area. Zhang Guo's eyes were cold. He knew the cruelty of the Red Earl. As early as the old times, that guy relied on the strange fruit ability to constantly suck the blood of others. It caused a turmoil in the society at that time. The government also issued a bounty of up to 1.5 billion for him. Don't think that the bounty of 1.5 billion is low. You must know that it was the old times, and it was far less empty and powerless than the bounty now. The amount of money in that era was made by them. An absolute evil person. If it weren't for the Red Earl's personality of being a loner and not forming alliances with others, I believe the bounty would be more than 1.5 billion. Humph. That bastard, after so many years, looks younger and younger. Garp snorted coldly and said. Not only that, but his strength has also become stronger. Grandma Crane said in the same serious tone. Hearing what Xuanwu and the others said, Cyborg, who was sitting above, also sighed in his heart. The old rival has now returned again, and he is powerful and has brought a lot of helpers with him. This situation is really not good. Although they are well aware of the danger of the Red Earl, even for their navy, it is not so easy to find the hiding place of the Red Earl in a short time. Unless it is the CP spy organization that is also lurking around the world. Their intelligence is extremely accurate and rich. Maybe they can find a trace of the Red Earl. But the CP organization belongs to another department, and even though Cyborg is the commander-in-chief of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, he does not have the right to dispatch them. Only the 5 elders can do that. He sighed deeply. After again instructing Xuanwu and Garp to keep an eye on the situation in Marineford, Cyborg prepared to return to the Red Earth continent. Too many things have happened recently, and he needs to find out everything as soon as possible. And at this moment, boom, buzz, accompanied by an extreme roar and alarm. Gang Yukong, Sengoku, Garp, and others frowned. What's going on? Is Marineford attacked again? Assholes! What do these guys think of the Navy headquarters? Several people were furious and hurriedly got up and went out. At the same time, in the outer sea area of the Navy headquarters Marineford, the roaring alarms were endless. At this moment, a large number of Navy soldiers had gathered in the center of the square. They held weapons and looked nervously in front of them. Because, there was a super battleship there. Hey, who are those guys? How dare they run to our Navy? Headquarters is causing trouble. I don't know, without a pirate flag, it doesn't look like a pirate. Look, someone came out of the battleship. Wait, that guy, it seems to be 5 Emperors Chen Chuan. What? 5 Emperors, Chen Chuan? Didn't the marshal lead the generals to encircle them? How come he is here? Look at him intact, could it be that the marshal and his men? It's over. 5 Emperors Chen Chuan must be here for revenge. He came directly to our Navy headquarters. We are doomed now. Even the marshals and generals have been defeated. Who else can stop them? After seeing the appearance of Chen Chuan and his group clearly, the ordinary navy below had lost all their fighting spirit at this moment. After the vast majority of the naval elites were defeated and seriously injured by Chen Chuan before. At this moment, the navy headquarters, the ones who have fighting power are generally some ordinary navy with weak strength. At this moment, after knowing the arrival of Chen Chuan, they were all trembling with fear, and they couldn't even hold the knife in their hands. There is no way, Chen Chuan has been too popular recently. First, he defeated the 2 emperors, and then severely damaged their naval elites. Now, they are coming to their naval headquarters in a mighty force. This sense of oppression makes them tremble. And now, with the super battleship landing at the port of Marineford, Chen Chuan led Rayleigh and his party, jumped off the battleship, and came to the front of the General Navy. Looking at the thousands of ordinary navy in front of him, Chen Chuan did not take action directly. This time, he did not come to kill. He had only one purpose, to find the whereabouts of the Empress. Whoosh! Buzz! At this time, accompanied by several whistling sounds, Gang Wukong, Xuanwu, Garp and other senior naval officers also came here. All looked at Chen Chuan and his party as if they were facing a great enemy. They were also very nervous about Chen Chuan's sudden arrival. After all, with Chen Chuan's current strength, even if they rushed up, they could not do anything to the other party. Instead, it would bring unimaginable disasters to the navy. Looking at Chen Chuan in front of him, Gang Wukong took the lead and asked, "Chen Chuan, what are you doing here?" "Looking for someone." Chen Chuan replied. "I said that the disappearance of the pirate empress was not caused by our navy." Steelbone Kong said. "I know. Then you. Although it has nothing to do with your navy, I found signs that are suspected to be your CP organization. How do you explain this?" Chen Chuan said coldly. Although the Navy and the CP spy organization belong to two departments, but as the commander of the three armed forces of the Navy, Army, and Air Force, Steelbone Kong can't be ignorant of everything. If he wants to find the whereabouts of the Empress, he has to search from Steelbone Kong. Hearing this, Steelbone Kong paused. After hearing about the CP organization, an ugly look appeared on his face. Those guys come and go without a trace, and they are not under his control. He doesn't know much. Seeing the embarrassment on Steelbone Kong's face, Chen Chuan asked, "Where are the 5 elders?" "They have returned to the Red Earth continent," Steelbone said. After the encirclement and suppression failed, the 5 elders escaped from Chen Chuan's hands and did not come to the navy, but fled directly back to the Red Earth continent. And from their anxious expressions, Steelbone seemed to have discovered something. "Let's go, take me to the Red Earth continent," Chen Chuan said lightly. "What? You want to go to the Red Earth continent?" Hearing this, Steelbone Kong's face changed and he spoke directly. With Chen Chuan's terrifying power, if he was allowed to reach the Red Earth continent, that would be terrible. What if he started killing people there, who could do anything to him? Just when Steelbone Kong was about to refuse, but he saw the strong murderous intent that suddenly burst out from Chen Chuan's red pupils. The domineering aura of the king gushed out. After stunning the surrounding navy, Chen Chuan slowly emerged in the air. "I'm not discussing this with you. Now, you have 2 options, 1, lead the way. 2, let the entire navy headquarters be buried with you." Chapter 165. The enemy was in chaos, and the enemy was in chaos. Chen Chuan's sudden strong attitude made everyone unable to react for a while. In almost a blink of an eye, Chen Chuan's domineering color knocked down many miscellaneous soldiers. He was floating in the air, with fighting and killing intent on his body. The powerful deterrent force also made the senior naval officers below sweat on their foreheads, and for a moment, they didn't know how to choose. At the same time, seeing Chen Chuan threatening their navy like this, Garp's face suddenly sank behind Gang Wukong. Although Chen Chuan's strength is very strong, now, all their naval high-level officials are present, and Gang Wukong is here. The combat power of their navy is still not to be underestimated. There is no strength to fight. Boom boom. The terrifying domineering aura of the king gushed out instantly. Steelbone wanted to stop Garp, but saw that Garp had already waved his iron fist and blasted towards Chen Chuan. Boom! The huge iron fist was wrapped in the armed aura, and the energy was surging under the terrifying dark red aura, and the horror seemed to fluctuate for this. Boom boom! Garp flew up and rushed straight to Chen Chuan to kill. Facing Garp's sudden attack, Chen Chuan's eyes condensed. A murderous intention rose in his heart. Now he has no time to play with them. He has to go to the Red Earth continent as soon as possible. The red pupil flashed. As Chen Chuan's eyes glared fiercely, Garp's flying body suddenly stopped in midair. And Garp himself seemed to be experiencing something. Is this an illusion? Garp was shocked and shouted that it was not good. And the next second, after using the power of the Mangekyo Sharinan, Chen Chuan directly pulled Garp into the illusion space. Although it was only a moment, he reacted. However, during the battle, how terrible is this pause? It is enough for Chen Chuan to do many things. Buzz! The chakra in the body surged instantly, and a dark red energy emerged from Chen Chuan's body. Like the tentacles of evil spirits from hell, it kept waving. The next second, after gathering countless dark red energy auras, Chen Chuan's right hand punched out. The powerful energy turned into a huge fist, shuttled through, tore the space, and fell hard on Garp's chest. Bang! Garp! Mr. Garp! The huge fist of energy containing Chen Chuan's angry blow fell heavily on Garp's chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth with a puff sound. Garp's face turned pale in an instant, and then the whole person fell rapidly to the back like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this scene, Xuanwu, who was standing beside him, looked very anxious and quickly flew back. He caught Garp's body. Garp! After landing, looking at Garp, who was extremely weak, Xuanwu's face was extremely anxious. The two have been friends for many years and have experienced various battles. Now that he has just retreated from the front line and has been behind the scenes, Garp has been hit hard. You know, not long ago, he was bombarded by the Red Earl and suffered a lot of injuries. Now, he has been hit hard again. Cough, cough. Another mouthful of blood spit out. Garp waved his hand at Xuanwu, indicating that he was fine. Covering his chest with his right hand, he slowly got up. Although he was severely injured by Chen Chuan's blow, it did not directly cost him his life. After all, he was also a strong man in the old era. Although he was old, he still had strength. What's more, at the last moment of the attack just now, Garp could clearly feel that the opponent had withdrawn some strength. Chen Chuan did not kill him directly. On the other hand, after defeating Garp with one punch and unlocking the illusion ability of the Sharingan, Chen Chuan was also very satisfied in his heart. With the recent series of battles, his Uchiha Madara fusion progress has reached 80%. And the Sharingan has also been further evolved. It has become a Mangekyo Sharingan. The ability that can be used has also been further increased. This made Chen Chuan very satisfied. Although it did not evolve into the final Samsara Eye, it was enough. After all, the Samsara Eye was also perfectly mastered by Madara in the Six Paths Sage mode. Now he is still a little short. The illusion ability of the kaleidoscope was what was used on Garp just now. It can be said that he was caught off guard. After all, with Garp's strength, even a strong man like Chen Chuan would not be able to defeat him. It is still unrealistic to kill with one punch. And now, with Chen Chuan killing Garp with one punch and showing mercy at the last moment. This also made Gang Wukong sigh helplessly. Looking at the long-haired figure in front of him, who looked like a god. Although Gang Wukong didn't want to take Chen Chuan to the Red Earth continent. But the strong means shown by Chen Chuan made him unable to refuse. Killing Garp, the ceiling of their combat power, with one punch, without killing him, was more of a warning to him. If he rejected Chen Chuan again, then it is uncertain whether Chen Chuan will hold back. Feeling the murderous intent in Chen Chuan's pupils, Gang Wu completely believed that Chen Chuan would completely destroy their entire naval headquarters, and who knows how many people would die in vain. Alas! He sighed heavily. Kong Gang finally spoke, I can take you to the Red Earth continent, but even I don't know where the CP organization is. You just need to lead the way, and I will take care of the rest. Chen Chuan said. Yes. Nodding, Kong Gang took out a golden button from his arms. With his light press, the next second. Boom click. 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 Standing behind Marineford, the gate of justice leading to the other side slowly opened. Kong Gang and Chen Chuan and others boarded the super battleship together. Buzz. The battleship engine started, and everyone rushed straight to the gate of justice. The holy land of the celestial dragons. The world's nobles, God's favorites. Red Earth continent, 5 elders, and Yumu, I, Chen Chuan, am here. Chapter 166. The Red Earth continent, the holy land of Mary Gosa. This is also the most sacred and noble holy land in the entire pirate world. Because a group of noble celestial dragons live here. And they are the real masters of this world. In a noble, luxurious, yet mysterious secret room. There are 2 figures, kneeling on the ground tremblingly. Sweat mixed with a suffocating sense of oppression filled the entire room. If someone saw this, there would be a cry of surprise. The 2 people who were trembling and kneeling, turned out to be the highest power in this world, the 5 elders. These two people are the 5 elder stars Satan and Zimbalong, who had previously surrounded Chen Chuan but failed in their mission. At this moment, the blood on the corners of their mouths has not dried yet. But they still kneel tightly on the ground, facing the empty throne, not daring to look up. After a long time, accompanied by the sound of slight footsteps, a figure covered with black mist and shrouded in darkness slowly walked to the throne and sat down. And he is the true leader of the Tianlong people, a person above the 5 elder stars, Yumu. Seeing Yumu coming, the 5 elder stars bowed their heads even lower, as if they were going to bury their heads deeply in the ground. Failed. Yumu on the throne spoke lightly, revealing a sense of emptiness in his voice, and there was no emotional fluctuation on his face. Sorry, Lord Yumu, that guy is too strong, Boom. Before the 5 elders Satan finished speaking, he was grabbed by a black tentacle and then smashed heavily on the wall. Cough, cough. A trace of blood slowly flowed down the corner of his mouth. After being attacked by Yumu, Chen Chuan's body, which was already seriously injured, was even worse at this moment, but Satan did not dare to complain at all and quickly got up from the ground. Continue to kowtow on the throne. If you lose, you lose. No matter how much you say, it's useless. I only care about the result. Speaking lightly, he also stretched out a black tentacle to grab another 5 elders Zimbalong. A trace of strange black energy continued to flow through the tentacles towards the body of this 5 elders. Then, in Zimbalong's terrified roar, the black energy was continuously delivered. And finally it completely exploded. Lord Yi! Yim, no! Don't, no, ah! With the last scream falling. In the horrified eyes of Satan on the side, the pupils of another 5 elders, Zimbalong, gradually lost their original luster, and finally turned completely into darkness. Seeing this, Satan's body was shaking uncontrollably. He knew that although he could still feel the vitality in Zimbalong's body, his soul had disappeared. Now he was just an empty shell without any consciousness. A corpse. Seeing Yim's eyes looking at him, Satan kept begging for mercy. Lord, please give me another chance to make up for my mistakes. I will definitely eliminate Chen Chuan completely. Satan's voice was firm and mixed with a hint of fear. He knew that his life and death now depended on Yim's thoughts. Yim on the throne still had no emotional fluctuations. The tentacles hidden in the darkness stretched out towards Satan little by little. But suddenly, Im seemed to feel something. He looked up and looked in a certain direction, and his previously calm emotions finally changed a little. A few damn bugs actually came here. Did he bring them? Steel bone. These guys, it's time to get rid of them. I murmured, and then looked at Satan again. Make your final contribution. I gave an order. And then in Satan's horrified eyes, he stretched out several black tentacles, grabbed Satan directly into the air, and continuously injected black energy. After a while, the previous brilliance in Satan's eyes disappeared. Instead, there was endless death, tyranny, and killing. Go, crush the bugs outside to death. Im's words fell. The next second, Satan and Zimbalong, 2 of the 5 elders whose souls had been wiped out, raised their eyes slightly, as if they had received an order. Following the other 5 elders, slowly left outside. In the dim secret room, Yumo looked at the photo of Chen Chuan on the wall, looked at the pair of red pupils filled with indifference, and Yumo said softly, Chen Chuan, his soul doesn't seem to belong here. Red Earth Continent, Holy Land Mary Gosa. As the gate of justice slowly opened, after passing through the gate of justice, a ray of light passed, covering the vision, and then Chen Chuan and his party came here on a super battleship. At this moment, as the battleship slowly rose, passing the Red Harbor, Chen Chuan and his party came directly to the top of the Red Earth Continent. Holy Land Mary Gosa, the residence of the Celestial Dragons. Looking at the magnificent and luxurious huge castle-style building in front of them, even Chen Chuan and his party, who were used to big scenes, couldn't help but sigh. It's really too luxurious. These celestial dragons are worthy of the world's nobles, relying on the huge wealth collected from all over the world. As the controllers of the world, the places where they live are far beyond people's imagination. These guys perfectly interpret what luxury is. These guys really know how to enjoy themselves. The lower class people live in dire straits and are persecuted all the time, but these powerful controllers do nothing and only increase their income from the sky. They live in the light, but ignore the darkness of the lower class civilians. Can such guys really be called a government? Looking at the extremely gorgeous buildings in front of him, Fujitora on the side spoke angrily. Although he couldn't see, he could clearly feel through his ears that behind every luxurious building here, there was endless exploitation of those suffering civilians. Hearing this, Chen Chuan and Rayleigh did not speak. As for Minga, Anil, and Barrett, they lowered their heads after hearing Fujitora's words. Because they were not good people before joining Chen Chuan. They were naturally a little guilty at this moment. As for the commander-in-chief of the three armies, Kong Gang, he was silent after hearing this. As a high-ranking official, even he could not liberate the lower classes. All he could do was to cultivate justice and excellent soldiers as much as possible to provide assistance and capture dangerous elements. And now, looking at the magnificent building in front of him, Chen Chuan said lightly, "Everything should be over. This disgusting government and the celestial dragons will become the bubble of the times." Chen Chuan said this to Kong Gang. Seeing that Kong Gang was still silent, just when Chen Chuan was about to move forward. But suddenly he saw dozens of figures not far away, rushing towards them. Then, a loud roar came. "Chen Chuan, today is your death day." Chapter 167. The deadly attack was a disaster. "Chen Chuan, today is your death." An angry roar resounded through the sky, and several figures carrying murderous auras rushed towards Chen Chuan and his party. The dark clouds are pressing down on the city and are about to destroy it. The sky above the entire Red Earth continent is covered with dark clouds and thunders. It's like a scene of doomsday. The people who came are the 5 elders who just arrived and the knights of the gods. The first to bear the brunt are the 5 elders with full aura, wearing black suits and holding various weapons. As the highest power in the world, their actions can often represent the direction of the world. And now, seeing Chen Chuan, the extremely evil person who was rewarded by the world government, actually swaggered to the base camp of their Tianlong people. How could they tolerate this? Especially, they had just experienced that dark period. Even their 5 elders lost 2 people. Thinking of this, the other 3 looked at the 5 elders Satan and Zimbalong in the middle with some horror in their eyes. I saw that the 2 of them burst out with unparalleled terrifying evil spirits. And the flesh that lost its soul still carried a breath of resentment. They knew that it was this person who caused them to lose their souls. Waves of evil spirits gushed out. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Chen Chuan's red pupils. "The momentum is not small, but I don't know if you have the ability." "No nonsense at all." Chen Chuan's weird red pupils opened suddenly. The Megatama in the kaleidoscope kept spinning, and in a breath, several knights of God who were blocking Chen Chuan in front of them were instantly burned. The strange black flames kept burning, and no matter what means they used, it was useless. In the end, they could only be completely burned to ashes in a series of shrill wails. Such strange means shocked everyone present again. They didn't even see Chen Chuan take action, and several powerful knights of God were killed in seconds. Looking at the black ashes on the ground, the black flames that suddenly appeared, but could not be extinguished. They were frightened by the implication. Chen Chuan, it was really terrifying. And for Chen Chuan, this was just one of the abilities of his Mangekyo Sharinan. After the Sharinan evolved into a Mangekyo. I thought my Mangekyo could only unlock a single ability, but Chen Chuan found that his Mangekyo seemed to be much more powerful than he imagined. After fusing with Uchiha Madara's panel. At this moment, Chen Chuan's fusion progress has reached 85%. In addition to being able to unlock the complete form of Susanoo, Chen Chuan also mastered many bug-level abilities of the Mangekyo. For example, Madara's ninjutsu is fully enhanced, Uchiha attack is Amaterasu, etc. And now, after instantly killing several members of the Knights of God, Chen Chuan slowly moved his sight upwards, and finally stopped at several members of the 5 elders. Shocked by Chen Chuan's previous means. Seeing Chen Chuan's eyes at this moment, the 3 5 elders were shocked. For the first time, they, who were in high positions in the past, actually felt a deadly breath from someone other than Lord Im. This guy is totally beyond their ability to stop. Now, tell me, where is Hancock? Chen Chuan's voice was cold. Although Chen Chuan didn't know the specific identity of who attacked Daughter Island, he had guessed that it was related to the world government. The strength of the world government was far more than just a navy department on the surface. They also had CP spy organizations, technical research departments, and so on. The incident on Daughter Island was inseparable from these guys. Hearing Chen Chuan's words, the pupils of several 5 elders shrank, and a subtle expression flashed across their faces. Although it was very subtle, it was still noticed by Chen Chuan. I said, the pirate queen is not here. Before one of the 5 elders finished speaking, Chen Chuan's terrifying red giant palm condensed with chakra had already slapped him hard. Boom! Bang! The terrifying energy giant palm whistled in, under the horrified eyes of everyone. The 5 elders didn't even have time to make any resistance, and was slapped away by a slap. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the 5 elders were furious. Then, a giant energy palm with a width of more than 10 meters came towards him. He slapped again. Whoosh bang! It fell with a huge roar, as if everything had been settled. And the place where Chen Chuan's palm was slapped, seemed to have no movement anymore. Everyone looked at it tremblingly. On the ground, they saw the 5 elder stars who were so arrogant and ruled the world. They were pinned to the ground by Chen Chuan, as if they were embedded in the ground alive. The smell of blood mixed with the smell of soil made everyone present completely dumbfounded. 5 elders died immediately. That was one of the 5 elders. How could he be slapped to death with 2 slaps? What should we do? Quick, go find Lord Yumu. Chen Chuan is no longer someone we can handle. If Lord Yumu doesn't take action, our entire world government will face a catastrophe. Someone was yelling, someone was roaring. Everyone was shocked by Chen Chuan's sudden move. They didn't expect Chen Chuan to be so decisive. He slapped an arrogant 5 elders with 2 consecutive slaps. He killed 1 person in seconds. This also made the battle completely lose the possibility of negotiation. The battle was completely started. After casually slapping the 5 elders to death, Chen Chuan's pupils showed an extreme killing intent. These guys were not good people to begin with. Abuse of power, enslavement of the people. Chen Chuan remembered that when the 3 sisters of the Empress were young, they were once slaves of the celestial dragons and suffered humiliation. Chen Chuan would not hold back against these guys. Today, whether the Empress is here or not, he will completely wipe out the world government. I'm the black hand of that world. Today, Chen Chuan will see what his true identity is. With a wave of his right hand, kill. Chen Chuan spoke indifferently and gave orders directly to Rayleigh, Hawkeye, and his party. In an instant, everyone rushed to kill the people of the world government. On the scene, a terrifying battle sound suddenly broke out. A war started completely. In front of the terrifying combat power of Chen Chuan and his party, even the Knights of God showed a sense of decadence. Even if they are the highest guards of Im, they can't have the strength to match the Admiral of the Navy. On the other hand, Chen Chuan's side is powerful. Pluto Rayleigh, the world's greatest swordsman, Fujitora, Devil's Son, Thor. And the most powerful of the 5 emperors, Chen Chuan. Under their terrifying suppression, even the 2 killing machines empowered by Im could only be crushed, and the war showed a one-sided trend. Such a situation made Kong Gang, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies in the rear, feel extremely complicated. The brutality of the celestial dragons also made him doubt the justice in his heart. Boom! Ah! 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 Accompanied by countless shrill screams, soon only 2 blood-soaked 5 elders were left on the battlefield. Their breath was extremely weak, and they were gasping for breath. As for the others, they had been completely killed by Chen Chuan and his group. You devil! Damn you, you blasphemed God's will, you are destined to go to hell. The 2 5 elders had their hair loose, completely losing their usual majestic image. The image of constantly insulting Chen Chuan was no different from a street shrew. Seeing this scene, Chen Chuan didn't even think of killing them. They were just two barking old dogs, killing them would dirty his hands. After giving an order to Doflamingo, Chen Chuan prepared to move forward. Just as Chen Chuan was about to move forward, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Chen Chuan and his group. Who are those guys? Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. And the Pirate King Gold Roger. Chapter 168. The two of them were so busy that they were so busy. Those guys are Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger. Looking at the group of people approaching slowly not far away. After seeing their appearance clearly, everyone was shocked, even Chen Chuan was no exception. Even he didn't expect that the four emperors Whitebeard and Pirate King Roger would suddenly appear here. What is going on here? These people who should have died suddenly appeared in front of you at this moment. Carefully using the observation haki to scan their bodies, Chen Chuan's expression on his face became more complicated. Because, in his perception, these guys actually have a breath of life. They are not puppets, but real living people. How is this possible? Hey, Roger, is it really you? Pluto Rayleigh looked at Roger not far away, and the expression on his face was a little frozen at this moment. Memories of the past kept coming to mind. Unconsciously, Rayleigh's eyes were a little wet. My name is Roger, join me, and subvert the entire sea with me. The old friend who should have died for many years appeared in front of Rayleigh at this moment. That feeling is simply indescribable. Rayleigh just stared at Roger, just watching until a dagger slowly stabbed towards his heart. Get out! Suddenly, Chen Chuan shouted coldly, and directly attacked to repel Roger. At this moment, the moment Chen Chuan attacked, Rayleigh also reacted in an instant. Feeling the slight tingling sensation from the heart, Rayleigh's forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat, and his back was already wet with sweat. It was only a second late. If Chen Chuan had acted a second later, at this moment, Rayleigh would have been a corpse, dead on the spot. Thinking of this, Rayleigh looked at Roger with fear in his eyes. As for Chen Chuan, who was standing aside, his eyes narrowed slightly. He also stared closely at Roger and others not far away. At the moment Roger and others appeared, Chen Chuan was first shocked for a short time, and then felt an extreme sense of danger rising in his heart. It was also at that time. Almost in a blink of an eye, Roger's figure had instantly appeared in front of Rayleigh. Then, without the latter noticing, he stabbed at his heart. Fortunately, Chen Chuan noticed it in time and blocked it. And now, looking at Roger, Whitebeard, and others in front of him, Chen Chuan didn't say anything, and there was a megatama spinning wildly in his red pupils. The next second, an endless dark black virtual flame instantly burned. Who? Sizzle, sizzle. Amaterasu burned, as if to devour everything. When Rayleigh saw Chen Chuan take action, he hesitated for only a second, and then he also went to fight with Roger and others. He also understood that his old friend would never come back. The guy in front of him was just a puppet with the same skin. Rayleigh started to move, no longer hesitating. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar and explosion. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Roger faced the Pluto Rayleigh who was rushing towards him, and lightly pulled out the sword at his waist, the famous sword, Ace. Dark red lightning kept entangled, and a trace of strong energy began to entangle and linger on Roger's body, the breath continued to increase, and the power was getting stronger and stronger. God avoid! Like a low and hoarse roar like a beast, slowly came out. Then, Roger condensed a terrifying blow wrapped in the domineering color, and hit Rayleigh heavily. The terrifying energy shook the space in front of Roger. In a hurry, Rayleigh drew out the knife in his hand and resisted angrily. Clang! Boom! The crisp sound of metal collision and the explosion wave exploded instantly. Under this terrifying blow containing the domineering color, even Pluto Rayleigh was knocked back by one blow, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The ground under his feet was deeply worn out by him. Until the end, with the help of Chen Chuan, he barely stood up. Cough, cough. This bastard, he even mastered the god avoidance, cough cough, now, I can't tell who you are. Rayleigh's eyes were red, and he gently wiped his mouth. Horn of blood. His eyes were fixed on Roger. For this guy in front of him, not only was he exactly the same as Roger, he could even use the same skill as Roger, God avoidance. Such behavior surprised even Chen Chuan. Could this guy really be Roger in the world? You know, just now, he injured Rayleigh with a move of God avoidance. If Chen Chuan hadn't taken action in time to dissolve part of the power, Rayleigh's injury would be far more serious than it is now. And now, after repelling Rayleigh, Roger, Whitebeard, who were at the front, and the various pirates who only existed in legends behind them, all pointed their weapons at Chen Chuan. A low roar came slowly. Blasphemer, Chen Chuan, die! As soon as the words fell, Roger instantly condensed a God avoidance and blasted towards Chen Chuan. The supreme sword in the hand of Whitebeard beside him, Kurogiri, also condensed a shock energy wave at the same time, and rushed towards Chen Chuan. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy shot out directly, and the power brought by the dark red blade and the white shock wave seemed to destroy everything along the way. The earth, red soil, rocks, houses, everything. It seemed to be destroyed. In the sky, dark clouds were dense. Under the thunder, the remnant of the red soil continent was reflected. Such a terrifying power also made everyone present feel terrified, and their expressions turned into horror. This kind of power. Even if Roger and Whitebeard were alive, I'm afraid it would be no more than this. This kind of fighting power has surpassed the 4 emperors and the navy admirals. Reached another realm. This is a battle belonging to the king. The battle between the pirate king Roger and the king of assassins Chen Chuan. Although the current Roger is not the real pirate king Roger, the terrifying power he displayed is not inferior to Roger at his peak. He is the top powerhouse on this sea. Is this the trump card of the world government? It is really powerful. Even the legendary combat power has appeared. Can the boss really stop it? In this situation, even the people of Qiying Pavilion who have always been extremely confident in Chen Chuan can't help but start to worry about Chen Chuan. After all, the one in front of him is the top man who once stood on this sea. And now, facing the terrifying might coming straight at him, the powerful energy blew Chen Chuan's long hair up. A hint of interest emerged in the dark red pupils. Ants, keep dancing faster. A crazy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, a light blue giant warrior as high as 100 meters rushed into the sky. Standing at the center of Suzanu's brow, the chakra in Chen Chuan's body surged wildly. The next second, Suzanu, who was 100 meters tall, slowly drew out the saber at his waist. Swish! The saber rose and fell, with a bright blue battle blade flashing. The next second, the entire red earth continent was completely quiet. The space seemed to be still at this moment. The powerful attack launched by Roger and Whitebeard was completely annihilated at this moment and disappeared. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment, and everything around was quiet. In the eyes of the world, only a 100-meter-tall light blue warrior was left, silently holding the saber at his waist. Fate comes and goes. The next moment, with a snap, a strong suction force desperately pulled everyone, and then quickly disappeared. In the previous bombardment and collision, Chen Chuan summoned the complete Suzanu, shattering the space, the attack, and the 2 men. As Roger and Whitebeard's bodies were cut in half, they were split into 2. No blood flowed out of the cut surface of the wound. There were only strange black gas and tentacles that kept jumping. Next, it's you, I'm whispering softly, as Chen Chuan's words just fell, a suffocating sense of oppression came towards everyone infinitely. Under this pressure, even the powerful 7 warlords of the sea like Crocodile and Doflamingo. At this moment, they all felt trembling all over and sweating. A sense of suffocation from the deepest part of their blood and soul made them breathless. That guy is out. The legendary Supreme King, an existence above the 5 elders. The true leader of the celestial dragons, the ruler of this world, and the creator of the guy who left 800 years of blank history. The celestial dragon, who is known as a god. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and strange black energy began to spread around the red earth continent. At this moment, the entire sky was completely shrouded in darkness. Finally, a figure slowly descended. Finally, it landed in front of Chen Chuan and others, just looking at Chen Chuan quietly, without any expression change. And under the reflection of the blue flame on Chen Chuan, everyone also saw his face clearly. The man was very slender, wearing a golden crown on his head. The crown outlined countless gilded roots, riding the shape of a big tree. He was wearing a blue-black robe that flowed like water and slowly fell down. The eyes slowly moved to his face. What a delicate face it was! Just standing there, people had a desire to not dare to blaspheme and want to worship. The whole body was bathed in blue-gold light, making people want to kneel down with their knees. At this moment, in the eyes of everyone, he was God. Chapter 169. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Is this guy I'm? Hey, 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 hey! What a grand show! Doflamingo looked at I'm in front of him, a trace of hatred flashed in his eyes. It was this guy who gave the order. He no longer accepted their identity as celestial dragons. This also led to his obsession to return to the Red Earth continent later. I'm, standing in the air, seemed to have heard what Doflamingo said. He slowly lowered his eyes and stared at Doflamingo quietly, with no expression on his luxurious face. However, the next second, boom! Instantly, the air burst with the sound of water waves. Then, in the eyes of everyone, a huge wave appeared out of thin air behind I'm, and the strange black ocean current evaporated several layers of black fog. The next moment, the fog changed instantly. The black fog mixed with strange black water actually turned into a finger, and shot directly towards Doflamingo's direction at a high speed. The black water mixed with black fog seemed to have life. Im's attack came to Doflamingo in just a moment. The speed was so fast that it was difficult for everyone present to detect it. 24 sacred bullets, God's slaying. Doflamingo did not hesitate at all, and used all his strength to resist as soon as he made a move. As the true ruler of this world, the king of the celestial dragons, Im's power is unimaginable to everyone. Boom! Doflamingo controlled all the objects around him that could be transformed into lines, and rushed towards the black water arrow stream fired by Im. Stab law! The imagined fierce collision did not happen. The powerful sharp line that was omnipotent in the past and could cut everything. At this moment, in front of Im's attack, it was like the most ordinary needle and thread, and was instantly cut off by the water flow. Without any obstruction, it rushed straight to Doflamingo's face. Feeling this fatal crisis, even Minga, who was extremely arrogant in the past, was a little confused at this moment. The eyes hidden under the sunglasses revealed a strong horror. That was his strongest attack method. With such an attack, even if it was a full-strength attack from the four emperors, he was confident that he could withstand one or two. And now, under Im's casual attack, his attack seemed so vulnerable. Swoosh! Accompanied by a sound that seemed to cut through the space. The next second, Chen Chuan made his move. The 1,000 blades of the demonic knife in his hand flashed in an instant. In just 0.01 seconds, Chen Chuan had already completed the swing of the knife. The 1,000 blades of the demonic knife, which was wrapped in domineering power, burst out with an extremely terrifying and powerful blade light. The blade light also brought about a huge wave. Facing the attack of Im, he then rushed up fiercely. Boom! At the moment when the two collided, a huge wave of energy spread out in all directions. The powerful energy lifted the surface of the earth. Under the flying dust, even at the center of the explosion, the space was twisting uncontrollably. This is too strong. This kind of battle is totally beyond our ability to participate. This is a powerful force far beyond the four emperors, the real peak in this world. After seeing the aftermath of the two people's terrifying battle, everyone couldn't help but retreat to the back. Once they were caught up in the aftermath of this kind of battle, even if they were strong men on the sea, they would be either dead or injured. The energy was still being consumed, and finally after the last bit of energy was exhausted, the first fight between the two finally came to an end. Floating in the air, the two stood and looked at each other from a distance, and powerful momentum continued to burst out from them. Chen Chuan, who are you? At this time, Yu on the opposite side suddenly spoke. His voice was very ethereal, making it difficult to distinguish between men and women. Yu's words made everyone present look puzzled. Only Chen Chuan himself suddenly condensed in his heart, and his heartbeat couldn't help but skip a beat. This guy Yu seems to be able to sense something. I don't belong to this world, I'm afraid he has already vaguely sensed it. Thinking of this, Chen Chuan's eyes became more solemn. This guy is much more complicated than he thought. Where is Hancock? Chen Chuan did not forget the main goal of his trip. Destroying the world government is only secondary. The real purpose is to find the pirate queen. Thinking of that beauty who stood firmly on his side even in the face of thousands of navy soldiers, Chen Chuan's mouth unconsciously drew a curve. Anyone who wants to take away his weakness must pay a price. Dragons have reverse scales, and those who touch them will die. And the pirate queen is his reverse scale. Who is Hancock? I don't know. If you are looking for someone, then she is probably already a nutrient. Yim responded lightly. Except for a few people, the only ones who can really reach the Red Earth continent are slaves and sacrifices. Of course, slaves and sacrifices seem to be no different. You are looking for death. Hearing this, Chen Chuan was furious, and the bloodshot in his pupils grew out in an instant. Chen Chuan learned that the queen was likely to be killed. In the red pupils, the three-colored Megatama kept turning. Immediately afterwards, even the chakra aura on Chen Chuan's body surged wildly without regard for his life. Anyone who hurts the Empress today will die. Even I'm is no exception. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the aura on Chen Chuan's body completely reached its peak. Dark red blood steam covered Chen Chuan's body. At the beginning, Chen Chuan directly opened the 8th gate of the 8 gates of ninjutsu, the Death Gate. While the speed, strength, and perception of the whole body increased by hundreds of times, the strong pressure brought by Chen Chuan's body was even about to tear his body apart. But this is just the beginning. Wang! Boom boom boom! Under the gaze of everyone, a blue armored warrior as high as 100 meters appeared in front of everyone. And the next second, the light blue warrior suddenly turned blood red in an instant. 8 gates of ninjutsu, Death Gate. Chen Chuan directly covered the effect of the Death Gate on Susanoo. The demonic blade 1000 blades instantly shattered and slowly floated on the blade of Susanoo. At this moment, Chen Chuan's strongest form finally appeared. This is a powerful form that has never appeared even when facing the Twin Emperor's pirates. Roar, roar, roar. The endless dark red blood, the might it exudes, makes everyone present feel terrified. Even Rayleigh and others, it is the first time they have seen Chen Chuan completely furious and at full firepower. Stupid, you are challenging the power of God. I'm on the opposite side, after seeing Chen Chuan burst out with momentum. He couldn't help but sneer, and then with a thought, behind him, an endless black ocean appeared, the strange black water seemed to drown everything. I am the incarnation of the sea, and this world needs to rely on the sea to survive. And you, a blasphemer, an alien, also want to challenge me? I'm shouted coldly, and the endless black sea behind him seemed to drown everything in the world. Under the terrifying backflow of the Black Sea, even Fujitora, Analu, Minga, and others were horrified. As we all know, when a Devil Fruit ability user encounters sea water, he will instantly feel powerless and lose any resistance. It can be said to be the nemesis of the ability user. And now, IM has actually created an endless ocean out of thin air. How can these ability users resist this? No matter how strong their abilities are, they will directly lose their combat effectiveness under the backflow of MC water and be slaughtered. But unfortunately, Chen Chuan is not a devil ability user. Sea water is useless to him. Ong hu hu. Facing this endless black sea, rushing towards him, Chen Chuan stood at the center of Susanoo's eyebrows, without the slightest panic, and with a thought, the battle blade in his hand was instantly swung out. Ong bang! The battle blade was swung out, carrying a monstrous power and bombarding over. Swish! In front of Chen Chuan's powerful sword light, even the sea water was split in two by Chen Chuan, cut in half from the middle. And the offensive did not stop at all, and continued to bombard Im in the deep sea. Seeing this scene, Im raised his eyebrows. Directly condensed two black waters again to stop Chen Chuan's attack. After doing this, Im stretched out his finger and gently pointed at the sky, and a water arrow condensed completely from the sea water suddenly shot down. Condensed from black water, thousands of water arrows with corrosive characteristics smashed towards Chen Chuan. Swish swish swish. The water arrows fell on Susanoo's body, bringing up bursts of corrosive black smoke. A gleam of light flashed in the red pupils. Chen Chuan folded his hands across his chest, then stretched out his right index finger and suddenly slashed at the sky. Next, it's my turn. Stern words. The words fell lightly. Then, in the horrified eyes of everyone, a meteorite instantly fell towards Im's position from thousands of miles away. The huge meteorite covered with thick flames that passed through the atmosphere was enough to raise half of the red Earth continent to the ground. Looking up, I saw this attack. Even Im's face finally changed a little at this moment. The guy in front of him was the same as him. The power he possessed was absolute, reaching the peak of this world. The rolling energy kept flowing. Then Im gathered an endless black ocean from behind him and resisted the meteorite that was about to arrive. The sea water surged up, bringing a visual shock. Boom! Squeak! The moment the ocean and the meteorite collided, bursts of secondary extinction sounds were heard. Hold it! Im held his hands to the sky, and his whole body burst out with endless power, and the ocean behind him was also roaring, trying hard to resist the meteorite in the sky. Finally, under the powerful power of Im, the meteorite was resisted with difficulty. Just when Im wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. But he heard Chen Chuan, who was not far away, calmly said, "If that's the case, then, how can you resist the second one?" Boom rumble. At the same time, on the periphery of the red Earth continent, Chen Chuan and Im were engaged in a shocking battle. Inside the red Earth continent, the two groups of people also fought together. One of the teams was dressed in white and wore bronze masks on their faces, which was extremely weird. The other team was covered in black robes, making it difficult to see their faces. Has the power of the Revolutionary Army grown so strong? And you should be the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, you are really strong. The bronze-masked man at the front said to one of the black-robed men in front. As Chen Chuan launched a thorough attack on the world government, the Revolutionary Army, which has always aimed to overthrow the world government, would naturally not miss such an opportunity. While Chen Chuan was fighting with Im, Long led everyone to attack the inside of the world government. And just now, he fought with this mysterious man. These guys are extremely powerful, even if Long showed his strong strength, he could not immediately defeat the opponent. Seeing that Long was silent and did not answer him, the white-robed bronze man continued. The battle outside should be almost over. That stupid guy, after losing those three things, is no longer worthy of sitting in that position. Let's go. With the fall of the celestial dragons, what will happen to the trajectory of this world? Let's wait and see. World Tree, Mother of the Ocean, all this will be a new beginning. After saying a bunch of incomprehensible words, the bronze white-robed man disappeared instantly. After this group of mysterious people left, the Revolutionary Army was able to continue to go deeper and found some people here. On the other side, a great war between heaven and earth ended completely. Yim was defeated. He claimed to be a god, but he was still not good enough in front of Chen Chuan. As two meteorites fell one after another, even a strong man like Yim could not resist for long in front of Chen Chuan, who was firing at full power and full of anger. Even later, Im used some special abilities to summon some powerful puppets, but they were still killed instantly by Chen Chuan. And Chen Chuan also completely beat Im to the point where he lost his fighting power. He fell to the ground in a mess, no longer as majestic and mysterious as before. At this moment, the Revolutionary Army Long and others who had already captured the world government came to Chen Chuan. Looking at Im, who had lost his fighting power and was dying on the ground, Long took a deep breath, came to Chen Chuan, and made a request to him, hoping to hand Im over to him for disposal. After overthrowing the world government, they need to establish a new government. And Im, needs to make contributions to this. In this regard, Chen Chuan directly refused. In his opinion, I'm attacked the Empress, and he must kill him personally to avenge the Empress. Feeling Chen Chuan's raging anger, just when Chen Chuan was about to execute him, Long hurriedly said to Chen Chuan, calm down first, the Empress is not dead yet. Hearing this, Chen Chuan stopped what he was doing and asked hurriedly, what did you say? Hancock, where is she? With a Jia Ying slowly walked out from behind the revolutionary army. At this moment, there was nothing else in Chen Chuan's eyes, only that stunning beauty.